belong at home. What they ruled: a divided Supreme Court upheld a portion of the Affordable Care Act that requires health plans to provide free preventative care such as cancer screenings. In a 6-3 decision, the justices ruled against a Christian-owned business and individuals who objected to being forced to offer medications intended to prevent the spread of HIV among at-risk populations. Why this matters. The groups objected to the preventative care mandate on religious grounds, but their legal arguments before the High Court involved a technical question about the expert panel that decides which measures health plans must cover. Healthcare providers and nonprofit organizations said an adverse ruling could have blocked critical health care for as many as 40 million Americans. Okay. Nationwide injunctions for birthright citizenship. I will say up front that I misunderstood the nature of this one, as I think everybody else did, and I'm guessing that's why you were particularly interested in seeing how people respond to this one. Is that correct, Koina?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So,
Oh, yeah, same.
what they ruled.
I was arguing with
Yeah,
my coworkers all day.
Trying to explain again, as I was reading it, I had to explain it to myself in small words, but once I was like, oh well, okay, I see it. Anyhow, what they ruled: a divided Supreme Court backed President Donald Trump's request to scale back nationwide orders from lower courts that have for months blocked the administration's ban on automatic citizenship for the U.S.-born citizens. No, excuse me, for the U.S.-born children of undocumented immigrants and foreign visitors. A signature piece of its effort to restrict immigration. The justices did not directly address, this is the ding, ding, ding. The justices did not directly address the constitutionality of the president's birthright citizenship order, but said lower courts must consider whether the injunctions they issued were too broad based on new high court guidelines. The justices kept Trump's ban on hold for at least 30 days so those deliberations could take place. Why it matters: the 6-3 ruling significantly curtailed the ability of the individual district court judges to issue types, I assume that's supposed to be these types of nationwide injunctions that have stymied the agendas of presidents from both parties. The majority said in most cases, judges should only grant relief to the parties who brought the suit before their court and should not extend their rulings to protect others. Lower courts have used nationwide, and I have a bunch of questions about this. Lower courts have used nationwide orders to temporarily block a policy or regulation while litigation is underway if a judge believes the action may be unconstitutional or that implementing it would cause immediate harm. Okay, I'm gonna read that last sentence one more time just so I can finish processing that. Lower courts have used nationwide orders to temporarily block a policy or regulation while litigation is underway if a judge believes the action may be unconstitutional or that implementing it would cause immediate harm. So I feel like that's going to be the caveat, right? Like that's the hang up.
And whose definition of harm?
Books. Right, exactly. Like I said, that's where we're going to discuss tonight. Opting out of books on gender, sexuality. What they ruled: in a 6-3 ruling, the justices sided with a group of parents seeking to withdraw their children from public school lessons featuring LGBTQ plus themed. Oh, that was a hyphen. I was like, is it now LGBTQ plus minus? But now I see that my brain hung up on the minus right after the plus, but it's a hyphen. I'm sorry. Themed storybooks. The justices said school officials in Monterey. See, I can't actually read because my brain is trying to think what minus would be in this context, and I can't do that. So I gotta scramble the brain. Okay, back to it. Starting over. From public school lessons featuring LGBTQ plus themed storybooks, the justices said school officials in Montgomery County, Maryland, may not require young children to participate in lessons with books that conflict with their parents' religious beliefs. Why it matters. The decision could have implications for public schools nationwide and could give families the right to voice religious objections to a broad range of learning materials, expanding on the long-standing practice of allowing opt-outs for reproductive health classes. This is number 4. Yeah, so this is where I got confused. This is number 4. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, 4. So I don't know which why the fifth one isn't depicted here, and I'm not sure which one it is that's missing. I'm going to look at that in just a second. Age verification for online porn. What they ruled: in a 6-3 ruling, the justices upheld a Texas law that requires users to verify their age to access porn sites. The court rejected arguments from the porn industry that the law violates the First Amendment rights of adults to access explicit content online. Why it matters. The case was the first major legal test of statutes that have been enacted in 24 states aimed at protecting young people from lewd content that has become ever easier to view. So, Again, 1, 2, 3, 4. Which one is it that's missing that was ruled on? Is that okay, so we got the Free Speech Coalition versus, that's the porn one. The Mahmoud versus Taylor, Montgomery County Board of, this is the LGBTQ opt-out one. FCC versus Consumers Research. This one is, oh, this one isn't on there. Okay, this was another one that came down. Yeah, wait, what did you call it? The phone bill one?
Yeah, it's about phone bills.
Is it? I was okay. So I'm okay. You're being a smartass. That's fine. What I was reading, I was reading that it was about access to the internet. That it required required companies to provide internet access to rural areas under the idea that it was a okay. Can you give me a summary off the top of your head?
A very brief,
trying to be unbiased. Yeah, exactly. Just what it is.
Before you go, before you get into it, I think you have to horseradish. I think you have to check the box for the stream together for the share chat thing to work.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sure.
I think there's a.
There it is.
Okay, that's all.
Where the fuck did it go? I got 2 goddamn many windows open. Ah, there you are. You're hiding. I gotta check a box.
Oh, go over on the right. I think
chat.
It's a. I think it's a button.
Okay, well, I can see the chat if I click chat. If it's on the right above my. Gonna make it huge so I can see. Start sharing chat. Snap. Got it.
Yo,
I figured it out.
Dope.
There we go.
I'm sorry for my chat, guys.
There you go.
No.
Okay, please continue.
Tell them. Yeah, tell them how dumb I am. I'm cool with that.
Okay, so this what I like to call the phone bill ruling. This phone bill ruling, it basically allowed for companies to add a fee to phone bills, like everybody's phone bill. So like Timmy in downtown Seattle and Joshua in LA and Jim in buttfuck nowhere, Louisiana. Okay, a fee can be added to all of these phone bills in order to pay for expanding phone and internet service in rural counties and rural areas. So
I see.
When I said it was more specific, it was about how you could fund that, because these would be to the tune of billions of dollars every year. Is how much these fees
okay. So but is that money going to be reinvested? Just off the top of your head, do you know, is it mandatory that all of the funds that are gathered in this way are invested into expanding the internet access to those rural areas?
Yeah, it's supposed to.
Or it's supposed to be, and as far as you know, it's regulated that way. We don't know if there's a possibility that they would just use it as a fucking slush fund, but I mean,
yeah, theoretically anybody can break it, but like that's what it's supposed to do.
Got you. Okay. Yeah. So I'm wondering now why they didn't have that one on the Washington Post site. But that said, I'm actually going to go ahead and drop that link back in here one more time for everybody who's just tuning in, and especially now that we're all putting it in the same chat hole. That is the article that we're using, is just the order that we're gonna. Yes, sir. That's the article we're using from Washington Post. I know. Say what you will, but they have a pretty good summary. Except I thought they had a good summary until I just realized they fucking completely missed one of them. So. And they didn't acknowledge the one that didn't get voted on that got just kicked down the road. So, all right. So let me see. Is there anybody else joining in the Discord yet? No. Okay. People come in, they come in. If not, we'll just talk with what we got here. I got all the ones that matter, right? So let's start with this first one. Preventative health care coverage. So I'll go ahead and lead with the fact that I think that I like this. Just to make sure I'm understanding this, it is saying that the court held up the fact that the Christian-owned business, i.e. Christian-owned clinic or something of that nature, has to provide medications intended to prevent the spread of HIV among at-risk populations. So I'm guessing that that's worded in such a fashion that they were trying to deny HIV blockers from LGBTQ. Is that the rest of the context? Do we know?
That's the broader context, but that's not what the ruling was actually on.
I thought it was about offering insurance. Is that like that
Well,
covers
it was
that
an
type of
insurance
thing.
company
Is
that
that not
didn't
it?
want to pay for this. It was the insurance that they didn't want to pay for the insurance for these
Yeah.
things. That's
So the
what started the
employer,
lawsuit.
okay, so the
But
employer
what
didn't
they
want to pay for it.
actually
I got you.
what they actually were like being asked, the court was being asked, was whether or not the what are they called? I have a note. What they're actually called? The United States Preventative Services Task Force. They are who puts out like the recommendations for what preventative care people should be getting and all of that. The actual ruling was on whether that task force can exist the way it does, because it includes people that are not nominated by the president and not confirmed by the Senate.
Okay.
They ruled that it can stay that way, that it can continue to be this, and there was some reasoning about because the HHS secretary can remove people, that's it, that made it fine. But it was a weird, like, the actual ruling itself wasn't broadly about like preventative care. It was about how these preventative care measures are established, basically.
It's a procedural challenge, as you'll see throughout some of these decisions.
Okay. So basically what you're saying is that it was the way that they did it, not that they did it.
Yeah, saying they
Uh,
shouldn't have had the authority, kind of.
Yeah, they should have had the
Okay.
authority to give out the guidelines for preventative care that then they were being asked to pay for through insurance.
Okay, so
But
how
they
does
didn't
that
wanna pay
actually
for it.
affect us?
It means we get the same preventative care guideline body that we've had for a very long time.
So why does it
It's-
specifically mention the religious? Like how does the religious organization involve?
They started the case. This whole thing started because they didn't want to pay for like HIV and other HIV prevention and like some cancer prevention stuff. They didn't want to pay for it, so they took it to court. But then they realized that they were being stupid, and so they took a procedural route to court because that's the only thing that they had a chance of winning, and they didn't.
I see. Okay, so this is actually more an issue or more of a ruling regarding forcing a business to pay. So just to make sure I understand now, you're saying that this Christian-owned company was not a medical-based company. This was just like a fucking mom and pop's bakery or some shit, and they didn't want to pay for the HIV preventative medicines, or they didn't want to pay
Yeah,
for the
I don't
like.
know
I don't see
exactly what
how
the
I believe
They
it was
didn't
that they
wanna
didn't want to
employee health
provide.
care, I believe.
offer the insurance that covers
say
it
what,
because
Grumple?
it would be,
Insurance.
I believe it was that they didn't want to offer the insurance that covers it because it was more also because it's more expensive because you're covering more things, but that they
Okay.
disagree with
So
it.
I see. So in other words, they didn't. So okay. So the fact that they disagreed with it was kind of it was peripheral to the fact that they didn't want to have to pay the extra money.
If I'm following it
Grumple
right,
is extra
that's
quiet.
yeah, I just turned up my mic a little bit. Wait, there. How's that? Is that better? Or you know what? Let me one setting. Yep, there we go. That
Oh, there you go. Now
check
you're
the
now you're
the
up
make it
there.
work checkbox. You got to check that box. Sorry.
Sorry,
Yeah,
no,
that's
you're good.
that's how I'm tracking on it, but I think I'm tracking the right way on this one.
Got you. And that explains because there was like twice where Gorps was talking across you. I was like, wow, he's just being a dick tonight. But it was because he couldn't hear you. or he was being a dick too. But anyway. Okay,
I'm
so
actually all of the above.
check all the boxes. That's fine. So you're saying just it was because I zoned out while we were dealing with the volume thing. Can you repeat the last two sentences you said, please? The explanation of the story.
That I believe it was only regarding insurance that a company offers to employees, and that you have to include insurance that covers the preventative care that is in the guidance from
I
the ACA.
see. So to kind of draw out this story, essentially, it would be like a marginalized group, and let's say LGBTQ person is working for a Christian a small business owner, and they want the type of insurance that's going to cover the HIV preventative medicine, and the employer says, I don't want to pay the extra money for something, especially because I don't agree with it. Like, I feel like the motivation isn't just the fact that they're a Christian business owner in this. It's just as much I'm a selfish, greedy capitalist. So that's really what the question is here, right? Is forcing a small business owner to provide I guess this would be specific benefits or better benefits to their employees.
Yeah, I will also
And
say it's not
yeah.
just the HIV was the first one that came to my mind, but it's also like cancer prevention. There's like meds that reduce the rate of breast cancer for women, as an example. There's also like lung cancer screenings that are included in this. It's not just HIV, but that is the anti-HIV drugs are one of the things here.
Gotcha.
So it's broader preventative medicine that they didn't want to pay for.
Did this employer specifically say that the reason they didn't want to do this was because of the marginalized status or the marginalized group that they disagreed with?
They've said at times that it's because of their religious views that they don't want to do this.
Okay, so they did say that. Okay, and I
They
guess
made
they
it
obviously they used that as the argument, and so
Well,
that
no, the argument in court is procedural.
Yeah, they're like public reasoning for why they filed the lawsuit is because of their religious views, and then they took it procedural in court because they weren't going to win on their religious views on a case like this.
Yeah, their motivations might be their religion, but their path in court is saying that they didn't have the authority to pretty much like recommend these.
Yeah, that the
Okay.
actual recommendations themselves are invalid.
So when that happens, is there a good chance we're going to hear this case again? Like, is this not done? Like, it's going to come back? They're just going to find a better way to argue it. Is that essentially what you're saying?
I mean, they could. I don't think they will. I don't think they have a better case. That's why I feel like usually when these cases go procedural, it's because there isn't a better case.
Okay.
Coin, you can correct
Okay.
me if you think
Yeah,
I'm
no.
wrong in that.
Yeah.
That's just what everything I've read. That's normally what
Yeah.
happens.
Okay. So, I guess we all kind of agree with this one because it's really a great big fat nothing burger. Is that the gist? Also, welcome in, Casey. I sent you an invite. I don't know if you're streaming right now, but I sent you one of the stream together,
There you go,
hang out
biscuits.
with us and all that.
How you doing,
jazz.
man?
So,
Indeed.
okay. So yeah, well then we'll just move right the fuck on to the second one. Seems like we were unanimous on that one. All right. So the
I mean, I still don't
nationwide
like it, but, you know.
injunctions. Wait, what part of it is it you don't like? What are you saying you don't like?
Not the actual ruling. I just don't like that we have that body in the way they did. I don't think it's like unconstitutional. I just don't like it. I think it should be
I
more
see.
representative, appointed by like Congress and presidents and stuff. Or at least some of them should be.
Who is it that's currently decides who is on it?
Appointed
Is he
by
just-
the Secretary of HHS for 4-year terms.
And
Oh.
he is, or they are appointed by who?
The Secretary of the Health and Human Services.
Yeah, no.
Right,
I'm saying who are
but
they
Coin is
appointed
asking
by?
who appoints that
Oh
person.
yeah, they're appointed by
The president?
Congress, and shit, but I don't like it going that
Yeah,
far.
that person
that's my
is
point.
confirmed by the Senate. That's
Yep.
the main argument that it's like the authority through them.
I don't. I disagree.
Yeah, it was held
I mean,
because he can remove them.
I
disagree on the-
disagree.
not on the ruling. But I disagree with the concept, and I'm not sure where the line is. But forcing a company to offer things that, like, if it's a Christian company, forcing them to offer that type of type of thing that they morally disagree with. It's like it feels First Amendment infringing to me, but I don't have a solid argument for it. It's like it just like it's the ick. I get the ick from it. If that makes sense.
So, well, let me. It does, and this one actually is going to also relate back to that's why I was asking the questions about how much this was actually related to the religion versus this was related to just like you were saying, like procedural shit, like that they were trying to be greedy, right? But the LGBTQ one with the books. Like, my biggest thought here is, well, if that's the precedent we want to set, okay, but how quickly is it going to be somebody's religion to not allow, I don't know, certain people of, I'm not even gonna fucking, you can all go down that rabbit hole on yourself, right? How long? I know it's sort of a slippery slope argument, which isn't legitimate generally, but I feel like it is here. Like, do we not know that this is going to immediately be misused? Like, who's going to call what a religion now? And on what basis am I allowed to refuse service to people or services to people? Like, that's my biggest concern. Like, I understand what you're saying about, like, you have the freedom to have whatever religion you have. But I've had it, and this, I guess, I don't know if this is a libertarian leaning thought here, but I feel like you have the right to have your religion. But if you are offering services to the public, you are offering services to the public, not just a certain public, right?
I think you should be able to offer it to the certain public.
So same
Morally,
thing
you
was going
probably
to
shouldn't, but I think you should be able to be a racist fuck if you want to.
really. You
Or
think that you should be able to nice say what was that?
Oh, I thought Gorb's queuing himself up for another another pile.
No, I'm just doing it in passing.
I got you. That's right. Because I forgot. You want to get rid of the civil rights laws, don't you? I
Oh, exactly.
remember that. Yeah. And what was your completely ridiculous art? You know what? We're not even going to chase that rabbit tonight. I'm just going to let that one go. Okay. So Grumple, what were you saying there? Do you agree or do you disagree that we should?
I'm not sure where the line.
If you open a business to the public.
Yeah, I disagree. I'm, refer to the bakery where, remember the bakery suit where being forced to do a custom cake by law versus as I recall, the entire story was, hey, yeah, you can buy anything you want. I don't want to make a custom cake for this event because I disagree with it. It feels kind of same as that, being forced. I mean, it's not exactly. So being forcing a business to offer insurance or services for things for which they disagree. And I'm not sure where the line is.
I understand that we're talking about. I do want to be clear that I understand we're talking about offering benefits to employees, but to me, it tracks with providing services to customers, right? Like, again, if you have to do one, you have to do both. Like, again, we don't want discriminatory practices in employment, right? Now, in this case, I can't guarantee that it would be discriminatory. If they'd have just kept their fucking mouths shut, right? If they'd have just said, you know what, it's too expensive, no, they'd have been fine, right? But as soon as they say it's because of my religious beliefs, now all of a sudden it's a Supreme Court case, right?
I think that tracks. Yeah, that makes sense.
So, again, so in and of itself, to me, that means that there's some sort of flawed logic here. That if I can do the thing as long as I don't tell you I'm doing the thing for the real reason I'm doing the thing, then the thing shouldn't be a thing. Did that make sense? Yeah. Probably not.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I was tracking.
Thank you. Okay, I didn't know if that was me or the weed. So, all right. So again, I guess now that I have a more fulsome understanding of it, I still support it, I guess. But yeah, I don't like you being forced to do it, but I also don't want people to be able to openly or publicly discriminate. So basically, now we're just forcing you to discriminate quietly. Right? Like that's we're telling you that it's okay for you to not like people of a certain ethnicity. Just don't tell them that's why you're telling them no. Say, I don't like your shirt. And then it's fine. Like, which was what I was going to say. Like at the end of the day, you can just say it's a private business. Like every business can become a private or members only business, at which point they can put whatever the fuck rules they want on it. Right?
No.
I mean, that's kind of been the case for like ever.
Depends on the
if you don't
business
say that you're doing it for X or Y reason, you get away with it. It's
what do you mean? Depends
on
if
you can prove the intent.
It's very hard to prove the intent. Like take employment discrimination. It's very hard to prove the intent unless you have fucking logs of your boss saying the N word and you're black, and then
Yeah.
you have a series of events, right? It's very hard to prove these things. So commonly, it's just don't say you're racist or don't say you're sexist or whatever, and you get away with it.
So one of the and this is the okay, people of ethnicity are not the only marginalized group, right? Full disclosure, I spent several years working in a gentleman's club, and I never understood how it was that there was never a lawsuit of telling some people, no, you don't get to work here because of how you look, like just point blank, whether it's your size, whether it's your missing teeth, whether it's like whatever the fuck it was. There were plenty of people who was like, yeah, no, you don't get to work here. So I just, how did that not become a thing? Like and the argument I was told was that it's a private club, and so it's a different set of rules. Now this was also in Texas, so maybe that changes things. I don't know.
Well,
But
what kind of people are we talking about? Because if they're not, it's not a protected class or something.
Yeah.
You could say you know you're
Fuck the
Si-
Patriots, not hire fight. Like, yeah,
like
not
you're-
hire Patriots
or
fans.
I don't. Yeah,
okay.
definitely.
But I was of the impression that you couldn't discriminate a person based on size as well.
No.
I'm not
Like,
sur about
isn't-
size actually.
Nope,
I'm not
not
sure
true.
about that.
No. Oh, so we can absolutely be
Yeah.
what's tubby haters
And,
or
and
whatever the-
technically,
Sizist.
you can discriminate. Yeah, you can discriminate for like protected classes for like bona fide reasons. For like it's most common in like casting for like movies and stuff.
Oh,
Or
So
for
some
Okay.
reason you did have like a legitimate reason to need a certain like race or what like whatever protected class for a role, or not one for a role.
okay.
or like airline seats requiring, somebody of large plus size over X size to buy an extra seat type of thing.
See, and I remembered that being an article or that being a thing. I
Yeah.
just didn't remember how that had all washed out. So apparently it was sorry sucks to suck, buy 2 seats.
Yeah, pretty
That was
much.
the, that was the final
I think
ruling
that's-
on that
Yeah,
one.
pretty
Okay.
much.
I think that's how it ended up, yeah.
Okie doke. So, well, if that's the case, then that sort of comes back to, well, yeah, they shouldn't
Hey
be
K2, how you doing, sexy?
compelled to offer something that because I suppose that the freedom here is that the employee could find another job, right? Like that's the balance of freedoms. Like I can decide that I don't want you to work for me for whatever stupid fucking reason I want, and you can choose to not work for me for any stupid reason you want.
That might depend on if it's an at-will state also.
Yeah, they also. The chances are it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's probably true.
I mean,
And
businesses
at will-
have
okay,
the right to refuse service and as well as not hire who they want to not hire.
As long as they
As
don't
long as
tell
it's
you
not-
why.
No, well, it's not, as long as it's not a protected
Exactly.
class 1, and then after
once
that
again,
they'll
they're
have to prove.
If
why
they tell you
didn't
I'm
do
not
the
letting
thing
you
or
in
whatever.
here because you're Polish, then they're going to get in trouble. But if they say I'm not letting you in here because I don't wanna, then they're fine, even though they're doing it because you're Polish. So, okay. Again, like I said,
Or are you saying
literally
that
all we're
because
doing.
That's something about the ruling or something. I mean, because
Yes.
sometimes there's lawsuits that come from like individuals or businesses having like a long history of like, like you go like 25 years, you don't let any black person to join your golf club or whatever. Like people are gonna be like, wait a minute, so they gotta take the long way around to prove it. But
Okay. And that you're saying that's the reason that this sort of discrimination is usually passed over is because because it's so hard to prove.
Yes.
sometimes it's
Yeah,
hard to
and Gorbs can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm thinking that the size of the employer matters too, because I think if it's under a certain amount, they don't have to like follow
Oh, if
certain
they're
federal
overweight, it's
regulations.
different.
Yeah, like this
I-
decision says approximately 70 employees. I bet that's part of it somehow.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you exactly. I feel like I've read something about that, but
Let me just put this out there as just
sounds
my
like a
own
thing.
thoughts on the subject. Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like if it's a single proprietor ownership, whatever, that's one thing. That to me seems like you shouldn't tell them how to run their business. But I feel like, first of all, if it has a board of directors, then it's no longer a person's, the owner's beliefs. It is now more of a mission statement kind of thing, and that seems grosser. And so at that point, I feel like it makes more sense that there should be regulations, et cetera, et cetera. So I actually kind of get behind that, I think.
So board of directors gives
I
you
mean,
the
there's
ick?
plenty of times that we regulate these businesses differently. Like take
Yes.
Washington, different sized businesses in certain localities have different minimum wages. King County
Gotcha.
being one of those. So
Yeah. Okay. So again, like I said, that I can kind of get behind that. That makes sense. That seems like a good balance, a good trade-off. So, but again, at the end of the day, that's not really what we're talking about here. That's just kind of the longer or the bigger ramifications, the bigger 10,000-foot view of what this implies, but it's not even really fucking related to what we're talking about here. This was just somebody said, hey, you know what? I don't want to give you this insurance, and the court said you're not allowed to do that for now. Right?
yep, pretty much.
Cool. All right. So, speaking of you're not allowed to do that for now. Let's move on to number 2. By the way, thanks everybody showing up tonight, and everybody who's out there in the chat. Click on the people's names of the people you see up here. Give them all a follow. Everybody except Koina, who does stream. So just give them a quick follow too, and a shout out to all of them. I suck, or I do that button thing where you make all their names pop up in fucking bells and whistles, whatever. Anyway, all right. So the next one, the nationwide injunctions for birthright citizenship. I completely misunderstood this. Not saying that I still love it or anything, but now that I understand, I'm going to try to give you my take, my understanding of what it is, and y'all can tell me if I'm wrong here. The idea here is that it's not that they ruled regarding birthright citizenship. And the framing that I heard from the hyperbolic left, not just the left, but the hyperbolic left, was that they took away the court's ability to control or impact the executive branch. And I suppose to some degree they did do that, but only in a very limited scale. That what they actually did was they said that the lower courts are only allowed to make injunctions, which means, hey, you can't do that, when it directly impacts a case being tried. So in other words, while we're trying this case, this person cannot be affected by the law you just put into place or whatever it is. However, according, and I haven't read this part, the 1789 judiciary, whatever thingy, the idea was that is to protect the individuals involved in a lawsuit. However, the way that it's being used now is a blanket prevention to protect everybody from the effects of whatever this executive order or law or whatever is. In this case, it's an executive order, but I think that this happens with laws as well, right? Now, my question, though, is at the very bottom of this little thing, and that was going to be my first question, was if the judge believes the action may be unconstitutional or that implementing it would cause immediate harm, like how is that not the blaring obvious, like this was being stopped because of the obvious potential harm that could take place? Why did this not qualify? Does anybody know?
I had the
That
problems
in
with the
part is saying that
characterization
that's
of
how it's
the ruling.
been used, by the way, not
little
how
bit.
it will be used in the future. That ending sentence in your article says they have used nationwide orders to temporarily block policy regulation, blah blah blah, when the judge believes it may be unconstitutional. And
I
that's how
thought
they've
that
used it
the
historically, not how they can use it moving forward after this decision.
I thought the
Got
ruling
you.
only said that these injunctions would only cover the areas of the judge or whatever, and no longer be a nationwide injunction. But
Yes,
but
it
oh, still
eliminated the
only
nationwide.
right. It would be the injunctions are still allowed, but only in like the district of that of the judges that are making the ruling or whatever. It would have to be a special kind of lawsuit, apparently for for the judge to be able to do a nationwide injunction.
I want to hear Kona's take on this because
Yeah, I
I
haven't
think
read
it's
everything
just
on it.
about. I think it's just about basically having standing and damages, and then not awarding, not doing injunctions or anything, not doing judicial action that would impact people that aren't part of the case and don't have standing or damages currently. Because it's really hard to, you can't like basically sue somebody or you can't sue for damages that you don't have. That's, you don't have standing for the case.
Because
Yeah,
it's
that's kind of
potential
how I take it.
damages.
But that's a way to take it. But there's also like they could just make it not just damages, but like specific people, like these people will be damaged, will suffer irreparable harm, or whatever, how you put it, Horse.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's kind of how I take it. But no, I do see it as kind of it removes the lower court's ability to issue these nationwide injunctions, and I think it's kind of silly to limit it to like specific parties that have been damaged when you could just avoid those parties being damaged when you can show irreparable harm like that's been shown here. I don't know what kind of irreparable harm would be like being dealt to the U.S. when we have birthright citizenship for how long? It couldn't just wait for that part to be litigated.
I'm going to agree with you and say that
You're
should apply to the NFA. We should be able to, because we will, a person would receive damages and get standing, but don't want to play that game.
But yeah, no, if there's a universal injunction for that, yeah, no, I'd be behind that too.
NFA, what's that? National Firearms
National Firearms
Association?
Act. Yeah, no, National Firearms Act of 1934.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The one where you
Gotcha.
it authorizes normal civilians to have machine guns and suppressors and short-barreled rifles and shotguns, and all for a little $200 tax stamp. You should contact your local politicians and get them on board with repealing the NFA, because this can't be allowed to stand.
All right, I'll be on it.
But yeah, you would say though that logic applies both ways, like in this too. Like if you can't name a party that would be suffered damages like by lack of their Second Amendment rights for the NFA, like they should be able to be included in an injunction. They don't have to show their specific damages for a judge to help them.
I'm saying that the ruling corresponds with standing, where using the NFA as an example is hey, the NFA would cause me damages, but because I don't have the damages yet, then I don't have standing to appeal the NFA, essentially. This is just maintaining status quo as far as I understand it, whereas the lower courts providing injunctions for damages, potential damage instead of actual damages. Like potential standing instead of actual standing.
The ruling is upholding the status quo?
Yeah, no, negative.
Definitely, I think it is.
It's going against it, right? Because right now, a judge in California could say, "Hey, this law is unconstitutional," or "This is unconstitutional," and although this lawsuit is only about these people, or this even my district or whatever, or like they're gonna make it nationwide. Like until this is settled, like nationwide, this is not in effect.
Yeah, and I think that's out of.
They can only say
sorry.
They can only do that within their. But they've been doing that. The nationwide injunctions have been going on for a while. I mean,
and I think this is just correcting that.
They've been going on since like the 60s.
I think that needed to get corrected too, because that's lower court judges doing stuff that's way out of their area of responsibility, way out of their scope, and impacting people in faraway places like across the country with their one thing that their lower court ruling is deciding, when it should, at best, maybe affect their local jurisdiction of just wherever they have scope, and then that person with damages.
Wait. You need 9 times more lawsuits to do the same thing, though.
Can we
just to be clear?
Say that again?
Back to this case for a second, because I want to introduce a little bit of nuance. Instead of a blanket nationwide injunctions are great and a blanket they're bad, I think those are both wrong. I think that they should be avoided when possible, but sometimes they are very necessary. So in this case, right, if we're talking about changing the laws of citizenship, right, a nationwide injunction, if there's going to be challenges to this, which obviously there are, is important, because you can't have different citizenship laws under the same federal government. You can't have Idaho and Washington, one kid born in Washington is a citizen, the other kid born in Idaho is not a citizen. What happens when you cross the border between the two? What, like, how do you even
Well, states don't
adjudicate
determine
this?
that.
You can't. So you can't. There's an injunction in Washington. Washington State has filed, so Washington will have the injunction, whereas another state who has not tried to argue this will not have that injunction, and thus in 30 days this executive order would go into effect. That's when we run into this issue. That's why the nationwide injunction in this case is important. But for example, an abortion ban, I don't think there's a necessity for a nationwide injunction if the federal government decided to hand down an abortion ban. Because
So real quick,
it,
I want to bring something
you can
back to what
adjudicate that state by state.
what you were saying earlier, Koina, because I may have misunderstood you, but the way it sounded was you were saying that this, or I didn't understand how this affected your stance, but it sounded like you were saying that the irreparable or implementing it would cause immediate harm. You were saying that it sounded like you were saying there was no immediate harm that was going to come from it staying the way that it was.
Correct. Yeah.
But the argument was that the immediate harm was coming from it not being the way that it's being changed, right? So in other words, like if you took away the birthright citizenship or full birthright citizenship the way that it is now, that would cause immediate irreparable harm to anybody who is immediately deported or anybody born in the process who would not be born with citizenship and have a birth certificate that says that they were U.S. citizens, et cetera, right? So it wasn't about the I guess I didn't understand what you were.
Yeah, no,
what you
it's the
meant when you
balance.
said that.
Like no, no, that's pretty much exactly it. Like they
Okay.
stand to suffer way more immediate harm than the U.S. that
I
has had
see.
birthright
Okay, so you were just
citizenship
comparing apples
for
to
however
apples.
many hundred years.
I see. So you were saying that there's immediate damage for it being repealed, but there's not immediate damage for it being remaining in place. So it makes more sense for it to remain in place until. Gotcha. Okay, that is absolutely obvious, or evident.
And
So
to
okay.
Gorps's like real quick, just to Gorps's situation, what he laid out like in the state thing, I kind of agree with. But this is an injunction on Trump's EO. Like this is just like the president unilaterally saying this is how we do birthright citizenship now.
Which brings me
Yeah,
to my
what I'm
next
saying
question.
is that you can't operate. I understand that it's like the federal government doing its thing. I should have said like the court jurisdictions, like the lower court jurisdictions, not states. But there can be injunctions
Has
in
there
one
been
and not injunctions in another. That's the problem.
has there been a statement from the Supreme Court as to why they ruled on this instead of ruling on the executive order?
This is what
Like,
the
why
Trump
did they
team brought
feel
to
that?
them.
Yeah, this is what's being challenged right now because
Yeah.
it's procedural. It's something that can stick, so they're bringing it. Same with the last
The
one.
Trump team didn't actually challenge whether they're allowed to do it. They challenged whether the injunctions are allowed to be there. So the Supreme Court
Okay,
cannot
so
rule on the validity of the executive order because that wasn't brought.
because they weren't asked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
For
that really
reasons.
the way that it works?
They can't rule on
Yeah.
things that nobody brings to them.
That's good to
Yeah,
know.
they
I
can't just
didn't
put forth
realize
a
that.
proclamation.
Or an interpretation of a law. Like you would think that if a law goes across, like if a law gets implemented, you would think that. So, okay. So then this actually gives me a little bit more context to the ruling that we came down. So that is why a court is not allowed to just say, like, these lower courts can't make an injunction for it just because they think that a law is inherently unconstitutional. Somebody has to bring that challenge even at that lower court as well.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah, it needs to go all the way up.
So the third check and balance has to be invoked essentially.
That would be an example of
citizen can a
that would,
go ahead. No, I'm listening.
that would be an example of quote legislating from the bench, like proclamating law essentially via judicial decision, which it's not a perfect example of it, but that would be an example of it if they just started making rulings on things that don't have cases.
You can look at the presidential immunity ruling to look at the example of policymaking.
Okay,
they carve
tell me
out
how
the
that's an
the
example. I'm vaguely I know what you're talking about, but I
So
don't really know
for
like why was that an
like
example?
presidential acts that are exclusive to the president that only the president can do, they have the like full on immunity. And then for anything outside of that, they had presumed. It's just like they're making up these policy carve outs for immunity. They're not supposed to be like legislating from the bench kind of deal. Just supposed to be
So
saying if
how
it was
is
constitutional, if it wasn't, making rulings based on that.
oh, so are you saying that the Supreme Court in that case like changed what the actual wording was or something?
Yeah, well, no, they there was no form of presidential immunity before this, and then they created this ruling. Now there is presidential immunity.
It was like
So
gentleman's
nobody
agreement,
brought
not
that case before that.
it was like a gentleman's agreement, not official, essentially, where presidents were immune from backlash for their action. Essentially,
How is that legal? Like
well,
if you,
it-
what you're
nothing
telling
ever
me
really came up.
is that it has to be. I see. So this
Yeah,
is
well,
going to
we didn't have presidents
eventually be a
like
thing.
breaking criminal laws like that.
Well, you had,
Okay.
rounding up Japanese citizens, U.S. citizens, and putting them into, let's say, happy camps.
Yeah,
you know,
what about that?
maybe
Yeah.
Well, there was a court
that feels
case on
like
that.
something that should have maybe had some backlash as an example in history, but just there wasn't. Like,
You said
Really?
there was a court case on that, Koina?
Yeah, on internment camps. SCOTUS ruled on it.
But was it after the fact?
Or are you asking like no one faced criminal charges for like
Correct.
issuing
That's what
the
he was
order?
saying, I think. That it
yeah, there was no
wasn't- yeah,
impeachment. There
exactly,
wasn't.
that whoever the
Well, it doesn't change the principle that if someone breaks the law, they should be tried.
fair.
They should be able to be tried at least. That's the thing. Prosecutors
Yeah.
have discretion; they don't have to do it, but they should be able to do it. And the immunity case kind of overrules that very heavily.
Yeah, judicial review of the acts.
Gotcha. Okay, so coming back to this then, do we disagree with the idea that the lower courts, just to summarize, that the lower courts, or to make sure I understand everybody's position here, we all kind of seem to agree that this should be only for certain the areas and or individuals that are being directly impacted, that the judge who makes the injunction is presiding over, I guess. I don't want to use that term, but I don't know what the appropriate term would be. Like their jurisdiction they would be able to, because that somebody said that they're allowed to do it by area, but then I also felt like y'all said that it had to be done. Hey, appreciate the follow there, Floor Master. I thought you also said that somebody has to, or that it has to be the people involved in the actual suit that brought it to the court. Is there a circumstance where an entire constituency of an area can bring a class? I guess that would be a class action suit. Are there class action
They're being
challenges?
talked about right
Think of
now,
it like
there's
like
not.
the Muslim ban that got injuncted because like.
Oh,
do you want
let's
people
not
to
call it
come
Muslim
over and
ban.
be stuck.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it was
Right,
challenged
that-
as.
The
Yeah.
commonly known as Muslim ban.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, would you be against
Uh,
that injunction? Like those are nameless people that are getting affected that shouldn't have been.
But it was a blanket injunction. And why was that one allowed? Who challenged that one, first of all, just out of curiosity?
Hawaii.
Because again, this is an understanding of the way that the Supreme Court works that I didn't realize. So they didn't cover this in civics. So, or if they did, I sure fucking missed that day or slept through it. Who challenged that particular the travel ban that you're talking about?
The case was Hawaii v. U.S., I think. So I would imagine
I
Hawaii
see.
took it over at some point, or they brought it.
Gotcha.
I will also say for
Okay.
this current one, a ton of states have filed their own suits against it. It's like Washington, Oregon, California. Basically, every blue state, like hard blue state, has filed their own case against.
Cheers,
the
aloha,
Convention.
gang. Okay, so just walk me through this like I was an idiot child.
Hey, IPA.
So
Yeah.
somebody brings it to
That's
a
Casey Lee.
lower court. The court can say, hang on, you're not going to be affected on this while we deal with this. Does the court then kick the can up to the next level of courts, or does that have to be still the person that originally brought the case?
Whoever lost has to appeal to the higher
It's
court.
Okay,
damages
so
in
the
standing.
judge is going to make a ruling. Sorry, what is that word? Say that again.
This is what, yeah, damages in standing. It's whoever has the damages has the standing to be I guess a named party in the case.
To appeal.
I don't think that's the right word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's right.
Okay,
But then, and with injunctions, we're talking about like the case isn't even finished yet, but somewhere in the case, the one of the parties says like we need something ordered now.
Relief
so this
now.
just stops
Oh,
now.
IPA.
Yeah,
Horseradish
so
is
that's what
a
these injunctions,
like a left
the case may
libertarian.
not
He
even be
says
finished, but,
left-ish.
yeah.
He's great to
okay,
talk
so
to.
then they would appeal to the higher court, and then they would appeal to the.
This isn't a debate.
The loser
This
of
is
the case,
just a discussion.
and so presumably. But then just to make sure I remember this correctly, it becomes an arbitrary decision of the Supreme Court as to whether they're going to hear a case or not, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is something that I was talking about before I hopped on this panel. I was talking to my chat. But we
Oh.
also reach a situation with no nationwide injunctions where if the government loses and the government, there's like an injunction in a jurisdiction and the government loses that case essentially, they don't have to appeal it. They don't have to send it up to SCOTUS. And then it can just stay not ruled on by SCOTUS, whilst half the country has injunctions and half.
We
the
are
country
sharing
doesn't.
chat IPA also.
And we're talking
With,
about a
Gorps
basic thing
and
like
horseradish.
citizenship here. So it becomes very non-implementable
They can see you.
very fast.
The injunction
This is
does,
why
you're
I'm
saying.
for the nationwide ban. Well, this is
Okay.
removing a nationwide injunction because you're in this situation where half the country has different rules than the other half of the country for if you're born are you a citizen. Creates quite a problem, I would think.
I'm fine with some sort of standard such as like if there's a quote unquote egregious violation or something, there are legal standards like that worded like that or whatever. So then it would go up to the Supreme Court and like, is this an egregious? Is this injunction on behalf of an egregious violation of the Constitution or whatever? In this case, I would say like obviously yes, but more minutiae, more arguments that are less clear. It'd be no or something. I would be fine with some sort of standard like that, rather than just saying no altogether.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would agree with.
I mean, it sounds right to me. Anybody say no? Boom, we passed it. All right, so it sounds like we got through this one pretty blood free as well.
It seems like just as a final thought on that.
The one that I'm personally going to have some. Yeah.
Okay, as a final thought on that one, maybe it's a process thing. Maybe it's just a resources of, hey, this is just the procedure we go through lower courts, like with district courts, and then it goes up in escalation. But a court that is a very small scope ruling on a nationwide issue on a federal law or a federal item for a nationwide issue seems like not the right place for it. But if there's not I don't have an alternative other than hey, we would need to have separate courts.
Agree, it just depends.
Yeah.
I would generally agree. It just depends on the issue. That's why I said like if the federal government tried to like slap down the hammer and issue an abortion ban for the entire country, I don't think that is something that a nationwide injunction should be used against. I think that can be handled within a district court's own jurisdiction and then like slowly moving it up. But something like citizenship, something core to the government's function, needs to be handled like uniformly across the country.
Yeah, and there's a term for it too. I just can't think of it, but yeah, it's something about jurisdictions. Mixed jurisdictions are crossed, not swords.
Don't cross the streams.
Don't cross streams. I beat you to it by a second. but you have a lag, so you probably didn't know that. I beat you to it. That's all right. Opting out of books on gender and sexuality. All right. So just to once again summarize this one, make sure that I'm on page with it. The idea here is that if a parent, much like sex ed, if a parent has religious or ethical or ideological differences with LGBTQ related content specifically, they have the ability to opt the child out of that particular lesson or that I'm not exactly sure what the thing, like what the actual, what it looks like, what the implementation seems, like, do they just not have to read that book? Do they not have to show up to class that day? Do they have to get, like, I don't exactly know what opt out looks like in this circumstance, because with the sex ed class, you just say my kid can't go to sex ed class and that's that. Is it like they have a different class that they go to during that part of the lesson? Is that the idea? Does anybody know?
In my experience, like in my schools, that's basically what it's been.
What?
Whether it was you
Okay.
went to the library and you had to go like read or whatever, or if enough people opted out, they basically created a secondary lesson. They had like a sub or a random vice principal teach in a different room.
I believe you've been able to opt out,
That's
like
how
opt
my
your kids
school
out
always
of
handled it. I don't know
sex
if it's
ed.
the same everywhere, but
I thought you were done. My bad. I
No,
believe
I
it's been a, I believe it's been a thing. I mean, and I could be off on this one, where you've been able to, maybe not everywhere, but you've been able to opt out of sex ed for your kids, like just for a long time. I think that's
I think
true.
that's since
I'm not.
sex ed, it was instead.
That's yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm not sure if that's everywhere, but this doesn't.
As far as I know, if somebody wants to
This
fact check,
shouldn't be any different.
I don't know if it's universal either. It shouldn't. But my obvious question here, and the most libertarian take here, I think, would be, what else am I allowed to opt my kid out of? Am I allowed to opt my kid out of Common Core math? Because frankly, I have some ideological concerns about that, and it goes against my personal beliefs. So
I
is
agree.
that cool? Can I put my kid in old school math? Like, or at that point, does it not come to, it's called homeschooling? Like, should you not have to opt out of the entire curriculum? Because my understanding, and again, I could be wrong here, but my understanding is that you are, the curriculum itself meets certain standards as framed by the school district. I don't know if it's necessarily national. I don't know where the actual curriculum is, but every teacher I've ever had since like grade school has said that they're given their curriculum. They don't choose which books you
school
get to
board
read
makes
through the
it.
course. The school board makes it. Okay. So then once again, if the school board has built a curriculum around a certain set of, like, for instance, Common Core, or, I don't know, no, critical thinking. Let's go with critical thinking. It seems like if you take away some aspects of that curriculum, there's a good chance the House of Cards is going to fall, and the rest of the actual curriculum doesn't make sense anymore, right? So it feels like if you're going to opt out of some portion of it, you should have to opt out of all of it, right?
Why?
I wouldn't think so, and I think that there has to
I
be
don't think that's
some limit on
libertarian
what you
take at
can
all.
opt out of. Like, I don't know. You could say like Quakers are anti-war, so should their kids need to be taught about World War II? Or homophobes
It's a
are
great
anti-gay,
example.
so should their kids need to be taught that gay people were killed in the Holocaust or that Stonewall happened? Right? I think when we get to like teaching about these historical events, I think we're getting a little bit too far. But for example, like this case is about a picture book, or a storybook where there was a gay character. If you want to opt your kid out of that, I don't care. Go for it.
I care.
I think you're dumb,
Okay.
but go for it.
Okay, real quick, and I heard your I care, and I'm going to come back to you, but I just want to throw this out there, and we can circle back to it. I feel like I was reading something that Donald Trump was saying that we're not supposed to have any sort of historical information at this Smithsonian as an example, that depicts the United States history in anything but a glowing manner. Is that not similar? Like, are we not literally what you just said? We don't want anything in our history that disparages America, so I'm going to opt my kid out of that particular lesson, please. Is that not ultimately what Trump is doing there, but he's doing it on a national scale?
I mean, he's not talking about schools. He's talking about a museum. but-
Yet, right?
I mean,
He's
kind of,
well,
yes.
he's the Smithsonian's kind of a fucking big deal. They're a little bigger than just some museum, right? Like, I think we can all agree that they're
I
sort of
said
the
a museum,
repository.
not some museum.
Okay, fair enough. But you still you see what I'm saying? Like, I
Yeah.
feel like it is core to the academic and historical records of the United States. And so if he is going to go through and try to, I don't know, cultivate or try to church it up a little so that it doesn't make us look bad, I feel like that's no different than taking, like, that is an example of somebody taking this to the next extreme, not just, oh, it's a gay kid on the cover or whatever. Because for the record, I actually do agree that there were some of the books that I saw that were being like, but I'm super against book banning, right? But there were a couple of the books where I'm like, well, I'm not banning it, but I don't fucking think that particular book should be in the hands of a 12-year-old. Sorry. Like, but on the same token, it's also not lost on me that if a 12-year-old is actually curious about these things, I would rather them get the correct answers than being told how the birds and the bees work from the fucking kids in their class. So I'm not really sure about which one's better, but I do understand a parent's rights in that circumstance. However, if a parent just doesn't like the nature of the historical framing, can they say no, thank you? Sorry, go ahead, Grumple. What?
Horseradish banning a book is 100% the it's not, I'm not going to say it's the opposite, but it's not even in the same league as just not having it in like an elementary school public school library. They're not the same thing at all.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I absolutely agree.
Or being part of the curriculum even.
I 100% agree.
That's not banning it.
Correct.
That's just, hey, we're not going to use this in the classroom. That's because this is not appropriate for kids.
On the thing you just said there of not having it in the library, that's banning it.
No, in a school library. It can be in the public library.
Okay, but you're
no.
banning
I said specifically in a school library. That's not banning the book at all. It's just not having that book in the school library. It can still be sold. It can still be bought and traded. It's not illegal. It can still be in the public library, just not in an elementary school library. That's an entirely different thing than banning it.
No, it's
Can we not agree on that?
Casey, is every book that a school library doesn't have a banned book? Because they're just taking it out of the library. In fact, your public library.
But taking it out of the library is banning it.
Is that then banning?
No, that's not.
Only if you
the
ban
motivation
not in there is banned.
Only if you ban it is it banned. It sounds like we're banning it. So let's just...
If you take things out,
I think that the motivation behind Gorps is what matters, right? Like, yeah, if there's a difference between the absence of something because, I don't need it anymore. I don't want the Encyclopedia Britannica from 1972. But if a book is specifically barred because of the content, there you go. It's not banned, it's barred. Is that particular verbiage a little better for everybody? Like, we're not gonna buy it because of these reasons is not the same as, we just didn't get it.
From this public from the public school from the public elementary school library being barred, yes, I mean that's a correct way to say it. Something that's inappropriate should be. Things that are of adult topics, like you wouldn't have corn, that's we're on platforms here, in an elementary school library, would you? Is that but it's not banned.
Banned.
You can go anywhere else.
For what it's worth,
that's fine. Yes, it is. It is banned. Corn is. It's definitely banned.
We can call it porn because if we can't use the word porn on here, we're fucked on the next. Because it's literally key to the next Supreme Court ruling. So
we just got protected. They have to have ID now.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, exactly. So,
I don't know. YouTube algorithms are
yeah, well, like I
wonky.
said, we're getting
I'm
to
not
that
doing
one
anything
next,
right
and
now.
it's funny because it directly relates. Fair enough. This directly relates to that LGBT or to that porn one, like the First Amendment aspects of this. But here's another question: okay, and somebody feel free to pile on me if what I'm about to ask is absolutely idiotic, because it might be. A person under the age of 18 who is not an adult, do they do not have the full coverage of the Bill of Rights yet?
They can't
Correct.
consent to anything. So correct.
Correct.
The First Amendment, Second Amendment, those don't necessarily apply to a minor anyway, right? So
Yeah.
first of all, your access to, and this is going to be the second question, the First Amendment doesn't give you access to other people's free speech. It simply means that you're allowed to have your free speech, right?
And by having
So
your free speech,
even if they are protected by the First Amendment.
by having your free speech, all that means is you will not be criminally prosecuted for it. That's what freedom of speech is. You're not going to go to jail for things that you say.
No.
That's all it means. It doesn't mean that that you can say anything anywhere, and it doesn't mean that not by the government.
There's other ways
it can't
to
be.
restrict speech.
Not by the government.
There's other
Right,
ways
it can't
the
be
government
protected- it
uses
can't be
to
restricted by the
restrict
government.
speech.
Such as?
Yeah, they could take away your voting rights. They could fine you.
They could shut down. Yeah,
It'd
they could
be a lot
shut down a
more than what they
website. There's lots of ways that the government can restrict. It covers all ways to restrict speech, not just persecution of speech, not just legal persecution of speech, but it covers all ways of restriction.
Oh wait, this is going to get into a Section 230.
Yeah, like the cake. Well, like the gay baker, or not the gay baker, the baker with the cake that was brought up earlier. That's about compelled speech. Like the baker is not compelled to make political speech or like speech against their religious views, whereas that person could just go in and order any other cake. In the same way, like they wouldn't be able to go in and order like a MAGA cake. You know, that person could get refused the same way.
And as long
They weren't
as
even
it's
refusing
ballot fair
service.
and it's universally the same and implemented. Yeah. Exactly. They weren't, well, they were refusing services because a service that they offer is customized cakes, right? So it is a service that they offer that was being refused.
Well,
However,
yes and
they
no.
still offered a customized cake.
they were still willing to do it, but they just weren't willing to customize it the way that. But again, like we just said, if they went into a far left bakery and said, "I want a MAGA cake with Donald Trump's face on it," it's a safe bet that they're either going to get told no or it's not going to look like Donald Trump.
They had other cakes and said, "Hey, yeah, anything you see here, we just don't want to do that custom piece.
We don't want to do exactly." Well, and my understanding is actually with that one, it's not even just that it's compelled speech, although that is, I understand, but also the fact that it's an artistic endeavor, right? So
Yes.
like decorating a cake is something that is, so yeah, that again, the compelled speech, that actually sort of solves it, right? And it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier with the employer, because this is the second time we brought up the baker and the candlestick maker. The idea there was that they didn't refuse to sell them a cake. They simply refused to write that on a cake, which, as Koina so succinctly put it, that is compelled speech, which is against law. So that actually does make sense in that circumstance. Even though, of course, I would rather them make the gay cake, I can understand their law or their protections to make it so that they don't have to say something or write something or promote something in their eyes that they disagree with on an ideological basis. So with that said, going back to the specifics,
I will put one last note on this too.
Yep.
Not on that, but on this case too. This is also about an injunction. This is the SCOTUS ruling that the injunction is like just. So just, you know, you can keep that in mind that these kids should suffer more irreparable harm than the previous kids that could have no citizenship.
Okay, untangle that knot, because I feel like that was a really important thing for you that you just said.
This case is also about an injunction, like if this injunction is proper or not. like to stop the books from being or whatever. Are you following so
Well,
far?
no. That's what I was about to ask. I am, but which one is the injunction on this case? Is it that the injunction is preventing the books from being removed, or the books aren't being removed? I'm sorry. We need that. That was a bad mischaracterization. That is not
Here,
the
I'll
case.
just
I
read
apologize.
the whole thing. Parents challenging the board's introduction of the LGBTQ plus inclusive storybooks, along with its decision to withhold opt-outs, are entitled to the preliminary injunction. So I'm assuming they're injuncting the school to be able to have these books in the library or whatnot during this.
Well, this is
whole
they're
process.
able
Opt
to
out
take their kids
specifically
out of
only.
it.
That's
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're opting out
correct,
of a
yeah.
class. So
Yeah, like they need to do that because they could suffer irreparable harm or whatnot. The same kind of standards that was held in the last time with the citizenship. Apparently, those kids don't pass that bar, not having
I
citizenship.
will say it's
The-
a bit different when we're talking about a very local injunction versus a nationwide injunction. Like they were addressing two different aspects here.
yeah, it's also two very different types of harm.
Yes,
I
this is true.
see.
But
Hey, Horseradish, can you like
Okay.
zoom the browser just a bit, like to make the text bigger?
Can I zoom? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if you like control and
Take a
mouse
look at
scrolly
that.
wheel,
That
it's
usually
the
makes it
shortcut
bigger.
for it.
Well, I got to do this. Right, it's just on my Discord. So, or you're saying? Oh, I see what you're. Oh,
Yeah,
you
just
say
in the
control and
browser.
mouse scroll. Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
wicked
Oh, yeah, yeah. There
cool.
you go.
Bro,
There you go. Hey, yeah,
look
there.
at you. Fucking learning cool shit every day, I swear. All right. So,
Perfect. That's
let me go back to what I was doing there.
looks a lot better on the
Because y'all
screen
can
now.
actually fucking see it now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
100%.
imagine anybody who's watching any of us on like a phone would actually be able to read it now too.
Yeah, they can actually see the shit. So, I apologize, audience. Even though I've been doing this for way longer than I want to admit to, I still suck at it. So, all right. So,
they're getting better
again,
every time.
to make sure that I understand what you're saying, you were saying that the injunction that they held, that they used the same, that they were consistent in their logic. Is that correct, Koina?
No.
Or you're saying they were inconsistent?
Yeah, like how do these kids being like having the potential harm of seeing this book or whatever the display was, how is
Have
that
more
harm? Like how does
concern.
that pass the
I
bar
see.
than
That
having
that is
kids
more
potentially
concern than
born
kids being
without
deported.
citizenship in the U.S.?
Got you. I see. So yeah, no, you're right. That is pretty fucking inconsistent.
Well, it's not
Okay.
even being
Now-
deported. That's like creating stateless citizens. Like they don't. They
Oh,
have
fair
no
enough.
nationality.
Because yeah, they're not like, let's say they're from I don't know, let's say they're from Congo, and they're born here.
no.
Their parents are from Congo.
Well,
They
if the
no
Congo
longer are going to be
have
Congolese,
any kind of
and they're not going to be American.
depends on Congo laws. But if
If
say the place doesn't have any laws that would allow a foreign-born person, no matter the parent's citizenship, to have citizenship there, they'd have no state.
I believe it's every other country that does that. If you have if you're from that country and you have a child, then that child is of your country also.
False.
The U.S. is, as far as I understand, the U.S. is the only country that has birthright citizenship at all.
Does, just out of curiosity, does the U.S. recognize U.S. citizens' children who are born in other countries?
Yes.
So, in other words, like, let's say my wife and I were in England, and that's when she squirted out our kid. Would
Yes.
my kid then would they still be American? Okay,
Yes.
so it does carry.
That's how.
over, and
That's
it's-
kind of how it works across the board too, as far as I understand. I believe that's every country how that works. If you're just somewhere else,
Yeah, just not historically here.
Okay.
then the U.S. is just
And so
breaking
you're
the
saying
mold
that
and
we're
saying,
the
hey,
only
if you.
country.
And the intent of it too
Okay.
was to make sure that freed slaves were considered citizens, and that was the intent. But now it's being used
For the
for
14th Amendment.
yeah, that's what the 14th Amendment does. Is
We
it was
had- we had
intended to
birthright
give.
citizenship before that. That was just when it was codified.
If it wasn't codified, then how'd that happen?
There was still a Supreme Court decision like the 800s with birthright citizenship.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that.
Say that again, Quentin. You're saying it was in the
There's been
1800s, the
Supreme Court.
birthright citizenship?
Yeah. Yeah, they ruled that was a couple from a foreign country. I forget what it was. I think it was Spain had a baby here, and they ruled that that baby was a citizen.
Got you. Okay. And when did the I hate to use the term, but I don't know what the appropriate.
Be dual
Okay,
citizen
there
even.
was I won't even use. So there was some sort of ruling at some point regarding the parents of the child who is born here, right? Because
What was the Chinese say?
that's the only.
No,
Okay,
the
tell me
Chinese was
more. Tell me
after.
more. Okay, so when did it become a thing? Like, what was the situation where if the child was born here, that the parents also get citizenship? The logic being that you can't have a U.S. citizen child and the parents potentially get deported. When did that ruling or that, like, when did that happen?
That's not a thing. That's not a thing.
That's not
I
a
think
thing at
what you're
all. So it is possible.
no.
Go ahead.
I think what you're
Well, you can't
kind
just
of
say no.
trying
No
to
what?
think of is US v. Won Kim Ark, which happened in 1898.
Okay, tell me
Lynch
more.
v.
where
Clark.
What?
It's Lynch v. Clark.
Lynch v. Clark. Okay. What was Lynch v. Clark?
Which one are you talking
One
about?
second. It's an 1844
Yeah, I was gonna
case.
say.
Lynch v. Clark dealt with the issue of birthright citizenship, specifically whether a child born in the U.S. to a temporary alien visitor is a U.S. citizen. The court ruled that blah blah blah. Lynch was born in New York to Irish parents who were in the U.S. temporarily, was indeed a U.S. citizen under common law.
But the parents do not get any sort of special accommodations in this circumstance. So the idea would be that the child is going to get deported with the parents, but when they turn 18 or able to come over here on their own, they will be technically a U.S. citizen. Is that the way that's supposed to work?
Yeah, I don't think we get to kidnap them because they're a citizen.
No.
Yeah, I
But
believe
the parents don't get to
yeah, the
stay
parents
here
could
just
be deported.
because.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it's
So I
worked.
felt like okay, was there a time when this was argued? Because I feel like it was in the 90s that this was a conversation, but it's been a while, so I don't remember the full context of it. But
Are
I
you thinking
could
of
have sworn
Alien?
that there was a time where
You might be
Yep.
thinking of Elian Gonzalez, the Cuban kid in the
yeah,
90s. I think that's
right.
who.
That's right.
I think that's who you're thinking of.
That's exactly
just
what I'm
watched-
thinking
Yeah, they
about.
sent
He
him
And
just
back.
watched. I don't think he was born here. Was he? Didn't he just float away?
Wasn't
somebody
it
wanna
like
check, but
he
I feel
came
he was. I
over?
feel like
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he
100%,
wasn't
but
born-
His parents died or something.
Yeah, he wasn't born in the United States, but like
His
he
parents
came over
died.
and it was about whether or not
Yeah.
to send him back to Cuba. I'm not remembering all the details either.
Weird national story randomly blown up by the media.
Yeah.
Considering the number of immigrants, so come and go.
yeah.
Foreign nationals.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's okay. So we circle back away from the gender and sexuality. I'm not sure how that happened, but going back to this, just do we all kind of agree the parents should be able to opt their kids out? And furthermore, do we feel like there needs to be some sort of written guidelines for what you can opt out of, or are we not afraid that people are going to misuse this?
I think there could be some vague guidelines,
I don't think-
but I think if you get too specific, then someone's gonna get mad, and there's gonna be some weird curriculum that finds a way to just circumvent it purposefully. I don't know the exact solution here, but you should be able to opt your kid out, and also there should be some
Just like
level
sex
of-
ed. What were you about to say, Casey?
Yeah.
I don't think you should be able to opt out of sex ed or gay sex ed or any of it. I think that sex ed is important, and to the extent that you're not having this sort of education is some sort of abuse-ish thing, slightly. That
Okay.
every kid
That's
is
wild.
deserving of a decent sex ed education. You can't.
Wait, Case, about
that's
this
part of the
case-
reason why you have to send your kids to school, huh?
Casey, about
Fair
this
enough.
case, what do you think about this case? Should you be able to opt out?
Well,
This case is
no,
like
I
a
don't
storybook
agree.
with gay
Yeah,
characters.
Yeah, I say no to this, but I also say no to the status quo of being able to opt out of normal sex ed. So I say no to both. I'm not okay with either.
Why do you say no to this?
Why should that be in public school at all? Like, why should sex ed be in public school instead of parents teaching kids?
Well, it's statistically,
Almost like, where do you draw the
statistically
line on
shown
what it is?
Yeah.
reduce abuse of children. That's often that type of abuse is in the home, and learning about good touch, bad touch, just even historically, demonstrably has reduced the such a sexual abuse of children. Quite frankly.
Because if a kid is
So-
being abused at home and they don't understand that it is abuse, the only time that they're ever going to find out that it's abuse, oftentimes, is going to be at that school. And furthermore, I've actually met people who had this exact situation, and they literally thought that you could get pregnant from a toilet seat. So again, there's some things that I feel like it's pretty useful for us to agree like, for the exact same logic, Grumple, as why we even have public schools, because there has to be some sort of a baseline common knowledge so that we can all function as a society, right? And if it's something as important as, say, sex, and it is important for safe reasons, if no other reason, right? Because again, the alternative is kids are going to figure it out for themselves. Do you think that that's a safer option? Do you think that that's better for society, for kids to just like play slap and tickle to figure out how it works? Or does it make sense that we at least have some sort of framework, some sort of, again, I agree that we shouldn't just have fucking porn playing, but I'm saying that we should have some sort of a conversation about the very most rudimentary understanding, like Casey said, good touch, bad touch, right? Like, to at least make sure that they understand the consequences and ramifications of what all of this is.
Okay, so I'm gonna take the
bad touch doesn't need to be done in sex ed.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the
Where do you think it should
take
go?
here of. Okay, you go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Grumple. Go ahead, take the take.
I'm gonna take the position of schools shouldn't have any, like, local schools, especially elementary schools. There shouldn't be anything federal involved in that at all. That should be a local thing. So whatever the local community thinks is important, that's what should be there. And I imagine a lot of it would cross over, but that way this entire argument, it becomes a non-issue because it's just local. It's a locality policing their own and dealing with their own, how they want their kids to be raised and what they want their kids to learn. And you, like, farm in a very rural school, you're going to learn, like, maybe a lot more farming and ranching type stuff. Like 4-H becomes part of the curriculum, or, Future Farmers of America type is part of the actual curriculum instead of an extracurricular.
Sure.
In a more urban setting, maybe it's a little
Because more
different.
relevant in certain areas. Yep.
Yeah,
Sure.
and that it should be
Nope,
managed
I can absolutely
locally.
understand that.
Yeah, that's the take I'm going to take. So
Now,
You could
I
have
don't know any of
both.
this.
You could have like locally
shit, Flippin'
driven
Dip.
curriculums, but
Hmm?
also have federal oversight and say that, like, hey, you guys aren't teaching your kids something important. Like,
Yeah, and I disagree with that.
you could have both.
I disagree with federal oversight on it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna give you one quick example right now, and this do you, let me ask you a question first, Grumple. Do you believe history rhymes, like Mark Twain says? Do you believe that history, it doesn't necessarily repeat itself, but that those who do not know their history are doomed to repeat it? Yeah. Do you agree with that?
Pretty much, yeah. That's there's
Pretty
a
much-
reason
pretty much
that
is good
that theme
enough. I
comes up
understand
and
you know
is
that I'm laying you a
yeah.
trap.
Yeah.
Yep. So here's the thing.
I'm
This
gonna
is
walk
an
right into it
anecdotal
too.
Experience, but it's very fucking relevant. That's okay. It's okay, and I love it. That's what you do with the trap. So, I actually had a coworker that was still going through their homeschooling high school, and I'm sitting outside on break, and I see the book next to me. I happen to be a history buff, right? So I look over and I see it. The title on the book says "American History from a Christian Perspective," and I said, "Ooh, this is going to be good." So I crack it open, and I just happen to open it to a random fucking page. And lo and behold, I open that shit to the Salem witch trials part of American history. And I'm just skimming along. And I'll be damned if this book didn't try to cast Cotton Mather as a righteous warrior of God who was misunderstood. Now, if you don't understand the historical consequences and ramifications, and the importance of knowing the true story behind the Salem witch trials. Not only its likely causes, but also the people who were exploiting it, using it for their own gains, etc., etc. If you don't know the full fucking picture of that story, you're doomed to repeat it. And so this is an example of where allowing certain groups, because there's a good chance that there's a non-0% group out there in rural America who would choose the book I just talked about for their history curriculum if we do what you're proposing. And so now we're going to have people, we're going to have a large swath of people who are going to go out there with a completely warped sense of actual historical fact, right? Or for that matter, I circle back to what I said about the Donald Trump thing, right? If Donald Trump wants to frame it as though the Trail of Tears was just a misunderstood fucking moment in history that really didn't have many consequences around, like, if a group in an area wants to frame, do you not see the inherent danger of those people being also given a voter's card?
So you're making the we need to manage them for their own good argument right now, right? From the government,
For
from
our
the federal
benefit.
government.
I was about to say no.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See, I Uno reversed your trap.
You did. No, you suck for that. Well played. But thank you, Casey, for the save. So say it again for me, please, Casey.
Go ahead.
Well, the less ignorant people running around, I would say that's the best for all of us.
Well, hey, don't y'all
It's
think
for all of our good?
Don't y'all think that, hey, high schools, and maybe some are doing this, but don't y'all think if we're going to have, let's call it managed democracy, like Helldivers, if we're going to have managed classes, why is not how to get a mortgage? Why is not how to use a credit card like responsibly without getting into massive debt? Why aren't those classes?
I must have been the rarest school ever because I had that.
We had it as.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I've heard that there are some that do have like things that are actually important life skills that just aren't classes, or at least, I mean, I went to high school. I was in the 90s, man, and it was not a lot of things that were actually applicable to real life, minus the actual reading, writing, arithmetic.
The answer to your question, Grumple, is because it's the parents' responsibility to teach them how to balance a checkbook. It's the parents' responsibility to teach them how to make their taxes out, right?
Well, I'd think
like
if the federal government is mandating classes how to do taxes, because that's federal at least, maybe local too, maybe state, maybe not every state has state income tax that you have to file. Texas, Florida, Tennessee, and there's one other I always forget. Don't, but you have to at least file death and taxes, right? Federal government. If curriculum is coming from the federal government, why is how to do taxes not a class in just high school?
I agree, actually. And
if we were trying to,
I think our Casey was.
Yeah.
I meant to join just to answer, but I know the answer to that question.
To which question?
Because
good
why
evening.
they don't teach us how to do taxes, and it's because lobbyists from tax corporations like Easy Tax or whatever the hell it's called, TurboTax,
TurboTax,
make it so that the rules are too complicated or TurboTax, whatever the fuck. Anyway, there's lobbyists that continue to make it so that the general populace is uneducated and it's difficult to file your own taxes.
I don't think.
Just corporate.
Wait, I don't think that's.
Anyway,
I don't think that's TurboTax lobby at all.
On that.
I was about to say, boy band, if you have any sort of welcome in, by the way, if you have any sort of
lobbyists,
links to back that up,
I don't know
'cause I
about
don't
this
doubt
case.
it,
Yeah.
but I'm curious. Yeah, I was about to say I've never heard of that before. It makes sense.
I
Like
will.
I'd buy it.
It's
but
an
I'd like to
article
see
I
a
read
receipt if you
like
have it.
3 years ago, so I'll see if I can find it. Give me
Yeah,
one
if you
moment.
can. Yeah, if you can see if you can Google it up, that'd be.
It
dope.
sounds like something that's plausible, but I just don't think that's like TurboTax
Yeah,
lobby.
exactly.
It's politicians that want your tax money for the federal government.
And
I will
they'd
say,
rather
if
they'd
that
rather
is
you fuck up.
true, it's also kind of being addressed. The IRS is launching their own, basically, TurboTax.
Oh,
run by the
really?
government. I think they're getting
Okay.
defunded, so it might go on pause for a while. But I think it was last year, it was like a beta version. This year, it was open
Beta?
to a bunch of filers.
And who is it that Sigma? Who is it that defunded it?
Trump.
I'm just curious.
The
Trump?
IRS,
Oh, Trump.
The IRS lost funding.
Interesting.
So
They did.
I don't know if that's a program
So-
that got affected.
So
by that or not,
we
but-
almost had simplified taxation, but we missed it. So for
Well,
what it's worth,
no,
I actually-
not
I've
simplified.
got the actual. I've got the. So here's the thing: is
It's not changing the tax
Yeah,
code.
drop it
It's
in
just
chat.
from
if you got the
NPC.
link.
Does anybody? This
NPR,
from
you mean?
NPC, does anybody have? No, I mean NPC.
Is-
Is the first thing I found out. Agreed.
wait. Is it just me or like there's a lot of? Is there a lot of cutting out on Discord, or is that just my end on this call?
Yeah, it's
me
about
too,
right.
Yeah, I think
That
I'm
shit's
guessing he's
fine.
probably on his phone. Yeah.
No, not him.
no,
Like
no.
everybody.
If you want me to stop talking, I will.
Horse Riders, it's been a lot.
Yeah,
But I've noticed it's not just you.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So I'm starting to think it might be on my end, which is weird
Well,
for
shit.
my end. Am I coming in choppy at all whenever I'm
I've been
talking?
having a bunch of you guys buffer too.
No, you're
Okay,
coming in,
then it's-
you're coming in great to
Occasionally,
me.
but Horse Radish every once in a while, for sure.
Interesting. Okay, TurboTax
Anyway,
20-year fight.
So to keep it short, TurboTax, H&R Block are lobbying to make it so that we have to do our own taxes. Basically, they were lobbying against what was just said by Casey. So I got something a little bit confused, but basically they're
Thank you, Koina.
you know, anyway, yeah. No, that,
Yeah,
I'm Nick.
Koina dropped a ProPublica. No, Koina dropped a ProPublica article in the chat.
Oh, did he?
So
Okay.
everybody can.
Boy.
Yeah. Okay. So again, first of all, I apologize. Chat, audience, everybody out there listening, how well can you guys hear? Is it coming through on this end? Is it like it's possible that because the state of Washington has the shittiest fucking internet, I think. So it's very possible that it could just be my internet. And I mean, I do have like 20,000 things open at the same time. So I don't know.
Okay, don't diss Washington
Anyway.
like that. Every place that I've lived in Washington has great internet. It's a you problem.
It is probably a me problem. I mean, I'm getting the best one I can, but it is what it is.
And they got
All
that
right,
great football team,
so,
the Washington Commies, right?
The what now?
The Washington
Who's-
Commies. They
what
changed the name.
foosball is
It-
that?
It used to be Redskins, and then they changed the name. It's the Washington.
yeah.
Oh, the
It's
Commanders.
the Washington.
Gotcha.
The Washington Commies now. Yeah, they couldn't have picked a better name.
Took
I
me
mean,
a
that's
second to
like.
realize the wrong coast.
Oh, you
What'd you say,
got that
Quinn?
one.
Took me a second to realize it was the other coast.
Yeah, it's the other
Yeah.
Washington.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Oh no. Yeah. Well. Okay. So. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Okay, I'm all caught up. Sorry. Now, I think we've kind of poked that one to death. I want to go ahead and move on while the internet's
no.
still holding out. Say what? Don't worry, it's
Casey,
really
you're
tiny
done.
on my stream, so nobody saw you. For what it's worth, it's really rare that I go through an entire stream without doxing myself these days. So, all right. So, speaking of doxing, age verification for online porn. Okay,
Doxed.
so I feel like it seems sensible that you would have to have some sort of well, exactly. Just get a VPN. That's right, boy band. It seems sensible that you would you got to be 18 or up to walk into the little room behind the curtain at your porn shop, right? Or I'm showing how old I am. Once upon a time, back when you used to go to a Blockbuster or a local movie shop, there was always a little room in the back that had a curtain, right? And when you're under 18, you wonder what's hiding, what's back there. So again, it makes sense that you would have something similar on the internet. But
was there
by the
anybody
same
checking
token-
when you went into the room? I know I'm jumping ahead. I'm sorry, but was there anybody checking your
No.
ID when you went back into the room with the curtain?
Doubtful.
I was a good boy, and I didn't actually try to sneak in, but I absolutely wanted to try and sneak in to see if they would catch me. Unfortunately, I've been the size of a small buffalo since I was young, so I'm noticeable. So that said, I don't know that they had somebody necessarily guarding the door, but I assumed that if you went in there, they probably had cameras because of what the nature of the little room was. I imagine that people probably got up to less than desirable behavior from time to time. So I assumed that they would readily recognize, oh, look, that's a minor in there. Right? No, I agree. So again, I assumed that they had cameras in there, and so that while they wouldn't necessarily guard you at the door, as soon as they realize that you are underage, they're gonna, 86 you. So, oh, am I allowed to say that on stream? Shit. Anyway,
No, that's pretty okay.
I'm not making terroristic threats to anybody.
Wait, why? This is wild, dude. Why would you think that
Josh is a terrorist.
that A was bad, but
Easy,
then
Springsteen.
you're making an errorist state? No, that was fine. You're good.
Oh no, you don't recognize the reference? Sorry. When somebody said that we should 86 Donald Trump, it was taken as a terroristic threat, and the person was like investigated by the FBI.
Oh
That happened just like a month ago.
no,
Yeah.
I didn't hear that
86ing
one.
is a violent threat now. So yeah, no, I don't remember who it was,
Well,
but
I've been
It's-
violently threatened out of a few bars. Then
I agree. I can't believe
86
you guys
is
didn't
a-
follow that story.
It's a reference. It's Article 86. It's just UA. Wait, hang on. Am I remembering
It's
wrong?
UA. What do you mean?
Unauthorized absence.
No,
is
86ing
like being AWOL, essentially.
I always thought it was a
Under the
restaurant
UCMJ.
reference, and it's to
And
take
no,
somebody
yeah,
off the menu
absence
or take
absence
somebody
without leave. It's just Article 86. Absence without leave. It's like you're just gone.
Is that the
that's what-
original etymology of that phrase?
Yes, it is.
I thought
Okay.
it was 8 foot
Well,
hole, 6 feet deep.
Maybe one references the
Is
other.
that really true, Koina?
Yeah, I thought that was like the very original, like old timey, like reference to 8
That-
feet hole.
That
6
might
feet
be
deep.
why the UCMJ
Getting
article is 86. Like that might be what it's based
True,
on.
they like doing that.
Yeah.
I did not realize that it actually was. Yeah, see, I always thought that it originated from the restaurants.
What?
Yeah, but
What
I
restaurant?
didn't know that there was actually a history. That's a restaurant term.
86
Yeah,
dish.
86ing something means taking it off a menu, or if you no longer have that item or
Oh yeah,
product or
that's
whatever. So I
that's based on all like
Whatever.
either one or both of the things that Kona and I are saying.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I didn't realize that it went back to the military and that it went even further back than that to the mob. So at least that's what Jeffrey. Sorry, buddy. The O throws me every time. That's what Jeffrey was saying, was that it was a mob reference. So I'd never heard that before. Anyway, okay, it was a bad joke that completely fucking missed because y'all didn't have the context. I'm sorry, I suck. Now back to it. I assumed you would get kicked
wait.
out of the little room immediately if you were underage, visibly underage, on the little camera, right? So
It would require somebody to pay
anyway,
attention. I'm
point
sorry, I
is-
keep interrupting you. My bad. Horseradish, please continue.
No, I don't mind. Bud, you can interrupt me anytime. I don't mind.
Oh, Zach,
I
you
can
sexy mother
monologue
lover.
anytime on my own. I invited you guys here because I'm interested in hearing your perspective.
Thank you for the
So,
raid, sir.
Anyway,
On a
I
grumpy
assumed
adventure, you
that
say?
they would have gotten rid of you. So there's always been some sort of an age barrier. All I'm getting at is that I usually don't, Jeff, but it's moving over there, and my ADD is really bad tonight. So anytime something moves, I can't help but fucking look at it. So. And I give up. I'm going to stop fucking framing my question. I'm just going to say, how do we feel about this?
Unbased.
Should you have to put your driver's license information onto Pornhub in order to be able to watch the titties bounce?
No. I will also say the actual ways of verification. One is a government issued ID. There's another way that this law allows verification, which is a commercially reasonable method that relies on public or private transactional data to verify the
geez.
age of an individual, which sounds fucking insane. Also might be a credit report. But
Just a credit card.
or a credit card. Well, you can get a credit card when you're underage. But
There's third-party sites too, like
yeah,
ID.me, that you verify with them, and then they let whatever agency. But at the same time, so porn. The funny thing about porn sites, right? Porn sites and religious blogs. You know what those have in common? in the 90s.
More than you probably want to talk about. What?
Oh, okay, well, the thing is that they're the polar opposites of the most, or at least used to be, about being both the most secure and weakest security sites on the internet. In the 90s and early mid 2000s at least, it was porn sites were the most secure, and religious blogs were the least secure. It's like some random WordPress site. So if you're gonna go and catch something on your browser, get the drips with your browser, it's probably going to be on a religious blog site because they don't have any money for security. That's just people doing stuff, and that historically that was like the least. I mean, I don't want to say the least internet or tech savvy people. That's kind of how it went. Versus porn sites that are putting a lot of money into this, and they don't want to lose their reputation because then they're gone. Still having individual porn sites, say, having so much more user data, man, your data is everywhere. There's so many breaches happening every day. It's requiring more data to be stored by entities that like maybe aren't caring for it the best, which is all of them. It's asking for more breaches. Like your data is probably already in the wild anyway. You just don't know it.
Yeah, you're asking for more breaches. Also, these companies themselves don't want to do this. The customers don't want to do this. Nobody wants this except random people with a political gotcha. And it's you're putting more people in danger, and especially if the company doesn't want to do it, your data's probably going to be less safe than if they were, like pushing for this to be a thing. You're just asking for people to get their identity stolen.
And then somebody mentioned in I forget whose chat, just a VPN to some place that's not in the United States, unless you're forcing the sites to do it for everybody across the board.
Yeah, that was actually Boy Band who mentioned the VPN thing. So, okay. Okay. So, I'm sorry. I'm concerned about the data breach that would take place in this third-party verification website, right? It seems to me like, and based on what you're saying there, Grumple, the actual security breaches are more likely to happen, or less likely to happen on a porn site. But I also feel like porn sites
they're a target,
probably not, and this might be just a really horrible stereotype. Yeah, well, this might be a terrible stereotype on my part, but again, based on my previous experience with the sex industry, the people who work in that industry are generally not the type of people I would want to trust with anything of mine, let alone my driver's license. Right. And while I understand that my information is probably out there, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do everything in our power to keep that from happening. Again, even if we're not showing it to the porn site itself, even if we're giving it to that, what was you call it, ID Hub or whatever, if we're just giving it to that
ID.me
hub,
is like the biggest one. It's used by the government already, by the federal government.
Okay, so that's definitely the one that the hackers are going to target, is what you're telling me.
Well, I mean,
so I mean, basically, we may as well just attach it to 23andMe, right? Like, I'll just sign into my porn with my DNA. Is that cool? Is that all right? Is that what we should do? So I can show y'all exactly who and what I am.
I mean, I'm on the anti side of this. I don't think you're asking me.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. No, I was looking at you actually, but I see. Okay, if you're on the anti side, is there anybody who thinks this is swell? Let's ask that. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we can move right the fuck on, can't we? I assumed that somebody was going to be.
I want to say
was
that
going to be.
How could you not have gotten someone for this?
If you want to block,
I brought two conservatives, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm more libertarian these days.
The porn site. It has to be on. It has to be on device. It has to be something that your parents put on your phone or parents put on your computer. It has to be on device, basically. Or I think that is the best.
You mean
solution.
the limiting factor should be?
Yeah, and By the way, you're never gonna stop.
Ooh.
Like,
Hey,
I
K2.
figure out once you're old enough to get around those blocks, like then you're old enough to watch porn, and that's how I see it. So.
And I'm not pro porn on this one at all.
you're
I'm
not-
Well,
anti
and
I'm
you know-
anti data breaches. I'm anti data like not frivolous, but anti just data breaches, and in this case too, because of the nature of the sites, it can be used as pressure. Do you remember when the Ashley Madison leak happened?
Yeah, you can blackmail.
Yeah, there's Ashley
That
Madison
was
is
the really high people or the really rich
Yeah.
people prostitutes, right?
well, no.
Yeah, okay.
So
Yeah, I
Ashley
do
Madison
remember
is a
that.
dating site for married people that are dating people who aren't their spouses, and
That's
this
right,
was
it's a
just
cheating website. That's right. Okay.
it's cheating website for married people, and the breach was such that
Gotcha.
there were just email addresses of government people using their government emails that, and I think I remember there was at least 2 cases of blackmail happening due to that, and somebody finding like on the the dumps, like, hey, here's the data dump, here's all the email addresses. I mean, once that becomes public, all it takes is somebody like, oh, hey, this is a person who is has something to lose. I can now blackmail that person to keep quiet
Okay, I will say,
about it.
if they're using a
It's-
government email for their cheating website, they deserve to be.
Yeah, the 100% they do. Using
True
using a
story.
work email for that is that's friggin' wild to me. You want to? I mean,
All those people
I'd
deserve
imagine
it.
you'd
That was
want
a- It was a righteous act.
Yeah, I imagine you
100%.
like to do that kind of
So
site.
funny-
You would want to
funny-
make a very disposable email, but you use a work one. I mean, come on, dude.
You
come
would
on.
think.
Come on.
Yeah. Well.
So
you know,
regardless
like
I agree,
Carlin
they
says-
probably did deserve it. But yeah, I'm sorry, Radish. I'm interrupting you again.
No, you're good. No, so real quick, funny story. I was just reading in an article this morning. I posted in the Discord channel that apparently, and this is also a shout out to you there, Casey. You can, and I know you work in tech field as well, Grumple, but AI evidently there. I don't remember which company it was or which it was one of the big ones, but in 9 out of 10 tests, they found that the AI models or the learning models or whatever you call whatever the proper fucking terminology for them is.
Large
I don't
language
want to
model.
insult them in case they take over. Yeah, that thing. So apparently it was in multiple tests, it was willing to and actually did follow through with blackmailing employees in order to prevent itself from getting wiped. It was given access to information, including the emails of the company, and it found that the person who said, or when it recognized a person had communicated the intention to wipe its memory, it then, in an attempt to prevent that from happening, found that that individual was cheating on their spouse and contacted the person who was cheating and literally blackmailed them, said, if you do this, if you try to wipe me, I will leak this information. Again, it's in the Discord channel. It was from a science channel. I don't remember which website it was, but I thought that was pretty funny because it also brings around the fact that those data breaches sooner or later are not even going to be done by a person. Like those data breaches
AI
are just going to
honeypots.
fucking happen. Yeah, literally just the AI is going to pop that cherry and let everybody know what your particular kink is. So, I mean, now, funny
Maybe
thing,
maybe that's
the
how
people
we become more open as a society.
open,
about,
yeah, no,
like
maybe.
sex and shit.
It becomes a
If we
dating
just
site.
Expose everybody's kinks.
All right, so I actually, Casey, you kind of hit on a head there, an argument about this that you did a drive by on it, but I want to drill down on it. That it seems to me like the people who would most likely be pro this are also the ones who believe that the parents should be the one teaching sex ed. So would it not make sense that the onus would be on the parents to prevent the child from having access to the porn? Kind of like what you were saying, that has to happen on the actual device. It is the parents' it is the parent's responsibility to restrict the kid's access. It for the same reason that it is the parent's responsibility for teaching the kid sex ed, right? Like the people who believe one should logically carry that
No, I
into the
don't.
second, right?
But I don't believe the first one. But
Right. You don't think either
I-
should happen, but I'm just saying,
no,
like
the
you
second
said,
one should
it should
happen.
be.
And the second, because the parent is giving them the device, basically. I don't see how they're necessarily related, except for the fact that it hurts everyone when you add this type of restriction or whatever. I think it's just like sort of obvious that the parents who are giving the kid the device should put something on the device to stop them from accessing things they don't want to access. That it just is the most obvious answer to the problem. In my opinion.
Sure.
It's also so easy. It's such an easy solution, and it's doesn't violate any possible rights or liberties of people that are trying to use the service legitimately as adults.
Well,
Just
so the rights and
parental
liberties.
control. Parent
What
your
right
kids.
and liberty? Well, right. Well, hold on. So let me steelman the opposition here. What right or liberty is being infringed by you having to verify your age before you get to rub one out?
This is where I
Privacy.
disagree with SCOTUS, and I disagree with a certain number of
It's not-
previous court decisions. I think that this is an abridgment to your ability to access things, which I think should be protected by the First Amendment. By the First Amendment.
You have to show your ID to buy a gun,
and
right?
freedom of speech.
Yes.
You have to show your ID to buy a gun,
Yeah.
right?
But
So
your
why
gun
would you
can
not
kill
have to show
somebody
your
else.
ID
I
to
think
use
that's
your first?
completely different than
Well,
talking about porn.
Okay.
Also, wait.
So hold on.
Also, that's showing your
Go ahead.
ID at a door. Wait, that's showing your ID at a door. That is different than giving a random website a full copy of your ID.
If you were to try to order a gun online, I'm sure you would have to show the same level of ID, right? I don't know. I've never tried
No.
it, but
Be able to.
No,
maybe you
no,
can't even do it. But I'm assuming
No.
you can.
No, you do not.
Please, yeah, go ahead.
No, this is how. So purchasing a firearm online,
You have to
I
show
do it
your
all the
ID
time.
to buy a gun online.
No, you don't. But the thing is, that happens when it ships. It doesn't ship to you. It ships to an FFL, and that's where you fill out a 4473 transfer form and do have
then
to show ID 100%.
you do
Even if you have a
there.
CHL, concealed handgun license, or whatever your state's
I
thing
see.
is, that means you've already had probably fingerprints, and you're on a book somewhere if you have a license to carry. So they don't run the NICS check, but you still have to fill out a 4473 transfer form for that FFL and show ID.
So to make it analogous, I would have to like download my porn to the local spank station, go up there, show them my ID, and then I'd be able to go in and take care of business.
That would be the or
Yes.
direct analogy of that, yeah.
That would be the actual okay.
The-
All
or
right, well,
I guess analogy would be the correct way to say it in this case.
Ah, woo, like it.
Woohoo.
Okay, so so my understanding though is that you're not actually being restricted from the
was so
access
stupid, I'm
to
sorry.
the porn. You just have no. It's okay. It was a dad joke, man, but it was a dad anal joke, which makes it really weird. But I'm here for it. So anyway,
You're here for the dad anal?
So you derailed me with the dad anal, bro. All right, so be careful. We're gonna get banned from the local school library. So again,
Well, that's probably for the best.
if you are showing, if you have to, true story. If you have to show your ID, you're still able to have access to, right, the information that you're seeking. So although there is a barrier to it, you also like I'm drawing a blank right now, other than the gun comparison. But I'm sure that there are other liberties and what was the word you used? Rights and liberties? Was that
Freedoms,
the phrase
but I'm
you
talking
used? Corpse?
specifically in
Freedoms and
relation-
liberties.
But I'm talking specifically in
I
relation
have
to the First Amendment.
a better analog actually. Grumple was
Go ahead.
like
Give me
dead on. I would just add like it'd be like going to the porn store and like having to show ID to buy a porn mag. It would, I think, be more like that. Like, I think we're looking at it from slightly the wrong point of view as like the consumer of the porn and not as the hoster. Like, I think the more valid argument is, why do we infringe on the hoster's ability to host this by requiring them to hold like a database or put in a like another point of entry? Like I think it's valid for like the porn store kind of thing. They check ID at the door, but it's not like they have a database of all the IDs that have walked in for the past 3 months that can be accessible.
And I don't know
You'd
that
have to show it every time.
Yes, Kona, with the exception of showing your ID. It's the difference between like showing your ID and have those places that scan it, where then the question is that stored? Because if it's not, then that's
I don't think
if it's not being stored, then that's a different argument. Like if you say create an account on one of these porn sites and you have to do some kind of ID verification either through a third party site that just says, hey, yeah, good to go, over 18, or you do it one time with them and then you have a checkbox on your account that says yes, verified over 18 because we saw the ID, but we're not storing it. If that's the case,
they're not
versus
storing the ID, they're just
they have to store it.
You pass the ID.
Yeah, it's still risk, but not as much risk with breach of them storing it.
Now, with that one, would that not mean that you would have somebody would have to manually verify that, right? Or is there a way for how would they verify it anyway?
They would keep
like
they would keep it on
a picture of your driver's license. Does somebody have to go ahead?
It depending on if it's an automated system that can do
right
it
now with the way that it's proposed.
However, well, that's the thing is I'm not sure that there's a retention requirement then it's on the individual sites, but I mean, there's nobody saying, hey, don't keep it on file. They might not, and then that's the individual site. If they're storing it, that's the worst possible situation. Any place that's storing your information, that's the biggest risk for you as the user on the user end. If they're doing a one-time validation check,
makes sense.
Then that's less risk. There still is risk for breaches, or like man-in-the-middle attacks where it gets gathered in transmission, but it's not as big a risk as them storing, because then there's this giant just treasure trove of, say, pictures of driver licenses that then can be dumped and leaked somewhere, breached. It happens every single day.
Okay, so then circling back, we're universally against having to save the kids, man.
If it saves just one.
Let me put the last little bit here. Well, not even that though. Okay, and I should have actually probably brought some numbers in advance. But my understanding from reading that I've done, my spouse their degree regards criminology, so people who or children who are exposed to sexual content earlier in life have a tendency to be poorly adjusted in adulthood. Now, I'm using the term poorly adjusted because I don't know the right word to use it, but they tend to be. Are we allowed to use the word deviant? Is that a word? Are we allowed to use that still, or has that word been 86'd as well? Oops, shit. Okay, cool. There has a tendency to be people who are exposed at an early age have a tendency to be sexually deviant. I believe that there is statistical evidence that supports that. Somebody please verify this. The point is that even if it's just some sort of a significant trauma or causes that child to become poorly adjusted, which I believe there are studies that support that, do we not want to do everything in our power to prevent the children from being exposed to this stuff? Like, I understand that your inconvenience in regards to being able to access your particular flavor of adult content online, in your mind, overrides the potential social consequences. Again, I'm not religious. It's not for me that, but I am very big on protecting children in general, right? So
Can
why
you
would we not
restate
want to go above?
your claim
Go
about
ahead.
what happened early in what leads to deviance? Did you say?
Early exposure to heavily sexual or graphic sexual content, whether
Right.
that's through abuse or through exposure. That children
Early
who
in life.
experience
Yeah,
that,
good.
yeah. And so again, but I also go back to something I think it was Boyband said in chat, where if there's a will, the kid's going to find a way, right? Like but usually, and this circles back to what we said earlier, Grumple, about sex education being in schools, usually the people or the children who are looking for it, it's because they've already been exposed to it. That children do not inherently have this curiosity until they reach roughly pubescent age, that it's only if
Right.
a child is exposed to this, do they start looking for it at that age? So inherently, the
true,
fact
yeah.
that a child would be looking for this content should be a trigger that there is some sort of a bigger concern that she should be investigated, right? And this
I would
also brings back
also
to.
say
Go ahead.
a couple things. One, it's not like I fucking teenagers going through puberty are going to have thoughts. That's just point blank.
Yes.
It's gonna happen. It's not even necessarily like a problem. I don't think. I think that that's just normal. But I also like this law that we're talking about. Something I believe it's 1/3 or 2/3. I believe it's 1/3 of these sites' content has to be porn for it to apply. Well, I'm sorry. You can go on Reddit. You can go on
Twitter, isn't it?
You can go
Yeah, I
on
was about to say.
Instagram. You can go on any of these apps and find fucking porn. So even if you're going to implement this as a way to stop the kids from seeing it, they're just going to find it anyways. And it'll be easier because they could just scroll through their timeline and find it if that's how they want to create their timeline. Like, this isn't something that effectively can actually be managed. You can't force a kid who wants to watch porn to not watch porn unless you just take away all of their access to the internet.
And then that comes back to the fact that it should be the parent. It should be the parent who is limiting it. And if the parent is the one who, for whatever reason, is the abuser, or in whatever way is the abuser. So anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Grumple.
Okay, so I've changed, horseradish. You convinced me. I'm on board now. Okay, just to the previous, one of the previous items that we were talking about. You absolutely convinced me. I'm now 100% pro. You have to show ID that shows you're over 18 to get graphic material out of an elementary school library.
Seconded.
I get it. Yep, I approve. Yep,
That's good.
Ching ching.
Oh, that's good.
I agree. Yep. You got to be 18 or over to get the sexually explicit material out.
So
of
yeah,
the
have it in the libraries,
out.
but we got to show ID to take it out. I'm in.
That's it. Yep, I agree. Works
Done.
for me. Now,
Solved it. Solved it, boys.
For what it's worth. Now, hold on, Grumple, because speaking as a fellow kid of the '80s, I clearly remember my favorite part of the Encyclopedia Britannica being those transparencies where you get to see the human biology and cross-section layers, because the top one didn't have clothes on. So I also was a big fan of National Geographic magazine, for what it's worth.
Oh yeah, I know. I
saggy
understand that
titties are
reference.
still titties, but
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like so do I need to check show my 18 should I need to show my ID to check out a National Geographic magazine?
See, I'm conflicted on that too, because just tribal people being, not covered is different than sex and like doing things while naked or covered. These are kind of different things, and it's what was it the Supreme Court like, or was where was it like, hey, I don't know what the definition of porn is, but you know it when you see it, that kind of thing. I don't know that we've solved
Yeah.
Porn is the
definition
it was
of
the
that.
part.
Did I answer the question?
So one more fun. Well, yeah. So for one more fun anecdotal, my own personal. I don't know about y'all's sex ed experience, but I would have been. This was my 8th grade year. I had a female teacher who we were watching The Miracle of Life was the name of the video. I don't know if y'all got traumatized by the shit too, or at least in the same way. But there was some, I was conflicted. I was confused. I was fascinated by how they got some of these camera angles. But like, for instance, there was and I'm sure I'm going to probably break all of the TOS with the sentences that I'm about to put together, but fuck it, here we are. So plug your ears if you're not interested. There was somehow they had a camera inside of the uterus while like you watch the ejaculation happen in a first person view. It was fucking nutty. But like on top of that, we're watching this, but yeah, again, like I said, I don't understand how the fuck they got this angle, but it was nutty indeed. That's right, Boba. But also I was traumatized because my teacher, like they actually show the birth, like they show the crowning of the baby. And like you
Disturbing
watch
stuff.
all the way, like my teacher ran up and said, watch it go back in and hit rewind. I was fucking ruined for like a decade.
Hey, wretched
when
misfit.
you watch a vagina suck a baby back up, dude, you're
For this one and last week's with horseradish, I was invited. Some of my
Yeah, I will say
I just
haven't
hang
seen
out.
that, so.
don't. Anyway, but it goes back to the question of now, did I go home and think back to that weird angle of a camera? I will not answer that question. But could I have? Absolutely. So, I mean, again, at what point are you checking out science and at what point are you checking out porn, right? And for that matter, I'm just going to put this out there. I don't know about y'all or how many country kids y'all have known, farm kids y'all have known, but they have a tendency to have a really fucked up sense of sexuality because they watch animals doing it all day long. And at some point, they have to ask, what's that's happening there? Oh, they're making a little horse or a little donkey or whatever the fuck. Chicken's probably not a good, way to learn sex ed, but the point is that they have an exposure at a young age in a very different manner because obviously they understand what's happening. They're just watching it happen furrier. Fuck.
You just call the farmers
Oh my God,
furries.
do farm
dude.
kids turn into furries? Do they turn into furries? Oh,
I just
fucking got it.
I
on-
only
on
know
your
one
premise-
furry- I only know one furry, and he's from the south. So he's from a small town in the south.
On your premise also is
Checks out.
if
You
it's
didn't say Grumple?
if it's a camera, like an actual camera angle of like a real situation, and that was part of the video, I mean if it's from the inside, it also depends on how quote educational it is, but is that porn if it's from the inside?
That was my thought when I watched it. Like I said, I had this question. I was what, like 13, 14 years old at this point. And I was like, this is my first question was how the fuck did they get that camera in there? But this was in the 90s, man. Or early 90s. This would have been like
Yeah, so it's
1990.
probably not 3D
They
generated.
didn't have the kind of exactly. It was not CGI. I know what CGI looked like back then. Go watch Last Starfighter. So, yeah, I knew
Beast
it
Wars
was not
Transformers.
fake, but I didn't understand how they. I did not understand how they got that camera angle. But then secondarily, I'm like, wow, that's graphic. So.
Maybe they use
Again,
cadavers.
I think it was called The Miracle of Life. Oh, fuck, that's gross. See, and I didn't think about it until right now. It could have been done with practical effects. Like, they could have gotten Peter Jackson to make this sex ed video. And,
Who?
But if they did that, I'm not going to answer that question. All right.
Okay.
Wait,
So,
you're trying to say they
age
moon-landed it?
Yeah, that's
Colonoscopies
exactly
back
right.
then, dude. They probably just had a camera that could slide in there.
From the top, bro,
Yeah. Do you know
Again,
where a
we're
C-section takes
looking.
place? If they're doing
Oh
it
my
for a medical
God,
reason,
somebody
it
was.
would be
Okay,
totally viable for a
I
surgeon to
just
slide open the.
want y'all.
That's even more disturbing.
I
That's
just
even
want
way
y'all
more
to
disturbing.
understand. Yeah, I was about to say what we're discussing here is somebody
Ooh,
said,
yeah.
yes,
Y'all don't
have you
understand the
stick
shit
a
that goes down in
camera-
surgery rooms.
I will have you stick a camera into
surprising
my
for y'all.
uterus from the top down while I'm getting fucked. That's what you're saying. Like,
Hold on. I thought we were still on the childbirth thing.
oh no. I'm talking about it was from the inside, bro.
First, you're talking about the POV.
Yes, that's what yes, the
POV of the penis.
Yes, like you watched it
Just duct
throw
tape a
its
GoPro to
load.
the tip, dude.
Wait, looking down or looking
the-
up?
I'm saying, okay, this is getting real weird.
Were you?
But it was.
Did you see
there
the
was a
dick?
security cam on the uterine wall. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It was like there was a security cam on the uterine wall. Somebody fucking look this video up. I'm sure it's on YouTube. I'm not doing it right now.
And wait, how was the lighting?
Donald Trump will have my name.
I have questions
you
now.
could tell that the light.
How is the lighting?
coming from outside?
There was an
Yeah.
O-ring in there.
I'm sorry, maybe I wasn't clear. It looked,
A
you could
ring
tell that
light.
the light was coming through. Like
Who
you've
the
seen
fuck let
pictures
this be
of.
in a sex ed class.
I didn't know this myself. This was in Mississippi, if it's any consolation, but consolation, not constellation. There weren't stars in there, but.
Well, I mean, what else
No,
isn't it
so-
like?
so again,
There's cameras in
lighting-
there. Is it like a live studio audience apparently inside? You know what? You got ring lights and
If it was stars, that's porn. That's
Get
not
the
porn.
key grip.
You see the boot. You
The-
see the
the
boom mic
mic.
hanging in from out of camera.
yeah.
Yeah,
Was there
exactly.
sound? Did it have a mic? Was there sound?
No, there was. Well, no. There were.
You're trying to remember
got
now.
hear, like in this, they showed a part that was the ultrasound. Yeah, I'm thinking back to there was the ultrasound. You got to hear the weird swoosh, 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 but you did not hear the swoosh, swoosh, swoosh of the actual moment. So yeah, no, I don't remember.
Wait,
being
there was
audio,
the camera. There was camera and mic inside the uterus when like they were doing an ultrasound, like looking at the fetus when they were doing an ultrasound at the same time. This is wild, dude. I kind of want to like.
No.
This sounds
No, I'm
disturbing,
saying
but I
that
kind of
was
want to see
different.
it now, like just to
I will
see
find it.
practical
I'm
effects
sure it's
and
gotta be
such
out
are
there.
really interesting to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna Google it right now just to see
Oh, you're on the list.
because we will know.
You got to put in your ID.
Miracle of life.
It's probably public
is-
domain at this
Is it a
point.
Nova video? Oh, it might have been.
I just recently discovered
Yeah,
that
it
1986
probably
Transformers
is.
movie is public domain. So, hey, game on.
1983 PBS Nova as season 1, episode 4. I'm gonna drop that link in here for the chat so everybody knows that I'm not just making this shit up.
I
It
remember
looks
that
like This is
sound.
the one. I'm not gonna review it right now, but
Wait. So
Yeah,
I need.
me too.
Question on Twitch TOS. If this is educational content, it was in the sex ed curriculum.
yes,
So watch it on Twitch.
yeah,
In the 80s.
you probably could, but we're not gonna. Yeah, this was 1983.
So
which that's actually another thing.
you'll
Have we
probably
gotten
catch the suspension,
gotten
but
more
you can definitely appeal it.
since then or less restrictive?
YouTube, it'd be fine because it's educational.
Yeah.
Like, I'm good.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not absolutely certain that this is it, but I think this is it. Let me just drag it along because based on the still picture, yeah, I think this is it. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's gross. Yeah, I think this might be it.
This is so.
And it goes all the way through.
You're reading the transcript.
Yeah, there's definitely endoscopy as it happens. So I think this.
Wait,
might be it.
WGBH.
Wait,
That's
do we
the
see
PBS
Yep,
state.
there's the baby crowning. Oh, watch
That's-
it go back in. Watch it go back in. Oh my God.
WGBH is the
all over.
PBS station out of Boston too. Just FYI, fun fact.
Yeah, they're fucking Boston A's. Yeah. So, anyways, moving right along, that somehow was accessible to me back in the 90s. But I mean, again, like we just said, it really is getting so weird. We're moving the fuck on. But the topic is age verification for porn. So again, at what point everything I needed to know about sex, I learned from porn. So, you know what I mean? Like that's That was actually a bumper sticker I had on my truck for many years. Okay, so you know what? We've actually gone through all of the ones that came out today now, right? But if y'all don't mind,
Yes.
because I still got time left on my clock, I'd like this actually goes on, and it's the rest of the ones for 2025. I'm just kind of curious to get y'all's takes on the rest of these. If anybody needs to bail at any time, I completely understand. Feel free. I'm here till midnight, so I'm going to be doing this either way. But I'd love to have y'all stick around now that we're past the today. So that said, the next one that apparently they did was June 18th, the treatment for transgender minors. So I don't really know anything about any of these. I have not read any of these, so these are all going to be completely cold takes. I don't know how much of this you guys know, but let me read it. So apparently what they ruled, the divided Supreme Court ruled a Tennessee law that prohibits certain gender transition medical care for minors does not violate the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. The Tennessee law prohibits minors from using hormones and puberty blockers for such care. Why this matters. The court rules states have wide discretion to pass legislation in areas where there is medical and scientific uncertainty. The decision clears the way for the Tennessee law and for other states to prohibit gender transition care. Laws banning such treatments for young people have been passed in 23 other states in recent years. So it looks like, and before I do continue, I'm going to click this real quick just because I want to show everybody how I thought, and I know that how naive I'm about to sound, but I thought that the beauty of the judicial branch was that they were going to interpret the letter of the law, I don't know, I guess in an unbiased manner, right?
Naive.
I understand that, fuck off. I understand that we all have bias and that we all, that bias shows up even when we're not realizing it, right? But I thought that the idea behind the judicial branch was that justice is blind, right? That justice is supposed to remove their own personal biases.
Theoretically.
But the fact that we have a conservative block and a liberal block of our Supreme Court, and when I look up here, I see how consistently those bundles group together and vote the same. Like at this point, it is a clearly biased branch of the government. Is it?
If you look back the
And
very
are we
first
okay
one,
with that?
wait, horseradish. If you look back the very first
Go
one,
ahead.
the preventative healthcare coverage decision.
First Supreme Court, you mean?
No. Look. Just scroll up.
Yeah.
Look, it's broken.
Yep.
That's so it can happen.
That one they actually split the block. It can happen, but it's rare.
Yeah, but what was that one on? Like the most procedural, like slight challenge.
Yeah. Anything that actually matters.
But just that it can happen.
They seemed to.
I mean, hold on.
Sure.
Wait.
Yeah,
Scroll
no, it
down
can.
a little bit more. Wait. Scroll down a little
Okay.
bit more, and you have a 9-0 decision.
Yeah.
On, like right there.
Right there.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
this isn't
Okay, no,
always-
they're not
Yeah, a lot
always
of the time,
based
well,
on
not
their
all
party
the time.
lines.
They do
but-
agree
He-
sometimes.
The last decisions that are
Okay.
announced in a term are always the most contentious. So it's more likely that they're going to be something like
Because they're
like
about to run out the door. Is that
left
the
versus
idea?
right split.
They don't have.
Yes.
They don't have to
yes.
stand up for
They don't have to
scrutiny?
defend themselves.
Well, and it takes them the longest to put out.
Okay.
Wait,
fucking
Gorp,
sus-
what did you
like-
said it
the
Okay,
longest
this
time to
checks
work
out.
on to get it right, kind of deal.
at the end of what? At the end of
Say that again, Cornet.
like a presidential term? Is that? I'm just what did Gorp say?
No, he was saying at the end of the end of the Supreme
Yeah,
Court's
they operate in
term.
terms.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
they have
after
to
this-
think of it
Okay,
like
I'm tracking. This
this is their
garbled out for me just a little bit.
semester.
Yeah, which this right here, the Supreme Court basic website, it says right here, these are the days that they have argument days, non-argument days, conference days, order list, et cetera, and then it says, like, it shows you how they got this shit broken down and all that jazz. So kind of
Look
like
at- look at that schedule.
like Congress, they're only in session sometimes.
Yeah,
I
go
know,
back. Look
right?
at that.
Fuck
Look at that
them.
schedule. Like it's all vacation.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
I wish.
Yep.
No, that's
Yeah.
their end term.
That's the busy season,
no,
right?
This is in session. Yeah, this is in
Yeah.
session. Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay. And it goes till September. Wait, what? June. Okay. They don't do anything in July, anything in August, anything in September. Oh my God.
Oh, task failed
Fuck you.
successfully.
Are you serious?
Their terms are October to June.
Fuck off. And what are they doing in the off season? Are they sitting hearing regular cases like
Yeah,
a regular
Drinking
judge?
martinis on the beach.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, probably the beach
No,
thing.
no. You need to be doing the goddamn job.
Well, this is the
Ooh,
job.
that makes me really.
Well,
It's
they
just-
need the lower courts. To
it's a
step in stuff.
government
What if they
job.
got no work?
They can take like
I mean, you want people to be
emergency
judges,
action and
right?
stuff.
I mean, maybe.
No, I really don't. Actually,
What about like Judge Dredd style?
I love the irony there, because that's for those of you who do not know out there in the audience. I'm sure everybody in this panel has heard that fucking bullshit Steelman before. As to why Congress gets paid as much as they do is because, well, you want people to be Congress people, right? You don't want them to have to be corrupt, even though they fucking clearly are. But whatever, we're not going to fall down that rabbit hole. Anyway, going back to this. Grr. So we'll get to the one where it's unanimous in a second, because that one I did read about this one, and
I'm recalling just last time I checked. So just on that top, just really super quick, a standard House representative, not on any committees, because I think you get a bonus if you're on committees, was like $180,000 a year last time I checked. Somewhere right in that, yeah, somewhere right in that neighborhood, which is, I mean,
that is
in
correct.
DC, and for like an actual professional at something that's been doing it for quite a while, that's not super wild, honestly. It sounds like a lot if you're, a barista, but if you're
sure, well, if
a
it's
lawyer,
if you're a super professional
doctor,
person, do you think that?
Not saying AOC should have got that first year.
So they're
but,
a representative, right? They're a representative, and to me, they should be more representative of the populace. And I know this is a hot take, and everybody tells me I'm a fucking idiot for this. Go ahead and corpse say it as soon as I'm done. But I personally think that their pay should be directly tied to the median income, either of the nation or of their constituency, so that way they have a vested interest in ensuring that the water actually does rise for all the boats.
No, I
Again,
agree
I'm
with
sure
that,
y'all
for
are
their
going to tell me that I'm
constituents.
wrong. You do? Good. All right.
Which
Median
that-
I like when people
constituents.
agree with me. It feels good.
It's not directly related though, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what their salaries are. You know how much Nancy Pelosi's net worth rises every year?
Exactly.
It's disgusting.
Nothing to do with their
where the real
salary.
money's coming from. Exactly. You're not solving anything except for making these people a little bit more desperate than they were before.
And making
More
things
likely.
complicated,
There's no
and desperation
that
for the
you
ones
can
who are
solve
honest.
by cutting their pay.
Yeah, that with the actual, it might, unintended consequences that might make the ones who weren't going to be corrupted, that just take the salary and live with that, suddenly open to, oh hey, I need a little extra now because we got to pay cut.
Well, if you simultaneously pay them a median wage of their constituents, you reverse Citizens United, and you stop them from being able to trade individual stocks, then I think you have a pretty solid solution. But of course, they have
We
to
could
vote
do
for that.
2 of those.
There's
Not
a
do the
way
third
around.
one. I just don't think I don't think we're solving anything by cutting their salaries.
And with the Citizens United, like that specifically, how many ways around that are there? Like all of them. Invest through an intermediary.
I mean, that would be a thing.
That'd
be a big
hedge
thing, even though
fund
it's
that then
actually
does your moves for you,
Right.
and then it's not reportable. Because right now everybody knows what Nancy Pelosi is investing in, so we can copy him, and that's probably the best way to earn wealth that's ever happened, is just copy Nancy Pelosi's investment strategy. So I'm kind of on board with it now.
Too.
I'm actually kind of on board with the political corruption, so we can copy him and make money.
Long. Yeah,
As
no
a-
one has said something while you were saying that. What was that last thing you said there, Blair, real quick?
Discord's breaking up hard for me.
Yeah, it's falling apart for me too.
Breaking for all of
got
us, I
you.
think.
Not
See, I'm hearing
moral.
you guys
saying you
I'm
can just
morally
mention
against
point
it.
too.
Oh, I'm morally against it, but as a matter of practical, how to make money right now, or it just makes sense. Just copy corrupt politicians' investment moves.
What were you about to say now, Casey?
Oh,
You had
just
started to say something as well.
the other ways of I mean, obviously the in and out of Congress bros, the post Congress consulting fees and lobby jobs. This is a major source of income, and so the different ways you could filter money to those individuals for voting the right way. Not to mention a lot of the corruption isn't even individual Congress people, except for the money just threatens to remove them if they aren't corrupt. But it's just like their salary is so low on a list of problems and ways these people get rich or whatever, that making a congressperson who needs to travel often, making them like poor, it just solves nothing. It just solves nothing. That's it.
Casey,
For-
Casey,
for-
can we
for-
agree? Can we agree at least that, especially while the government is cutting a bunch of like programs, whether you agree with the cuts or not, doesn't matter. While they're cutting a bunch of programs and shit, should they stop raising their own salary? Because that's what they've been doing consistently.
You should
Yeah,
not
I don't
be
think
able
they
to
should
vote your
ever
own
be
pay
able to
raise.
raise. Yeah, I think the inflation should be built in, and they should never be able to touch it. Basically.
Which is, for the record, why I was saying that it should be tied to the median income, is because that way it's not something that they vote on. The only way that it goes up is if everybody's pay goes up. But I would also like to say, Casey, that the other answer to this, first of all, I get frustrated. No, I get sick and fucking tired. I'm well beyond frustrated. I am sick and tired of listening to the going to be correct song and dance. Like, I can't accept that. Like, we have to fight it, obviously, and we have to constantly be doing everything we can to get rid of it. Just because, oh well, if we limit it this way, it's just going to encourage them to be more corrupt over here. Well, okay, then we chase them over there too. Like, I can't let them just get away with it because they're just going to do it, right? I guess this goes back to the kids in porn thing, right? Just because they might be able to fucking find a loophole or a way around it. Yeah, we're still going to do what we can to limit their act. We don't want them to be able to be corrupt, even though we know that it's inevitable, right? So turning our blind eye to the corruption just because we know that they're just going to be corrupt in a different way is not acceptable.
No, but I don't think the salary thing is is a source of corruption.
Right. No, I was about to say,
most
I
of these
agree.
people are rich anyway, by the way. They like the power, and they're going to get the money in a
Yes.
different way. So,
And the retirement plan. So what I was going to say, though, something else, that because I actually truly believe that public service should be that. It should be a public service. That if you are there to act, you are there to serve the public. The people who are there to serve themselves, wow, Grumple. Okay, you know what? No, we're gonna put that can't be real. I don't want that to be real. I'm gonna be honest. I don't
that's
want
on Nancy,
that to be real.
right?
Anyway,
Now, would you put that in elementary school?
Is this
No.
is this point? You'll know it if you see it.
You'll know it if you see.
I'd put it on a calendar though. So see, you have a knack for doing that, Grumple, where I'm about to make a point and you just fucking say or do
my
something
bad.
that just take whatever. No, you're good. You're good. So, fuck, what was I saying? Because it was important. Oh, yeah, services. So you were saying we shouldn't limit their income because of the fact that they might have to travel. Or I've also heard the same argument of, well, they need more money because they have to have two houses, one in DC and one in their constituency. I actually think that there's a far better solution, and that's for all of these services to be provided outside of their own payment. So I don't need to pay the government official to buy their own plane ticket. We can actually have planes that are chartered for them. The government can pay for their ticket so that way they don't necessarily have to fly first class, right? You should be out there with your constituency.
I have a better, cheaper option.
Real quick.
They don't need-
I was going to say also dorms. Go on. I'm sorry.
That's what I was gonna say. They don't need to
I stole it.
put a
Fuck
fucking
off.
dorm at the White House.
That's right.
Well,
We should have some
build a
sort of a
dorm and then
dormitory
we'll
situation.
talk about
And it can be a pretty opulent dorm. Yeah, it could be a pretty opulent dorm.
No.
I get it. Whatever.
No.
Fancy. I don't want it to say, okay, cool. No, you're right. I want it to be a Roach Motel. But I understand if we want to at least give them some sort of level of luxury, like a four-star hotel level, that would be cool. But yeah, exactly. All of them should be staying. Now, I said this on stream once. Somebody brought up the fact that I'm now putting all of the targets in one basket. So there is a problem. Are you doing that to show us that that was a real picture, Grumple? That is exactly what you're
Just
doing.
do it like a reality show. Just don't tell them where it is.
There you go.
You can even televise it, monetize it.
Put it next door to
A
Joe
reality show.
Rogan's studio. That's it.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Have you guys,
no
have you
biggie.
guys seen the show Designated Survivor?
Yes, love the show actually.
Yeah, let's do that. Put them all in
What?
a dorm. You have one guy that's a designated survivor somewhere else.
Just in case. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Congress can vote on who gets to be the designated survivor.
Well, it's the VP usually.
Yeah.
That's. I mean,
Not in the show.
Right. Yeah.
in
And
the
the
show is
shows.
some random like housing and urban development guy. But anyway,
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
have
it
you
was,
not watched the
um,
show, Grumple?
I
Kiefer Sutherland.
want to. Yeah, Kiefer. Yeah, no, I did. I saw that one, or at least the first.
It was
X
actually,
amount of it.
Yeah, I watched like the first 2 seasons. So yeah, no, it was better than I could have hoped for. So it was the best thing since 24, I think. So but okay,
24 was so good.
Dorms and or services. Yes, it was. Dorms and or services, right? If we provide Congress with the things that they would need, they don't need to pay for the things that they don't have, right? Like and I also know that to add on to what you were saying about how affecting their income would not be the actual solve we would like. I also know that a lot of the corruption takes place after their terms, right? Like, so they're generally going, because somebody pointed out to me once, I don't remember who it was, that if they are actually openly accepting bribes, that is prosecutable. That is technically illegal. But if they are promised a job when
Well,
they're
no.
done, or they're promised speakership rights, or et cetera, that's the way that the actual corruption takes place more often than not. What do you mean? No,
It's-
Grumple?
It's. I mean,
It can. It might not be the majority though.
yeah, and it's
Yeah.
not. It's not. I mean, the way that. Okay, the legalese on like a bribe, lobbying isn't bribing legally. So
But what are you calling lobbying?
it's. Well, I'm saying it's legally not
Just to be
bribes.
clear.
It's lobbying. It's lobbying and not bribes. So
But
'cause
when
they
offer
can
them
bribe.
cash money. When you offer them cash money, that's a bribe and that's illegal. But that's not what lobbying
Even if it's a
does.
lobbyist who does it, right?
Correct.
I
Well,
used to
through
think-
a
I used
PAC,
to-
it's not like the
Correct.
lobbyist paying them their personal checkbook, and there's regular.
Yeah, it's money
Yeah,
getting
the difference
donated to your
between paying their
campaign fund
campaign
or
is
something.
that's
Yeah.
how it,
Yeah, yeah.
exactly. That's how usually, yeah. Or after, or it comes after. But you can't just hand them money, basically, or explicitly.
Funny thing, right?
So,
Right, don't play fair
anytime
in
money
chat.
changes
That's first time we
hands-
agree.
Yeah. Well, again, anytime money changes hands, the reason I used to be against lobbying, period, until somebody brought it to my attention that the mom of a kid at the moms of these kids with the transgender books, right? Those are moms who are lobbying. Right. If you're writing your congressman, you are lobbying your congressman.
No,
All of
you're
that
not.
is considered lobbying.
No,
Yeah, no,
to
that-
be lobbying,
Somebody
it has to
fact-check
be
uh,
it has to be in person. To be lobbying, technically,
Okay, that's
That's where the
possible.
term-
I think
that's where the term
colloquially-
comes
that
from,
longer
at
than
least.
in person.
that's where the term comes from. At least,
Colloquially,
it like talking to somebody in person in the
I would
lobby
say-
outside of the
but
outside of the in the house, in the chambers, outside in the lobby. That's where you
Gotcha.
go
What were
and
you saying? What were you saying there?
essentially go and try and bribe somebody legally.
Oh,
You're
but
talking
there's-
to
In the
them
lobby.
in the lobby.
There is
Essentially, yeah, that's where the term comes from.
There is it is also a legal term. So you're legally doing lobbying if so and so. But I would say colloquially,
Yeah.
you might say that that's correct. That how the term is sometimes used, but not like
Colloquially, yeah,
you're
it
not
could
the
be used in a lot of
lobbyist
ways.
as far as the government is concerned.
Okay, because I was gonna
Okay,
say I
guys,
know I've
I'm
heard like
gonna
the moms
I'm,
is the
I'm gonna
lobbyist.
take this moment to say that I gotta dip out. Got a lot of shit to do. It was a good conversation.
Word,
Radish, I'll be back,
indeed.
and I'll be
Yep,
meaner
every
next time
Friday.
because I was way too nice today.
You were very nice. I was about to say I
You're
thought you were gonna
very-
be a dick, man. Like,
You're very cordial,
I know I
Gorp.
was
That's
planning on being a dick, and then I
interesting.
felt like being nice. I'll be
Yeah,
better
as-
next
as-
time.
as-
I'm sorry.
I was about to say, as a matter of fact, I'm actually offended by your lack of offense. So how
Well, then
about
I'm
that?
glad that you're offended, and I hope that I keep offending you in the weeks and months
In
to
your
come.
least offensive manner. No, fantastic. Appreciate you. Hey, go ahead and do me a favor and drop something in chat so everybody can click your name one more time. Anybody who is just now tuning in, please click Gorps and give him a follow. We all need it. For the record, I wasn't going to say anything, but Boba said it. I'm literally one fucking follow away from 500. I'm so angry that
It really
I
is.
can't
It's
just get one more. Like I'm about to create a fucking bot account. I've been watching it all night, and it's just taunting me. So, anyways,
Horseradish is getting edged
I'll
over
add you later,
here.
Gorps. Appreciate you.
Later, Gorp.
I am,
All right, peace
man.
out.
But the thing is, I don't actually.
He likes it.
I actually don't watch the numbers that closely because it goes up and down for me all the time. Like what I find is people will like click like because I'll say one thing and then immediately, oh, gee shucks, thank you, Koina. You didn't have to do all that. I'll say one thing and people will follow me, and then like I'll say something like contentious, and I watch it go bloop right back down. It's like, whatever. Plus, I also noticed this happened a lot. Oh, thank you there, Misfit. I appreciate it. You're lucky number 5. Oh, I got two in a row.
Oh, here we go. You
I
got
got
501 now.
You didn't just pop my cherry. You went all the way.
Ask
I
Satan
got
AI
Alex.
is
Thank you.
Casey's.
Thank you very much. Yep, that's Casey. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, I know. And the thing is, anytime I'm talking about AI or I plan to talk about AI, I invite Casey. He never shows for those, but he always shows for the ones where I'm not talking about AI, which is, yeah. So it's just kind of funny. But anyways, all right. So going back to this, the treatment for transgender minors. We fucking completely diverted, and that's okay. I enjoyed it, but I do want to actually get through a couple more of these in the next hour. Yep. I'll be front left. So treatment for transgender minors. So in the interest, and I know this is not a popular take, but I actually do agree that until somebody is 18, they should not be having any permanent changes done to their body. I also understand that puberty blockers are not even close to being new, and that they are used for many things, many other situations, and there is a well-documented history of their impact on people or on child development. I feel like you can't simultaneously say that a transgender person who has experienced puberty is not allowed to participate in sports of their presenting gender, while simultaneously blocking that person from preventing the puberty that is likely to become the problem later. So it seems hypocritical to simultaneously try to bar transgender participants from sports and because of the benefits of puberty, and also bar people from preventing that contingency. Does that make sense?
I heard.
I'll take
I
that
think
as
it's
an.
sort of
I heard Horseradish say he disagrees with kids
Real
getting
quick.
braces on their teeth just now. It's permanent.
With kids getting what on their what now?
Braces on their teeth. It's permanent. It's permanent change.
Okay. Yep. Down with the braces until you're an adult. You can get braces once you're 18. Checks out. I'm in.
Yep.
Signed up. I agree.
Check the box.
So again, I feel like it should be a conversation between a parent, the child, and the physician. but I know that there is that one or two terrible examples that exception that proves the rule, right? Where there's been times where this has been misused, abused, etc. So I don't know that again, but even that, it's like the parents. I know. Okay, so hypocrisy pisses me really more than anything else. Hypocrisy pisses me off. You can't simultaneously say that it should be the parents' right to choose whether their kid is exposed to LGBTQ plus or not, and then also block another parent's right to expose their child to LGBTQ plus or to like support their child in an LGBTQ plus transition, right? Like, have a stance and fucking stick to it. Whichever one, like, when you have, at least have a stance and fucking stick to it. And it seems inherently hypocritical for just like the puberty blocker thing. It seems inherently hypocritical for you to say that the parents should decide what the children are medically like. If you're okay with, let's say, a Amish person being able to say that their kid is not going to have surgery or a blood transfusion or whatever, you should also support a person who's allowing or encouraging having their child get a complete mastectomy to help them towards their transition. Like, it seems like it should go together, right? Does anybody disagree with that? Like, or, well, I guess ultimately what I'm asking you to do is can we all agree that conservatives are fucking hypocrites?
Well, no, but hey, Casey, just I sent you the invite to the Stream Together Twitch thing, so we can share chat.
Thank you.
Stuff.
I had sent him one earlier. I didn't know if he was streaming. I said something, but
yeah, I just noticed.
He probably doesn't want our chat.
I tried to get into that earlier.
So.
Yeah, it said that it had already been sent, so I'm not sure. On either of mine or oh no, there you go. There you go. Share chat on too. Hey, look at that.
There you go. Right on. For what it's worth, Mystic or Misfit, normally I am very interested in chat, and normally I interact with chat, but after you spend enough time as a streamer talking and debating with your chat, it's nice to actually debate with people in person. And unfortunately, I was raised to be polite, and when I'm engaged in a conversation with a person, I try not to be distracted. And it also is a pet peeve of mine when I watch other people's panels and they are, I know, fake news, I understand. Whenever I watch other people engage with their chat while somebody else is talking, if Casey is saying something, is answering a question I just asked, and I look away and start talking, mute myself and start talking to you guys, that's fucking dickish, and I need to pay attention to what Casey is saying. So again, I even have a little thing that pops up that says normally I talk to y'all more than anything, but when I have guests, they have my undivided attention. So
I mostly
you're
agree.
Just being a smartass, and I love it, but I just
I mostly agree, except for like maybe saying hi to welcoming in people.
Exactly. Exactly. Also, thanks for the
just
follow.
Mute up and say hi. Yeah,
exactly.
Just not like engaging in long discussions with chat though while you're on a panel.
And the trade-off to me is that I'm also not going to charge y'all for my attention. I'm not going to have y'all pay X amount of money for me to be able to. Oh, Grumple has an audio echo on my stream, or no, on Casey's stream. Yeah, okay, Casey, you got to mute. Yeah, you want to mute yourself.
Oh yeah, you got to mute the Stream Together thing if you're doing any audio with that. Just mute that tab and you'll be all good.
All over it. So again, my question: do we agree with the Supreme Court justices supporting? The Supreme Court says that the Tennessee law stands, correct? Does not violate the equal protection clause of the 14th Amendment. So is this another procedural one, Koina, like you were saying earlier?
Not
where it's
really.
About the interpretation?
It is a little bit technical. I'd have to read it to know exactly, but I'm pretty sure it's saying like you're barring these kids from getting certain types of treatment based on their sex. Pretty much like you're barring certain hormone therapies just based on sex, so it goes against the equal protection clause.
Or
like everyone has equal protection
blockers
under
based
the law.
on age.
I think it's a giant stretch.
I don't
Well,
know if
then
it'd be based
that
on
goes
age,
back-
but it would just be specifically based on sex because you can prescribe puberty blockers and stuff like to like cis people for certain reasons. I'm sure those people will still
Well,
be able
but
to get the
puberty-
treatment, but like hormone people, like based on gender though, like certain treatments will be not allowed.
Okay. So puberty blockers are not universal then. I'm not a medical person, so I don't
There
know.
may be other treatments. It's just gender like transition medical care just in general. So if it's hormone therapy one way or another, puberty blockers, or you'd have to look at the law to know if puberty blockers are on that
Yeah.
or if it's an exemption or not.
I believe it said, yeah, it says right here, from using hormones and puberty blockers for such care. It, according to this, it specifically does use the term puberty blockers. So, and like I said, I was of the impression that was a genderless pill, that medicine was not specific to one sex or the other. So, but I could be wrong. I don't know. So. And that was going to be my, like, again, going back to my question, I can understand, and this was the way it was explained to me by someone who is trans, that there's a difference between the transition hormones and puberty blockers. Puberty blockers are basically like a stopper, whereas the transitional hormones are what you would replace what's being stopped with. That's the way that I understood it. So again, this specifically says that even puberty blockers are being blocked for this purpose. It says for such care. As in, my understanding is based on this particular usage of the puberty blockers. You can still prescribe them to people for other reasons, but if it is specifically because of trans care or transitional gender transitioning, they're not allowed to prescribe it for that reason, is what it
You know what the other
case. And it seems like if their argument is about the equal protection clause of the 14th Amendment, that you're supposed to have equal access to, this was just like the Roe v. Wade legitimate or justification, right? It seems like this would in fact be triggered by that, unless, going back to what I asked earlier, does a minor have all of those same protections under the Constitution? I honestly don't know the answer to that. And
They
I
have
don't know if there's
constitutional
been a
rights,
ruling
but
on
there's
that.
always going to be like restrictions. Like First Amendment has time, place, manner restrictions. Like there's always going
Minors.
to be some level of like state interest to like limit your right.
Got you.
minors
Say
can't
Grumple.
consent, but do you know what the other use case, the other on or off label use case for the puberty blocker is?
No, I actually do
It's
not.
it's chemical
Like what it's usually
castration.
used for, you mean?
Yeah, no, that's the other use case that it has. That's the other thing it does.
What is the other use case matter?
I mean, that's what it does. That's
I
what
mean,
horseradish
why-
made a
why-
point
why is
about.
that- why
Hey,
would-
they have horseradish. Well, to answer your question, horseradish made a point about, hey, they have other uses, but that's the other use,
It has
which
other
some
uses.
that
You
some
can
might
euthanize
say
a
it's the
person
same
with more
I
thing.
see, I got you.
Some might say that's even the same thing as the
Like,
chemical
that's the
castration.
only other use?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Well, I
There's
mean,
other
That's
uses.
the
I don't know,
only
but
other
the
chemical
use?
castration,
many
it is much
medications
higher
are
dosage
used
for
for
those.
Yeah, I was gonna say medication is prescribed all the time for its secondary application. It's like
It's called an off-label. There's on-label and off. What you're talking about right now, it's called on-label and off-label
No, I understand
uses.
what that is. They work in a hospital.
Okay.
I'm just saying that, like, I don't think that's very, like, it just kind of detracts from the main point a little bit, straw man. I just wanted to point.
Well, no, it's not straw man at all. That's the on-label use of that medication. It's for chemical castration.
Yes.
On label?
Should we?
So
Yeah.
what is chemical?
Should we
What is
talk,
That's what it's for.
what
talk
is the-
about the
what-
horse dewormers?
I'm sorry, go ahead,
Is
Casey.
that a fair thing to bring up? Is it fair to call that the horse
I
dewormer
remember.
drug a horse dewormer?
I mean,
Oh,
yeah,
no,
that's. I
yeah.
think that's 100%
on
fair,
label.
actually. Yeah.
It's technically.
100% fair. Because
I mean, it's an anti-parasitic, antiviral.
So you're fine with it?
Anti-
everyone-
the de- the
I mean,
dewormer is
not
the-
really. That's like focusing in on one of the things done, dude. Ivermectin won. Yeah, and I'm live on YouTube, and I just got like the
That's the
algorithm
point,
on that.
though, right?
Ivermectin got a Nobel
Well, that's
Peace
the point,
Prize in 2015, I believe it was, for being like not a miracle drug, but as close to it as you can get modern.
I know it's used for lots of things. That's
and
why
I think
I
that's
brought
great,
up
so-
and that's awesome. That's fantastic.
I don't know why we're
Like,
talking about ivermectin
yeah,
right now,
I was
though,
just trying
because
to
this
say
is okay.
You don't
someone
see
brought
the
it up as a
analogy?
similar key. Yeah.
Well, no,
similar
that's an
use
on-label
to
use, but
off-label-
that's an on-label use. It's an anti
We're talking about for COVID.
thing.
He was.
Yeah.
People were
Right.
taking it
Can
for
you see
COVID
why people bringing
influenza.
it up like it's not really applicable? What people might someone might.
No,
bring
it is.
up
That's
to
an
distract
on-label
from,
use.
You know,
It's that is an on-label use for the medication, though.
No.
So I mean, it's
He's saying
kind
in
of
reference
relevant.
to COVID. People were taking it for COVID.
It
It's
is?
an
Yeah,
off-label use
which-
for the COVID case.
Well, is it?
That's why they brought it up.
A secondary use for
Yes,
So
it's off-label. It is.
so Joe Rogan told his audience to take horse dewormer.
No, he
This
didn't.
is something
No,
fine.
he didn't. No, that's not true.
This is
He didn't say do it. He said he did.
Okay.
There's a difference there, and that's a
said he
really
did.
important difference.
So
Yeah,
wait,
you
okay,
don't have
okay,
a problem
no,
with
we
it
can
when-
wait,
if
real
you're an
quick.
influencer,
We
same
can-
thing.
No, he was prescribed it too.
You can agree with that.
Right,
You can agree
he-
with puberty blockers aren't chemical
Right.
castration
He was
drugs.
he
then,
he
because
took
they're
horse
puberty
dewormer.
blockers.
His audience took horse dewormer because he said he was taking horse dewormer. It's
No, he didn't say that. He said he was
is this a
prescribed
fair
ivermectin.
categorization, or what happened?
Which is
No,
fair.
that's what the headline said.
It's on label.
It-
So that's the Grumple.
It's on label.
So
Well,
that's the whole point.
kind of
we're
what you're
making
saying. Like
here
if
is
people are
that it's
prescribed
on
puberty
label.
blockers, you're saying that it's for chemical castration.
That's the on. Yeah,
Right.
as far as I understand,
So real
that's
quick,
the
I want to ask
on
Brought it
label.
up as if it was a negative thing.
Yeah.
All right,
Two
and the
things,
on-label
two things
use
I
for
just wanna
ivermectin is
ask
a horse
if-
dewormer. That's the point.
It is on label, yeah,
Okay.
but
Give me 1
it's
second.
not the
before
only
we-
thing it
If
does.
somebody can just verify this, if somebody can Google this, number one,
Yes.
what exactly do we mean by chemical castration? What is that used for? Like, I understand what those words mean, but what circumstances would it be prescribed for that purpose? And then, second of all, question I
For
just want to
pedophiles.
verify. You are telling me that there
Usually.
are only 2 uses.
Pedophiles.
Oh, okay. So as a punishment for pedophiles. Okay. Second
Generally,
question,
yeah,
why would
I
a
don't think it uses
puberty
anything else.
blocker? So it's not used. There's no other
fucking
circumstance
hope
that they
not.
would use a puberty blocker to block puberty.
It's
Well,
the
they,
it's,
people call
I
it a
just wanna
puberty
verify
blocker
that.
because
It-
it's used to block.
it does the
puberty,
same
but it is a
things.
chemical castration, or it was
Yeah.
an initial use was for. Yeah, it does the same things, but
Okay,
at
so
a
it's
lower dose,
initial
obviously it's more
use.
controlled. And then they found out, oh,
it's
how
a-
wait,
it's
this can do
initial
other
use,
things as well.
But so
You know
it's
what I mean?
not the only. It's not the only use on label,
Well,
off label.
correct.
Like y'all
No,
kinda
that
got
is
like
it's,
seeds there
it's the
with
same
that.
thing though. It's doing the same thing. It's not that you're using it for something else. It's doing the same
Right, that's
thing.
2 uses.
but it's the same.
No,
Sure,
you're
It's
sure,
the
taking a
same
much
use.
But I'm saying,
significantly lower dose. You're not castrating yourself. No.
So, no,
When
hold
you
on,
take
hold
it
on.
at a
You're-
much
there's a
lower
supreme
dose, it does
misunderstanding
something
here.
different.
Yeah,
Hold on,
it
Bodem,
does
let
your body.
Casey
So it's
finish.
not. It doesn't do. Hold on. It doesn't do the same. Like you said, it doesn't do the same thing at the same dose at every level. That's the whole point of like taking different dosages whenever you take a medication, right? Doctor's not just going to slam you with a high dose because he doesn't want a certain effect. So you get the low dose because it's going to do something different. So saying it does the same thing is not correct. It does different things at different doses. That's like how the body works. Like different chemicals at different
I
levels
think
tell your
that
body
I
to do
think the
different things.
implication that he's making is it is a variation of the same thing. He's saying that it is different levels of
Eh.
the same thing.
It's the
you
same-
are making the
oversimplifying it
thing
for a
not
point.
work.
It-
Yes.
It's oversimplifying
not
it for a point because it's
castrating
not
if
how the
you
body
take it at-
works.
Yeah, if you take it at the low
What
dose,
does
it doesn't
castration mean?
castrate you.
You have
What
the
does it do?
inability to have sex after
Uh,
they do this to you. I believe in men it prevents erections.
Sort of like saltpeter, right? So ask again.
Allegedly.
What does it
yeah.
use? What happens when you take it at a low dose?
Allegedly, saltpeter.
Yeah, allegedly something.
It stops you from
Uh,
progressing through puberty.
Okay, so I don't understand.
Inhibits. Here, you know what? Let's just Google it instead of guessing. I'll do it. while
That's
you
what
guys-
Yeah,
asked.
allegedly they
Thank you.
allegedly they
But-
put saltpeter in the food at
What-
boot camp. Allegedly.
I've heard that
Yeah,
before.
and I don't know how long
I
you need to,
can-
you-
I would definitely disagree with that. Having gone.
No,
through
that's what I'm
boot
saying.
camp myself.
Allegedly, like I heard it too. The legends. I don't know if it's true or not.
Two-
Yeah, because we
months
know
of-
we know what the
of
Marines are
no
doing in boot
physical
camp, so.
contact. It builds up.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
So going back to my actual question here, though. So there are no other uses than as a treatment or, excuse me, punishment or a whatever. I don't know what the right word
Okay.
to make a
I know
pedophile
what they do
not
now.
have their thingy work no more. Okay, please
Chemical
give me
castration
the
drugs
TLDR.
inhibit or prevent the production of testosterone, or excuse me, the effects of testosterone on the body. So even if you are injected with testosterone, if you're taking this medication, it will prevent the hormone from doing its job. So it's not technically, it doesn't castrate you. It just tells your body that you don't need testosterone anymore.
Well, that's the colloquial term for it, just to get the meaning across. But so it's as you just described, it's doing the same thing in both use
castration is a lot more
cases.
violent of a term. So
Well, I mean, that's
right. So what it does is it inhibits
doing
the
the same
uptake
thing.
of testosterone. So it's not actually even a castration. It does your body that need this. It's the same thing as caffeine for sleep.
Is it reversible?
It stopped taking the medication.
So there's no harm to
from
I mean, if you do it during
some
puberty,
transes,
it
from
would
some
be
of the
like wearing
transes
a
I've
black-
heard that it's not reversible. Like you're kind of stuck once
so if you
once
take
it's
it,
happened.
if you do
enough,
something
at
over a
least.
course, like a certain period of time, yeah, sure, it'll have a longer body. But like what this says is it just literally stops the uptake of GnRH.
Okay, so what you're saying to me is that if a person, because you're actually kind of persuading me
I
the
just
other
found another
direction
use
here,
case.
boy band, just so you
I just
know.
found another use case.
Cool, hang on a
I
second.
just found another use case that helps
Cool. So
prevent cancers.
I
of
hear
certain
you.
kinds.
Okay, so you just kind of convinced me the other direction. So I was led to
Which other
believe in the
direction?
past.
I'm not trying to
that
convince anybody of anything.
If you'll hold your breath, I'll answer you, my friend. I'm literally going to tell you. So I was of the impression, and this was actually from Barbie, that that the transitional hormones are not the same. That puberty blockers are
That's not a
just
transitional
basically.
hormone.
May I finish?
It's not a hormone.
I heard you. May I finish?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
There are two different things. There are transitional hormones and there are puberty blockers. The transitional hormones are the things that are replacement for what your body is not producing, and the puberty blockers prevent your body from producing anything. I was led to believe that using the puberty blockers only delays, that if you stop taking the puberty blockers, you're just going to go into puberty in your 20s instead of in your teens. However, what you're telling me, and correct me if I'm wrong,
No, that's
my
not how it
understanding of
works.
what you're telling me,
That's not true at all.
what you're telling
Yeah.
me is that you missed the fucking boat, so now you don't get puberty, and that's a different
That's
story.
correct.
That means that we
Yeah.
are talking
That's
about
why
a
it's a big deal.
long-term lasting effect
Yeah.
that is irreversible. Okay, well
Yes.
that changes everything.
The only reason I jumped in was because of the mention of it being a castration. You know, I felt that detracted from the actual conversation.
Well, I mean,
of
that's-
where we are where we are
That's
now,
what the
but,
punishment is called.
um,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it is punishment, but that's
Sure.
That's what it's
But,
colloquially
I-
called,
I-
at least.
I know you're
it's
saying,
important
but
to call a goose a
if
goose,
you're
and
making
not
it-
necessarily a goose a duck. You know what I'm saying? So,
but
like I
if
said,
it is
No,
a
it is a
permanent,
goose.
if it is a permanent
Sure.
lasting effect, then it is more similar to a chemical castration than
oh
I
yeah,
was
no,
aware of.
don't get me wrong. That's why it's called castration. I was just like saying the on-label purpose, like people are using it for the on-label purpose. It's not the same thing. So
It seems like you're
again,
being a bit
those
pedantic
things
about
that-
this
discussions like
because
this.
it's
Isn't
100%.
that what
doing
this
the
is?
It is castration.
I mean, it will sure. Again,
Sure,
that's
sure.
the end result. But if you're using a gun to
You
hunt
just agreed.
instead of murder, it's a hunting weapon. I've been agreeing the whole time.
Yeah, yeah,
I was
yeah.
just
okay.
trying to say
so
that.
again, this would be the same as a double mastectomy in their teens, a voluntary double mastectomy for transgender transition. Does everybody?
No.
Because again, I was actually shocked when I had these conversations with Barbie that she was for waiting till you're 18. Like, but she told me that the puberty blockers are only a delay and not a permanent change. So that changes this. Like, I bought into it at that time because I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Hold it off,
That's-
kick the can down the road until you're an adult and can make the choice for yourself.
It's a
That's what
train.
they want
Once
to
it
be
leaves the
true,
station,
and-
it's gone. Like
Yeah, they want
Yeah.
that to be true, and that's what like
It's just
the
not.
media wants you to
I'm-
believe, but that's not how it actually works.
yeah,
like a lot of
yeah.
things.
I mean, you're not
I'm
gonna
all
get
for
your- even if you
transitioning whenever
stop
you
at-
want to and stuff, but it's a dangerous
Yeah,
thing to do when you're
But
a
it
child.
does have an effect.
If you
What were you saying, Casey?
Well, if you stop at 18, like you'll get probably some of the puberty or whatever, but you won't be you stop
You
the
won't be
puberty
what
for
you
many
would
years.
have been.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm reading
Yeah,
a
but
thing on
but
the
also-
page that says
That's the danger
What is
that says
also-
horse was
But
right.
it's also
about
about what?
And then you probably catch autism
About
too
it
because
is
it's
reversible. Like you just
like a
go through it
vaccine.
after you cease
catch the
taking
autism, bro.
medication.
catch
Yeah,
the
the Mayo
tism.
Clinic is
What
saying
is
changes are not
also-
permanent.
I would trust Mayo Clinic.
What is also
I
Yeah, it
guess
says
irreversible
irreversible
once a
is
person stops
actual
taking
is
it,
actual
puberty starts again.
puberty. Well, yeah, if it stopped during puberty, yeah, then you'll
No,
you'll
it just
start
says
yeah,
once a
puberty
person
back
stops
up
taking
again.
it.
I have a hard time believing
If you
that.
take it till you're 28 and then you just stop taking it, you're not gonna have your teenage puberty like you would have. You're not.
Yeah,
going
like-
to. You probably won't have.
And a
any
great
actually.
example.
Yeah, but then you're
Oh,
talking
sorry,
about adults.
I have a
Oh.
delay. I'm not trying
Exactly.
to interrupt people.
The same.
A great example though is that let's say you put a blindfold on a baby as it's developing in its first years. If you take that blindfold off, it's not gonna just grow its eyesight. That ship sailed. It's gone. It's fucked up eyes for the rest of its life. Same thing with puberty. It's like your body is
Yeah.
like
Do we
it's
know
got
that for
steps
a fact?
follow. That
I want to know,
D-
number one,
yeah.
how they found that out.
That's what the eyesight thing.
Who
Well,
the-
that was
who
a
the
major
fuck
concern
did
for
that
my
particular
child's
test?
eyesight whenever her eyelid was developed. Like it wasn't. You remember the thing. Anyway, that was a concern for the doctors. Like, hey, we, gonna kill her or anything, but it could fuck her eye up if her eyelid swells like that while she's trying to vision. It's the same deal. That's what DNA does. It's a set of instructions. It doesn't go, okay, we can start off where we left off. It's like, oh, okay, well, we missed that step. Keep going. Like, it's
So I'm gonna
imperfect, but that's just the way it
go ahead and
works.
I'm just gonna put this out there, and I'm sure I'm gonna get piled on for this, but this again. So stem cells, if I'm not mistaken, and stem cell therapy can cause it to re-trigger, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm pretty sure we have George Bush Sr. to thank, if I'm not mistaken, for why we are as sorely behind in stem cell research as we are now. But
think it was
that
Junior.
said, I believe that was it the second? I thought it was the original, but either way, it was one of the Bushes that made it so that we couldn't investigate or look into this. So, it's
Oh,
my
yeah, that was Junior.
horseradish. Thank you, Grumple. Okay, it was
Got you,
Junior.
buddy.
So, I appreciate it. I'm so pretty. But yeah, so
good-
stem cell
good
research,
animal.
I do believe that. I told you whenever you showed me that I would just fucking ride on its back and just chew on its mane. Excuse me.
I don't like the way
yeah.
that thing looks.
Oh,
Oh, we got a
I love
racist
it.
in the
Makes me
chat.
happy.
Oh,
Makes
there
me
we
feel
go.
warm and fuzzy. That
Don't
is a
like horseradishes?
horseradish.
Hold on, wait.
Yeah.
Like an actual racist? Oh, I was like, the one reason I showed up.
Yeah, I
tonight-
know you.
No, he's talking about you. Yeah. So go
Oh,
in the
man.
corner and argue with yourself, boy band. Yeah. So
I'm gonna ban myself. I'll be right back.
again, now that I understand that it is a permanent, it makes me second guess my previous positions. I'm not as sure as I was. I'm still torn on this one because at the end of the day, it should be the conversation between a parent, a child, and a physician. But I also know that physicians get it wrong sometimes, and I know for a fact fucking parents get it wrong. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like
Pre-transition
I
stages.
don't know
until
that this is an
18. I
easy
don't know.
answer.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
still think it's
Err on the side of
the
caution.
puberty blockers just stop it until you take the hormone therapy to go through the puberty that you're trying to go through.
Sure, Salty.
Is
I
that
do
not
know
how it
stem
works?
cell research is not in its infancy, but we are way behind because we were staunched and stymied for so long because people were concerned about using aborted fetuses for stem cell research. So they put all kinds of barriers in front of it for many years.
And now
and it
Sweden's
wasn't until
making
they
crazy advancements in technology, and we aren't.
Exactly. So like I said, we're not in its infancy, but we are behind the curve. So that's all I was getting at. So anyway, yeah. Okay. So like I said, I feel like this is one that should probably be Democratic. I hate to say it, but I feel like, God damn it, I don't know, man, because the personal liberties
I have an
come
idea.
first to me.
Yeah.
Shoot.
Yeah, I was
Me
gonna
here.
say,
I'm hearing
personal
arguments
liberty,
for
just let
American
people decide.
exceptionalism.
Like, I honestly, it's the same. It's a medical, right? A parent is allowed to say no. A child's 18. You know, it sucks if the parent says no, right, and the kid wants it, but that's how we do literally everything else.
Not everything. No, teenagers have a right to their own their own care in not many cases.
No, they don't.
Without the knowledge of their parents, even.
No, they don't at all. Nope, they absolutely do not.
I know the Bill of Rights.
They do not.
Tell me more.
They can't consent.
Where
patient Bill of Rights.
What is the actual line in the sand? Like, what does a teenager? Because I know that this was
as a legal guardian of themselves.
Only if they're emancipated.
So this would include. This would include if, let's say, a 17-year-old wanted to go and get an abortion. Hey, appreciate the raid, Gorps. Welcome back. And welcome in everybody who dipped. Y'all are probably already followers, so welcome back to you too.
Oh, you got past 500. You're good now.
Oh, appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it went back down like I said it would. I'm sure probably because of something I said, but that's okay. God damn it, what was I saying? Fucking thanks, Corpse, for the follow or for the raid and for throwing me off. What was I fucking saying, please?
It was about gay stuff.
You got me. Oh yeah, about how stretchy your butthole is.
Yeah, that too.
Oh, informed consent.
Wow.
No. Minors legally minors cannot consent unless they're emancipated. That is the exception.
Okay, so a 17-year-old would not be able to go to an abortion clinic.
No, can't.
Most states require parental consent for routine medical care, but do allow minors to consent and keep care confidential in certain areas, typically without any parental notification, notably sexual and reproductive health.
That's wrong.
Parental.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying those states are wrong.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Okay. You're saying,
yeah, no, Casey, I agree. That's probably a thing, but those states are wrong. Yeah, no, that should not happen because kids can't. Why suddenly because it's about a sex thing? Are they able to consent? Might as well like.
No, it's about sexual abuse. It's no. It's not about the consent. It's there are stops given to if the female patients and a lot of children patients where they get to be alone specifically for that reason. And that's why that exists, is if dad's diddling the kid and the mom doesn't know it, you get the kid alone for 10 seconds and the kid tells the medical worker and they don't see that dad. That's the whole point. Obviously, it's not just a chop and done. There's a process, but like that's what that's for. It's for the protection.
For that
of the
matter,
patient.
if the kid that's getting the abortion is because it was somebody in their household that got them that way. Right,
which does happen.
So
there's
I mean,
certain like medical exams
like
and stuff that are code named a certain thing for that reason.
Because when you go home, what's going to happen?
2025 minor may obtain an abortion without any parental notification or consent. Alaska, California, Connecticut, DC, Hawaii, Illinois, Maine.
Alaska's surprising.
Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico.
Alaska's very surprising for that.
Not done. Hang on.
Vermont, Washington.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Go back to the list. Yeah, read it. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Mostly the blue places. I don't know. Some places in the middle-ish area.
Are there any that surprised you?
Alaska.
Alaska, 100%.
Yeah, other than Alaska. See, why does
Alaska's weird though too?
Yeah, I was about to say I don't know.
Alaska's pretty red.
I'm gonna say some inflammatory shit right now. But I feel like Alaska is like real remote and kind of backwoods. And so I feel like if there was a place where kids might need to be able to have a safe way to report abuse, that maybe, I mean, the Appalachians too.
Wait, hang on. In Alaska though, do you mean like abuse from polar bears or something else?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly
he's saying
the polar bears that live downstairs.
He got a little bored when he was watching the kids.
That's what I'm saying. So,
or Kodiak.
I mean, again,
bears is mostly.
Or Kodiak bears. Could be the bears. Could be
bears.
They're different colors. Some are colonizers. Some are, others.
Got it.
Yes. Oh, bears! I see what you did there. That was fun. I see what you did. Yeah. Okay. Anyways.
Bears.
All right. So back to it. So to tie this one off and move on because we've got we're doubles because we're running low now. This is not as cut and dry as I thought it was. I think that it's probably smart for this to be something voted on democratically. I think that this is probably something that is never going to be an easy solution, and that you have to ask yourself, first of all, whose liberties take precedence. And I feel like the child and the parent chooses care. That should be like, but I also understand that that's not always the right move. But if the parent doesn't support it, having to wait till 18 sucks, but I feel like that's the safer bet. So anyhow.
That's probably, yeah.
All right, so what was the
honestly,
next one?
Kids shouldn't be making their medical
Yeah.
decisions.
No, exactly. So, all right.
And
So
back
tax
to
exemptions for church-linked groups.
But wait, before we move on, to summarize,
Nope, go ahead.
Horseradish's
Just wait, hold on.
position. Yep, wait, just to summarize again, just Horseradish's position is kids shouldn't get braces.
Kids should not get braces. That is.
Do you do
correct.
this every time he
18 and
decides
up,
on something?
He does. Yes. And I love it. I appreciate it. That, sir,
like that.
is brilliant. Hey, braces are only for 18 and up, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. No, you cannot.
That's
you
his
cannot have
position.
orthodontic restraints. Anything that is. Yep. I also don't believe you should have your wisdom teeth taken out until you're at least 18. So.
Oh, because you'd be less
That would be
wise.
permanent.
Change to your body.
The noise is awful.
Yeah, this
And yeah,
Permanent
you need,
change.
You need it when you're young. Yeah. All right. So tax exemptions for church linked groups. This one is near and dear to my heart, and I'm glad we're actually going to close on it because I'm definitely going to watch that 501 followers go down. So I actually
What do you got
think
now?
that there should not be tax exemptions, period, for anything related to religion. I think that churches are a for-profit business, always
100%.
have been, always will be. And I think that especially given the fact that almost every church I know of absolutely preaches politics from the pulpit and is directly influencing the politique, I feel like they should just as taxable as every other business. And I feel like, especially given the inherent exploitative nature of organized religion, I think that they should be taxed heavily. So that's my personal take on this. With that said, that is going to be kind of universal. Like anybody who is pushing forth an ideology, and anybody who is trying to be the moral arbiter, I think should answer to the people. Go.
Mr. Horseradish, I'm going to just immediately right now pull your libertarian claiming card because you're saying something should be taxed more. You just yoink. You don't have it anymore.
Touche. Nope. I hear you. That's fine. Again, that's why there's a bunch of caveats on my libertarian. Like there's like 3 words that are couching it. This is because I'm a special snowflake.
I'm doubting any of it at this point. I mean, I still like you. It's still great to talk to you, but I don't think. I think what you are is something. I don't think it's libertarian. Like I don't think it's any part at all.
He's a fraud.
The term is
He's a
term is
phony.
bleeding.
He's a big fat
Bleeding heart
phony.
libertarian.
Hey, look at this guy over here. He's a big phony. Yeah, that's. I understood that reference.
Oh, I never did send you the links to those political barometer tests. Actually, the next time I have you on stream, Grumple, I'd like to have you take it. Like I'd like to
I hate all of
administer it
those.
with you and discuss it as we're doing.
Well, I've
it.
done a lot of like
Oh, I
political
fucking
compass
love 'em.
tests. Which
I love
one?
'em
Which one do
because
you like?
they're
Mine changes. Like
Okay,
they
yeah,
change
the
over time too.
scales.
Like
So
yeah.
if you-
Which ones? Which one you do?
Mine has changed by at least, I think it's at least 20% to the left on every single category since I started streaming. I took one within the
Well,
first,
you're
like,
streaming
couple
on-
of months
to
when I
men.
started streaming.
You're streaming on Twitch, so it makes sense.
Political compasses
said
are to
something
men
similar.
what horoscopes are to women.
Yeah, kind of.
That's good. That's good.
I might be a paleo conservative.
So anyway,
you don't know me.
Paleo conservative.
again, I have always considered myself to be a liberal historically, but that word has changed, and I know that I sound like that guy when I say this, but I have now been told that technically what I am is a classic liberal or a classical liberal.
Classical liberal,
and
but no,
that
you're not
ultimately
that.
What I am for is
No.
personal liberties. Again, this is what I've been told by other people. I don't fucking fit into any box is the actual answer. And that's why I hate the bipartisan system. I think that the fact that I'm pro-gun and pro-choice in equal measure means that I don't fit comfortably anywhere. So I wish that the Libertarian Party and the Green Party would unify. That is my honest to God belief and dream. I wish that Jill Stein and what was his name, Chase Oliver, would have been on the ticket together. I would have fucking been
That's
so
never
stoked to see
gonna.
that happen.
They're
But
absolute polar opposites. Not
understand.
gonna happen. That's
I'm
silly,
telling you
dude.
my dream.
And
Actually,
you're
no.
silly.
No. Hold the fuck up, because I will fight you on this one, sir. Because
Okay,
when you
I
watch
welcome
the
it.
debates, the third party debates that took place that year, you watch the third party debates that took place that year. The two
Where
of
did
them
that
on stage
happen?
together debating. They agreed on. Oh my God, you didn't watch it? Yo, it was a big.
No, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Like snubbed them. Like, oh my God, I'll watch it
I
again,
didn't
dude.
know that was a
Absolutely,
thing.
yeah. No, I watched them.
No, I'll watch it with you. Like, I'll do comment.
Yes,
I'll do
RFK
commentary with
Jr.
you on it, like as
RFK
content.
Jr., yes, RFK Jr. was invited. RFK Jr. was invited, and he snubbed them because he was trying to get onto the stage with Trump and Biden, and so it was taking place. And what
Was it on the same
awesome
night?
was Chase Oliver. I think it was a different night. But what Chase Oliver did, I don't know if you know this or not. Or no, that's right. It was RFK Jr. Who was it? Was RFK Jr. ended up doing the just him doing it by himself, reacting to their shit. I don't know if you saw that one too. That was pretty funny.
No.
But I actually thought when I saw that the fucking third party should do that as well. But yeah, no, 100%. The third party debates were fucking fire. And when you watch Chase Oliver and Jill Stein agree on like 80% of the stuff, I'm like, okay, let's fucking do this. Let's go.
Chase Oliver wasn't the best candidate for libertarians.
What did they agree? What did they agree on?
Oh, the meme on the Keynesian economists. They just like, oh, we'll just make more.
Keynesian economist has unexpected.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, just we'll just photocopy it. It's fine.
I couldn't tell what I was looking
Yeah.
at. I got you. Okay.
That was an expensive thing to do too,
Anyways.
because the spaghetti sauce is gonna mess up the white sheet that's on the top side, and it's
I
already
guarantee
stained.
you it was already toast. I guarantee you it was. Yeah, it was probably already toast. They were going to chuck that.
I don't know
was
why I
like-
brought that one
was
up.
like
It felt like
Office
this was the
Space.
appropriate meme to
Fair.
This is the stuff you can do when you
So,
use a OBS
going back
virtual
to it,
webcam.
yes,
Just
yeah,
have fun. Yeah, there you go.
You took away, and I will again. I've learned my lesson, sir.
No biggie.
I have been schooled and will learn. So going back to this though, I understand you're taking away my libertarian card because I think that they need to. I understand.
Yeah, I
that
yoinked it.
I used to be in the block of, or in the group. I'm sorry, I just saw the word block and I had mental echo. I used to be in the group of the taxation is
ready.
theft, right? Like I was convinced of that. But I also have to say that I want there to be a publicly funded, group funded fire department, because having privately owned fire departments has been tried and was fucking horrible. And the idea of doing that with police force is terrifying. Didn't we have that as well? Weren't they had a funny, silly little name and silly little hats. So again, I lean libertarian, but I also feel like there are certain things that we cannot allow in the hands of individuals, or we will literally have the warlords of the rich. He who can afford the biggest army is also going to thereby make the rules, and I can't have that. So
That's
we have
why
to
you're
have
not a
some sort of
libertarian.
unified. Yep, I understand.
That's
You want
that
the
one
warlords.
one key
Yeah,
point
so-
right there. Is you feel like you have to stick up for the little guy, and that's not libertarian.
I understand.
Politically,
and again,
anyway.
if you want to gatekeep the term, that is fine.
No, I'm not
I don't
gatekeeping, it's
call
like
myself anything. That's
definitionally.
what other people call me. So
Okay.
maybe
they don't understand
And
either.
I also disagree with the libertarians.
I
disagree with the
interrupted you, my bad,
libertarians
though.
on their stance on nuclear technology as well. No, you're good. I was fucking rambling. I was on a soapbox and I need to get off. Make room for others. If we're gonna tax anybody, how about this, Grumple? If we're gonna tax anybody, then I think that a business that is inherently exploitative should definitely be taxed. a fun hot take to that is that the voodoo practitioners and the people who do the chicken thing where they pull the chicken out of your guts and tell you you're healed, I think that those people should be legal, allowed, because if you're dumb enough to fall for it, fucking that's fine, get out of the breeding pool. But second of all, I also feel like at the end of the day they should be taxed. Like, okay, cool, if you're gonna fucking pay the game, pay the price.
See, now, when are you
anyhow,
are you saying people
that's
should
my
be
take.
taxed? When you're saying people should be taxed, are you talking like corporations or people context, or
Oh, yeah,
people
well,
or corporations? Because it goes both
corporations
ways.
should be taxed
People
as
are
well.
corporations, and corporations are people these days. Super weird, right? But that's how
Sorry,
the legal system works.
I moved the wrong year. Say that again.
People are corporations,
corporations,
and
what?
corporations are people currently in the legal system.
Sure.
You have your
Well,
legal
so-
fiction. That's
so to answer your
that's
question-
corporation.
Sure. If you're asking me, do I think that corporations should be taxed? Yes, absolutely.
See, I'm
1000%.
I'm okay with, hey, cost of doing business. I mean, yeah, that's gonna make. Hey, because currently it's happening. Businesses are taxed. What happened before 1918? You remember what happened in 1918? I believe it was
That was
1918.
when they implemented the income tax, right?
Personal federal
That was
income
when they
tax, and
implemented the
it was.
income
Do you
tax.
remember what it was for?
Yeah. It was for the war effort, right?
Yeah, and it was supposed to be temporary, but like,
Yeah, it
oopsies.
was
Let's
supposed
just
to be
keep it.
temporary.
Yeah, like what do we do? How do we get my
Right,
roads
because
and
we created
bridges
the
before that?
military-industrial complex.
Well, I'm
Right,
like,
but
hey,
look,
let's go back to that
Rumple,
where there's no. I mean,
Bro.
hang it, just personal stance.
You know
No
as well as I
personal
do.
taxes.
Yeah.
Businesses, okay, yeah, that's just the cost of doing business. So then, but I mean, it'll balance out
Okay.
to where things are going to be a little bit
I'm
more
all right with
expensive, but you're going to have more money, or most
Sure.
people will. If you're
Sure.
one of the ones who's
So
getting federal subsidies, then you're probably not going to have more money. But I'm okay with that too.
100%. So were you here the night that we did the balanced budget conversation? I think you were you? No, that was the first one. You weren't here that night.
I
Okay.
don't think so.
So I'm sure you are very pro-military, right?
As a, I mean,
if we
well,
take away the budget that you're talking about, if we
on
take away
the
budget that you're
personal,
talking
on the
about,
individual
military is
person
a
basis,
huge-
yes, I'm not as girthy as you might think about the whole thing as a concept.
Oh, beautiful. I think that you just tap danced around saying you're okay with paring down the size of our standing military. Is that correct?
Well,
You're okay with cutting
the
the
founding
DoD budget in half?
I didn't say that either, but the founding fathers didn't even want a standing army, and I'm like, given the current
Washington
global
did.
situation, I mean that's a long conversation, dude. But no, I'm not okay with cutting in the
One of the
current
reasons
world.
for the Second Amendment
Everything the
too.
way it is, I'm not okay with cutting
Yeah.
the defense budget in half. Other things maybe, but not
So,
in half. Current.
Where do you
every
think we're gonna fund
with
that for?
in a
Well, because-
vacuum,
because-
that one change, no, absolutely not.
Okay. So if you're talking about getting rid of the taxation, which the vast majority, we just had this game the other night on stream. That's the only reason I have any sort of understanding of this, because I suck when it comes to numbers and I hate money. But my understanding is, and what we figured out was that even if you like the federal DoD budget is what I don't want to say the number, but I feel like it was like 2/3 of the federal budget. Is that correct, Koenig? Do you remember?
Oh, I don't know.
No, that's incorrect
remember,
because there is no
okay, so
federal budget.
it's-
There hasn't been one for I
beg
think
your
it's getting
pardon?
close to 30 years. Like a budget passed.
Okay, am I using the
There's
wrong
been
word? What is the correct? What is the correct?
Well,
term?
no,
The
you're
amount
using the
of money
correct
that the
term, but
government is spending.
Debt limit.
which yeah, debt. It's
Debt limit?
spending debt, and it's as far. Okay, so I might be a little bit off on this, and please somebody chin check me on it. I believe as of the last time I checked, which was not this current calendar, past 12 months, it was around $218 trillion annually. That's unfunded liabilities, which is things that aren't in
All right, so
the budget or any continuing resolution. They're just stuff that we say we're going to pay for and don't fund it. Like a lot of the
For sure.
social
I'm not
welfare
sure
programs.
What this number? I
Oh,
don't.
you're
I don't
gonna
get
get
what
me
you're.
started on Social
That can,
Security?
Oh,
the national
yeah,
debt.
if
the
you go,
national
it
debt
just
is 30 around 30 trillion.
oh no, it gets
So here
I'm
you
not
go,
sure what number
Grumple.
you're referring.
if you go up to the top
referring
right, also there's a secret little thing. It says secret window. It's always something fun on the debt clock.
Oh, the secret window you're saying?
Yeah, no, see it says secret window. Just click
Should
on
I-
that. It'll pop up something that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, no. Is it going to be interesting? Like it's going to fucking dox me, or is
Oh,
this
no,
like
no,
a
that-
trap? It feels
no,
like
what it- what
it
it's-
feels like a trap.
hang on.
I want to.
Did you notice what it's doing right now is changing? See where it says U.S. debt clock?
Click that thing.
If you look at the top where it says usdebtclock.org, if every time you click it, it changes to something else. Now, see, yeah, that click the secret window button, but watch there. Oh no, it's different now. Look at that. Do a perception check for traps.
Yeah, no, I failed. So
No,
okay,
there,
so
it just did
back
it.
to this.
You clicked it and look at excise
It's just
tax.
when you're
Like,
highlighting over things,
Oh.
it's telling you the source of it.
Oh, is that what that's doing?
A
I
flat
thought he was
tax
clicking on it.
specific goods and not a percentage
Yeah, no,
on
it's just telling you the
general goods,
source.
like a sales tax. Got you.
Wait, no, I think that's when he was.
Federal excise
Yeah,
tax
that was.
revenue
No, that's not mousing over it at all. That's when he was clicking on it. It's
That is
giving you.
interesting.
It's giving you information.
No, it just
In this
yeah,
case.
it just yeah, and it's not because I'm mousing over it. It just goes away on its own. But
Well, if you click on other things,
oh
it'll
no,
tell
I'm
you.
I'm hovering.
Oh, no.
I'm
Oh no, it is.
stupid.
No, my bad. It
So
is.
when I'm
It is when you're
hovering
mousing over.
each thing. It gives me. Yep. It wasn't when I'm
I-
mousing over the number. That's what
I
I'm
thought he
saying.
was clicking on
The
it and it was
secret
doing it.
window
That's
is
my
just-
bad.
It's no, the secret window is just a ruse. But
Oh no,
okay, going
the
back
secret
to
window is
goddamn
this.
thing. Where's the thing where it
actual-
says? Stop it. Okay, U.S. national debt. Okay, U.S. federal spending, budget deficit. Okay, so what? Explain to me your logic again, please. Why is this not a budget?
Well,
Why did they
to
not
be,
have a budget?
Because
if there's not a budget.
a budget means a certain thing, and the Congress hasn't passed a budget last time I checked. It's been quite a while.
deficit?
I
To
think
use the word
I
budget,
think under
does it have to
Clinton.
balance?
No. It's just like having
Is that the?
a continuing resolution is not a budget. A debt ceiling limit increase is not a budget. A budget is, hey, here's how much we're going to spend on this thing. Here's how much we're going to spend on this thing. Here's how much we're going to spend on this thing with line by line item. It's
They
an
didn't do
accounting
that on the
term.
COVID. I thought that's what happened with the COVID thing. That was.
If that did, I'm willing to. I'll eat it if I'm wrong. 100%. I'll say
I
okay,
believe
cool.
you.
I'm
No,
wrong.
I believe you because again,
I think it
when
hasn't happened
comes to
since
money,
Clinton.
I just basically go sideways.
And then especially not a balanced
Well,
budget too.
But they.
Yeah, I know
that's
that.
true with balance budget, but they do
Oh,
make.
I
a
just
budget.
linked something. Section 1 of this says
you know.
concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2025. Sounds like a budget.
Yeah, CR does sound like a budget, but it's not.
That does sound like a budget.
Continuing resolution is saying, hey, we're going to keep paying the bills, but not allocate
Establishing the
that.
congressional
It's the difference
budget.
between paying the bills versus allocating funds to pay the bills. That's kind of.
But why are they using?
It sounds
the
like
word
you're.
budget?
Yeah, if you're saying
The
that,
budget is the
Clinton was the
action of
last one
paying
who did
bills.
it. And
No,
was the last
a
one to
budget
balance
is not the
Clinton
action of
was the
paying
last
bills.
one to
I
That's
knew
not-
that.
and not borrow money in their budget, basically.
I mean, when they're
That's
talking
what
about
you're
the
saying.
budget, it's just kind of adding up all the costs of all the bills in this continuing
Yeah.
resolution. It's just like the omnibus spending. They
How
just put it all
much-
together because
Yeah,
they
that's
can't
not a-
sit down and go through a
Oh, I
thousand.
It's not
see.
actually a budget.
Because it's a spending bill. It's a spending bill, not a budget. Is
Yeah.
that the? Because I do
That's-
remember the word.
yes,
spending
that is
bill
the
being used, and
difference.
You just used it there a second ago.
That is
Well, yeah,
a major
you
point
kinda
of
look
contention.
like
It's not a budget.
The budget, like in quotations, is just going to be. You can see the U.S. federal spending and then the U.S. tax revenue.
Got you. Yeah. Okay, because even
And then
here it
the-
says federal
Which is
spending
the
and
budget.
budget
Deficit is
deficit.
between them.
Okay. Fucking weird ass pedantic fucking like.
No, this
So I'm
isn't. I
still
mean,
looking
this
up
is
here. Can somebody
very
point to me?
important. It's not a budget because a budget has a limit.
No,
a
I
budget
hear
has
you. I-
limits on the individual categories. A budget is like even your household budget. If you like YNAB, you need a budget. It's a great app if you don't have one for your household expenses. If you need some help getting spending under control, doing a budget, and YNAB is a great one. I don't have a like an affiliate code or anything. I feel like they should give me one. It's putting limits on individual categories of spending. That's what a budget does. To where, hey, we've
it's
spent
like
this much on
allocations.
this thing, we can't spend any more. That's not what the continuing resolutions have done at all. So they're not budgets, even though they use the word budget in a lot of the language. It's not a budget. And
So you'd
Yep.
be against like Trump
Nope.
calling it the big beautiful budget.
well, he didn't call it. It's a big beautiful bill, but if he called it a budget and it's not a budget, I would be against that 100%. I'm not a Trump fanboy either. He's done a lot of stuff that I don't agree with. I did vote for him, but I don't agree with a lot of like be anti-Pew. That's the quickest way to get me against him.
Yeah.
Yeah, bump stocks. Yeah, I mean they're
So-
stupid, but they shouldn't be illegal. And that got overturned. I don't think he knows much about a lot of the firearm stuff, so he's susceptible to do things that don't make sense. And
You know who I
infringy.
wouldn't trust with firearm knowledge? Fucking Supreme Court justices.
Don't they shoot each other sometimes?
No, you can go through some of the decisions and the experts they had to bring
That'd
in
be
to
nice.
describe things to him is funny.
Who
Wait,
was it
hang
that
on, how-
shot? Wasn't it? What,
If you recall, the director of the ATF, I don't remember how long it took, but Grantham did a video on it about him taking down the slide off of. I think after 23, he ran out of Glocks to take the slides off of. That was less than the time that it took the director of the ATF to take down the slide off of one. It was a competition.
I'm sorry. Say that all again. Explain. Yeah, explain that. Explain what you
So
just said for me.
The director of the ATF, while giving expert analysis of something and explaining how he's doing things and how the ATF is operating, had a lot of trouble taking down specifically a Glock, like taking the slide off of the frame. It is a little bit tricky. No, granted. However,
Hey, see,
Mr.
you're saying that the guy in charge of the department doesn't even know how to operate a fucking firearm. That's the point.
Well,
you're making. I got you.
I don't remember if it was a Glock 19, but Glocks are it's not complicated. I'm live on YouTube, or else I would demonstrate because you can't handle firearms on YouTube while you're live, which is super weird. But yeah, in the you can have it on video, it's just not in a live stream. So yeah, the thing is that Mr. Grantham, aka Flannel Daddy, he went and said, "Hey, I'm going to do a competition with the director of the ATF," and he actually ran out of pistols to break down before the time that it took the director of the ATF to take down one.
Was that like a
pretty
congressional hearing, or was that just like a weird like gotcha thing that someone set up?
Oh no, it wasn't even a gotcha. It was I think it was an interview, maybe CNN. Hang on, I'm trying. Like I could be wrong on this. I think it was
Sounds
an
like a
interview.
setup, then.
It might have been for
Because I could
a congressional hearing or
like,
something.
An expert friend of mine, my M&P, and they wouldn't be able to take it apart.
Yeah, but this is the director of the ATF, and it was on a table of, I think it was confiscated firearms from something or other. It was a table of pews, and he wanted to demonstrate taking it down, and it took him quite a while, and he's the director of the ATF. It wasn't a gotcha that somebody else set up. It was by a very...
I definitely don't think it's a good look for him.
No, it wasn't. And that's all I was saying is Flannel Daddy was like just pop, 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 pop. I think he had 23 firearms
so
that he...
I do want to say one thing real quick, just because I
Took the
can't
slide
get
off.
past it. without acknowledging it. You said you said the thing that it was strange for YouTube to not allow firearms on screen, but I can all
No, not on
live
screen.
stream.
Handling in a live stream. That's specifically because you can have
so,
have them
so it
on
could be
stream
on the wall or whatever. But yeah.
or
But you can't
or anything. Like
I'm
literally,
guessing-
I could be concealed. I could be carrying if it's in a holster, if I'm not touching it. You can have it in a holster.
I'm betting that's
or
a
whatever.
fail safe, so that as soon as you break that, they can probably try to get ahead of somebody self-harming on a live stream. That would be my guess, or even harming others on a stream.
I mean,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like I'm betting that would be why they put that rule there, is so that they can, if they can 86 you, that at that point, then.
But
they
that
would have to do
also,
that before
I
you
mean,
do something.
yes, but which the but removes everything prior to that. Then that means safety instruction and range streams from a live stream aren't a thing. You just can't do it on YouTube. You can do it on Twitch or Kick or Rumble or literally everywhere else except YouTube.
Sure.
Which I mean, that's just how they want to run it.
I would. Yep.
I don't like
I would
YouTube,
also
but
say that another
this is
thing
the
is
place.
because they can't control the risk factor. So if you're doing that safety and then you accidentally, your gun fucking backfires in your face and does that in live stream, like if you finish the video and you're uploading it, then it's going to go through the algorithm and all that jazz. But for the algorithm to be able to prevent it, like to the algorithm, the filters, whatever the fuck it I don't know what the AI that looks at my video when I upload it to make sure it's not anything outside of TOS. If you're live streaming a gun safety and you fail at gun safety, they're not going to be able to catch that before it's broadcast to the world, and huzzah, they want that to not happen.
The
That's
one
just my
Twitch pro
guess.
got a ban after his gun accidentally went off while he was streaming. I don't remember why he picked it up, but he picked it up and when it went off, he got banned.
Really? Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
See, now, meanwhile, I do remember the thing because what platform was it where Moist Critical and the other dude
Sneeko.
they had a thing where watch
I know
my
what you're
clips.
talking
And this is my clips or whatever. And he's like, okay, this is
That
a
was,
fucking magazine, first of all. Yeah, it was a pretty funny video, but what platform were they on at?
Well, Moist Critical, I believe he was live on Twitch, and I don't know what Sneeko does at all.
Okay, Sneeko, that's his name. Okay. See, so in Twitch you can, but not on YouTube, you're saying?
Well, Twitch and a lot of... There are rules on Twitch, and actually, the reason I started even watching Twitch and then started streaming on Twitch was Steven FRA, Fugitive Recovery Agent, and then he changed the name to Steven IRL, and he left Twitch a while back because he got banned. The rule became you can't point a firearm at a human on stream or at the camera in a threatening manner, like things. Just he was a bounty hunter, and he Strom, because that's the past tense of stream. He Strom himself and his buddies doing bounty hunting stuff in Kansas City, Missouri. And hey,
and in
cool.
the process of them doing hunting stuff, they were pointing guns at each other. Oh,
no,
hunting. You're saying I got you.
Yeah, no,
it was like hunting.
He was.
And
yeah,
so
well, recovering people who
had potential perpetrators.
Well, the time recovering fugitive recovery agent becomes it was all people that just skipped court. So now we got to go find them, arrest them, and bring them to court. That was the entire premise, and that's what he did. The thing is, while he was live one time, he had to draw down. This is the only time it's happened. He had to draw down on a guy who was inside a glass door. There was a rifle 5 feet away from him, and he was on the floor for some reason, and he started to reach for it, so he had to draw on him. Hey, nope, stop, don't do that, please don't do that. And that became a thing, and it made Twitch refine their firearms policies. And so he started hey, when we're gonna go hot, we're going dark on Twitch, and hey, it's over on this other site, and they that's how they worked that out. So you if you're gonna do anything firearms related where you might have to point a firearm at a person, that's going to be a problem on Twitch also, which I mean, I don't think that's a problem on BitChute, Rumble, or maybe Kick, maybe not Kick. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. My understanding is everything's legal in Kick. It's like,
yeah, there's a
it's
lot
like
of N-bombs
New
on
Jersey.
Kick. Just be aware,
So
depending on where you, but depending on where you go.
So I
That's a thing.
tried when Kick first started being a thing. I tried it, and I was doing GTA RP streams, and it was fun, but it was so fucking toxic. So I was like, yeah, I'm good.
It's just another
but anyway,
platform for me.
yeah.
Some
right.
of the
And
some of the
yeah, if
people
you're
that
not really,
you have to network on any new platform too, because the algorithm
Sure.
might or might not. However, Kick is one of the ones where you can end up on the front page if you have 5 viewers.
Sure. Word. Okay, so we got completely off subject here, and I want to circle
Yeah.
this back to, because again, running low on time. It's fun talking, but the tax exemption for church-linked groups. I kind of said where I'm at. How did? And again, we understand that you don't think anybody should be taxed, right? Is that correct, Grumple? But
I don't think personal
what
income
about
taxes
the
should
other-
be a thing. Yeah.
That's right. That's what you said. Personal income tax should not be a thing. Well, okay. Do you think that the business of a church should be taxed?
That's another tough one, because the entire country is founded on freedom of religion, so that it feels like that's a special exemption.
Okay, well, if my religion is Starbucks coffee, all right, Casey, how do you feel? Because I'm pretty sure you're going to be on the same page as me.
Yeah, I'm not.
Should we
I don't
chat?
love
Should we
it.
tax the
Our
churches?
leading experts.
I feel like some of them you should, and some of them you shouldn't. So
That's an unexpected one. How
sort
would
of
you
like
qualify that?
what do they do with their money? Are they buying jets? I don't know. I think maybe it's some sort of rules for like what is a church or what's not a church.
A working firearm, and then they could buy the.
You have to be doing
aftermarket
so and
parts
such
and
with your money, and you can't be doing such and such with your money, or something like that. I think.
Constraining how people are spending their money, but only if they're tax exempt, basically.
I'm sure it is. There are some rules already, but I just don't know what they are, and whatever they are, they need to be tighter.
Yeah, I was about to say, to the best of my knowledge, there really isn't. Like, otherwise, we wouldn't have the Olsteins and the Swaggerts, right? Like Billy Graham Ministries. Like, well, actually, there might be. Maybe they have to put some percentage, some X amount towards charities, or they have to do some sort of humanitarian work in some sort. Does anybody know that? Does anybody have any idea what requirements? Is the Church of Satan just as tax exempt? Is the Church of Rastafarianism just as tax exempt?
Yes.
Yeah.
And are there limitations currently to how the tax exempt organization can spend their money? Like, how is it that the Joel Olsteins are able to buy a turbojet?
Yes, the requirement, because churches, I believe, all fall under 501c3, which means they can't make direct political endorsements. That's I think that's the only restriction on it. I could be wrong on this one.
But yet we know that they do. That was what I thought as well. I said that at the beginning.
I've never seen it at church.
We see preachers standing at a pulpit. Really?
That's saying, "Hey, vote for Trump or vote for." No, I haven't. I mean, except for what's his name, Louis Farrakhan and Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson. Those three, I believe, all three of them are reverends. Though they're the only ones I've ever seen make political statements. Some of the mega churches, maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen it personally, though. Well, if they do it at a church,
it's an individual. So,
but if those individuals are doing it at a church,
tax exempt status.
I mean,
Well,
that's
saying something political or whatever. I mean, that's different from spending the money on a campaign or much bigger.
An endorsement. That's what I was saying, and that's going to be exactly what Casey just said too. Like, either making statements or sending money to a candidate or something, or I think even donating to a PAC from the organization. That would count. You can't do that. But I believe that they can't make public statements about endorsing candidates or political issue. I'm not even sure the right way to.
Because I know for a fact they
handle
talk
that,
about
yeah.
abortion at the pulpit, right? So
Certainly.
I haven't heard it
but again,
personally,
like you said,
and
I haven't
I'm
heard it.
really.
yeah, and I both read the
If you don't
lectern at
mind me
least once a
asking,
month,
so you
and I
said
play
you go
bass
to
in the
church.
church
What-
band.
what-
I participate. I read the
Yeah, so-
lectern
so I was-
usually at least
what-
once a month, and I
what
play bass in the church band.
denominations, if you don't mind me asking?
Lutheran, Missouri Synod Lutheran.
Mhm.
Lutheran? Gotcha.
Yeah, like the OG of
so
Protestants.
yes. I'm sorry, say that again.
It's the Lutheran is the OG of Protestants. It was like the first one.
Yes. Yeah. After Martin Luther. Yeah. For what it's worth, theology and religious history is one of my personal, like, it's my secret pleasure. So but that's also,
Ooh, tingly.
so the backstory for me is I was that kid. I was the kid who would ask questions at church and got kicked out of church. Like, literally, my parents were asked to stop bringing me. Neither of my parents were particularly religious. One was raised Protestant, one was raised Catholic. Both of them stopped practicing in their teens, and they never pushed me into it. But I was always curious about it because I understood inherently the power of gatekeeping the ever after, and that if you are the person who is interpreting the word of God, that you have an extra special power. And I even at a young age, I could see the ties to, like, because again, like I said, I was always a history buff, and I could see that throughout all of history, church and state were joined at the fucking hip for a reason. So with that said, I was curious and I had questions and I wanted to understand. So I would go to my parents would take me to any church that I wanted, and so I tried all of the different flavors of Baskin Robbins, and I got kicked out of a lot of them. And there's not a whole lot that I haven't personally. Free Methodist was actually the most understanding of my questions, and they were the ones who were willing to say, you know what, we don't fucking know, man. Like this just makes us feel good about ourselves, kind of thing. Like this gives us hope. That's what it is. And so I understand that that's the need of religion, is that it gives people hope, right? And it also teaches people morality who are not capable of coming up with or understanding morality on their own. Some people, it is the good of society, or the moral good is inherently obvious and logical, but for some people they're not able to suss that out for themselves, so they need somebody to tell them, hey, this is how to be a good person, right? But the baked in hypocrisy of the Sunday morning Christians, like, I actually think that Jesus Christ was the greatest dude who's ever walked the earth, damn near, if not probably the. And if the rest of the world lived by his teachings, his actual teachings, not people's interpretations of his teachings, not what the Council of Council of Arimathea, Council of I think it was, whatever. Not the people who decided which books are going into the Bible, not just their story, but what Jesus actually said. I think that the world would be a fucking better place. But again, like I said, that's my TLDR rant about religion. Like, religion has a very interesting place in my heart, where I'm both fascinated by it and try to understand why it has such a control over so many people, right? But also, there's so many questions that can't be answered, and that's just not the way I'm wired. Like, and I can't, and if there is a God, I think to myself, well, he fucking made me this way, right? Like, he knows that I'm gonna question everything, and if I can't find an answer to this question, I'm never gonna let that question go. So I can't just believe anything ever. I have to have something to see, something to show me that this is the thing. So whatever. Anyway, the point of the matter here is that I didn't just say something, Casey.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Okay, no, cool. I was just making sure my headphones, I just accidentally tugged a wire. I want to make sure my shit didn't break.
Oh, preach it. Absolutely.
Sorry. Yeah. So again, like I said, I'm not against it, but I will say as a caveat, if your religion teaches you to hate, I'm not here for it. If your religion makes you a better person, I'm all for it. And if it gives you something, if it gives you a moral barometer, if it gives you hope, I am for it. I support it. But I also know how many times a church has used that power and influence for their own benefit, a la Jimmy Swaggart, a la Olstein, etc., etc. So to me, number one,
Yeah, don't
I'll
judge churches on
concede-
Joel Osteen.
Sure, like I said, I've
Hashtag
had
not
good
all
experiences
churches.
with churches. Sure,
He's not a good
I
example.
will agree. I agree, but he is the extreme nature of it, right? Have you ever watched the movie Religulous?
With the Bill Maher one?
Do you know what I'm talking about? Yes, the Bill
that
Maher
No.
one. That's right.
No, I didn't. I
Yeah,
didn't watch it.
Bill Maher. You should actually. It's pretty entertaining, regardless of your opinion or your beliefs. But there are several very exploitative examples of what I'm talking about, of people who are clearly just spinning a tale to give themselves more power. Being the person who decides what God really meant here, right? That bothers me because you are now interpreting something that was given to us allegedly on high that shouldn't have required interpretation, right? Like if this message was handed down from now, oh, but it was written in a language before, like it was not in our language. Well, I feel like if you were an omnipotent, omniscient deity, you would have transferred this information in a completely unbiased manner. Just saying. But give me pictographs. I probably could have figured those out all by myself. Instead, this went through the moral arbiter, the bias machine of a human body. And we don't think that the human body is going to change the message. We assume that these normal mortal humans could understand and properly document the message being conveyed to them by this omnipotent, omniscient deity. Like all of these holes, like I asked these questions in Sunday school and they said, you need to ask those questions upstairs. So I went upstairs and I sat through that. And afterwards I was like waiting for the fucking question and answer session and it never came. So I fucking walked up to the preacher afterwards when he's doing his smiles and his makeup and his handshakes. And I asked them the questions, and the vast majority of them did not like me asking these questions. They would always go give me the default answers. And after you press that 2 or 3 times, so what I'm getting at is I saw then that it was a show, that this is an entertainment for a lot of people. This makes people feel better about themselves. And so I'm for it, but I'm also aware of the fact that it's a business. So if you're going to have a business like that, it seems to me like you should probably have to pay your fair share. I understand you have the freedom to have whatever religion you want. But if you actually believe in the messages of Christ, you should be preaching barefoot in a park. Not in a fucking mansion, not in an opulent place with gold tiers, not in a place with $50,000 oak pews. You should be barefoot in a park, like Jesus would be. Whew. Sorry about that. That was my pro-Jesus rant.
Horseradish is anti-shoes. That's what I got out of this.
Love sandals.
Big shoe lobby is
my mom used to call my sandals JCs, actually. True story. So hey, appreciate the follow there, criminals. I like the name. All right, so I'm gonna punt it over to Koina because you're the only one who hasn't weighed in. How do you feel about the tax exemptions of church in general, and furthermore, church adjacent charities? Do you think they should be taxed like a business?
No, I think I'm fine with it as long as it's separate and not like a business for profit. It's like there's an actual case near me where it's like a church that has been closed for years. It's kind of like a church in name only. It's just a big parking lot that they sell, or they rent out their space for like food carts and like extra storage for like car lots near them. It's like, I think they should be taxed on that. That's not for charity or anything like that. That's just like a separate business entity they have that's attached to the church.
Okay. So if they're making money on the side, so my thought there as you were saying that was I saw the loophole, I saw the workaround, I saw the game where Joel Osteen and his church is not making all of this profit. It is his production company that is selling the rights to the DVDs that is making all of this money, right?
Yeah, and there's a good chance that's taxed too.
And oh yeah, and that's what I was about to say. That is a separate business apart from the church, and
Yeah.
basically it's like a streamer selling merch.
Yeah.
So as long as that's being taxed properly, you know what? I'm fucking okay with that. And I'd love it if somebody could fact check that and tell me if that's true. Because if that
Again,
is indeed the way
you're
it's set
not
up,
getting your
that's how-
libertarian. I'm sorry for interrupting you, sir, but you're not getting your libertarian card anytime back soon.
That's fine.
He just went
That's
pro
fine.
tax. Yeah.
That was those words were out of order, but you got the gist.
I did understand. I did understand the word salad, sir. And that's okay. Again, like I said, I'm not a self-titled libertarian. I personally don't fit in a label, and I never have. That was what got me interested in politics originally, was because, again, pro-choice and pro-gun. Where do I fit? So, and that was back in the 90s. Now, that was back before it was okay to call somebody a communist. Like, that was back when that would have still been a fist fight. Depending on if you were punk rock enough, that's different, right? But again, in general, calling somebody a commie was still kind of a sensitive subject, right? Like, we just got out of the Cold War, bro. Like, I grew up next to bomb shelters. We did fucking duck and cover drills at my elementary school. Thank you very much. So, I mean, I don't really want to say what.
I just DM'd you a short. They actually, so Grantham, the channel where he did the competition, it's actually been removed, so it doesn't exist anymore.
Really?
I asked AI to find me a backup of it. It's not been successful yet, but the kind of the gist of it is there's just a timer going. This is ATF expert.
Got you.
Oh, I
And
linked the
this is-
video in chat a little bit ago.
Oh, did you?
With the Grantham one?
No, it was the actual guy trying to do the
Okay. The one that I sent him has a timer. So
Oh,
that's-
there it is. Okay, there's the shorts.
like with
I
a
got you.
stopwatch timer.
Okay. Are we allowed to watch this? Because I actually kind of want to.
Um,
I'm gonna
It's just
I'm
on
gonna watch.
fumbling
on
with the
Twitch,
controller
yes,
to take it
and
apart.
I'm okay with it being on YouTube.
Our leading experts.
Cool.
Oh, this one's not mine. Mine has a timer.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm gonna watch that one too. Don't worry. This one was a short, so I figured it was not gonna take long. I'm guessing yours is gonna be a little bit more.
No,
complicated.
it's also a short, but just added a timer.
Working
It has the same sound though.
Buy the aftermarket parts.
The Final
Attach that-
Fantasy sound.
Simply attach that on.
And to buy those parts, is there any serial number and tracing?
He's just gonna give
You
up.
don't have to. You don't. If you're selling firearms, we tried to work with the law that Congress gave us, and take
This one might be better.
receiver. And Chris is here. He's one of our.
That's
our leading
hilarious.
experts.
Leading expert. Yeah.
Yeah, what
And
was-
this isn't a gotcha piece either. This is like, I think it's CNN. I'm not sure. Doing an interview with them.
Yeah, no, the bassoon music is definitely tops.
Would you like somebody else to join the panel, Mr. Horseradish?
Oh, brother, I normally would say yes, but I'm about to fold up shop and call it a night. I got to work at 8 o'clock in the morning, so I can't hear over this music. Although I'm enjoying it, I have to mute it so I can actually hear what you're saying to me. Yeah, like I said, unfortunately I have to go to bed soon, so I'm about to fold up. But who is it? Somebody I would know? Is it?
Leafy Water
Okay.
Kai was asking. Good evening,
Leafy
sir.
Water
Also,
Guy.
Leafy Water
Well,
Kai. It's
okay.
not. It's totally not a river in Hades. It's about a tree. That's his name.
What the fuck are you saying to me, bro? Are you having a stroke?
No, the Lethe is a river in Hades, but it's not that. That's not what his name is in reference to.
I see. So I still don't know who this is.
Okay,
but,
if you don't know him, then
but-
no biggie. He's just asking.
Yeah,
if, like,
no, I'm
he can-
sorry.
And no, he's good to go too. I love talking to him too.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, and what I was about to say is
You probably
next
should know
Friday,
each other.
whoever It is.
Yeah.
And we will. Obviously, you're not trying to tell me who it is for a reason. Is that correct?
No,
Oh
I
wait.
did.
Oh, it's
That's
somebody
his-
in my chat. Hold on. My
No, no,
bad.
it's-
Oh, Lethe.
he's-
I got
no,
you.
he-
Lethe Water.
No, he's in my chat, but our chats are linked. He's a
Gotcha.
friend.
Well, he seems to be in. Oh, I see. It has a little picture of you from GRUMPLE.
Oh yeah, that's how you can tell. It's got like an icon of the channel when the chat's linked. It has an icon of the channel that where it's coming from.
Well, I tell you what, there, Lee the Water Kai. You are formally invited. I don't know what next Friday night's subject's going to be, but and this goes to every single one of y'all, by the way. Every Friday, just assume you're invited because I enjoy all of y'all, and I'm going to keep sending out the fucking invites. But again, I also understand that not every subject is going to be interesting to everybody. So if you're not in, that's cool. I'm not going to take it personally. But
Hashtag not all subjects.
Lethe. Hashtag not all subjects. That's right. If you want, and again, I know he's your viewer. This is one of This is one
he's a
weird
friend.
thing.
Yeah, he's a streamer too. He's good. He's good to go.
Okay, cool. That's better then. Because I was gonna say, I always, this is the one weird thing about this stream together, and I understand we're kind of opening the doors to each other inherently. But since I started streaming, I am so self-conscious about accidentally poaching other people's viewers. Like, I created an alternate account of my name so that way when I'm talking in somebody's chat, if you know who I am, you know who I am. But if you click my name, you're gonna go to my dummy account, to my mod account. You're not gonna.
I'm sorry. That's a silly thing to do.
I understand that, Grumple, but
for that reason,
Roddy used to call it dying on my sword. I know.
For that reason, it's a silly thing to do. If it's so that if your channel gets banned or anything, or I mean, if you get banned in somebody else's chat for whatever reason, that it doesn't impact, or like somebody wants to do something to that person, that is the reason to do that, not the reason you said.
It's the same reason that I only ever raid down. I don't ever raid up. If you have more viewers than me, I'm not going to raid you. Unless it's like Casey or Gordon, like one of you guys, like people that I actually like interact with, then I'll dump whatever I've got. I'll absolutely throw it in your chat. But like if it's somebody I don't know, I'm not going to dump my name because I feel like that is so pick me and so like it makes me feel
you're talking about not being a
clout.
You're trying to not be a clout goblin so hard that you're actually hurting yourself by some of the things you're describing.
Is that what it's called? A cloud? What's that word? Cloud goblin? I like
clout goblin is I think it's been clout. You know, like how many viewers you have, that how many subscribers you have, or whatever. That's like your level of clout. You know, but
got you.
That's you're trying so hard to not be a clout goblin that it's maybe hurting you a little bit. I mean,
probably no.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, but you do you, Punny Boo Boo.
Problem. it's a problem, and I know it. So clap your hands. Anyway, all right. So that was fun to watch this guy bumble through a fucking slide. I'm not guaranteeing that I could necessarily do it any better with a Glock. I personally prefer revolvers.
I would demonstrate it right now, except again, I am live on YouTube, so I can't.
On YouTube, I understand. Yeah, and Auntie, my wife, is SIG, so I've also got I hope Caltech 22 mag for the kid. So,
I hope not a P320.
Again, like I said, we each have our own.
I really hope not a P320 SIG. That's dangerous.
That's the little one, right?
This is that's the one that just goes off sometimes. You know.
Yeah, the non-drop safe one.
Not drop safe. It's like not carry safe.
You said it's a P320.
Yeah, do not purchase a P320, a SIG P320. It's
no.
There was one that got the military contract. You do not want that. If you appendix carry it, you're gonna remove some part of your anatomy.
My wife's the SIG. I'm a wheel gun guy. I like to be able to look and see how many are still in the chamber. So, anyway, yeah. So, or not in the chamber, in the wheel. You know what I'm saying? Fuck off. It's late. But yeah. Like so.
Wait, hang on. In order to see how many rounds are in the cylinder on a wheel gun, you would have to look at it from the front, and then you'll only see like 2 chambers on each side.
You're right. Actually, now that you're saying it, I'm looking down at it, and you're absolutely right. It does have the blast wall there. So
yeah, you can't see it from the back.
That was a dumb. And I'm not going to look at it like that. So
I mean, no biggie. I wasn't trying to call you out. No biggie.
No, it's okay. I can count to 6.
I can only count to 4. So. I can only count to 4. Oh.
I also prefer double barrel shotguns for what it's worth. So,
but double penetration, eh?
And bolt action rifles.
Giggity.
Yeah, giggity indeed. So, going back to it, I'm going to go ahead and fold this up and call it a night so I can get to bed. But did we ever finish this one? The tax exemptions, Koine, you said you agreed with the ruling. You said that they should not tax. Okay.
Yeah, like in quotations, right there is the important part. Primarily charitable and secular. And secular.
Yeah.
The charitable part is the part.
That's why they're 501c3s
So
technically. So, I mean, as far as I understand.
And those are the ones that
That's
actually have limitations, like Casey was saying, for what they spend their money on.
Well, I said that too. Yeah, 501c3 organizations are charitable. That's why when you give them,
Yeah, it's like a
if you send them money, you can deduct it on your taxes. It's a nonprofit, or a not-for-profit, not a nonprofit, because they do make money. But
that's two different things, right? There's a nonprofit,
nonprofit and not-for-profit. Call it pedantic if you want, but there's a kind of a pretty significant difference.
No. I understand. Give me the nuance. Which one's which again?
A 501c3 is a not-for-profit organization. It used to be called nonprofits, like
which means
that there's
not-for-profit.
It's not for the purposes of making money. But they can make money. But that's not
intentional.
That's not the purpose. Well, intentional, yes, but it's not the purpose of the organization.
Okay, the primary focus. But a
it's not the primary
nonprofit
focus.
is not allowed to make any profits. Is that correct?
I don't
Is that what you're
I
saying?
don't.
You could
I don't.
have
I don't think a
profits.
nonprofit is actually a thing.
You can't, I don't know what the difference between these two things.
Okay, I thought you were saying that they were two different things, but you're just saying you're clarifying the proper term for it now, is what you're saying. You're saying it used to be a nonprofit, but now they just say it's a not-for-profit,
called
and nonprofit is no longer used.
It's the other way, but yes.
Oh, it used to be not-for-profit, and now it's called a nonprofit.
No, it's
okay. Got you. I've
opposite.
heard both. I guess I didn't know the difference, or if there was a difference.
Dude, I'm not all that bright. I left my abacus in my truck.
No, apparently it's not. Refers to like 501. Like the nonprofit refers to like 501c. Not for profit can refer to more than just the 501c.
Okay, I got you. So there are still two different words, two different terms. They are still both used.
It's used interchangeably, but yeah.
Okay, got you. And sir, and so to reiterate, the other thing was, if the merch and or financial exploitation of it is a separate business entity, and that business entity is paying its taxes, we are okay with Joel Osteen's face on a coffee mug as long as he's paying his regular old business taxes. I know. I'm not supposed to get my libertarian card or whatever, but again,
you're not getting it back until further notice.
Yeah, but you said that you were okay with businesses being taxed as long as it's not an individual. So again, if the Joel Osteen coffee mug is getting taxed, that's okay.
Well, if you'd have to audit the books. Yeah, the Joel Osteen mega church, like with private jets, that's that's a lot, and I'd want to see audits to make sure that they are still following 501c3 guidelines, because otherwise, then it becomes a for-profit organization, lose 501c3 status, and then tax them as a business.
And then just to make sure that as a churchgoer, you agree that a preacher should not be preaching politics from the pulpit, and or should not endorse a candidate.
Yes, I want to make sure that we agree on terms, though, because you can talk about things that are political in nature from the pulpit, but saying, "Hey, vote for this person," no. You can talk and I've heard that talked around.
But vote for this bill?
No, not vote for this bill, not vote for this person, not anything like that. They can talk about, hey, here's the topic, and hey, here's maybe what this sermon's going to be about. And then hey, use your judgment on who you think represents this.
I see.
Use your hey, listener, use your judgment about who you think represents the moral or the correct standpoint. That's not endorsing a candidate. And that's the way you kind of talk about politics without talking about politics, or saying, hey, candidate, without saying a candidate. And there's loopholes everywhere. And I think it's unpoliceable? I think, well, it's not only unpoliceable, but I think that's as it should be too, because there are political issues that very much deal with morality that you want to talk about, and hey, letting people know some details about certain thing that's happening, but then not the thing about the difference is talking about it and talking in detail about it even, but then at the end, the difference is saying, hey, go vote for this person, or hey, here's what you should think, or here's, I've given you the information, make your own decision. Which, I mean, it's clearly laid out which way that the preacher would,
they just didn't blatantly say it.
Want, or makes the case for, I guess I'd say, in rather than thinks you should vote, I would say makes the case for is what a thing that you're listening to would be. Yeah, and I'm okay with 100% with that, as with the caveat of you can't make a direct, hey, go vote for this guy. As long as you're not doing that, I think it's good to go.
No, Casey, do not do that. And that's a moderator in your chat, Casey. Good Lord. So I guess I don't like the fact that you say that the reason they're not taxed, or that not even you say, but the law says the reason they're not taxed is because they're not allowed to endorse political. I don't remember the exact wording y'all use.
Well, it's because of the. I'm sorry. It's because of the type of organization that they incorporated as. It's a 501c3. That's a not-for-profit organization. That means it comes with certain rules, but that's why they don't pay taxes as a business.
Oh, I thought that we read something earlier that the reason or the logic was that it was because of the fact that they are not allowed to, or that was the only rule, was that the church is not taxable or as a nonprofit, non-taxable entity as long as they're not preaching politics.
That's wise, because it's because it's a 501c3 and 501c3s can't.
Oh, so no 501c3 can endorse a political candidate?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah. Yes.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, that actually changes things. That makes it okay then. I'm more okay with that. Because the idea that it was just because it was a religion, like you're allowed to have a religion, but that doesn't mean that your religion, and especially given the fact
that's just how it's categorized. Yeah.
I still don't like the fact that they still, like, if that's the rule, then, but like you said, if they couch it the way they do, I understand it sounds like it's a silly workaround, but it's a meaningful workaround. As long as they don't come right out and say it. If you have to draw the connections yourself, you believe the person that you're hearing, the preacher, the pastor, whatever the word in your particular belief system is, you hear them talking about.
Hey, Leafy, I see you.
The gates.
I'll be back over to my
for
Discord after
an abortion.
we're done here.
You know that on the ballot next month
hang out.
is the legalized abortion bill or whatever. Then you are the one responsible. They're not saying vote no on 501. They're saying vote with your heart. But they just kind of persuaded what your heart was going to be, but in no more of a manner than accept. That's where it diverges, right? Because the guy in the park who's just standing on a soapbox is persuading you just as much. However, the guy on the soapbox in the park does not hold over you the gates of fiery hell. Right? So the fact that this person is not only the arbiter of morality, but also the arbiter of your afterlife. The person who says, well, if you don't do this, you're going to be paying the price for eternity. I feel like that gives you a slight unfair advantage when it comes to persuading the public.
Horseradish, you might be thinking specifically of the Catholic Church or
or Southern Baptists or Pentecostals. But yes, there
or
are certain,
like the Al
Sharpton,
Louis Farrakhan, Jesse James type of violent rhetoric type situations. I've never seen that in real life.
Oh, again, like I said,
I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I haven't seen it. Also, I don't think I've ever been to either a Baptist or a Pentecostal church.
There you go.
Ever.
Yeah, like I said, I've tried all of the fucking Baskin Robbins flavors. I wanted to know them all. So, but anyway, again, so
Oh, you're welcome to
like
Lutheran.
I said, I'm. You know, I don't think I ever actually went to a Lutheran. I was told that they're basically like a Catholic light. That the Lutherans were the ones who were like the Christian version of the Catholics, like that they have the same sort of mass and the same sort of like pomp and circumstance and like the big show and the singing in Latin and the funny little like
No.
sticks and staves and shit. No,
well, I mean, mine has a classic
wear
or
funny
classical,
robes?
and then a contempt. No, not at all. That you might be thinking of
Silly
Orthodox. No,
maybe I am. Okay.
there's two dudes in suits and like my church. The band is even off to the side. We're not on the stage. There's some churches where
Martin
the band
Luther
is on the
was the dude who
stage.
knocked on doors, right?
He nailed
The
his
signs on the
grievances
door.
to the door. Yeah,
That's the story.
that's the
okay.
story. So I'm in the band and we're off to the side, like we're not even on the stage, and I really like that too.
Okay.
But I think mine is an exception because also I send my kids to school there. They run a school also.
Oh, really? Like Sunday school or like year-round school, like regular?
No,
school?
like private school.
Oh, really? So it's a private school as well, and your kids are
Yeah, they
learning
run a
from
school.
a church-related school. That is a whole. I wish I'd have known we'd have had
It's
that
very
conversation too. But
it's very small classes. Yeah, no, it's great, and no, we love all the teachers. They're great. It's very community. It's like one step away from homeschooling, which
Well,
I wish
so-
like that we had the time or resources to do that. But
do they
close.
frame Cotton Mather as a misunderstood hero of God?
I actually need to look who is I don't know who that is off the top of my head.
Cotton Mather was the guy who like was basically the front man for the Salem witch trials. He was the guy who was begging women to see if they'd float.
So they have a primary and then a middle school, not a high school yet. They're kind of working on it. I don't think they talk about that at all.
Do you
There's
learn,
not.
yeah, okay. I guess that
there is
Salem witch trials was
chapel,
high school, so.
but I mean, yeah, God is in the classroom, but it's not the only thing. They're learning like normal school stuff. There is chapel that they do. I think it's on Wednesdays, generally, but that's not the classroom environment. They're doing like school when they're in the classroom. It's great.
For what it's worth, Serenade Swan, we did actually talk about that. I brought it up, mentioned it as the potential effects and long-term consequences of early exposure, especially. But again, I don't have the receipts and I don't have the numbers, so I couldn't actually back it up. It was just something that I know I read back when my wife was still in college. So anyways, all right, I got to go to bed because I'm going to fucking hate myself tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you all for all hanging out and showing up. I'm going to click the raid button and see if anybody or any of y'all still on. I'm going to drop it in y'all if not.
Yeah, when we're done here, I'm going to hang, like, Leafy's in, like, patiently waiting in my Discord. I'm going to go hang out with him for a little bit. Maybe somebody will join.
For sure.
Maybe not.
And Leafy, for what it's worth, I'm going to, well, then I'm going to just dump it into Casey, I suppose. Leafy, next Friday, you are cordially invited. I will see you then. And for everybody else, again, I don't know what the topic's going to be for next Friday, but I'm sure it'll be something as much fun as this. And I'm open to suggestions for the record.
Something
Anyways,
before
do me. Yeah, again, like I said, most of them seem to, most of y'all seem to be enjoying this as much.
I'm going to still be
At
live.
least you're really good actors.
I'm going to just pull up Leafy.
Oh, okay. Well, I already clicked the button. Damn it. Well,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No biggie.
Yeah, well,
No hate.
I will go watch you. I will go watch you on YouTube. How about that? Because that's where most people watch you anyway. So
Honestly, I need the view
All right,
hours. I
gentlemen.
appreciate that. Yeah.
yeah, word. I understand. Well, that's why you fucking fall asleep on there. I was watching you this morning, watching you catching some Z's. So, anyways.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Yeah.
I'm between
Yeah, it's a thing.
contracts.
I
It's
know,
like it's I'm in Wild West right now. I'm between contracts, so
100%.
do
All
whatever.
right, well, both of y'all have a good rest of your stream. Thanks again, everybody, and I will see you guys on Sunday morning for my news scroll. Toot toot.
Theo.
And I will see y'all later. Again, thank you very, very much for hanging out. And good night,
Hey.
gentlemen.
Keep it sexy.
Woot woot.
Nerds.
Grumple,
Oh, hello.
I'm so fucking angry.
Why so serious?
Because
And
I've had a fun conversation with multiple people tonight about education, about why the Dems lost, about so many different things. This shit pissed me off.
What, the thing we're doing tonight with the horseradish?
Yeah, it's fucking dog shit.
What? What?
I can have literally any conversation you want to have. Probably not about guns because I don't understand guns to the degree you do. I'm not going to talk about gun rights. So
Okay.
that's not what I'm going to do. But everything else, fuck's sake.
Why are you such a lib? Oh. Serenaded Swan, thank you for following.
What it is. So how could you even get the biblical shit put on you like that?
Wait, hang on. Can you turn up just a little bit? Is that okay?
Motherfucker, how do you get the biblical shit put on you like that? I'm on my mind now.
Okay, yeah. Horseradish, I think, is an atheist, but
I am an atheist, and that's where I'm gonna get fucking triggered.
So why? What's your? Maybe I misunderstood.
Which point?
But you said, why are you gonna let that stuff get put on you?
Yeah,
maybe
I'm
I misunderstood
saying,
what you meant by that.
All the shit when it comes down to everything outside of guns, why are you getting this shit put on you? Do you have a reasonable platform or position on these things? I haven't talked to you about your positions for a long time.
Oh, Kona, thank you for following also. I mean,
So
yeah,
what's
it's
your
been
position on
it's been-
education.
well, we kind of went over that. Oh, horseradish actually did. No, he rated Casey. Okay, there we go. What about what specifically on education? Because that's kind of a wide topic.
It's not very wide.
Well,
At the end
it's
of the day,
girthy.
do you want your kids to be able to read? Do you want your kids to have access to higher education if they want it?
Okay, so the point I made, and I think I'm firm on this, is that I want at least elementary schools, and I'm not like there's a line. I'm not sure where the cutoff is. I'm pretty sure at least the lower schooling, I want that to be a very local thing, and no federal intervention at all.
And we still have intervention.
Because I don't want government.
So when it came down to
trying to save people from themselves, like government knowing better than people. I'm not a fan of government doing this stuff.
You're saying
no,
a
it's
broad
not all
thing.
about.
You're being very broad.
Well,
What
thank
about
you.
that?
I'll take that as a
You have
compliment.
an issue with
The federal intervention in local affairs, I have a big problem with that. Just like I have a big problem with personal income taxes. Taxing businesses.
No,
I mean,
wait.
Okay,
Stop
yeah,
yourself.
that's fine.
Stop yourself.
You stop
What's the
yourself. What do you
issue with
mean?
Education. I'm stopping you from
You're
getting off
not
topic.
stopping me.
We're talking education.
Okay.
What portion of government do you not want to involve with your kids' education?
All of it. or federal, specifically federal government.
Federally, what do you have an issue with in education?
The federal government, it's out of scope for the federal government, 100%. That's not even
buzzwords. You're telling me buzzwords.
No, it's
Stop doing it.
no, it's that's not a saying it's out of scope is not a buzzword.
If I said,
Leafy, how much you been drinking tonight?
Not enough.
Okay, I got that. Yeah. But the federal government doesn't have any business dealing with stuff that's outside of the scope of what the federal government's supposed to be doing. And schools, especially elementary schools, maybe higher education, maybe that's worth maybe a conversation. I could maybe be convinced on that. But about like elementary schools, no. I don't know.
How much I've been drinking? You're asking what needs to be excluded. What I'm getting at is what the federal government is doing.
You asked me a question. They're dictating curriculum.
That's exactly what I was trying to get at. And
okay.
You didn't get that. Not from you.
You are slurring just a little bit.
I'm slurring.
That's why. Just a little bit, like a little tiny bit.
I'll speak more clearly for you.
I appreciate that. Fine. No, you don't need to do anything.
When it comes down to,
you asked what you said. Why'd I ask? I think, or
I was pretty pissed off, and when you get into the conversation,
okay, yeah, you just kid up on. No, dude, like if you had come in probably a half hour earlier, guarantee, yeah, it would have been like, hey, yeah, come on up.
I've been in like 10 different people's streams tonight, so. Having fun. I didn't know you were getting into that with this individual. When it came down to,
well, we haven't talked in a little bit.
I think predominantly my issue was parents being at the discretion of LGBTQ materials.
What you just said is parents being at the discretion of LGBTQ materials.
Materials and criteria of education.
You just said parents being. You just said. Hang on, just because I don't understand. You just said parents being at the discretion of HGTV community materials.
Yes. At what point in America
wait? That means the materials are making decisions about things and they have discretion on that. I don't think that's what you meant. I just want you to clarify so I understand.
I'm saying that parents all of a sudden can opt out from the idea that if their kids are being taught something that they perceive to be LGBTQ, can do so.
Just a moment, Mr. APA link. Where'd you send it? But horseradish. What do you mean? How do I host? But thanks for hanging out over here. Also, horseradish.
Ultimately, he just wanted to keep me out of that, but that's fine.
Well, no, he was ending. Like we'd been going for 3 hours.
No, Grumple.
What?
You don't have to explain yourself to me.
I'm not explaining myself. You came in on the very tail end, and Horseradish said, "Hey, he's shutting down."
I don't think you had control over that. Like I'm fucking.
No, I was a guest.
Can you allow me to fuck with you?
Sure, please go ahead, sir.
So because Grumple didn't want me in that stream and felt my views.
Oh, no, it was because of racism.
Yes.
No, Leafy, you missed it. You missed all this. You missed all the slurs, sir. I was going like everybody's going wild. It was glorious. There was so much toss and all the slurs happening.
That's literally the fun I was trying to get at you with. But I don't think that was the case. I already know. I showed up late.
Horseradish. I think the only way to do that is if you have like in this example, if you have me in your recommended, like in your Twitch settings, because that's the only that used to be a thing where you could host. I don't think it's still a thing on Twitch. The only way I've seen it is so that if somebody goes to your channel and you're not live, it'll either show your trailer video or one of the channels that you recommend. It'll show that, and then you can click to go to that. But that's the only way to do it, as far as I know. What you're saying, the host thing on Twitch used to be a thing. It 100% did. Oh, there he is. Look at this sexy beast. He's taller than me.
It's the first time you don't see me in a tank top.
No, it is. That's super weird. Wait, hang on. Is this a doppelganger or we got Ken Ryu and Saget there? Is that?
So got all DPs. All I do is DP.
Wait, what does that mean?
You can call it Dragon Punch. You can call it penetration.
Or double penetration, right?
Triple. In the case.
Well, that begins with T. As in tango.
Appreciate you.
Much love. This man is one of the few people that I interact with that's taller than me too. You keep that in mind. So that earns respect.
I got shit on by a community for not being 6'5".
Wait, you are 6'5". Wait, aren't you?
I'm 6'4".
Oh, you're 1 inch taller than me. Okay, no, that's.
Yeah, 1 inch for some reason is such a huge deal. I'd never look down on you for 1 inch.
I mean, it would also then depend on like shoes and stuff. Like at that point, it's like no, we're roughly the same. It's. I mean, if you're wearing like cowboy boots, it'd be even taller.
Tiny. Nader, holy shit! You have Nader in your in your chat right now.
Yeah, no, he's a friend.
Nader's my friend as well. I've been trying to get a conversation with him for some time. I hope I will get that done soon. But right now, I'm shitting on Gavin Newsom.
Oh no, I want to see that. Like, can you do it IRL? I think he'd be into it, but
it's a comprehensive piece about the homeless situation in California.
That sounds like a very worthwhile thing to do, and
so
I endorse it 100%.
Comprehensively, I had a prediction. I had a prediction. This is kind of how I tend to work.
Okay.
The prediction was once the Olympics are impending on California, they're going to start doing fucked up shit to the homeless population. And now that we're 3 years out,
kind of makes sense
from the Olympics, they've already started doing fucked up shit. And they already
wait,
got
you mean
for...
Hang on. So for
2028
for 2028 is going to be in California, Stan?
Yes.
Where?
I don't know or care because I won't be there. But I already knew that for the
summer or winter?
Of Summer Olympics.
Okay, because like I mean winter
because we don't have
around.
Winter.
Yeah, well, I mean Tahoe would be the correct answer probably for winter.
Yeah, we're summer every day of the year.
Well, not everywhere in California. No, like in Lake Tahoe area. That would be.
You're gonna make me look this up.
I mean, you can look up whatever you want, man. Do you?
This weekend, I don't have this weekend. Oh no, don't do this to me, Nader. Okay, I'll work on this because Despy is bothering me about it. When are you gonna get?
We're in my Discord right now. If anybody wants to hang out,
Nader. So the conversation is about the signal leaks.
Is that what's going to cause the Summer Olympics? And
no, that's an entirely different deal.
Oh, okay.
So that's my conversation with Nader. So I will get into that at another time. But where are the Olympics being held?
It's probably not San Francisco. Put it that way. They got to build, like, everywhere the Olympics happens, they have to build, like, facilities. Unless, well, for the winters, they have to build a lot of stuff. The summer, I mean, any track and field type.
Okay, so this is really interesting because it hasn't been solidified. That's super interesting. So here's what I'm gonna send you, because I don't think they know. Oh, let me send it directly to you. There's a council going on for preparation. So I already knew they were trying to remove the homeless population. A predominant portion of the population of homeless is in California and in New York. So to actually have Olympics, you're going to get homeless populations being removed, and you're going to have gentrification.
Why is homeless being removed in Hang on, how is that going to cause gentrification?
Because if you were showing up from
raising property values, you mean? Or?
No, if you're showing up to experience the Olympic experience from another country, you don't want to have a bunch of homeless people all over the place.
But agreed, yeah. But how is that?
So to create
just
the
connect the dots for me.
If you want to create the mystique that your country is good to host the Olympics, you're going to remove homeless people, right? You're going to gentrify the area. You're going to have shops,
or not, or just there aren't homeless people. But no, like you're saying, and then also gentrify the area. But I need you to connect those dots for me, because I just don't. Man, you know, I'm a simple monkey. I'm not all that bright. I just need you to connect those dots for me, because I don't see how removing, like, let's say you have a large homeless population. Hey, manage things better, and maybe that'll be not a thing. Maybe not make it so welcoming for them, and you won't have so many of them. Kind of like, you know, feeding the bears. You know, the Yogi.
Agree with you. So
baskets.
For every country that's hosted the Olympics,
how does that make gentrification, though?
Everything you just said.
Yeah.
So for every country that's hosted the Olympics, as you've said, make that a reality. Mind you, they already did this.
Wait, make what a... Are you quoting ICP right now, or...
I'm quoting what has happened for every Olympic Games for the summer that has come down in every country we've literally in America taken issue with and said they're committing human rights violations during their Olympics.
And you just asked GRUMPLE to do more of those, which, I mean, I'm probably okay with
not.
that.
I'm saying in California, we have a homelessness crisis. We are probably out of states in America, the worst for the homeless population next to New York. And
I would imagine that's true.
And so to prepare for the 2028 Olympics, we don't want the global population to see our homeless issue. So what are you going to do?
Well, at the same time, so I would imagine that the Olympics, if it's Summer Olympics, aren't going to be anywhere near San Francisco, because, as everybody knows, there's even an app that you can get for your phone that tells you where the feces and needles that are all over the streets are, and it's a lot in San Francisco specifically. And there's a pretty significant homeless population there too. It's wild because the cost of living there is amazingly high. But I mean, if you're not paying for things, then I guess it doesn't matter so much.
Netter, I totally understand. Like, I'm waiting for that conversation, and we'll get back with it. But what I'm saying is, the whole idea is not the reality of where you live. It's the picture of where you live.
Okay. So what were you
This is where
saying?
so
Hey,
this is
Grumple,
where I
go take
fuck
care
with
of
you.
this. You said, okay.
Grumple, this is where I
Yep,
fuck
okay.
with you versus where I fuck with most of Twitch or anything else. You are Grumple.
That
Right?
is true.
You don't need to remove
Grumple win each.
a bunch of things from everything you do or talk about. Talk to me, right?
No, we're friends. Or I believe so.
So globally, I'd like to think we could get to that point. But when we have Olympics,
Wait, globally get to what? Hang on. Again,
we're friends.
connect the
We don't
dots.
care how you look. If you have homeless people in your city, we're gonna be cool to pull up to your city with a bunch of homeless people having a fucked up time because we understand what your plight is as a city. I'm not gonna give a fuck if you have a grilled cheese sandwich off to your right. I'm not gonna give a fuck if
Oh, you saw
your
that?
kid is having exactly. I'm not gonna give a fuck if your kids need to be diapered while we're talking, so on and so forth. I'm coming to you as a representative of Leafy Stan talking to Grumple Stan.
It's Grumpletopia these days. It's fine.
Grumpletopias.
Sounds great, right?
I'll get with you, but
oh yeah, no, it's gonna get weird. I'm gonna make it weird.
if you want to do it,
it's Grumpletopia. You see,
I don't know if I can be a part of that.
It's not Utopia. It's Grumpletopia. It's a very different thing.
But at the end of the day, if you show up in California right now, you're gonna see some homeless people.
Oh yeah. Well, depending on
If
the
you
area,
show up-
in urban areas, yeah, 100%, 1,000%, you will.
If you show up during the Olympic Games, they probably won't be here. So, what are the moves California has to make between now and 2028 to make that a reality? And keep in mind, Grumple, California is the 4th largest economy on the planet. Has the 2nd wealthiest is.
I'm not sure. Texas last time I checked was 14 or 15.
Look.
No biggie.
4th largest economy on the planet. Google.
If that was in a vacuum, but that does include federal subsidies.
Google for me.
So it's
4th largest economy on the planet.
Here's the funny thing is that California takes. If you look at the out versus, hang on, follow me here. California takes in more than it gives to the federal government, whereas like Texas runs a surplus.
Incorrect.
Nope. Texas is as far as I understand, Texas is the only state that takes out less than it puts in.
Puts out more federal money than it takes in.
I don't think that's. Can you find me a?
You're making a claim as well. So if you want to play, we can play.
Okay. I mean, you didn't question mine. You agreed to it. So, but I'm kind of questioning.
I'm not agreeing to it
because I think California is very negative as far as the putting into the federal versus taking out from the federal. As far as money goes, it's okay.
I will send you a source. So
I'm sorry, I
California
just
is
pulled
a
up Twitter.
donor state, meaning it contributes more to the federal government in taxes than it receives back in federal spending. In fiscal year 2022, California contributed approximately 83 billion more than it received. 83 billion more than it received. What's good? We are not a donor state. How does it feel, Grumple?
See, that's I'm not gonna do it right now. I am looking up a few things, but the thing that I understood was that Texas is one of the only
Texas is doing really well. I'm not going to
states that
Texas.
A has a budget surplus, and then B is net positive versus in money that goes to the federal government versus what they get back. Whereas most states are
Virginia
negative.
is doing pretty interesting.
Maybe California stand. I thought California stand was way negative. So
You've been told that, and you agreed to what you were told. That's fine. You can learn more. But California is literally the fourth largest economy on the planet. The second wealthiest state in the U.S. is in California.
what's the first wealthiest?
New York.
Okay.
And New York is tiny.
They're
Has
very
a bunch of
negative.
fucking wealthy people.
Yeah, and they're
Because
very
wealthy
very
people don't
negative.
fucking pay their. Do wealthy people pay their fair share?
I disagree with taxes. Personal
I'm sure
taxes.
you
So
would. I don't know why.
well, you're
hate
sure I
people
would.
that make
You,
more.
have you met me ever? Of course
No,
I do.
say you agree to the idea, but that's if you made it to the position these people were in.
No, no. I'm saying I disagree with personal taxes on anybody. Businesses, yes. I mean, cost of doing business. That's that just makes it part of the equation. But up until 1918 in the United States, there was no personal earned income tax or capital gains or any taxes federally. And states can still keep doing their thing. Hey, tax people, sure, if you want to, and then that just makes states that don't more attractive for people that don't want to
And so to
be
give
taxed.
you the actual deal, do you want it?
I might have been stuff I'm looking up right now is hey, maybe I had a misunderstanding on.
I'll send it to you directly if you want to know, and that's fine. But states that pay the least, when it came down to it, and paid more, the states that paid more came down to going from California because that's fucking goofy. But Utah, Texas, Colorado, Rhode Island, Ohio, Missouri, Nebraska, New York, Massachusetts, Washington, New Jersey. How fucking wild is New Jersey?
New Jersey is still you can't pump your own unleaded gasoline, but you have to pump your own diesel. That's the only place that happens, other than it's not all of Washington State, but there's parts of Washington State.
Look at that grid. Look at that grid for me.
What grid? Wait, hang on. Did you post a link?
Yeah, I sent it to you directly.
You did say that. Hang on, let me.
Utah is probably getting fucked the most. Being real. It's pretty fucked up how much Utah is fitting the bill for all the other states that can't manage. And look at how far over those states are from accepting federal state subsidies.
Imagine how state budgets would look without having to deal with Medicaid, too. Just, throwing that out there. It's the biggest line item for most of them.
So if you remove Medicaid, people are going to put more emphasis on the medical system because they can't afford to pay.
No, just how not the material, not the personal impact, the budget impact on states.
So I'm saying
think about that.
So like on a whole, whatever it takes to pay for people to have medical care is better off for everybody. I don't know if you disagree.
Well, you didn't engage in my question either. I asked you, imagine if states, because as far as I understand, I think it's every state, the biggest single budget line item on every state expenditures is Medicaid. Imagine if they didn't have that. What else could?
And I'm imagining if they didn't have it, then people wouldn't have health care, and then hospitals would be defaulting.
Well, you say people wouldn't have health care. That's not. I mean, that's not true.
Most people. So if you look at
no, most people don't have Medicaid. That's not most people.
Medicaid covers.
It's not most people.
Let me
though.
look at how many people Medicaid covers. Like, let me look this up.
You're saying most. That means over half the population, right? That's not most people. Most people aren't on Medicaid.
So Medicaid
Guaranteed.
covers 78.8 million people, represents 23% of the U.S. population. So if you were to...
That's less than half.
Remove coverage... Yes, I understand that's less than half.
Well, you said most. I mean, just...
That's a pretty
big
chunk.
But that's not most at all.
Well, I was looking at healthcare in general, but if we're just looking at Medicaid coverage, we're not talking about Medicare,
which is the giant line item for state budgets. Yeah, that's the only reason I brought it up. I believe it's the largest line item on every single state's budget.
So, I hate the AI the question. 71.4 million, 70.3 million enrolled are children.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I can still listen though. I can still hear you. But
so if you want to disenroll children,
I didn't say disenroll anybody. Just if it's just not a budget item.
Access to, yeah, I would say. And this is my primary issue when it comes down to when anybody wants to talk about legislating abortion. If you want children to be born, provide for their health care, provide for their benefits once they are born. If people realize that their benefits for health, Medicare, and even the biggest probable issue is daycare are covered, I think you will have more people having children. But because we want to remove from these particular programs, and Medicare is apparently subsidizing 7.3 million children out of this grouping, we're looking at all the things that want to be defunded. So, yeah, Medicaid being a primary issue when it comes to children's health care, like, I don't know how you want to play with that. I'm looking at your chat. I don't think they're
not even a little
playing with either. But I'll be right back.
I said, I'm assuming you can still hear me. I said as a budget item, like a budget line item. So I didn't engage at all with, or I mean, I didn't say anything at all about quality of healthcare or healthcare in general. Just the numbers, the dollar numbers as budget, because that's what we were talking about. We were talking about state budgets giving to and getting from the federal government coffers. So I wasn't talking about health care, especially for kids, which that, I mean, I'm assuming you can still hear me because I really want you to hear this. That
Well, you're being goofy. Why are you doing that? So if we remove this budget line,
hang on, I wasn't done, sir. Let me finish. Let me land the plane here.
I'll listen to you.
Let me land the plane. Where I disagree with a lot of the subsidies that endorse single mothers and breaking up the family, because I think the most important thing is for kids to have a father figure.
So healthcare
That's
is
one of the most important things.
So healthcare is removing father figures?
Well, what you said, what you described was some things that were government being daddy. Nanny state or daddy.
I never said the government should remove father figures or tell fathers.
Well, no,
not
you didn't say it should remove them, but endorsing the opportunity for it, because it's divorce and single motherhood is way too easy these days. That's my opinion. You're not going to change my mind on it.
If you're a shitty father, then you should probably not get deference. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is, if people are compelled to have children, even with people they don't like, and
why are we talking about being compelled to have children right now? Where'd that come from?
Oh, there's a compulsion to have children on the right. Tell me I'm wrong.
That you're bringing up a very new thing now, and I don't think that's.
Oh, it's a
true.
Very mild question. Is the right saying that people should have more children?
I who and where and when and why and again, Leafy. I'm much more.
I asked the question of you.
I don't know. I have not seen this. Who are you talking about specifically? Because you could look it up. I don't.
Somebody in your waiting room.
Do I? Oh, thanks for. I was
wobbly. So wobbly.
Yeah, I was up. I was up out of the Discord. Yeah, no, wobbly's good to go.
I'm not pressing you. I just believe there is a larger.
I can't drag. Oh, there we go.
Impetus on the right for people to have children than there is on the left.
Wait, you mean to have the kid that you irresponsibly had sex to do, or is that what you mean?
Leftists are more in favor of people not having kids in general and solidifying themselves in the workforce and being able to maintain themselves before they have kids. So I think there's a greater level of personal responsibility coming from the left than there is from the right.
I would disagree on that. Good evening, Wobbly. Welcome in. Yeah, good evening, Wobbly. And we can get into it exactly. But how you doing, Wobbly?
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah. Oh no, it is morning at this point. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, it is morning. Holy shit.
Well, it's like 1 something there, Wobbly. It's not morning it for you. See.
It's 1:11 a.m.
Oh yeah, y'all are both in California, Stan. Doxed. Gotcha.
I'd like you to come out here, get some good vibes, hang out in Long Beach. Maybe we can go to a gay bar.
Wait, down in the LBC, you say?
Yeah.
Ooh. With whomst?
Maybe. With memest.
Oh, with Yoomst. Oh, interesting.
Absolutely memest.
I mean, yeah, dude. No, we can hang out 100% in real life. I wouldn't want to go to a gay bar because I'm not gay.
I'm not gay either, but we
and
can
I don't,
be there, and it's not going to be a problem.
I don't really go to bars all that much either, but.
Well, this is my deal. I understand being in these environments, it's been outlaid that if you go there, they're gonna have a problem with you. They don't, and I have, and it's been chill.
Oh no, I imagine I would be fine there. Like nobody's gonna start a fight with me or anything, just because like, oh, get out of here, straight boy. Like I don't think that's gonna happen.
I haven't even been hit on in a gay bar. That may.
Oh, see, that's your bad. I mean,
but I haven't had the issues that have been said. I just go there, I hang out. When they do Last Call for Madonna, I put in my song, and we drink and we chill.
Wait, actually, if gay bars don't they have like really great karaoke?
They have amazing karaoke, and they have a lot.
Okay, no, I'd go and like I wouldn't do Madonna. Like I would probably do 1986 Transformers movie soundtrack, but
I would do Meatloaf, but
you would do anything for love, but you won't do that.
I would also want to be made over
by the drag. You are so gay. If you were Korean, you'd be so gay, Hamnida.
I want to be made over.
Leafy's my favorite gay friend now. That's your title.
You got me coughing. Shit.
This fucking guy.
What was that song? I know it was Meatloaf.
That you would do anything for love, but you won't do that, or it's Bat Out of Hell. Oh, I don't know. Like, was that on the Bat Out of Hell album or Bat Out of Hell 2? Then I don't think I don't know any Meatloaf stuff other than the like super popular ones, so I'm not the one to ask on that. My bad. Hey, what? Hang on. I have a grok up right now. So wait, hang on. Let me make a new one so I don't mess up my thing. So what Meatloaf song that's about being made over?
Okay, so it was a Tina Turner song.
Kiss Kase Kasa. Objects in the rearview mirror may be closer than they appear. From the Bat Out of Hell 2. And I'd lie for you, and that's the truth. That's what the AI came back with. From Welcome to the Neighborhood, 1995. Yeah, I don't know that one. I only know Meatloaf. Like seriously, the Bat Out of Hell stuff, and only the super popular ones. That's what I remember. I wasn't actually ever into them, just for the memes. You know, I lived through it. So, there we are.
Now I gotta find this, because this is something being in musical theater. Can't even think.
Hey, Leafy, pro tip. This is like a legit life tip now. If you find something on, it doesn't matter if it's on YouTube or anywhere else, and like I am currently live on YouTube and Twitch and Kick, by the way. Just if you find something like a video of anything that you like or you want to be able to, you think you might want to reference in the future, download it, because things get taken down all the friggin' time. I tried to pull up a reference. About Grantham.
I gotta ask my kid's
racing.
mom now, because she knows better than I do.
Just
so I gotta ask her now.
Okay.
Holy shit!
I tried, just as a reference to my point, I tried to pull up a video from Grantham where he took down the slide off of, I believe the number was 23 pistols in the time it took, or less than the time it took the expert from the ATF to do it in the famous video now. I'm sorry, Wobbly, what were you saying?
I wanted to talk to Wobbly. Like, I think Wobbly wanted to holler
What
at
is
me.
your username on YouTube?
It's the same Grumple Stillskin, but with one eye. Hang on, I'll link it for you.
I'm also Lethe Water Kai, so Grumple is Grumple and I am Lethe.
Are you, wait, hang on, you're not live right now, are you? Are you live?
I'm not live at all. I'm just here to fuck with you.
Oh, well, I mean, hang on. I actually don't have you in my chatterino. I've gone back and forth. Man, we have a really weird, like, stream relationship.
Touch me.
Your channel, like, I've been both a mod and banned, and you're channel and Discord. Super weird, right? That's funny.
Yet my relationship with you has never changed one bit.
Yeah, no, it's just the other people in the community that
It's
like,
not about me and you.
They don't get us though. It's fine.
They don't like us.
They aren't like us. They can't hang.
Yeah, no, Grumple's always been one of my favorite people. Since I pulled up, like I don't think you've ever offended me. You may be annoying to some people that are having to have weird esoteric conversations and not be clear. And you're gonna sit there and be like, what do you mean?
I've come to realize that what it's called, I think, is matching energy, and it's become apparent to me in the YouTube space where, like, I can have very serious and somber conversations, but then as soon as somebody comes in and starts like yelling names at people and like, oh, okay, no, I'll play. No, I have to escalate also.
I said some foul shit.
It's like I actually have to escalate. It's like
so I told Paul
encoded
that,
in me.
I told Rampage Paul that
Wait, Rampage Paul's still doing stuff? Oh, interesting.
Oh no, that's not true. He just showed up again in me and Tiberius's Discord conversations.
Ty went live tonight too. I was a little surprised. I didn't go check it out because I was about to do something.
He ended his
but,
stream
yeah.
because of Rampage Paul being racist, but that's not the point. I told Paul.
I called it.
I told Paul that his
Years
views
ago,
are literally Jeb 10's dick coming out through his mouth.
That's the best possible thing to say to him too. And I see where you're going, and I kind of agree.
Ooh. And we got there.
Oh, we didn't. Oh, Wobbly, I'm sorry. You had something. What was it? I think we just.
I wanted to talk to
distracted.
Wobbly. I feel bad now. Wobbly, you there?
I'm here.
What do you want to talk about?
Well, I live in California too.
Yes.
IG.
Well, Wobbly has a Barrett 50 in California.
How
We'll
do
figure
you
that
feel
one
about
out.
California?
I sold the
What
Barrett.
are your thoughts?
Oh,
I sold that Barrett.
Oh, you know what? I knew that. I forgot. I'm sorry.
I've never touched a gun, never shot a gun, don't care about guns. Just me. Been in California my entire life. Been robbed at gunpoint multiple times.
How many times you had somebody run up on you and say, "Hey, turn out your pockets"?
Only twice. It's been more jumpings. That's been my primary issue from
And
early
you
90s
being
up
a
until now.
like you're taller. Like I'm 6, so I'm 6'3". You're 6. Like you're a large individual. And
This explains jumping. You don't just fight a dude you're not going to lose. Especially if you're a gang. You set up a bunch of people. So I've been jumped more times than I can count on two hands.
do you think being able to deal with multiple assailants in a more efficient manner would have maybe helped you in these situations?
What do you mean?
A
With
pew pew.
gun? Yeah, no.
With your bare
Never.
hand.
I mean,
With
just,
my bare hands, more so.
no,
Because
Wobbly's
people don't feel
he's anti-gun.
people don't feel they want to end my life. They just want to hurt me
Or take your stuff.
or take my shit. So in the instances in which I've had a gun pulled on
So
me,
hang on, just
one-
Leafy, they value your stuff more than their life. That's what I'm hearing. That's how that works. Same as the way home invasions, like home robberies,
they're just
burglaries work.
using a tool.
They
so
value
they can
the
get
stuff
something.
more than their life because that's the risk that they're putting up. So I mean, who am I to tell them that they're
so
wrong about how they value their own lives?
The funny ass situation is,
Okay. Where are we going?
I have a brother. He lived entirely separate from me.
Is he black?
He's also black.
So he's a brother and a brother?
And he was very much into home invasion.
Like doing
There's
it?
an article. Yes.
Oh.
There's an article about him. In Chicago. Where he got stabbed 14 times during a home invasion. By a homeowner who was an elderly woman.
Yeah, in Chicago, if you shoot a home invader, you're going to get a murder charge.
I mean, honestly, probably would have been in less issues.
Chicago's wild.
Shot, he went to jail. So after getting stabbed 14 times, he went to jail.
That's funny too. He survived 14 stabbing. Like,
yeah, he did. And this is why I talk about.
I might want to conduct a period of instruction with the stabber, but you know,
not going to argue with you on that. And this is why we talk about how stabbings work versus how gunshots work. Getting shot,
getting stabbed is generally way worse.
I'm going to disagree with you.
You're fair to have that opinion. You can have your wrong opinion all day long, and I won't judge you for it.
And I'm perfectly fine with you when we're dealing with unexperienced individuals having access to the ability to do X and Y. I've been in situations where I've had brass knuckles brought out on me, knives, guns, so on and so forth. I've had the fewest injuries from guns, and I've been shot once.
Getting stabbed by an untrained stabber is a lot worse than getting shot by an untrained shotter or shooter.
Managed not to
shot
get stabbed.
at. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been stabbed at more times than I've been shot at. I've been shot once. It sucked. I've had a gun pulled on me in, I want to say 3 instances. The 4th is kind of iffy. 1, the gun was fired. The one that the gun was fired was the goofiest instance of all the times that the gun was pulled on me. Do you know why I got shot?
Because you were too tall, obviously.
Because I put explosives in his toilet.
That's not what I was going to expect at all. That's the opposite of anything I would have expected. Wait, was it like cherry bombs or like quitter sticks or
put
something
M100s
more
in this fucker's toilet?
I don't have a response
I
for
was
this.
riding away,
I'm processing right now still.
As I was running away from this person's home after I did that, he came out of his back patio and fired off shots, and I got grazed by a bullet.
Okay.
And I was being shot from behind. So under no circumstances would any responsible gun owner take shots at somebody fleeing their home.
Oh, no, you're incorrect, sir. In Texas, hang on. Here's the thing. In Texas, it is 100% legal to shoot at somebody who has taken your property that you reasonably believe that you will not be able to recover otherwise. No, just I'm saying.
Already blown up.
I'm saying that's still somebody running away. You can shoot, and there's like a famous story about a grandma who pulled out a rifle and got like idiot wasn't out of line of sight like 200 yards that stole something from
What-
her
what-
house.
I didn't steal anything. I blew that
I'm not
shit
saying
up.
you
It was
did. I'm
already
just
gone.
saying the concept
was
of
already
getting
gone.
shot. The concept of getting shot in the back while running away.
It was
Which
already gone. Like what I blew up, what the damage I did was already done before the shots were fired.
yeah, no, that's okay.
I didn't come to steal shit. I came to destroy shit.
Oh, now
destroyed
Twisted
it,
shows up in
and I
my
left.
stream. The Gorps is done, so now you're done doing the gay stuff? Okay.
So every instance in which property was going to be relieved from me at gunpoint, one was at a veterinarian's office. The entire office got its pockets run. This is
Wait, do you
people
mean
with trained attack animals in the lobby? They ran the pockets of everybody in the veterinarian's office.
do you mean like to the business metaphorically, or actually ran their pockets of all the people there?
In the business. So I'm sitting in the lobby of a veterinarian's office. Everybody in the lobby got their pockets run. Because two people showed up and one had a gun.
See, in Texas, that's totally legit. That's a good shoot if you defend yourself against that with a pew pew.
So if you
But,
would have,
if somebody has a pew,
person already has the gun out. If you pull your gun out and they start firing and people start getting hurt, this is
well,
what I respect
here's the
about
thing:
this
is
situation.
whoever takes
Well,
action
can-
is
can
at
I
the
finish?
advantage. Yeah, please.
Can
My
I-
bad.
Can I
Yeah,
can I
please continue.
elaborate? Nobody wanted this individual to take action. Everybody could have released their animals. If somebody would have gotten hurt, it would have been worth more than any money that was taken in that interaction, which was mostly credit cards that could be canceled. Nobody.
It sounds like you're trying to
stopped this
justify
person.
robbing people right now. That's kind
I
of the-
don't agree with it, but I
sounds
also
like.
agree with it. Human life matters more.
I mean, here's the same argument that I made before is the people, somebody doing the robbing has already said, I value taking your stuff more than my life. And who am I to disagree with that?
And if they don't care about their lives as much as we care about our lives, should we allow our lives to be forfeit for this person taking drastic action?
I don't understand the premise of your question right now.
It was a clear question.
No, I just didn't. Okay, I didn't understand it.
So if I pulled up on you not caring about my life, should you put your life at risk unnecessarily to end my life or stop me?
It's
if I'm not going to take anything from you, that's important.
It's already at risk.
Yeah, I put my life.
If somebody is trying to put pressure on you to give you something, that's already your life is already at risk. Maybe injury,
okay,
but
let me elaborate.
we're already on the escalation of force continuum right here.
If I showed up with a gun that had no bullets in it to slap you upside the head,
oh, you get ended.
you risk your life.
You don't know, but
me.
You don't. Yes, because you don't know that there's nothing in it, and
okay, so
yeah,
you don't know. Cool, you don't know.
If you have a
And I slap you
katana,
upside the head.
Same thing, but even more because that's way more dangerous to me.
So, if in that instance you had a firearm on your person, and I did that thing, and you didn't know my gun was unloaded.
Less than a second.
you
No,
went to
I
draw.
this is what you train. No, less than a second. I'm already drawn and put rounds in center mass
I'm already
and
behind
probably
you,
head.
slapping you up. I'm already slapping you up.
Then I'm on the
What are you
ground.
gonna do?
I'm diving and on the ground.
And you have a
like,
gun.
I
and your gun is
Leafy.
doing things. You
I've
could hurt
trained.
someone.
Leafy. I've trained people how to
You're talking
deal with
about
this.
well-trained individuals.
You're talking to a. I don't even want to say well-trained. I'm a somewhat trained individual. There are people way better trained than me. However, I did train other. Yeah, probably like most civilians.
So
Yes.
if I'm already mollywopping you, if I'm already hitting you,
Then
you
it's
pulling
over.
a gun, it's already over. So why is pulling a gun?
No, me personally, no. I'm gonna go for the chokeout first, and then I mean, if you're already within arm's reach, you're done. Sorry.
This is what I'm saying. In every
If
instance in
not,
which
then
you
no.
got a hold on me,
I'm drawing, and that's over.
in every instance outside of the one where
I am live on YouTube, so we
got
gotta like keep just a little bit of the terms we
pew-pew.
use. Yeah, just
Okay, I'll use a pew pew. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine.
In every instance in which a pew pew was in action.
It's so funny to say it though. It's a pew pew.
Oh, I want to fuck up Vince Wilson so bad. I want to come to Texas, and I want to.
Wait, you mean Doghouse?
All over his chin.
Doghouse finally admitted he pretended to be a conservative for so long. I'm finally glad he came to his own realization.
No, fuck you. He's still a conservative. I don't give a
No, the fuck he is not. Pardon my French. He is absolutely not. No,
He's not one
absolutely no. We don't. Hang on. I'm not even like I'm way more libertarian than conservative these days. He's not a conservative. He's not anywhere. He's a lefty. He's the same as Tiberius.
Tiberius is just as bad as all y'all.
Tiberius
is
is
not.
an anarchist.
So the reason why,
as far as left and right, yeah, he's right in the same ballpark as Tiberius.
I don't know Wobbly. Wobbly won't talk to me. This is like fucking wild. Do you have views?
Neither of them are conservative. Please don't get that twisted. Wobbly, yeah,
Wobbly.
Come on, dude. Wobbly, you're up.
But when it came down to arguing for positions that I care about, neither of these people can do so. And I've proven it. I went on, you know who Grid is, right?
Grid is a friend of mine. We usually end up talking cars.
I like Grid. So I went on Grid's debate panel. And I won.
Cool.
Debates in that sphere. So the debate I won on Grids was about reparations.
Well, it probably would have been more than one that you did that night because that's how you kind of have to do it to.
I won 2.
Win on the show.
But I got one robbed for me because average debate fucking hoe is a hoe.
Average debate. No, Tyler. No, he. You should. Do you play cards? Do you play poker at all, Leafy? We're on a we do a league.
I won't play cards with him.
He's good.
I got invited to that server. He's still a hoe.
Okay, no biggie. Okay, so Leafy, this is for you from Seth Spence over on YouTube. You're trying to do moral factor of the equivalence of me caring about a life more than me caring about my shit, and that's where you have the wrong outlook. What do you think about that?
I'm saying you're going to lose your shit either way. Do you want to lose shit and lose your life, or do you just want to lose your shit?
Hang on, you're going to lose your shit either way. No, if I stop bad guy doing stealing shit, then I don't lose my shit.
Okay, so if I'm within, let's say,
21 feet. No, 21 feet is the like legal.
And I already have the tool pulled. The tool's already out.
I
come up off your shit.
I can draw and take that out faster than you can react.
I'm saying the tool's already out.
Yeah, no, I can draw and put multiple rounds before you can react. 100%. Every single time. So if you're the one taking action, if you're on somebody and you're also trying to do something, A, you're distracted. That's an important thing. But B, you're on the reaction. If one of those people, if it's not just you and one other guy that you're trying to keep track of, you're trying to keep track of multiple people, right? In a robbery situation, an invasion situation.
One person.
You and me. Still, no. You can have a firearm out at. You can have a pew out pointed at me.
Out of your part. You out of the park.
I win. If I take action first, I still win because I've trained. But I still win that one.
You're literally saying
less than a second.
In an instance.
Yeah.
in which you have nothing to lose but your shoes and what's in your pocket.
No, it's just a
You're
matter of
going to
reaction
take a
times.
chance.
Nope, it's not a chance. It's literally reaction times.
Works for me. Works for me. If you want to do that, that's your life. You can play that game. I don't play that game.
I mean, I probably wouldn't want to be in like exactly like that, but in that situation,
I've been there. I'm saying I've been in that
100% of the times, 100% of the 100% of the times, somebody has a pew on me. I'm appendix carrying, so I draw at close range. Oh
This
yeah,
sounds
100%.
like
Nope, it's
this
not.
sounds
It's
like some
you train for this.
wonderful fantasy
Nope, this is what you
nonsense.
train for,
Do your
and
thing.
you get your
Do your
first you get
thing.
your first round on target under a second, multiple rounds down. This is beep beep. You like use a shot clock timer.
I got to look this up. This is
Look up
really
what no
funny.
like I could teach you.
I don't
I could help train
recommend
you.
anybody doing it because like
I do.
definitely don't recommend it.
I teach this particular thing, and this isn't even a wild claim either. Under a second first shot reaction time is like not that hard to do. And then somebody who's keeping track of multiple targets, like while trying to do a robbery type situation, armed robbery, they get a lot of things they're distracted on, and the reaction time is not going to be there. So,
If somebody already has their gun drawn.
The favor is on the whoever takes action, being active, proactive rather than reactive. If you're reacting to something, you're at the disadvantage, and in a gunfight, you lose. That's 100% of the times.
Saying what to consider, you lost.
This is
the
just
draw,
this is
you
rules of
already did.
gunfighting.
Element of surprise, you already lost. Compliance for opportunity, I would say, is probably in your favor. Self-preservation versus the law, definitely in your favor. De-escalation, more than likely in your favor. So out of the 5 factors that I'm seeing, when
What are these 5 factors?
somebody already has a gun drawn, 2 out of 5 factors are out of your favor for drawing on the individual that already has a gun drawn on. Why do you care?
The dude that has the thing already drawn is reacting. He's not. If you take action, you are at the 100% advantage.
Wants to dump.
What do you mean?
So in the instances I've been through with these people, they already wanted to dump.
Wait, what do you mean, you people?
These people.
Nah, what do you mean, you people?
That have had a gun drawn on me.
Okay.
At least one is dumped. 4.
What do you mean dumped in this context, though?
Started dropping bullets.
Okay.
So the thing I don't want them to do is pull the trigger. So whatever situation I can get to when somebody already has a gun drawn is to make them not release ordnance.
And what I'm saying is that if that person already wanted to, if it wasn't just a robbery, if it was a, hey, we're going to end these people and then take their shit afterwards, that would have already happened. So you're at this point, you're dealing with somebody who is hesitating just a little bit, but however, it doesn't even matter because again, 100% of what I'm saying is taking action versus reacting. The guy with the guy holding it up, that's cops legally are supposed to be reactive as far as escalation, but
so I'm looking at cops. If
they're supposed to be reactive.
Reaching erratically for my wallet, they're gonna dump. If I'm going for, so like if I'm gonna, whatever you do when you're going for the firearm, I don't know if what you're saying works in these situations. It seems very special in my head. So like maybe you need to enlighten me.
If you concealed carry,
you
maybe train a little bit and getting under 2 seconds for almost a full mag out is not that wild.
The fact that they see somebody not complying with what they're saying or not saying anything in general, if they make a move, they're already just going to start dumping.
This is an entire, like, this is like a wild hypothetical, but 100% of the time, if you are reacting, you're at a disadvantage to the person who's taking action.
That just seems really goofy.
Like,
Have
logical,
you been in that
or?
situation? Have you been in that situation?
Leafy, are you asking me if I've been on two-way range? Yes, I have.
Outside of military action?
No, I've never been held up.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. Have
In a civilian world.
held up?
It's the rules of a gunfight still apply.
I don't.
Whoever's taking action is 100% at the advantage. Whoever's reacting has to see, process the OODA loop. Observe, orient, decide, act. OODA. That's OODA loop. That's how your brain works. You have to see if you're the guy who's robbing somebody and you even have your finger on the trigger ready to go. You still have to observe that, hey, wait, somebody's doing something that I think is a little bit finicky here. What's happening? By the time you observe the thing where, oh, schnikels, I need to end this person because this is not going the way I planned, you already have holes in you. It's 100% action versus reaction.
They pulled up on,
that's
so,
all.
Like, here's what I'm saying. They pulled up on you. They already got the tool out. You don't know they got the tool out. Like, yo, how do I get to... You're already comfortable. It's not the situation you think it is. You don't think people just pull up like, hey, give me your shit. It's
no,
not
wait, hang on. You were earlier. You were describing a robbery in a veterinary business.
Yeah, I'm saying
in the lobby. That's kind of what I was describing. But I mean, okay, so now new scenario now.
Tool,
okay,
possibly in that situation, if somebody had the tool, something would have happened. I'm saying you're on your regular route. You walk up to the corner store, pick up a Sprite, walk out of the corner store.
Sprite.
Somebody walks up to you like, hey, yo.
It's pronounced Sprite, sir.
Well, it comes with T now.
Get that
so what is it?
I seen it. I seen it. I don't know what you call that one. I don't know.
I'm trying to learn tonight. So you're walking out of the corner store, you got your break.
Your Sprite.
Tea.
Sprite plus tea.
And somebody's like, hey, how do I get down to...
If you're holding against me, I still win. Again, 100%. It's action versus reaction.
5 feet. I'm saying 5 feet.
It's 100,000%. It's still action versus reaction. If you have trained to take action in a certain amount of time, and that amount of time is less than the amount of time it takes for somebody to react to seeing it, you still win every single time.
You're drinking your Sprite, you asshole. You got a hand on a Sprite.
Drop it. It's a Sprite. It was $1.
Then you're gonna get shot.
For dropping a Sprite?
Yes.
Well, I mean, either way, by the time the Sprite hits the floor, rounds are downrange against bad guy.
By the time you let go of that Sprite, you're probably already getting drugged.
No. So gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared, if we remember that from physics class. So before, like, literally from Sprite at mouth, drop it before the Sprite hits the floor, rounds are in bad guy.
It's hilarious you haven't been here. Like, you're saying this, you haven't been here. Until you've actually been there, I want to know. I've been there multiple times.
You're saying I haven't been there, but you're talking about a very specific situation that is not. However, a two-way range doesn't count. Just your specific situation.
Grumple, have you been robbed in the street before?
No, I'm also 6'3" and very I'm a hard target.
So
but
that's what I'm saying. I'm a hard target. I'm 6'4".
Yeah.
Nobody wants to fuck with me.
I I mean, I wouldn't like. I don't want to fuck with anybody, but yeah.
Unless
like-
they got that heat, unless the sticks on them.
But also at the same time, I'm just using math, dude. 100% math and logic, based on experience and training.
I like the 14 foot.
100%
rule.
taking
I like
the
13-foot rule.
what's the 13-foot rule? It's 21 feet for a knife wielding individual to
it
shoot.
was a 21-foot rule.
21 feet.
Rule.
Yeah.
I like the 21-foot rule. Do you want to test it?
I would rather not do any of that, but I'm still you haven't. I'm still 100%. I've been consistent here. Leafy is 100%. Whoever is taking action has the advantage, and depending on that person's level of proficiency, all you got to do is be faster than somebody can react, and then you still win every single time.
Faster than a dude pulling his finger. Gotcha. I don't agree with you. I find it very interesting. I don't want to live that way, and I don't recommend anybody else live that way.
I recommend living that way. We disagree. Leafy and I are friends, but we disagree on this thing.
Yeah, the things that I've lost based on living that way, of not tripping about that, has lost me less than $500 in my entire lifetime. I'd rather just let the $500 go and live on.
Oh, just to be clear, I'm not advocating for ending people, because you will have nightmares forever.
I'm saying they didn't die.
Nah.
I didn't die.
Nah, I
Out
don't
of
regret
all the
it.
situations in which, on one hand, I've had a gun pulled on me or a
Well,
PU pulled on me,
Wobbly, I'm trying to make it
it's
scary.
cost me less than $500, and no lives were lost. No injuries were had beyond the one that I had in my leg, which was a graze. Not a big deal.
And that wasn't due to robbery. That was due to you blowing up somebody's toilet with explosives, I think.
Yeah, that
you
was
said?
1 out of 5.
Okay.
No
I don't see how that should be included in the
No
conversation,
major
other than due to that, you running away, somebody shot at you. Which
He was pulled.
that
acted
situation
accordingly.
is that situation is that wasn't
speaking to
justified.
Me acting accordingly in each instance in which the heat was pulled. Continuing to run.
And you haven't, like, I don't think you still addressed my claim based on training, or it's just straight logic.
Oh, I'm literally
but it's
saying
backed up by
in instance,
real world. If
I
you
don't
act,
think-
you are at the advantage versus somebody who is reacting to you acting.
I'm going to say in every single outcome you're talking about, or that I'm talking about as well, I don't think the outcomes would have been better had I had the stick on me.
Well, I don't know your specific situation. I mean, maybe could be. I mean, could go either way.
guaranteeing you-
I don't know. You're the best judge of that, because I wasn't there. I didn't see it. You
prefer-
were. You were the participant.
I prefer the outcomes I had, which is in my entire lifetime less than $500 worth of damages.
But that's not what I'm saying, is that in that type of situation, which maybe isn't exactly what you're talking about right now, the situations that you've been in either, that if you take action, as in to draw your concealed pew from an appendix
saying the
carry
thing I'm saying, you're
and
not
put multiple
understanding.
rounds, I mean, you're taking action, you're going to win that fight. I'm just talking
What
straight
does winning,
rules
what
of
does winning
gunfighting.
That fight mean? What does winning that fight mean?
Is the other guy is not able to continue the attack.
No, I survived as well.
No, it's the other guy is not able to continue attacking you. That's
No.
winning.
We're missing
Yeah.
the point. In the instances in which I have
Oh,
survived,
that is the
so
point.
I'm
That's
here
exactly the
talking to
point.
you. Bruh,
Yeah. Bruh.
are we talking about the same thing? I'm here.
I don't think we are.
I'm talking to you. I survived every one of these 5 instances in which the heat was pulled on me. without having a heat myself.
You could have very
to
easily not have, though.
react.
Also, you didn't know how that was going to end up. Maybe after you
None of
gave
us
up
do.
whatever, maybe after you turn your pockets, dude was like, I don't want witnesses. Done.
That sounds like some goofy shit, but by all means.
I
think
mean,
that way.
if you don't want witnesses, then of a
But
crime,
what I'm
then
saying
you-
is,
you just.
let me get to my point.
I'm saying that. Oh,
Had
oh,
I
okay, you didn't get to your
had-
point yet. Okay.
Had I got faster reaction time than that individual and had the stick on me, what are the damages?
Well, not anything to you, except you still have your stuff.
Mentally.
No, I already mentioned this. Yeah, so you're going to carry that with you forever.
So is $500 worth more to you, or your ability to not see a body?
Well, no, hang on. This is a bad point because you don't know how that would have
not.
ended up. No, it 100%
I
is because
do,
you
'cause I'm
don't know
here.
you don't know how it could have went
I don't care.
if the person just decided,
saying-
hey, I'm going to pull it anyway.
My
You
G,
do
I'm
realize that
here.
this is a bit of a circular conversation.
It is pretty circular.
I'm sure.
Wobbly, yeah.
What I'm
We
saying
are
is
circling.
I'm here. And any of these 5
By the
instances-
grace of God, you are here, and thank you, Leafy, because I like talking to you.
God's not real. I'm here, and I didn't.
Oh,
have
I
the
forgot
stick.
you're an atheist too. Yeah.
True. So, had I had the stick, and I'd done the thing that you're saying would have worked out in my favor, I don't think that's in my favor because I'm now living with a body on my mind, having lost very minimal.
I mean, my
In the
soul's already
instances in
tainted.
which I
It's
got
not a.
robbed.
It's not as a big deal for me.
I'm saying I have nothing on my soul like that. I'm walking around like Dolce Vita.
But I don't want. Usually, if I'm out anywhere, I'm probably going to be protecting something that's not just me, but also at the same time, I don't want somebody else to escalate beyond what I'm. What I don't want it, like no, I didn't
I've
consent to
been
this, sir. So yeah, I'm
My
gonna
G,
escalate
You're
force.
acting like I ain't been a bouncer in bars for multiple years.
I
You're
wasn't acting like
I've been
nothing like
through-
that. Come on now.
Like my dude, I've been through some reasonable shit. I don't think in any instance having the stick on me would have made my life better.
The funny thing is, I'm more likely to unarmed. If it's somebody within 5 feet, I probably won't even draw. Like, we just go kinetic and
Yeah,
But
just
I'm
slap
also
'em.
no. I'm gonna choke somebody out. But it's also I'm
I
an
said
old man
slap
now.
'em.
I'm an old man at this point. I'm middle aged. So as I get older and my reaction times are going down a little bit, and my strength is harder to keep up, the firearm. I mean, it's the great equalizer. All I got to do is keep
what
the
I've
react.
been more-
All I have to do is keep that reaction time. I got to keep that shot clock game strong, and then I'm still at the advantage now, and probably going to win
You know
that
what I've actually
encounter.
been worried about? Do you know what I've actually been worried about?
Was it me?
Only for my sexuality.
Oh, that's
But
understandable.
otherwise, it's been if they're gonna show up later with heats, pulling up in a ride where I have no means to react. That's
Yeah,
been my
that-
primary worry.
That dude getting away and organizing that seems like a problem that would be not a thing if you were to draw and pew
So
faster
if I
than
get in a fist fight with someone, and after they lose the fist fight, they say, "I'm bringing my family. I'm coming back."
this is a
Should
different
I
situation entirely.
Pull out. No. This is the only time this has ever been threatened by.
Oh, okay.
So the only time I've ever been threatened was when a barrio gangster lost a fist fight with me and got expelled from a school. And he said, "You motherfucker, I'm getting my family. I'm coming back next Tuesday."
That sounds threatening. Like that sounds like a very palpable
Agreed.
threat.
And this is at a Christian school, by the way.
That sounds like a credible threat.
I didn't agree that it was a credible threat. And guess what? I showed up next Tuesday calling this motherfucker a bitch. Guess who didn't pull up?
I would say at the time when he says, hey, we're going to come back, I would consider that credible. In real world, not necessarily legal. I would say even that it's self-defense to now end that person. And I don't say that lightly either. If somebody's threatening you, your life, and your family, I mean, that's maybe ending that. I don't think that's
15 years old in a fist fight.
Yeah, I don't want that on anybody.
Blick. I could have ended his life very surely. I probably would have got expelled again because I already been expelled from a school.
Please, I don't take any of this this is not, I don't take any of this lightly.
I don't want to get expelled again. I've been expelled from 2 schools for excessive violence. So let's think about this.
Why are you so violent?
Because I worry for my life. You're not getting this.
But you're so, see, this is the disconnect, dude. Also, like, you're so, hey, I am violent, however, just no pews. Are you Batman? Are you actually are you Bruce Wayne?
Well, yeah, I am Bruce Wayne. You didn't know
are
that?
you Black Wayne?
No, I have 2 dead parents, and I'm all alone.
Oh.
And I've studied martial arts, and I've honed.
Where did you study martial arts at?
I didn't.
And what martial arts did you study?
So I had an uncle who was a Navy SEAL in Vietnam. He taught me Aikido, karate, and what I'm coming to find out, it wasn't Aikido and karate. It was literally the Korean versions of those, and they're far more fucked up.
Yeah, Aikido is that's what Steven Seagal does, and it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
It's like meant for mounted cavalry, either for them or defending against them, and it's like Qua?
So
what's going on here? I digress. I'm not trying to distract. Please, y'all continue. Actually, I'm going to step away for just a moment. Please continue.
So I was apparently taught Hapkido and whatever the equivalent is, Tang Sudo. So Hapkido and Tang Sudo were the 2 things I was apparently taught, where I was thinking I was taught something else, because I was never told what I was taught. I was told to protect myself from gangs. And I grew up during the crack era in the 90s, next to Compton. So I was getting jumped on a regular basis. And my uncle, who went on from being in the military to being a police detective in the city I lived in, said, hey, you may have some problems. I'm going to teach you how to defend yourself. And so when I got into those altercations, I did some morally ambiguous shit, which is mostly breaking hands and fingers of people that were attacking me. And that got me removed from the school district. Because I knew if you get into a physical altercation with someone, if you get punched in the head, punched in the temple, punched in the chin, get thrown somewhere, and also we had riots on a regular basis where people are throwing cans of soda and other shit, you may die. That's when I fear for my life. When people don't know what they're doing, they may kill you just thinking they're subduing you. Getting stomped out on the ground if you lose a fight with someone can end your life. Having a pistol ain't gonna make that better. They just have a pistol to lord over you in that instance. So the things I managed
it could change the outcome, though, right?
As a child, sure. Let's
no. In that situation, I don't mean that. Well, I mean actually, well, kids can't consent to anything, so.
I don't think the kids that
I think kids with firearms is under supervision is where it mostly should be.
I don't think the kids that I was dealing with should have had knives and brass knuckles. But I now own them.
Oh, but they did, you see, right?
Yeah, and I now own them.
You own people that had brass
I own
knuckles?
the brass knuckles and knives
Wait,
they used it.
Leafy, we're not supposed to do that anymore. They're people now. Do you know that?
I didn't know that knives.
They're
and brass
considered
knuckles were
people now. You can't own them.
So, rudiments of martial combat are.
Come on, no, that was funny.
This is funny. I win.
You did win that one, that's my bad. Wait. Didn't make me do
But
anything.
yeah, at the end of the day,
I chose to break.
My pops literally pulled up when I was getting jumped by a dude with brass knuckles. And that's how I got the first pair of brass knuckles I got. Because he broke up the fight when I was dog walking this dude. And got his brass knuckles. He's like, "You ignorant fuck. Did you know that he was about to hit you with brass knuckles?" And I'm like, "No, I just fucked him up." And he's like, "You see these?" And I'm like, "Can I have them?" And he's like, "No, they're mine now."
That's the thing. You if you win, you got to take that's like a morality thing too. If you win, you have to take something. Yeah, if you win, you have to you have to take something.
But
otherwise, you didn't win.
If I had the pew pew on me, that'd be spoils of war. And now somebody's standing over me. Instead of the instance, have you ever been stomped out before?
No.
Can you explain what you mean by stomped out?
If you are in a fight with a person or multiple people and you fall to the ground, everybody in the grouping of the fight will begin to stomp on you.
One time. Not everybody though. There was stomping involved.
You and I have both been stomped out before.
It was kids that, like, at the time it was kids.
If you had a weapon on you that you didn't manage to pull in the process of the situation, would they have not gotten access to your weapon?
This is also like, as you said, you were a child. When I'm saying this same thing, I was a child. Kids shouldn't be concealed carrying at all. That's not part of any premise I think anybody said.
These kids had knives and brass knuckles. This was the last time I ran across.
Wait, hang on. Hang on. You're okay with knives and brass knuckles, but not a pew pew for kids to conceal to defend themselves.
I don't like any of it. I don't like any of it. And
this seems wild, dude. This is interesting.
I don't agree with it, but I understand it. So, in the instance where the last time I dealt with anybody that had concealed weapons was in.
Wait, sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, there's a lot of.
It was.
Hang, just a moment. Chat. Seth Spence. Chambers of Logic. I don't think I've ever talked to you before, and
so
she'll slip your punches. And yeah, good evening on YouTube. We're having a good time here. We're having a good conversation. Please continue. Just
So the last time I had concealed weapons pulled on me was 7th grade.
In Long Beach.
Carson.
In the LBC, you say?
Carson.
You say Carson, I'm thinking Nevada.
Carson is the city between Long
Inglewood
Beach and Compton. Yeah. Inglewood's a little bit further. That's closer to LAX.
Isn't Inglewood actually where Snoop Dogg is? Isn't that where Snoop Dogg's from?
No, Snoop Dogg is from Long Beach, and he was banned from.
He's from LB.
Go down there
rolling 20.
From what?
Racing fuel.
So Snoop Dogg used to claim being a rolling 20. He wasn't a rolling 20, and he got banned.
Is this a gang thing?
Yeah, it's gang shit.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that.
So the gang that I grew up around was 190 and Well, this is the problem. This is why I got jumped.
Oh, okay.
Because I didn't want to join a gang.
The rat hole.
Good on you.
If they want you
I
to
very
be in
much
a
appreciate
gang,
that.
they're going to jump you into the gang, whether you want to be in the gang or not.
Oh no.
So one of my friends joined one I
How old are
know.
you?
Huh?
How old are you, Kai?
I am 42.
Okay.
Yeah, I was there then.
Not a youngster. He's just under me on age. He's a little over me on height. Like that's
So
how
I was
that's how we
growing
roll.
up like post crack era, fucking when all the gangs and shit were going down.
Is that technically post crack?
Yeah, it's post crack. Well, it's like at the end of the crack
Okay.
era.
I'm sorry.
So the riots didn't
Please
happen
continue.
until 92, which was when I was 9 years old.
You mean the LA
That was
the Rodney
92.
King riots?
Yeah, that was 92. So once everything kind of aired out, all of a sudden we got the era where everybody wanted to be in gangs because everybody wanted to protect themselves and be in the vicinity of these people that have all of a sudden gained notoriety for doing wild shit. So we had
DBO, you're welcome.
that were doing really well. And so in Carson, Compton area, we had 190s. That was who was trying to put me on. And the juxtapost was Treetop Pyro, which was Bloods that hated everybody that I was dealing with.
Treetop Pyro was a blood set that was doing.
Yeah, Pyro.
Pyro
Street.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
So Pyro Street.
But it was a blood set that was doing running stuff around the area.
Gang shit, and they're probably more organized than
Shenanigans, you might say.
Because the way it kind of worked out, Crips went by street. So you had 111s, 190s, like whatever your street was, 120th Street, whatever. Bloods tend to solidify into one area. So there was one set of Bloods versus multiple sets of Crips. So this is like kind of what you got to deal with, who you're going to be with. And I'm me. I ain't trying to fuck with any of that. If anybody wants to throw hands, we can throw hands. So I had friends that didn't want to be in gangs either. So it was literally 3 or 4 of us that are getting jumped.
Oh, that's how a new gang happens.
That is how.
That's literally how new gangs happen.
So that's how gangs happen in like New York and Chicago and shit.
From
like
what I
that.
understand.
You have friends and you throw down and you become a gang yourself. But in LA, it didn't work out that way because it's based on streets. So we could form a crew, but being a gang ain't a reality where I live.
Can I pause and do an aside question for you, Leafy? What do you?
Sure.
So what do you think about Machine Gun Kelly?
You almost said a boot.
No, I'm not anywhere near Kanukistan, sir. I did play hockey for a long time growing up, but Machine Gun Kelly apparently had ink for like his street where he was apparently like a legit dude in that area.
So I consider he was branded.
And against his will, you think? Is that what being branded in the situation
by his
means?
will, he got branded and was considered a pet of the hood.
You think so?
Nobody
And then
I
also
know-
he's blacked out his ink more recently for like a lot of
I'd
it.
say they don't appreciate that, and if you went to that hood, he'd probably get handed up.
I would imagine he's not welcome there anymore. But he probably
That's what I'm
doesn't
saying.
live there either.
So like anybody that I know that's been on hood didn't get ink for the hood. He got branded.
do you have a
Voluntarily.
Do you think that, or like based on that, you know how things operate, or
That's
do
how-
you know that that's
I don't
true?
know his hood. Anybody in my hood, nobody I know has 90 fucking ink and shit. Nobody has 111 ink on them. Nobody has Pyro ink on them. Does Snoop Dogg have fucking Rolling 20s ink on him?
Don't dox yourself with the pirate or anything.
Well, I'm giving like I don't hide from my area. I grew up Long Beach.
Well,
So
just
I'm saying,
be aware that I am live on YouTube, and unless I delete the video, that one
I ain't
stays
hiding.
like forever.
I'm not hiding from anyone.
I'm not saying you're hiding.
If
Just
anybody
be
wants to
aware.
come see me, by all means. But what I'm saying is, the understanding is, of anybody I've known that's been in these hoods, has not had that ink on them. They may have like something that signifies their journey with the crew. They don't get specific ink like that.
Do people from that set or area do that? Do we know that for a fact?
I'm
that
telling
like
you.
maybe that's a thing that they
Look
do
it up. You
in
can
that
look
area.
it up. You can look it up. This is not something I know about.
Hang on, let me ask Grok. Hey, what does this gang on this particular street do? Like, that's not a thing, dude. Like, if you don't know somebody from the area that was in it, then you're not finding that information unless it's
I'm looking
published.
it up. I'm looking it up.
You still gotta
via
ask somebody.
Google. I'm Googling it.
Okay.
Nobody I know of has 190, 111, 112, or any ink on them. Even Snoop Dogg does not have Rolling 20s ink on him. That is branding of bitches in those crews. If you have that ink on you, you're probably a bitch that nobody respects. Just letting you know.
Until he started making money, or even not then.
So it wasn't until Snoop was recognized.
No, not
and was
Snoop.
allowed back.
MGK. But
I
want to hear what you're
think
saying
he's
about Snoop
welcome.
too.
I don't think he's welcome.
Well, he's blacked. He blacked out the ink, so yeah, guaranteed he's not in the same
saying-
relationship status.
At the time when he was owned, he was probably welcome just for the money he brought to the crews. Because a lot of rappers, especially, what was dude's name with the rainbow hair?
Dennis Rodman, or
No,
Little Nas
no.
X.
Fucking how old are you, my dude?
75. Yes.
No,
yes,
you had rainbow dreads and fucking grills.
75 yesterday.
Wait, Little John.
75.
No,
You were-
Wobbly's
You
75.
were going strong. What is your regimen? I'm interested. What do you eat?
Wobbly's a Vietnam veteran.
What does he eat? I respect whatever he's doing. The fact that he's walking around and doing well.
Wobbly also, if I may take a salacious and obscene profit timeout for Wobbly specifically.
PT, my
Wobbly
dude?
goes live. It's _Wobbly on Kick, and he goes live every single morning on the weekdays. And he's so close to the creator incentive program on Kick that it's
Or literally
palpable.
the creator?
He's no, like
No,
where he's about to get a salary paycheck on top of his stream income for what he's doing just every day that he's just going live. It's
My
like
dude
3 or
wants
4
to be
hours.
PT
It's early in the
For
morning
real.
on Kick. Go make a Kick account. Follow Grumple also on Kick, but go follow Wobbly and help him get and watch him and help him get that creator incentive program.
He says wobbly. I ain't seeing wobbly.
Yeah, he doesn't wobble
He
too
seems
much
like
on
a
stream.
solid individual.
He is.
My problems.
Hey, we got problems.
I had a health issue a few years back that I'm still dealing with, but
Wobbly is my friend. So, Leafy, I've known Wobbly
I'm
for
sitting
a lot
around- I'm
longer
trying to be
than
respectful. He seems like
I've
a
known
good
Wobbly for a lot longer than you. He comes into my chat and harasses me constantly.
guy. He's harassing me, and
Does
I'm
he
fucking
does
matching energy, but I
he does
respect what
most
he's
people,
doing.
but I mean that's kind of what
He's got
friends
more hair
do.
than I have. Fuck's sake.
Look at that silver fox just smoking a blunt right there, like it's his job.
Good genetics. Homie's got good genetics. I ain't
Yeah.
even hating.
He does.
I was raised right.
Yeah, I was
That's
raised
racist.
terribly wrong.
It's racist, Wobbly. This whole stream is now racism. This is racist.
Well, I mean, I could probably fuck with Wobbly on different issues, but like another day.
Oh no, we're just hanging out here now.
You know, I've lived here in California longer than you've been alive, so.
I believe it. I wasn't born until
Reason I
83.
came-
You were already here.
The reason I came in here is because you were talking about California.
And I love this place.
Oh, I do too. I just hate what people have done to it.
The government?
Yeah.
Like literally
Wait,
crack
Wobbly, you're not lying. Let me
and
pull up your-
fucking wild ass shit that they've done in general to make shit horrible.
Go there to support.
I've watched it slowly decay year after year.
And yet, much like you, even with all
There we
the
go.
shit that has been put through, we have become the fourth largest economy on the entire planet.
No, we're not. No,
So it's not true?
no, it's not true.
It didn't go through to Kick, but I don't think anybody's watching me on Kick right now. But on Twitch and YouTube, that's Wobbly's link. Go A, make a Kick account, and then B, follow Wobbly. Follow Grumple too, but
So
follow Wobbly. I don't like. I'm already monetized on Kick. I don't. It's fine. But he's trying to get
look
this
at-
milestone to be just a
7
creator
viewers
incentive
on
program.
Kick.
as well, I'm here for Grumple,
And
but
7
like I'm
viewers.
enjoying Wobbly. So like I'm it's fucking amazing. I have two people that I'm already appreciating right here. So the fourth largest economy on the planet, the two largest wealth centers in America,
Texas
are
and
here in
California.
California. The
Wait,
one above it is New York.
New
literally
Yorkistan.
New York City.
It's just not true anymore. It might have been roughly 10 years ago, but not now.
Oh, you're vastly incorrect. Are
Between
you
7 and
looking at,
10.
Like,
Yeah.
You can't name one industry that's still in California.
no, it's the economy. It doesn't matter. about
Mass
the
exodus.
But
Mass
industry
exodus.
is what drives economy.
Yeah, yeah.
The ability to produce a product and sell it outside of the United States and internally to other states. There's literally no product being made in California. There's no industry here.
So you
At one time,
understand?
they used to say that we were the financial lead in the country, but all of that has moved also. It's no longer in California. You're succumbing to YouTube or Google bullshit because it's just not true.
Well, I don't believe in bullshit.
Oh.
I believe in GDP. So what are the
DBO,
largest
thanks for letting me-
GDPs
There is
on the
no
planet?
GDP in California. There's the only thing that's left is a bit of an agricultural in the San Joaquin Valley, but even that has had its problems because of the water.
Our
the
water's
lack of
fine.
Water, and then the flooding. And then even that, the majority of that product is being shipped to China. 92% of it is shipped to China. The other 8% is used inside the United States. Almonds and the byproducts from almonds, almond milk,
So I'm gonna shoot you
cosmetics,
this.
stuff like that. But
I'm
Wait,
gonna
how
shoot
do you
this
milk
real
an
quick.
almond?
No, I'm gonna shoot Wobbly this. So if you
Also-
BBC,
Hey, just pause real
who needs
quick.
to lie?
Welcome in, DBO. If you could turn your camera on, because I know you want to, you sexy mother lover.
All-
Thanks for reminding
all
me,
I
because
see is Trump.
I only have so many screens, so I didn't know that I had waiting room going.
Giant,
Look at these guns.
Wobbly,
Almond.
Wobbly. Can you?
But-
Even,
Wob-
even
I
the
want to
air-
see
Please
it.
can-
Wobbly.
West California
Please let
and
Wobbly continue. He's
I
got
want to
a
see Wobbly's
thing here.
arms.
automobile manufacturing left. Everything's left California.
That's
The
not how
only
we
thing
work.
that California can tout is it's the largest welfare state in the world.
Wait,
And it's
tweezers
only
for what?
being It's only being propped up by
You're wrong.
high taxation and even that's going to come collapsing down eventually.
You're
That's
wrong,
why
my
the
G.
state is
What do you mean,
$87
use
billion
tweezers for
in
what?
the hole.
With
And
all
you had a
respect,
governor that came out and said, do not pay your federal taxes.
with all respect, you're wrong, my G. You're saying things you've been told. You can't quantify them, and I respect
can't
Your
quantify
camera
because I
it just caught your camera.
I'm saying with all respect,
there you
you're
go.
wrong, my G. I'm in all deference telling you you're wrong, and you're quoting facts you cannot quantify.
You know, all you got to do is dig through my Discord. It's there. Every bit of it is documented.
Send me something. Like I sent you something. Send me something.
I don't have privileges.
I sent you direct messages.
Wait, hang on. What Wobbly? I think you're
Look at your
you're
DMs.
a mod in my.
I know you're a bit of a
What can you
and
not
I
say?
respect that, but I sent you a DM.
Grumple, almonds do not have nipples, therefore there is no almond milk.
See, that's where I was going. Thank you, DBO, for completing the
can
joke. I
always
appreciate it,
you
sir.
can always milk
Always welcome here.
because he
You
has
can't-
like 4 nipples.
You can't milk me. No, nobody's supposed to know. Leafy, that was in private DMs, and
It
I
was in
appreciate you
private.
not
I'm
sharing the
sorry, I
pictures.
apologize.
But you're leaking all kinds of information right now. That's only for the tier 4 subscribers.
You
on
were leaking as well, but I didn't talk. Oh shit! I did it again.
Yeah, no, that was in another different private. That was a private video between us, and I don't like that you're telling other people about it now.
So to Wobbly, we're talking about GDP, and I think we've moved away.
Your mom
from
is GDP.
a producing economy to a consumer economy, and our
Your
economy
mom's a producing
still
economy.
produces more, and we output more than most states when it comes down to any aid that is necessary.
What do they output? What does California output?
Avocado
You understand
toast.
that
I got
California
this one.
can produce things that no other state can. Right?
What?
Based on the agriculture.
Homosexuals.
Yeah, we got those two.
Well, no, wine.
We're doing amazing.
No, DBO, you're fine. Just DBO, be aware. I am live on Twitch, Kick, and specifically YouTube, where the algorithm stuff. But no, wine is the thing in California,
So,
Stan. That's can't
we
be
have
reproduced
wines,
elsewhere.
We have almonds, we have artichokes, we
Specifically,
have dates, we have figs, we have kiwi fruit, we have nectarines, we have.
I said the
almonds, we
thing
have
that can't be
pistachios,
reproduced.
We have prunes, we have walnuts, and we have avocados. Things that can't be reproduced in most states.
Oh no, all those things can, except for the specific
Just for
wines
the
that are made in
agriculture
California,
portion.
Stan.
Then we talk about the technology that comes from California.
Wait,
That is left.
I think my argument holds firm. Homosexuals can't reproduce either.
oh, based.
Then
That's
how did your mom? Then how did your mom do it? I'm shocked.
Oh no, hang on. No,
immaculate?
Leafy. This is DBO. It's short for Don't Be Offended.
I'm fucking with him, and I
DBO.
don't
This is
want him to be
Leafy.
offended either.
I've known DBO. I think longer than anybody else on Twitch that I
I'm not
interact
hating
with
on DBO.
regularly.
I'm playing the game with DBO, and I'm wondering.
Everybody here is my
what
friends.
Scissoring.
Y'all
I'm wondering
get
what
along.
Scissoring, I'm wondering what scissoring reproduced him. Was it you, Grumple?
I mean, I might have
was
been.
Darth Vader.
I might have been recording. Hang on, I don't understand the question now.
I didn't mean to disrupt the conversation with my stupid joke. Please continue.
I thought I made it.
Turn your camera on, you degenerate.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, I saw it was.
off.
It was. Don't do. Fuck a Stan.
No, literally.
But no,
California's
literally.
industry, agriculture, everything else. You can't show any substantial proof that the water supply in California is off beyond Trump saying so and releasing water to places that didn't need the water.
They've been claiming a.
There we go. You're good, DBO.
Yet the
Look, you both have
aquifers are
shiny
good.
heads. You both have shiny heads. You're friends now. See, obviously.
And you all can still see. Fuck, I haven't.
I think Leafy is an ICP enjoyer too. I'm not 100% sure.
No, I'm not.
Oh, then maybe not so much then. Never mind.
I most certainly am.
So we had an atmospheric river in California that I think it was 2022 or 2021 that put us in a pretty substantially good place. That's not being acknowledged in the process of the wildfires that happened. The issues with the wildfires had nothing to do with the aquifers or the water supply of California. And it was more to that our particular water supply and our response to fires wasn't meant to deal with wild fucking fires in residential areas. So
Or
we had
was
to deal with a residential fire because most of the wildfires that happen in California are Northern California and areas where there's literally massive amounts of trees. So where I live right now is where the wildfires happen. I live 10 miles away from where that shit went down. That ain't where you're looking for fire.
But Leafy, at the same time, it was. I mean, you're welcome to argue with it, but I'm saying it was 100% a forest management issue where they weren't cleaning out the underbrush.
It's not. No, you're being goofy. Stop it.
No, that's not goofy at all. That's the
No, you're
if
being
you don't
goofy.
if you don't clean out the underbrush, you're asking
You
for
have a talking point. Stop
fires.
it. You're being goofy. Where was the fire?
No, my talking point is I endorse Jean Pain, the guy in Paris or France
You're my dude. Where were the fires?
In California.
Where in California?
In the gay part.
Recent, the most recent fires.
The gayest part.
Not the gay. No, the gayest part is Long Beach.
Oh no, it was
So far,
it was the medium gay part. My bad.
Not even.
No?
No, it was in the conservative part.
I think not clearing out the underbrush is pretty gay.
There was no underbrush to clear out.
Then how'd the fire happen?
House fire.
Fire hot.
True.
Fire
hot.
Fire go burn.
Fire bad. Fire bad.
So I fucking cracked him again. I win.
I correct you first. No, I win. You fucking nerd. Pardon my friend. I'm trying. I'm making an active effort to not curse. My bad.
The Pasadena area, and
I know it's all okay.
There's a particular individual that we know and find infamous that lives in this area that had to evacuate their home.
Oh,
literally, there's no underbrush there, and the issues that he went through was fucking bonkers. I will DM you who it was, Grumple, because I don't want to talk about him because I think he's a horrible human being. But yeah, I'll DM you who it was. And he offered to have lunch with me because he found out that I live in the same area. Because like when the fires happened here, I literally thought homeless people were burning trash outside of my window. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? This shit is not normal here. Why am I smelling barbecue right now? And I'm like, oh shit, everything to the right of me is on fire. And it's literally.
Oh no, Melissa, if you want to do $5 every time I swear for a swear jar, you're okay to do that.
Did you get that? Grumple?
I don't actually have like any dono links or anything set up.
Did you get that DM, Grumple?
I don't, dude. I have so many things on the screens.
I just sent you a straight DM.
Yeah, but on Discord, no, it's that Discord is on the same. It's on the same screen that I have like
server.
YouTube and Twitter. My YouTube and Twitter. Like, yeah, I'm live on Twitter too. Also, funny fact, but that's the same place. So things take precedence.
Who has the strongest Discord server?
What?
Who has the strongest Discord server?
What do you mean by strongest?
It was the answer to the DM I just sent you.
Oh. I mean, wobbly. Mine's been around for I think longer, but I don't know what strongest means.
No.
Oh no, yeah, no. What you
Biggest,
said, yeah,
largest, most
yeah, no.
magnificent.
That's 15,000 people in that one. No, it's
Bruh,
no wobbly.
he
No,
lives
it's not
here.
you.
He lives here.
Wobbly.
Like,
He.
hey, you,
What Leafy DM'd me is a person who shows up as a frog, an animated frog. You know who this is. His Discord has 15,000 people in it. It's neither of us can compare to that.
Lord, the great demon
And
lord
dude's weird,
had his
dude.
house burnt up and had to evacuate and was like, "Hey, Letha, you want to have lunch?" Because I live right
Wait.
here.
In the LBC,
No, I moved.
because it's kind of hard being Snoop Dio double G.
Well, I moved.
I
to
was
Alhambra,
I was trying to make a joke. Ruin my fun.
but
You
where I
racist.
live was like,
I see. There you go. I win.
Real quick, what do we call?
I win.
Obviously,
I won that.
I know
your joke
Grumple
made me
and
sad.
I won that
familiar
one.
with Wobbly. What do we call this? The other fella, is it
Leafy.
Let?
Leafy.
is
Leafy as in a tree. A tree has leaves. It's not a river in Hades. It's not that.
It absolutely
It's
is a
about
river in
it's about a tree that has leaves on it. It's leafy.
it's about
leafy
everybody
water
going to
Kai.
hell. It's about how all of you are going to hell.
okay.
Or trees.
My name is in regards to all of you going to hell.
It's about trees. That's why I call him Leafy. And we're friends. All of us are here friends. I mean, you might not be with each other, but you're all my friends.
I've already been to hell and I already drank. We're good.
No worries. Leafy,
So you're Leafy now?
Leafy, your mom wouldn't have to be like Japanese and your dad be black, would he?
They're both dead. So I don't know.
Deadenese, you say?
They're both very dead.
Okay, I'm not.
At least he knows who he knew who
When
they were, right?
alive,
I
when
don't
they
know.
were alive, is that the equation?
Probably not.
Okay. Do you have any idea?
Isn't that called
as far
sticks?
as I understand, recalling the heyday of my youth.
No.
I'm going to say one was a sharecropper.
I'll get him to explain it in a
other
second.
Oh.
No, please continue. Sharecrop. No, Leafy. So in YouTube, there was a question about, hey, isn't that the river Styx? Which, no, there's at least 3 rivers.
It definitely is.
No, it's a different river.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't trying to dive into like a deep history of your parents and their death and or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, you look.
Are you going to say
like
I
one of
can't? Are you saying I can't fuck with you?
No, you just look very
But I
black Asian, like black and
Like he missed opportunity to say Blasian.
You look very blackanese.
One picked cotton, the other one was
built railroads.
Jesus Christ, how old were your parents?
my father was born in 1942.
Cotton, give me a break.
Yeah, my father was born in 1942.
Okay, so like you know all that about your dad, but you don't know whether he's fucking black or not?
Ooh, that's a very interesting question.
Seems like an extremely basic question.
I think it's interesting you say it's basic. Do we not want to get into the intricacies of Jim Crow South and how people were considered to be what?
No, I think that simple. Is your dad black and your mom Asian? I think that's a pretty basic question. I don't think that has much to do with Jim Crow, and I don't think we need to go down
I think
the historical, of America for a simple question of.
I think Leafy's scared he's going to find out he's mostly Irish. I think that's the fear that he doesn't want to talk about it.
I'm also Irish.
Pretty sure.
I'm also Irish, but neither
are
were
you?
Asian.
No, I know.
Okay, so Neither are Asian. Okay.
Because there were more Irish slaves than there were black
May-
slaves. I mean, when you
There
go, like,
were.
down to
It was indentured. That was I believe that's what's
when
the
was,
correct
who
term.
was I'm looking
guessing-
for
But then
O'Toole that
again,
was in
but then
the
again,
O'Toole's.
I mean, undergrowth didn't perpetuate the fire.
I didn't start the fire.
Yeah, in the instance of the most recent fire that we had, there was no undergrowth.
Financial thing in the world, and oh gosh.
Oh, Wobbly, you're cutting out when somebody else is talking. I don't think it's on my end.
Oh no, I'll let Wobbly
doesn't happen.
talk. I'll.
No, I mean technically the way Discord is working right now.
I don't know. I hear all of you quite fine.
No, on my end, your mic is cutting down when somebody else is transmitting. I think I just noticed.
It's the problems on your end. I hear everybody talking.
I mean, it's just you. So I don't think it's on my end because nobody else is doing that. I was just letting you know. No biggie.
I mean, I work for the largest wildfire
Wildland firefighting
agency in the world. So for 20 years, I know a bit about fire.
I didn't start the fire.
Yeah. And then through political pressure, Newsom managed to get Southern California Edison to admit that they were the cause of it when we know perfectly well that it wasn't. So it's all for political expediency in California to protect the dumb shits that we have in the state running it.
I'm currently writing an article about how much I hate Gavin Newsom, but that's not the point.
I agree. No, I love that.
When you dealt with fire, did it require 2 stones?
Yeah. Now it's a dig at my age, right?
A little bit.
I enjoy the digs.
So what initially happened was a house fire. So it was a house fire because at the time, and this is what was so fucked up
started
about
in the canyon before it ever came anywhere near any structures.
So the reality of that particular night,
the old foothill areas were ablaze. And
so do you know about the conditions of the evening that the fire happened? Because I was here, so I'm wondering, do you know?
Yeah,
What were the speeds of the winds? What were the speeds of the winds?
I suspect that it was some campfire that got out of control.
What were the speeds of the winds? My G.
Yeah.
What were the speeds?
70 plus.
Go up.
Oh, I know what they were.
You said plus. That's a pretty broad range. Go up.
You got to deal with
100
winds and then gusts. And I live literally in a funnel where I live. So we can get 35 mile per hour winds with gusts up to 70. We can get 60 mile per hour winds with gusts up past 95.
And I'm saying the winds that were going on that day, and I was here because my fucking shit was going off the chain, was over 100-mile-an-hour winds.
After the fire started, the winds actually picked up because fire creates its own weather.
So if y'all could click the
where there
watch
was
thing.
no fire, the fire created the wind that I experienced.
And the winds pushed the fire and made it jump through several different auroras and different areas where the winds were blowing towards.
Leafy and Wabi especially.
I don't think you can quantify your
It would have
claim.
been mitigated if the state of California and Cal Fire had actually done any mitigation work at all.
And
Then you
I'm gonna push play.
I hate to tell my elders they're full of shit, but
don't fall into traps. Don't
Okay,
fall
just
into traps.
pause.
Don't
Wobbly
fall
and
into
Leafy. Click watch on the thing I'm sharing. Okay.
What you got?
I've literally seen fire jump 2 miles.
I'm gonna push
away
play.
from where-
That was all.
Redlining.
We have 2 years since we lost JF Gary Eppy's wife.
What?
Who?
It's been 2 years that Mama JF has been missing.
JF?
What?
JF Garepe?
Mama JF went missing 2 years ago. She hasn't been found. It's been 2 years.
I know who that
Didn't
is.
she have like Downs?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe she just walked off into the woods. You know.
So, yeah, she just walked off into the woods, completely
I
unaided.
don't know.
Abducted by space aliens.
And JF
Maybe.
decided
See, that's a good explanation right there.
in commemorates to deep clean his entire house
I
in
think.
solidarity with his family.
Yeah, I mean, the house is good. I clean my house all, every couple of years. The deep clean. I feel like nothing wrong.
Bleach
here.
and everything. No, absolutely nothing wrong.
DVO, you should pay your maid more.
I felt the same. It was like bleaching hard drives and stuff like that. Like I was like, yeah, she's just doing house cleaning. Yeah, every couple of years.
Wait, with a cloth?
So, so
you
are you not commemorating the loss of Mama JF?
No, I absolutely am. I'm saying it's a tragedy of what happened to her. I think Wobbly might be correct. It could have been aliens. I think she could have walked out somewhere in the woods. She was I don't know what the PC phrase would be, mentally handicapped. Something terrible could have happened to her.
Is she under your stomach?
No.
What does that mean?
I'm calling him fat.
Under your? Is she under your? Oh, oh.
Yeah, it's a fat joke, man.
Okay, yeah, I didn't get my bad. I'm not all that bright. It's fine.
Cool. It's cool. We're good.
Sorry, fat people picked up on it.
You both have the same head though. Like it's shiny. You should be friends. It's like commonality.
We have the same head, very different eyes.
Yeah,
facial.
very different eyes and facial hair.
He's
Yeah,
got
well,
very
yeah.
Asian facial hair.
I
have
have the
lips.
shininess
He does
of
not have lips. It's a thing.
Wait, hang on. Do you not acknowledge DBO? Wait, hang on. Look.
I have lips that built like civilization.
Oh.
Lips that build shit.
that come to built civilization. That's the difference.
Hey, I can get with that.
The descendant of lips that built civilization. There we
Possibly.
go. Plausibly, yeah. I mean, yeah. Plausibly.
So,
Just
how
making up
much-
words now.
How much of the memes hit your sphere, Grumple? When it
I
comes
like
to
to
Iran.
I like to think I have the pulse on the memes, except
When it comes to Iran,
and honestly, in the last 6 months, I have not been as attentive to the memes as I
the
should have.
Iran memes have been fucking hilarious.
Some of them have been great. Just on the
Fucking
few
love
Discord channels that I've been checking.
What do
it's
you
been
mean,
amazing.
WMD? This sounds like
No,
Bush. Wait a minute.
the Bush Light one is kind of fire. There's a lot of versions of it too, but it was really fire.
I'm fucking dying. So I had a dude in my Discord community, Kung Fu Joe. Love this dude, but he
think I know him.
really doesn't like Jewish people.
Seems to be a trend nowadays.
Yeah, I don't understand it myself, but like he, after going down the line he was going down, being an Orthodox Christian, proceeded to, what about the USS Liberty? What about
No,
pornography?
seriously.
What about...
No, Leafy, hang on. This is like, I don't know if this is horseshoe theory, but when the rabid lefties agree with like actual Nazis, like, oh man, where have we reached a singularity? What's going on here?
Yeah, we have to chill the fuck out there. So I couldn't have homie around.
Oh wait, Yahtzees. No, hang on. My friggin' algorithm's already fucked. Say whatever you want on YouTube. Just keep it within toss on Twitch and everything is good.
No, I love the dude. Like, he's cool people, but just for some reason he just really fucking hates Jewish people. I don't understand it. So we can still have conversations about everything else, but
I totally don't get it either.
I just can't get where he's so fixated, and it bothers me. And I've tried to I look into the conspiracies, and I'm like, bro, like, this is what happened, and he's just not hearing any of that shit.
Does he say follow the money? Because that's a Jewish talking point. Because money is
like, listen, listen. If my buddy got kicked out of like 109
Jewish,
right, and I was
109
like,
gyms.
How did you get kicked out of 109 clubs? And he was like, they're all racist. Me.
That's
and I was
the
like,
joke.
are you
That's
sure?
one of the jokes.
Like, are you sure it's nothing that you are doing in the clubs? And he's like, no, they're just all racist. I was like, okay, I guess that makes sense.
Wait, you have a friend like that too, DBO? Because I
do. I do.
It was a very similar situation that I just happened to know somebody who got kicked out of those.
It was definitely not clubs. It was like, downtown.
Oh no, it was clubs.
Downtown clubs. Yeah.
Yeah, downtown club. Okay, yeah, no, that's where we can agree that definitely did happen, and we all maybe know a friend like that.
I called him Kanye, and there was a thing.
Conway West, you mean? Yeah.
Yes, I called him Kanye.
I
call him Conway.
Yeah, and I kept trying to bring it up, bro. Maybe it was you. Maybe it was something that you were doing, right? In that they kept kicking you out of. There's got to be some reason that they kept kicking you out of all of these clubs. And he's like, no, bro, I swear. I was the best patron, but they just kept kicking me out because I'm, this ethnicity. It was
totally not taking advantage of people with weird rules and clauses to the legal system. Yeah, it's just racism.
It was never anything he did wrong.
And that was where it got very interesting. But I love talking to this dude. So even though I had to take him out of my Discord, we've still been in good contact. And the memes have been amazing.
Wait, who? What do you mean?
Kung Fu Joe.
Oh, yeah, no, I remember him.
So you enjoy the conversations with them. It sounds like you still keep in contact with them. You love to move them from your Discord.
Yeah, no, DBO, Leafy's Discord is a whole, like, leftist circle jerk type of thing.
It's not.
Respectfully. It's not, and I think everything's changed. I think things have changed a whole lot.
Do you know who's in my Discord?
No, because I'm not in it. Because I had to leave.
Why are you not in it? Why are you not in it?
Was he breaking?
Because I had to. Do you remember that I was
who did you?
Leafy?
Okay, so wait,
I was a mod and banned out of your Discord and your Twitch chat at one point.
I want to be clear.
Both are true for both.
I want to be clear. Who did you butt heads with that night?
Oh wow, you guys.
I mean, I'm not naming names right now. I'll DM it to you, but I'm not saying names about anybody right
who
now.
You butted heads with. What particular religion do they follow?
Oh.
Who I'm thinking of, I don't think is who you're thinking of.
I know absolutely it is who I'm thinking of.
Wobbly, you're muted.
You just don't know it.
Wait, Desperado?
I'm gonna say they're following the Judaism.
Oh no! A Jew kicked you out of a Discord? What did you do, Grumple? What did you do?
He didn't even do the thing.
I didn't do anything.
He just did a grumple. Like literally, he just did a grumple.
It was purely political because literally, if I'm a mod and somebody like all I do is watch out to make sure channels don't get clapped. And I got called out for like, oh, you're a shit mod because you don't do like XYZ. Like, nah, dude, I'm just making sure the channel doesn't clap. That's all.
And so, can we be honest, Grumple? Like, you fell on the grenade for my community.
Oh well, thank you.
In all
What'd
reality,
you do, Grumple?
Oh no, I got somebody else. I got somebody else removed also from being
he
a
took
mod.
someone with him, and he took the problem with him.
You're welcome, by the way. Oh, that person showed up here just recently again, also, and like has
Really?
maybe changed. Yeah, maybe on my last stream, maybe like 1 or 2 ago, and it's been an entirely different conversation because it was like a normal like talking to people, not ridiculous spurging, which is what that person
That's great
goes
you got there.
back to. Yeah, maybe there's been some growth. Even cammed up, it got weird.
Whoa.
Grumple
I'm
out
happy to
here
hear it.
getting towards.
Yeah, I'm not important, but Grumple is super important. So like,
No, I'm not. I'm a simple monkey, dude. I don't know what I'm doing.
Interesting.
You got banned from a Discord by apparently a religious aspect was important.
I got banned on a Discord that I was also a mod on at the same time.
That had nothing to do with it.
Well, it seems like it had something to do with it because it was the first thing that you brought up. You instantly said, "What religion was this person?" And then you said, "Well, they follow Judaism." So it had nothing to do with it, but you really brought it up.
It had nothing to do with that situation.
Why'd you bring it up?
Because it had to do with Kung Fu Joe being removed.
But you know what?
Like, would you know what I mean? Like, when you say that, nothing.
We didn't start the fire, it's always been burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. No, we didn't light it, but we tried to fight it.
TBO, let me let you know. This person is trans and Jewish.
Wait.
I'm going to ask you, how do you play the Minesweeper?
That's a trick question.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
So think about the game Minesweeper.
Is that the old game from like when I was like middle school?
Yeah, the old MS-DOS. It ain't fucking Oregon Trail. It's Minesweeper.
Yeah, it's the
it comes free with Windows.
Jewish and trans.
Did you ask what?
Wait, I lost track of what you're talking about.
No, what religion they were.
But you were pushing buttons and you didn't know which button was gonna.
Okay, so no matter what he would have done, he would have. So no matter what he would have done, he would have pushed a button, and thus you would have kicked him out.
No, Leafy didn't kick me out. It was mods.
No, in
other
regards
mods.
to this one, this is we're talking about a whole different situation.
Well,
do you understand that there?
I think he was talking about the same thing I was talking
about. When you brought up Grumple's band, the first thing you asked, well, what was the religion of the? That was the first question you asked.
No, that was a whole different thing. Like, let me clarify it for you. Grumple knows this person and has known this person before I knew this person, and has a clear history with this
there's
person
history
before I had a history with this person.
Okay.
This was Grumple doing Grumple, and Grumple fell on a grenade for my community to create a, what do you call it?
It was an act of service. I did a humanitarian thing.
Did you take the trans Jewish person with you?
Yes.
He did.
Okay.
I said unmod me, and as long as this person also.
That's what he said. And I didn't
literally word for word
or anything. That was what he said to me. So I still enjoy Kung Fu Joe even after all this has happened as a friend because
is it Kung Fu Joe or Kung Fu Jane?
Kung Fu Joe. He has a community in Twitch.
These are two different people also. It's not Kung Fu Joe.
He has he goes by Kung Fu Joe. He has a Twitch and he does fighting games and he hates fucking Fnatic. I want to understand why he hates Fnatic.
You know, that's one of the few people that I've The funny thing is, Rob, Nor, and Fnatic, I think, are the two people that I've never actually interacted with.
And I'm cool with
Rob Nor indirectly. I think he's rated me
He
once.
left
but
my community recently.
just on YouTube.
I don't understand why he left my community. And I think it's because somebody's in my community he doesn't like. I think it's because of Connor.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, Connor's not everybody's cup of tea, especially more recently.
So
he's not conservative. Like, you know, he's the same friggin' thing as Doghouse and Tiberius. They are not conservatives.
So do you know what I left?
And friggin' wait, I don't even want to give him cred, but I'll say what the fuck is his name?
So to show up and talk to you today,
Spartacus.
you know what I left?
Sprouticus.
Hasn't been around for a while. Sprout hasn't.
Yeah, no, just saying. It's the same
But
thing.
I was.
They're the same. They're the same.
I was
thing.
in a VC with Tiberius, Desperado. Who else did you just name?
A few things. I lost respect for Tiberius when he ambushed me with somebody from our linked past that I have a big problem with. Actual problem with, because he tried to monetize the death of community members.
I was talking to Paul, Tiberius, Desperado, IPA, and a few other people.
Wait, pause. Hang on. Just Tiberius, I still have a problem with, because he brought into a call of a scheduled, like, hey, him, like, when he was trying to, like, hey, I need this much money because I'm driving Uber for Saturday night, so I can, like, but I need to make this much money so I can host these panels. And I was on one that it was actually Nader Hunter, Twisted, that and I that had funded that one.
Trying to get a conversation with
him. And he brought in a person who is, like, missing from things. Wobbly knows who I'm talking about, that literally tried to monetize the death of at least 3 people out of the community.
Oh, we're talking about...
No, don't say his name.
Dude. I said that dude. Fuck. Calm down.
No, just don't say his name. But
I know the game.
He brought him on, and it was like I don't know. I don't know if it was an ambush or he intended or he didn't intend, but I do not like that.
You had been in his community, so, like, I kind of want to ask, am I cool to talk to him?
You can do whatever you want, man. You're a grown-ass man.
You don't tell me what to do. I'm asking you, as somebody I care about, how do you feel about me talking to him?
I don't care what you do with your personal stuff. However, I still have a giant problem, and, like, he knows he can reach out and apologize for that, but it's not going to make up for it. And
are you understanding?
I don't care. I'm never going to be cool with him.
Are you asking me if now?
Do you get how I roll?
He tried to monetize the death of community members. That is not care. Like, that's not cool.
People's
let me tell you,
shit.
all that I've just heard is nothing but fucking drama. You bitches sound like a bunch of women. Yak, 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 and he said it, she said it, you sound like a bunch of fucking women.
I'm glad you don't have a following.
And no, I'm glad I don't either, because the last thing I would want to deal with was a bunch like what you guys are talking about. I don't.
Wait, DBO, did you not know? I'm now
online games with he said, she said, and all this fucking drama.
DBO, I'm a woman.
All that.
DBO, I'm a woman now.
I don't give a fuck what he thinks. I'm definitely not.
You both sound like bitches.
Well, thank you. I'm a woman now.
How many
you
kids
have to respect me.
DBO, how many kids you got?
He does have kids.
I said how many? Oh, we are both in the one kid world. So I found something I can connect with DBO
I win.
on.
I win.
So
Y'all nerds.
DBO, do you?
I have all boys too.
World. I only have one boy.
I have 3 boys.
Do you care about the world?
Imagine what's going to happen next.
Grow up in.
Random question like, do I care about the world? Which is such a vague ass question. Has anything to do with the gossip? You bitches are running your mouth about.
I'm being a gossip bitch as I ask you, what world do you care your child grows up in?
No, I'm saying I don't
That's
see
a
how
lefty.
that question has any to do with what we were just talking about.
Okay, I will say I pivoted.
You did.
I did. No, it was fun.
You 100% did. I'll be right back. Keep going.
I'll go
Keep
to the
going.
bathroom. I'll go to the bathroom and grab a drink. But if you want a question when I get back, I'll
Be sure to use a wet wipe.
on my
Whatever you want to use it on. I don't care.
on my
But use a wet
dick
wipe.
hole. I don't know. Like
Yeah, please do.
You ever wet dick hole? I don't know. That
You've
seems
been sitting for a
weird to
minute.
me.
You might want to cleanse your ass and make sure it's.
I mean, I guess
Bacteria is bacteria. It's
you
not
clean-
partisan.
you cleanse your ass often.
Where does smell come from?
Is there like what?
So when we have
cleansing for you?
problematic smells, where do problematic smells come from?
I guess I would assume if I had a problematic smell, I might address it. Don't have a problematic smell. Then
Well, what
I
are they
don't know,
produced
maybe
by?
it'd
What are
be
they
all right.
produced by? What are odors produced by?
Bacteria?
Yes. So you might
Yeah.
want to use a wipe if you don't like any
For my
particular
dick hole?
bacteria.
Do you often use wipes on your dick hole? Is that something that you do on a regular when you pee? Tell me it is. Lie to me right now and tell me it's something that you do on a regular.
I'm going to tell you, I use a bidet and it has nothing to do with my dick hole.
Okay, so I can go pee without addressing.
Yeah, you can still smell like ass
Okay.
without addressing your dick hole.
So I could do I need to address my dick hole in order
No.
to not smell like ass?
No, I would like you to address your ass.
So you want me to address my ass when I go to the bathroom?
I would think it may be something that matters to you. I don't know.
Okay. Do you always address your ass when you take?
I address my ass probably twice a day, but I
Twice
work
a day?
out.
That's it? That's it? I address
work-
my ass more than twice a day. I don't
What,
even wipe it.
what do you address it as?
I address
Sir?
it as sir.
He said the same thing.
I like this
That
dude.
was-
He is great.
That was good.
My G.
I mean, I don't know what you address your ass as.
I don't talk to my ass.
Oh,
So-
hey, man.
As I address my ass as G, I like Wobbly's setup. It is brilliant. And
Wobbly
I like
has
Wobbly.
like he's streaming on one setup, and then the desk next to him, like on a 90-degree angle, is like
So
a
address my
gaming.
ass.
Wait, hang on. We gotta address.
I did just address his
We gotta-
ass. I don't like it.
We gotta address DVO's ass right now.
But I'm addressing.
I'm not calling his ass sir.
I think you have more respect in my mind than Mr. Bill.
What, me?
No, Wobbly.
Oh. Wait, hang
I
on.
like
That you
Wobbly
respect
20
Wobbly more
times
than Mr. Bill?
Mr. Bill. 20 times more.
Because of racism, or what do you mean?
Because he will literally address me.
Does Mr. Bill not?
He won't address me. And he blocked me
Uh,
and he's scared of me. He doesn't like
Really? I've known him for quite a while too, but not as long as and literally anybody else here, I think.
Yeah, he literally blocked me.
That doesn't sound, I mean, well, no,
And
I mean, yeah, maybe.
I know Bill is an interesting individual, and we have done some things that make Mr. Bill uncomfortable, but I think his reasoning is bullshit.
I mean, if you trolled somebody like aggressively,
We did
no.
troll. We did troll the fuck out of him.
When you say we, do you mean like your entire Discord? Because I
I'm
know
saying
that
people outside of my Discord do it.
I know for a fact because I done seen it is that your Discord is one of the places where there's 3 Discords that people that I've seen that people go and troll Mr. Bill in his Discord and or stream and then go talk about it on, and yours is one of them, or was at least. That's not a flex. Just
It is for me.
Okay. I'm
So,
not
the
I'm not
reason
carrying
why
water for
Mr.
Mr. Bill. I have known Mr. Bill for
So the
quite a while.
reason why
But
I'm more than
why?
happy
What's going on?
to drag Mr. Bill is
Yeah, you
because he
said his
is
name,
straight.
so
Just like
Let me
me,
see that.
if you made a meme about me, I'm not going to say, oh, you made that meme. I'm going to ask for you to be dismissed from a server because you may be bringing attention onto me.
If you made a meme
She
about me,
literally-
that's bringing traffic to me, and thank you.
That's what I'm saying. We were bringing him clout.
I mean,
He
not
has so
not
much
exactly. That's not
Hey,
exactly
there's no
what
such thing
was
as
going on
bad
there.
advertisement.
But no, there kind of is, but it's very small. Like it's mostly
please tell
the
me
the adage holds true about there's no bad publicity. That I mean, there kind of is, but it's mostly not.
Give me the negativity, because I can post here in the side chat. Well, I can't because your server doesn't like it.
Oh wait, no,
But-
I'm still working on permissions. Can you not?
You have the same problems I have. You said you could solve my problems.
If you get a problem, you'll all solve it. Check out the hook while the DJ revolves it.
You are not the white girl that could fix me.
I was.
Which one of these?
We were doing Ice
which
Ice
one of
Baby.
these gay drinks do I want first? Strawberry
Yeah,
lemonade
that ain't the one.
or lime?
Lime's
Both
gonna be
are
better,
bad.
100%. They're
Can
they're
you
both
get a
gay.
higher alcohol content.
Go
Wait, are
lime.
what percentage are those? Just are they 5 or 8?
Yeah, something.
Yeah, but you want the lime. The strawberry lemonade is gonna be too sweet, and you're probably not gonna like it.
Probably 4% average.
That's why
beer.
I try to.
4%. What are you even doing right there? Is it like is that even a
You know, that's like average beer.
no? 5
they were
is
they were buy one get one free.
okay.
So-
So you should do 2
Can
at
I
once
ask-
and funnel
Can
it
I
or
ask
something.
Wobbly, would you care if I made memes about you?
No.
How bad could the memes?
Wait, no.
be
You.
for
The answer is yes. You would care and be appreciative. I think, right? I don't want
think
to
the
put words in your mouth
appreciation would be the biggest portion of it.
because I would 100%. The haters are your best advertisers. If you're a content
I want
creator,
the memes he got a Mega Man meme out of my community.
there were so many memes made about Mr. Bill.
There were.
And one of the places
were
that they were
gorgeous.
stationed was in Leafy's Discord.
The funniest one was him when he would go out on his streams and wave the flag to whatever traffic was out there, and it was nice cock, bro. That was the best meme, hands down. But that wasn't even my community. That was literally Tinflix.
Oh wait, is Tenflix a mod in your community right now?
No,
I haven't talked
It's
to him in
never been.
quite a while, and he's
Tinflix is a menace.
he's in yeah. Oh, see, you said it. Yeah, that's don't have
Yeah,
him.
there's certain moderators like I already get this. Like I'm not Wix community. I'm not all these communities. Like my mods are somewhat tangentially different. I have Parallax, so I have the.
Oh no, Parallax was the one that wanted to like time me out. That was why I left the last time.
Yeah, I have the Rock
For-
to Tim.
Because wait, so I here's what happened. Literally, I just joined your channel, and the entire conversation had been about slurs and what had happened on the show that you were just on, and I said, literally, "What's up, my N slurs?" And
Oh man.
he like, I mean. A lot of people got mad about that, and I thought that was very topical and a correct way to greet the room in that
for
context.
Me, and so my mods reflect me, and I don't use slurs at all.
Yeah, I don't either. That's why I said that.
Why can't I ever get into a good conversation about slurs?
You can talk about me. Talk to me about slurs at any point. I don't. So like, just understand, I'm a black
Keep it
person who
tossed, but
doesn't
talk
use
about
the
them all you
N-word.
want.
I don't use the N word. So my community and my
I don't either.
moderators know I don't use the N word.
I generally don't even curse. And this is funny.
I curse all the time.
Yeah, I
don't
generally
use the
don't.
N-word.
That's funny. I
so
most
people around
for the
me-
I generally don't use slurs or curse. And
So
that's
it's a cultural
it was
thing.
it was a funny to
DBO.
to join into the conversation. I'm sorry, DBO, you were telling a story, dude.
If you were my mod and you know I don't use the N word, how would you feel about even the illusion of the N word being used?
Wait, hang on. This is disingenuous. Hang on. This is a false premise right now of the situation
It's not.
because Joe Lewis had said a lot of things
Bruh.
that night.
So the fact that I platformed,
You remember that? I remember.
my platforming. So
And
I
no,
had a stream.
I was greeting people in your channel as like, oh hey.
So if I have a panel,
It got weird
bring
that,
on
and
fanatics or
Parallax
people.
felt like he had to time me out, and that's why I
So I
left.
have
And
to ask
I think
you-
it's been over a year now. I think it's been a year and a half at this point. I left.
So Grumple, do you think Fanatic is a personification of my space?
No, not at all. He's a weird dude.
But I'm also known as the Fanatic Whisperer.
Are you?
Yeah,
Wait, do
I'm
you talk to him
probably one of the only
often?
people
Or
all the time.
okay.
And
I've
people
never. He's one
understand.
of. Didn't I say he's one of the few people in the entire Twitch ball space that I think I've never talked to at all.
Just letting you know, if I have a conversation with him, he never sparks out. I've had conversations with him on religion. He doesn't spark out. We never.
Wait, why?
have
Why are you saying that because do you think he does that on other things? 'Cause
You're
I
going
haven't-
a bit deeper than I'm getting into.
I,
What I'm saying.
no, I mean
is
just you're like
Fanatic
why
has
are you making that a point? Is
Fanatic
kind of the
has
question.
Specific triggers, and the way that I address him is out of a different level of respect. Of, I think, where we come from. We don't have an issue with each other, even though we met bipolar outcomes.
Okay.
He uses the N word, and his pronouns are that N word.
Nice.
He
Wait,
doesn't do
with
that
a
on my
with
platform.
with a Romeo on it on the end of it, or
No, because black folks don't really do that.
The
well,
hard A,
actually,
the hard R, or the A. Like, what are we
I
talking about here?
one of the
not really.
What? Hang on, one of the
possibility.
Hang on, just Leafy, one of the other creators that I hang out with, and I go on his show fairly regularly, is a Chaotic Truth, and he's black, and he swaps between the A and the heart. Like it's like if you remember, hang on, okay, but if you remember World of Warcraft, warriors stance dancing, that's how smooth he transitions between the A and hard R.
And some of us in the community,
and he trolls. He's 300 concurrent viewers like every single stream, and he's trolling black people. He's black and he's trolling black people, 100%. That's his entire content.
I understood that when I asked you to introduce me.
I mean, yeah, I can introduce you.
I'm also black.
He doesn't know me all that well, but yeah, no.
Your lips don't tell me that, but your head says differently.
The lips don't lie, but my hips maybe tell a different story.
I'm saying it gives amazing head.
I'm transracial. I think you need to
Actually, hang on.
my identity.
If he's live right now, I'll
I'm
maybe
wondering
hook
if you
it up
missed the
right
joke
now.
I just said, but I'm cool with it.
I'm ignoring it. Yeah.
He's usually live during the daytime, but hang on, if he's live now, I'll make it happen.
Edit me.
Like right meow.
I'm feeling so disrespectful. Wobbly has been.
No, he's not live. Okay.
Probably,
Yeah, leave Wobbly alone. Address your disrespect my way.
He's been one of the most awesome people I've run across so far. He could be the most racist grandpa ever, and I would still pull up for whatever mac and cheese he made, eat it, and not complain.
I'm gonna be the most racist grandpa ever.
One day,
I believe that to be true.
One day.
If your kid isn't trans,
You can no. That makes it more like that'll make it even. So, Leafy, do you deal with people in the real? Like, come on, that'll make it even more. Like
customer service.
That's
I deal with
escalation.
people every day, all day. I know people better than.
Is that why you rolled your sleeves into a tank top that you aren't actually wearing? Because I know you were.
Usually I wear.
I know you were I know you were feeling self-conscious about not wearing a tank top, but
it bothers me because it's fucking hot.
But that's like
Still
it's
80
kinda-
degrees where I am.
that's literally what chicks do. So
Can't be.
I don't
Maybe
like
when you're home.
hot.
Do you not have air conditioning where you live?
It's only like
AC is on. It's still 80.
It's 67 degrees outside. Open a window.
Well, that is.
Oh, Leafy, you're getting
old and you haven't figured out.
Leafy, you're getting wrecked by your elder who's right near you in the same place. What's going on here?
Analogous to AC. Do I open windows when AC is on?
I live
Or
in
you
Florida,
close
bitch.
windows?
I live in Florida, bitch. It's hot as fuck.
If it's cold outside, or I mean, if it's temperate outside, why you even run the AC? Yeah, open your windows. Just let them. What Wobbly said, and it's
Corrected. It's 65 degrees outside right now.
Look. I got
that's in freedom
air
units.
conditioner right there. Oh, it's just blowing on me. I feel the air. I feel. The
Oh
air.
no, DBO, you just did racism. It's personified racism.
It's so nice. It's so nice. It's so nice here in the South. You should give it a try.
There's a offshore breeze right now, so it's cooling off where your area is at.
Some more of
What is
that
my
in the
area?
Final moments.
We're very accepting down here.
I'm
in the
just
South.
checking what.
Well, you said you're in Southern California,
Yeah,
near the beach cities.
yeah, I'm not.
Well, where are you? Palm Springs?
Pasadena.
It's still cool there.
Oh, this is cool.
Walk outside. Just briefly walk outside.
Yeah, go away. Yeah, you can. Get up and go away.
Well, Grumples knows something about me that most people don't know.
Don't put that on me, sir. Don't
I'm
claim.
asexual, you dumb fuck.
Are you coming out as gay right now?
No, I'm asexual, you dumb fuck.
It's not the opposite, but it is the thing.
That sounds like gay stuff.
DBO is going to say that's gay with more steps, but no, it's gay with less steps, fewer steps. Excuse me, because it's like
Gay without
nothing.
any responsibility is what it is.
I'm actually disabled, Wobbly.
All right. Well, sorry, but
He's gay with fewer steps.
Oh, you could roll outside?
That's how it works. No, he doesn't. He's not doing sex at all, and not interested. Mostly.
I walk with this thing right here.
See, you could
So,
beat
walking
you could beat a
outside-
mother lover into a
And
lot of
aluminum
submission.
cane don't mean shit to anybody. Being real.
all
Hit
how you
somebody
feel.
with an aluminum cane, they don't care.
Well, I mean,
been saying
the first one if it gets them down the ground, then you're in a positive position. But no, DBO, go ahead. Go ahead.
I've been saying the same thing. A little cane don't hurt nobody, but every time I try to tell that to an employer, they're like, yeah, cocaine is not okay. And I'm like, bro, a little cane is okay. It seems to be an issue. I don't know, man.
See, DBO, the problem is you got to tell them that you need it to walk, and then it becomes an ADA issue.
I think it's some sort of
I'm
systemic
saying
racism
every time I
against white
walk
people.
into the airport, they don't give a fuck and they treat me like I don't have.
Your dog is about ready to take a dump on your pillows, CBO.
See, that's the problem. Every time I walk into the airport with Kane, I get an issue. Don't shit on my bed.
This man
nigga.
finally made a good joke. Holy shit. I'm a fan now.
Actually looks like your dog's about
It
to
looks like he's in a shit on my
circling
bed.
about to shit. Oh,
This
fight
man
was
made
it
a
was
joke
it was a
every
plop
time.
down here, then not a poop. Okay.
So is
Fucking wobbly.
like,
I'd be worried.
Wobbly's good.
is
Wobbly's
it
got
an
it.
ecosystem deal that like all the conservatives make a joke that is at the same time?
Did
That's-
you even
wait,
hear
what?
me drop the? Did you even hear me drop the N word with the A throughout the whole thing? You didn't even hear that.
Oh, that was a
You're not even
joke?
gonna.
Wait,
you're not
no,
even
I
gonna
didn't.
address it.
I didn't
Nope.
I didn't hear, and if I mean
I dropped it. It's okay.
no, judges say no, it's
So
it's
what do you think
good
about
so
my
far.
shirt?
Also, I don't know, kind of gay.
Saget's the tallest.
It's like medium
DBO,
gay.
I can't like you as a human being at this point.
I get that a lot. I'll be honest with you. I get that a
You don't-
lot.
You don't appreciate Ryukin Sagat? Like, I can't.
Hey, man.
Wait, what? Hang on. What you
I'm
saying
gonna
his
go
name's
get a real tank
Sagat?
top. Yes.
Don't.
Sagat.
I mean, what? Why?
Do you want to call him
Is it-
Sagat the
it's-
faggot?
I mean,
Do you
if-
want to do that?
hang on.
See, that's
Who's
worse than what I said.
who's the guy from Full House? Very not gay.
Is he a Sagat?
Does it rhyme with what I just said?
Yes, it rhymes.
I fucking hate you.
He's
So
one of the
keep in
most
mind,
racist
so
comedians
this is
ever.
why-
Also,
So, DBO, this is why I get along with Kung Fu Joe so much. He runs a stream that's purely fighting games.
Oh, now
He's
I know.
been in the community of fighting. Dude, he fucking gets it. My G. I love this dude. I love this dude.
I never watched.
wait, what was that? So Wobbly, the actor's name is was it Ben? No, is Bob Saget.
Bob
Okay.
Saget. You fucking made the joke and you still don't even fucking pronounce
Yeah, I
it.
know. I'm
God
sorry. Yeah,
damn
no.
it.
The thing is that
you're fired.
he's-
You're fired. I'm
I-
taking over your show now.
I've been fired a whole bunch of times
DBO.
from your place. No, hang on. This is a different
I don't
spot
wanna
here.
fire you.
You can't.
I think you.
You can't
into that.
fire me, sir.
DBO.
This is
So
not what you think it
understanding
is.
That Sagat was
Bob
literally
Saget.
banned from fighting game communities during.
Just
the
like Grumple was
Street
literally
Fighter II
banned
Turbo
from Lethe Water Archives community.
for entirely different reasons. His
Yeah,
DP is mid at best.
Much like mine.
He sits when he pees.
I don't do that though.
Prove it.
Is he wipe his pee hole for bacteria?
Prove it.
I pee outside. You can't sit and do that.
Prove it.
I actually prefer peeing outside. I really do.
I think he drinks from the hose.
Well,
Wait,
listen,
hang
I
on. When
don't
you
know
say
if
the hose,
you guys
because
look at
I was an 80s
old enough
child.
to have drank out of the hose. I grew
Yeah.
up in
No. Wait.
water.
Stop. So you just said the thing. You said Florida. He literally drinks from the hose. They tend to be on drugs as he drinks from them.
See now, hose is a homonym because it's two different words that are spelled differently and mean different things, but are sound the same. That's what Leafy just did. And DBO, I think you fell into his
Drinks from the
trap.
hose.
I wasn't gonna agree to that.
It's fine, but I hope you brush your teeth regularly.
Just saying, as a kid drinking out of the hose in Florida.
Kids should not drink from hose. Kids should not drink from hose.
Was god awful.
So
it was
Florida kids drink from hose?
It was like lava coming out of the fucking water hose.
I understand.
Drunk Leafy is the best content ever.
So can we get like the instance of medical care for all of these children that are drinking from the hose?
No.
Why are we allowing them to drink from hose?
No, I disagree. I think we need to kick these kids out of the house, get off of roadblocks and TikTok and everything else. Get your punk ass outside, run around.
That's what made them drink from the hose in the first place. That's what caused the VD in your state. The fuck is wrong with you?
Point. We need to get
I don't say it like that. Come on, dude.
Drink it out of hose and off of the internet. Better for society.
Maybe they should stop scaring the hose.
No, I think the hose is just fine, scared or not scared. But the kids.
You keep letting the kids drink from the hose.
The kids need to drink. It's an important
Oh,
lesson.
these fucking degenerates. These fucking right-wing degenerates.
It's an important lesson.
He says as he covers his face, but not his eyes. This guy.
My eyes don't need to be covered. They're slits.
We all drank from hose. That's true. We all drank from hose, and look at us. We all turned out great.
Are you calling your
Yeah, I know. I turned out great, obviously.
I guarantee you Wobbly drank out of hose. Look at him. His generation, all hoses is all they had.
So we need to move to more progressive ideas. As
No.
he just admitted his entire generation drank from hose.
Oh, no. No.
And it appreciates hose.
Hose.
No, hey, hang on. Who is appreciating what? What are you talking about right now, Leafy?
DLB was saying
DLP was saying what now?
he appreciates hose, and his entire generation drank from hose.
I thought he was memeing. Is he not memeing?
I'm shocked.
Yes and no.
Get your
It's-
morals in line.
Okay.
Find Jesus.
Well,
Wobbly, did your people drink from hose?
No. We drank from a hose. H-O-S-E.
The hose?
A hose. Not the hose. A hose.
But how many hoses you have?
As in a garden hose.
yeah, and that garden
How many
hose.
hoses?
I have kept a few of them in the garden, and they were really great at telling
Wobbly
me.
had one or two hose. How many hoses did you have?
Wobbly, that hose was hot as hell, wasn't it?
That's
You
why
turned the
let it
water
run for a
on.
while.
Yeah, and it came out. Yeah, in the beginning.
Oh well,
though,
no,
it
because
came out
it's
like
it's
fucking-
it's
it
sitting
came
in the
out
sun.
Them hose do be hot at first, but you get
Came
used to
out
it.
like
And that's the problem with society.
like lava. Tasted like rubber.
Lava tastes like lava.
I'm saying
The floor
The DLB
appears to be made out of floor, sir.
DLB got used to them hot hose
It's what
and
my dick
acclimated
tastes.
himself.
It's what my
being
dick
used
tastes
to
like.
them hot
Hot,
hose.
tasting like rubber.
But then you can always go down to Figueroa Street and see all the hose you want.
Oh, I
On
thought that was
every
on.
street corner.
I thought that was on Martin Luther King Boulevard. It's on Figueroa.
You would know. You were sucking on the hose.
No. I just like he said Figueroa. I thought it was Martin Luther King. It's always Martin Luther King Boulevard.
You don't want to be on MLK after dark. That's any city. Just can I get a? You don't want to be on MLK after dark, and nobody does. Doesn't matter what color you are or anything.
Yeah, instantly
The
locked
Cali
the door.
man in here saying, I've never dealt with the hose. This has not been an issue. I go in the house, get a cup of water, and for some reason, all these people in the room dealt with hot hose. I don't know how it works.
Wait, Leafy, are you live right now? I'm not seeing you live. Are you?
I think
Who-
that
I'm not
I think
live.
that's-
I'm here playing with you.
Wait, so who are you talking
that
to? Wait,
says-
hang on. You just addressed somebody that I don't see in chat.
addressing you.
Who are you talking
I'm
to?
addressing you.
Okay. I didn't
think that
say
says
that.
No
about
chat.
I think that
I'm
says more
saying-
about you. Like,
There is no chat. There is only Zool.
So you're telling me the issue is with me that I dealt with more hose than you have.
No, it seems like the opposite.
More hot
You just
hose,
said-
which I'm not hating on you. You can have some level of admirance for the hose that you dealt with.
Wait, is that a
Dealt
word?
with hot hose.
That's not a word. Admirance is not a word. Come on.
Well, I would give some admirance to hose. This is probably my liberal.
You just
coming out
doubled
here.
down, so I respect.
I have a
And I'll
feeling
let it
I've
fly.
dealt with a lot more square footage of hose than you.
I believe you. Fuck, how many hose have you dealt with?
He did work in a sex industry type place.
A lot, about 16 years of hose.
You've had 16 years of hose,
Yeah, he
About a lot
literally
of-
does.
it's a lot of
and your parents don't love you at all, right?
no.
That's a weird question to follow that up with.
But that is a weird
I
question.
was just
See, like,
checking
you
to
said
see-
earlier. You said earlier your parents were dead, so I don't know why you would bring that up.
They are.
Yeah, so why
That
are you
hasn't
bringing up
changed.
my
So why
alive
judge?
parents?
Because it doesn't change. I'm wondering if you can talk to your parents and feel how they think about your dealing with hose.
Oh,
for
I
as
talk
long
to
as
my
you have.
parents. I don't talk
So
to
have
my
you talked
mom.
to them about your experience with hot hose?
Yeah, mostly my father.
He may be more.
Leafy, it feels like you're trying to like really push like something really close to the. You remember Top Gear, and then their later show,
It can
the
mean
Grand
a little
Tour.
bit, and for some reason, people say
It
that
feels
the
like you're
left
trying to do that. No, you're a left that can mean, but it feels like you're trying to, or it seems like you're trying to do like a like almost a Top Gear situation, which I'm into.
If I
like
manage
it.
to be able to pull clips from this about him talking about hot hose, I'm down. And his parents accepting hot hose, I'll do it.
Yeah, no,
Why
like
would you cut-
100%. Just
Why would you cut
because of
my
that thing.
ability to get content?
Did you talk to your father about hot hose? How did that work out?
Hot hatchbacks is what he means.
He became a Christian, and it really
Well,
changed the way he worked with hot
I
hose.
thought he was dead, so
He became a Christian before he died.
figured you guys didn't have a whole lot of time to
We had
hash
a-
out the topic of hot hose.
Well, my father was a hustler before he passed away. And
Sounds like he might have dealt with some hot hose.
he did, and he learned that he needed Jesus. And do you think you need
So
Jesus?
did you guys talk about it?
We talked about
The
how
hot
you needed
hose?
Jesus. No,
So you
just
guys
about how you
didn't
needed
talk about the
Jesus.
hot hose.
No, just about how you needed Jesus.
Oh well, that's a shame. I feel like you're missing out. Like you could have had some deep conversations with your father about hot hose.
How many
like I
deep
have.
conversations have you had with hot hose?
With my father?
No, with your throat.
Oh well, that's
Wait, that's not how that works mathematically.
Depends on the kind of hose we're talking about.
That's a whole different conversation. Come on.
I feel like did you say you were asexual earlier?
I absolutely am.
Okay, so can you
It's
explain
gay with
that to
viewer
us?
steps.
Us and the other viewers that have no idea what the fuck that gay shit means. Can you explain that?
He has sex with
What?
himself.
I have no interest in anybody.
You're interested in me? What are you talking about?
Sexually.
Okay.
Wait, was it?
I
didn't
have
stutter.
no interest in anybody sexually. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for laying
Called
that
out, nerd. Grumple wins.
I honestly had no idea. When I've heard asexually earlier, I'm with Wobbly. I thought that means that you can like reproduce by yourself. I thought that was the asexual thing. Like
No,
there's certain
that's not what it means.
species that
No, but it came to a point where somebody actually wanted my genetic material and asked for it to have a kid.
again, I thought it was more like a species on this planet that like reproduces by itself.
No.
Like
The species decided that somebody else was interested in what I was doing and said they wanted my material
yeah, I
to
understand.
have a kid.
Yeah, I'm trying.
I am so awesome that people like you want people like me to have kids.
Is that what you think?
I know.
And can you tell me how you know this?
Because I have a kid.
So you think that people like me believe that
People that want children? Are you somebody that wanted children?
we people like me believe that we want people like you to have kids, and your reasoning behind that is because that you have a kid.
So for some reason, people that want children like you wanted people like me, who is awesome, not like you. I understand that. To have children.
What?
So someone of your persuasion came to me and asked for my genetic material and had a kid. And that kid, dopest shit ever.
You that is your honest opinion. I can't tell if you're memeing right now. That's
Oh
your
no,
unhonest
that's the
opinion?
reality. So
That's an
somebody that
honest
knows,
opinion.
a woman that
Okay.
knows I have no interest in having children, has a kid, asks me for nothing.
All right. Well, without diving too much into your situation, I would say this is a problem with fucking women. That
women-
this is a society that we have.
Oh,
Children should be
she's-
raised. Children should be raised by a man and a woman, not a man and a man, not a woman and a woman, not a single man and not a single woman. Children should be raised in a loving household with a man and a woman. So some fucking woman who goes to you because you're an asexual, and she just wants a sperm donor basically so that she could raise the kid by herself. That's a fucking problem.
Oh, me and
And that's
dude have a great
that's a
relationship.
problem not only with society. That's
So
a
you're
problem
missing
with
something huge.
women.
Me and that kid have a great relationship.
Again, I'm not trying to dive into your personal relationship with your
You don't
family.
have to. I'm saying
Because
me and that
I
kid.
feel like it's an inappropriate thing to dive into. Because I feel like
Because
it's
you're
just
trying to gauge
inappropriate to ask.
I feel that
your
this
importance.
Admiral Akbar moment.
So you're trying to gauge that you have more importance in your kid's life than I have in mine.
I don't think I said that. I think I said that
So
it's a problem. I think I said that it's
what's
a problem with society.
Where's the problem?
Women want to do this.
Not women, this woman.
Yeah, women.
This woman. One
Is she a
woman.
woman? Is she a woman?
So if she's not women, she is one woman.
Is she a woman?
She is a woman.
Yeah, then there's a segment of women in
So
society that want to do this.
And what seems to be the problem?
That's an issue. with me
With
because
you?
I
Why?
believe, because as I just explained to you, I believe that children should be raised by a loving mother and a loving father in the same household.
I don't see the difference.
What are you confused about?
The fact that this kid knows they have a loving mother and a loving father.
Do you guys
doesn't
live
change.
together? Or do you guys live together?
No.
Okay. That's what I'm talking about then.
You have to live together for
Yeah,
whatever outcome?
yeah, a loving mother and a loving father in the same household.
Having a father in the
made
household is the most important thing.
She made the conscious decision to
disagree.
get pregnant with a father that's not going to be in the same household raising the kid. That is a problem. For me, children should be raised in the same household with a loving mother and a loving father. You
I think you're goofy.
are not in that situation. I am not in that situation.
That's adorable. You're still goofy.
Both of us are not in that situation, and I feel like that is wrong. Either way, it's not the best thing for the child.
How do you what are you quantifying this by?
What am I quantifying this by?
Yeah, what reason do you think?
That children should be raised in a loving household by a mother.
What's the
and a
outcome,
father.
asshole? I'm asking you, what is the outcome?
The outcome?
Yeah.
The outcome seems to be overwhelmingly that kids that are raised in a loving household by two parents end up in much better situations than otherwise. There's all sorts of statistical data on this sort of stuff. Do I have that data right now? No.
Absolutely not, because you're a fucking dumb fuck.
Yes.
Oh no, Leafy, come on, don't call names. Come on, Leafy, don't call names. You're better.
Goofy. I'm sorry.
Leafy, you're better than that. You called me goofy a bunch of times when I was saying true things. You're better than this. Don't call names. Come on.
You can say
Grumple, I got this. I got this.
No, you got it. But I'm chastising I'm chastising one of my other friends for doing some don't call him names for just.
Do you want to see the reason why I said what I said? The reason why I said what I said is because he made a claim, and he's refusing to quantify his claim. If you refuse to quantify a claim, I'm going to call you a dumb fuck. I don't care what the claim is.
By quantifying the claim, you mean I have to show you studies right now?
Show me something showing that two parents.
No, wait, hang on. That's don't debate, bro, and say, hey, show me the peer-reviewed study or anything like that. Come on, dude.
That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing.
That is what you're doing right now.
So wait, Grumple.
No, he's not attacking you. That's
he literally is.
You're attacking him. That's
okay.
Did I misunderstand?
DBO, are you saying that the actions that I've taken in life are leading to a child that's going to have problems in the future?
Yes.
Be honest. Done.
Yeah.
He attacked me, you dumb. Both of you are dumb fucks.
He agreed. That's not an attack. Agreeing with you is an attack. Hold the fuck on, Leafy. What did he agree? You asked him a question. He agreed with you. You just said, and that's an attack. That's not how that works at all.
He's telling me that the child that I have, based on the way my lifestyle works, is going to have problems, guaranteed. He's not saying the highly likely.
I didn't hear any of this.
That's what I'm saying, Grumple. He attacked me.
Well, you would. Yes.
I don't think that's I don't think that's an attack.
I believe this. I believe the statistic.
He's saying my child is going to have bad outcomes.
I believe the statistics.
Is that not an attack, Grumple?
Are overwhelmingly
I mean, no.
clear.
I don't think that is. Also, I don't want personal attacks on my channel just because I think it's classier to not.
It's not a personal attack. It's a statistical attack. Targeted.
Wait, hang on. Is per capita a statistical attack? Is that?
It's a statistical attack targeted at me.
You know what's funny is you're playing the fucking victim right now. I'm a single father. I raised my kid by myself.
I'm a single father too.
Yeah, I raised my kid by myself, so I'm saying the same fucking thing about myself.
Kai.
So
I'm saying the same fucking thing about
so
myself
did you
that I'm
raise,
saying about you.
Were your kids raised well?
I'm saying the same thing about myself that I'm saying about you. And it is statistically true for both of us.
So you were in your kid's life, you raised them well.
I've been in my kid's life the whole time. But
So, I don't
regardless
wanna
of
ask-
whether you've been in your kid's
Here's
life the
a
whole
big problem.
fucking time, the
Le-
statistics seem to
big
say
problem.
the same fucking thing.
The big
Kids that are
problem.
raised
Leafy,
by a
all
single fucking
I wanted to get is
The big
he wasn't
problem.
attacking
The
you.
big problem.
Leafy, he wasn't attacking you.
He absolutely was.
No, he 100% wasn't.
He admitted it.
Attack you. I'll attack you, you fuck. Is that better? Is that what you'd like?
Now he's going to, but what he was saying wasn't.
Now I'm absolutely going.
No, hang on,
DBO,
just a moment, just a moment.
Are you excited? Shut the fuck up, Grumple. I can deal with this. You want to get to the point of the conversation?
Yes, please.
So go.
No, DBO, you're server muted for just a moment. That's don't tell me to shut the fuck up in my house, please. But that's I don't think DBO was attacking you at all. Not even a little bit. He was describing a situation, and you took it personally. I think he was not. He was absolutely not attacking you at all.
You can take a general. That's fine. I would agree with a general in saying that a great deal of people that are out of the homes with their children, be they male or female, on both ends of the spectrum, are going to have issues in the future when dealing with their children. They may have bad outcomes. He pointed it at me, and I asked him specifically, was it about my situation? He agreed.
Wait, does that mean about your type of situation?
That's
or
about me.
Specifically about you.
If you say, if I ask if it's about me.
If somebody says something that you don't like about something that you are tangentially related to, is that an attack on you?
If you admit it's about me and what I'm
saying. No, if
saying,
it's not about you specifically, but something that you're related to, is that an attack on you?
You can draw outwardly and say, "Hey, I'm not going to take this as a personal attack."
Well,
take it on the statistics.
Yeah. If you draw outwardly, then how far are you going? Then anything becomes a personal attack. If you go outwards.
Do you want to run the video back? Do you want to run the VOD back?
Are we really going to sit here and cry about whether
we can
it
run
was
the VOD back.
A personal attack? We need to spend 30 fucking minutes about whether it was
no.
about me and
hang on, you're in Grumple's house right now. Grumple's ruling it wasn't a personal attack. That's all.
You can
so move on.
That. I know differently.
I mean, okay. Show me
before
later.
Any of this happened, I specifically
Let's move on from
said
it, though.
several times I was trying not to dive into your personal situation. I said that a bunch. I've said that several times.
Run back the VOD. I said we can, and I asked you specifically.
Yeah.
And you said it was.
I said several times I'm trying not to dive
not
into
exactly.
your personal situation.
So
not what he said.
Do you want to retract what you
said? And regardless, no, I will not
He
retract a
doesn't.
fucking thing I said. Why
Loser.
would I?
Fucking
Why
loser.
would I? Why would I? Why would I? Give me a reason why I would. I firmly believe in what I say. That there is a ton of evidence out there that says children are better off raised in a stable household with a loving mother and a loving father. And all the evidence shows that children that are raised by single parents, whether it be a mother or a father, are worse off. And when you get down to whether it be a single mother or a single father, children that are raised by a single father versus a single mother seem to do better. But either way, they both do worse than children that are raised in a nuclear family by a loving mother and a loving
Wait, pronounce that
father.
again. Nuclear. Either way, no, Leafy. Just don't call names, please. This isn't the debate bro space at all. This is not what I do
nuclear,
on my channel.
Maybe some people would have been very swallowed.
Leafy, come on, dude.
I said some people. Was I being specific? Was I?
Wait, I didn't even hear exactly what you said because it was a little
Some people
muffly.
would have been better swallowed.
Either way, man.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Hope the best,
That's fine.
I hope the best for you and your kid, man. Just like I hope the best for me and my kid. I didn't want. Now where I am
now it's
yeah.
more amicable. Now we're having a better conversation.
Do you want me to go back to the other way?
We can, if you'd like.
All right,
to.
go fuck yourself.
No, we're not.
I wish
no,
you had.
no, we're not.
I wish you
No.
had, and I'm sure your kid did too.
And I hope my kid meets your kid in the park.
Get real.
Maybe we should just move this on away from our kids, because that's the problem. Ultimately,
Good.
This is
good. You finally learned.
Yeah, I finally
They'll
learned.
both
when
calm down.
You finally learned that your language is fucked.
I said earlier in the beginning, I don't want to talk about your specific situation. I said that at least three times before we talked about this.
Oh, hey, Big Lack, welcome in. We're having an interesting conversation here. It's getting a little bit heated, so
it's a very simple conversation about I believe it is.
And you thought wrong.
I think you think wrong.
I know you think I think wrong.
Do you think children raised by single parents are better than have a better outcome than children raised by parents in a loving?
Do you know what my job was for? Do you know
Nobody's
what my job
talking
was?
about that. Why don't you answer the question?
You ignorant fuck. Are you going to
answer the
listen to what I'm saying?
Nobody's talking about your job. I asked you a very simple question about children raised in single families.
Are you stupid? Are you stupid?
I'm stupid.
I don't know. Are you stupid? I asked you a simple question. You're talking about your job that has nothing to do with the question I asked you about.
So, can we have a real conversation? Do you
So you're
want
not
my
going to
real-
answer? Are you going to answer the question I asked you or not?
This is tangential.
So that's a no.
Yeah, Big Lack, yeah.
It's not a no.
It's getting heated.
Do you want my real answer?
Are you going to answer my question, or are you going to talk about what type
Are you
of
a
job you
Are
have?
you a stupid Andrew Wilson cuck?
It seems like you want to talk about the job that you have.
Wait,
What was my job? What do you think my job was?
Why bring
Your
up other
job
people,
has-
though?
Your job
It
doesn't have
does.
anything to do with what
It
we're
does,
talking
you
about.
stupid motherfucker.
No, it doesn't.
Why do you think it doesn't?
Like we're not. Like, hang on, just Leafy. We're not doing that. Like this isn't
I
a
don't
name
work
calling
there. I don't work
blood sport space
No, he's
at all
fucking
on my
killing
channel.
me. He's fucking killing me.
But you got to calm down just a little bit, dude. Just stop name calling
pissing
and like
me
it's
the
all
fuck
so
off.
good. I get that,
So-
and it feels like it seems to me like
Grumple.
y'all are really close on
Grumple.
a lot of stuff.
Grumple. Where did I work for over 10 years?
At the gay store.
That's what I
Kind
was
of.
going to say.
Kind of. I've worked for Department of Children and Family Services for over 10 years. I've seen the
Gay
outcomes
store.
of children and families, family reunification, all these things that this idiot is talking about.
Okay.
For him to ask such a rudimentary question is fucking ignorant.
Oh, how dare you ask a question?
I tried to answer
It's
you
hang on, just
No,
Leafy.
you
just
based on
Leafy and DBO, just pause just a moment. Again, I've been friends with each one of these people on the panel individually for years. I find value in these. I find value in each one of these people.
This motherfucker stepped in my realm and then didn't want a real answer.
Just be respect. Just everybody, just keep it respectful.
Not the question.
Yeah, kind of is.
Well, yeah, that's an issue. I'm asking you a question.
So wait.
Job.
So if I ignore outcomes of multiple families based on services and situations,
more stay.
What do you want?
I don't even know what you're asking.
I'm saying I've worked with multiple families that have had fathers outside of the home with positive outcomes.
Sure. Sure you have. There's situations like that.
Majority?
And then there's like majorities.
So you're looking for the majority?
Yeah.
The majority of situations that ended up in my building?
In your specific building.
I'm going to share a thing.
With families having services that integrated both, not in the home. So for the most part, it came down to being able to understand each individual role.
Pause. I'm gonna play a video, not the entire thing, but this is per chat. Somebody asked a question, and this is. Oh. I'm sorry. I think it was directed towards Leafy. So Big Lack 214 on the YouTube said, "Is that Morris Day?" And I don't think that. I mean, look, I don't think anybody on this panel looks like that's Morris Day right there. I paused it on him. I don't think anybody here looks like that. So I'm not sure what you're asking. If it was about because Leafy appears to be black, then I mean, that's interesting. But I don't think that's relevant.
I'm actually Mongolian, and I break down walls.
He's like he's Blackanese, bro.
I mean, but yeah, no, more stay in the time, more stay in the mother loving time. Jungle Love is one of the best jams ever.
Wobbly,
Yeah, no, big Lack in chat said, "Who is this dude?" That's what I think it was going.
So
Leafy, I know where you're at. I think that's what he meant, honest, but obviously you don't look like Morris Day.
Wobbly, well, true. I don't think Wobbly agrees with my assessment, and he thinks a nuclear home is probably best instance.
I think everybody agrees with that. Or wait, no, not like radical whatever libs, but I think everybody here agrees with that a nuclear home, a mother and father raising child is the best possible outcome for a child. I think everybody here agrees with that.
I think that's an ideal.
I think it'd be pretty out of your mind to think that is not the best situation for a kid.
I think it's an ideal that we can't make a prescription. Sorry.
I think
are you wait, hang on, Leafy, are you saying, hey, subscribe to the Grumpelstiltskin channel? Because that would be a funny thing to do.
I am absolutely saying that. Subscribe to Grumpelstiltskin. What I'm saying is,
I think we can. And listen,
thank you.
Leafy.
Don't call him,
God damn it!
Don't call him Leaky.
Call me Water, you ignorant. Just call me Water.
I see. I planted the seeds earlier on this one. Now it's coming up. It's in things.
I did. I asked really early in the conversation what I should call him. I really
I'm
did.
Sorry, Leafy.
It's not my fault.
I do this.
You can't read properly.
Cool. No, I can't read. I don't know how to read. It's fine. It's fine.
legitimately asked to not have this problem, and I was told leafy.
Leafy.
Oh, leafy.
No, it's because I say leafy. That's probably where you got it.
I don't
My
care what
bad.
you call me.
That's good, because I got a host of nicknames in my back to call
I
you.
know you do, my dude.
Most of them are going to be tossed on at least one platform that some of us are live on. So let's not use all of them. But the ones that aren't, I mean, like, hey, no restrictions.
I think my arguments is very simple to understand. Like I said, and earlier you were saying if I don't have a document, if I don't have some sort of study to show, then I'm just running my mouth. If I really have to Google right now, I'm pretty sure I can, and I'm pretty sure it would not take me very long to find something that says
find an ideal.
children that are raised in a household, in a 2-parent household, right, have better outcomes than children that are raised in single home outcomes. This is a fairly widely known.
Big Like, I literally have Morris Day from the Jungle Love video pulled up right now. That's actually Morris Day right there. I don't see no, and
so
Leafy is one of my friends that I've known for a few years. They don't look anything alike, dude. But I want to hear why you think so.
Which would be 2 parents that love each other.
You're like, hang on, there's. You can even come up and talk to us if you want to.
And have
where's my thing?
A household that is conducive to that. What we're dealing with.
That's all that I said. That's all. That was my.
You're welcome to come up
and
explain how you think Leafy looks like Morris Day, because I'm not seeing it, dude.
I told you earlier that
look here,
does there in the same situation that I am in the
we're
same.
Not.
And this, these are not the same people. They don't even look remotely alike.
But I don't think you can raise
not even
children
in the same neighborhood.
Then I can raise my child. His mother is there.
I think both of us are in a worse situation.
I disagree, 100%.
Than we would be in if we were raising our kids in a situation where we were in a household with our baby mamas. And
I don't think so.
How do we set it back?
A loving household with our baby mamas.
If it were
raising our
ideal.
kids, that would be a better outcome for the children 100% of the time.
You're signifying loving.
Wait,
I think if it's not going to be an ideal situation, we can probably separate. Be okay. And
that's
children.
That's close to the abortion debate. I mean, it's the same
I'm
argument.
saying it's abortion.
It's the same argument though.
Is it?
I think you could. I think you could.
Because the kids are
that.
here.
I don't think statistically that works out.
I could have easily
saying. I mean, no, Leafy, just saying, hey, it's not going to be a good situation. Just end it. That's. I mean, it's the same argument. Just the before the line happens. I guess the line where
I disagree.
Baby. Wait, you disagree in the premise, or you disagree that it's similar?
I'm saying if I'm able to have an amicable relationship with the kid's mom, same with the kid, be there on a regular basis, I don't think there's going to be a huge issue.
There is.
Big issues.
It's not the same if you're. It's not the same if you're there every night. It's not the same if you're in the same household every night.
We're
for
speaking
dinner.
to ideals.
It's not the same if you're there every morning when the kid wakes up for school. It's not the same. You're not there every
Who the
night.
fuck does
every
no? What I'm
morning.
saying is,
You're not
who the
there
fuck does
in
this?
all of these.
So,
Yeah,
my G,
most people used to do this. This is how most people
Wobbly,
used
that's
to be
amazing.
raised.
Grumple, that's amazing. In the family I grew up in, my pops had a job. He was not there. I had a 2-parent household that I grew up in. Pops was not there.
Most of the time, I'm out of the house before the kids wake.
They
or
did
like
die.
most of the time, I'm out of the house
Had me,
before the kids wake up, and then when I get back, I mean, when I have to show up at a place, I'm out of the house before the kids wake up, and then I'm back. Maybe we get maybe a half hour on the daily basis.
Even if that's the case,
On
the
weekdays,
kids
just
still
on
know-
weekdays.
the kids when they're old enough know Dad's not here because he's out working. He's providing for the family. That's why
So
he's
this
not
is what
here.
I was gonna get
not
to.
not
Grumple.
that he's not here because Mom and Dad don't get along.
Grumple, this is what I was going to get to.
No,
I already
getting
knew
close.
my parents had some issues in the household. Whatever. I'm a kid. I don't care. I'm looking to see that my dad shows up, and I would stay up late at some points.
Banksy, that's not
maybe
true.
he's going to be home. Because he worked for network news. His schedule was fucked up. So when you're working with the idea that you have a father that's working a job that a child can't understand why you're just not there, because kids expect you to be there.
They don't understand.
You want somebody to be there. And if it's going to be the dad or it's going to be the mom, and I'm glad if it can be the dad. I'm glad if it can be the mom. Somebody's got to be there. As long as somebody's there.
Mommy's
I'm
always going to
not
be
really
there.
Sweating.
No, mommy's there. That's the role of mommy, is to always be there. It's
Yeah, but I've seen
daddy's role is to make everything work.
But I've seen the difference that dad is the one that's there because mom is not there for whatever reason.
Yeah, maybe
This
at a
one's for
certain age.
this one's for
saying
Banksy. Just
from
we're
day
gonna
one, my dude.
We're gonna do the chorus real quick.
Yeah,
Have that have
gonna be different than year 8 as a parent. Yeah, the kid is way fucking different, my dude. Later, the later the kid gets, the more they can understand that dad might not be around as much as mom because mom is
we
staying
can
at
talk
home
about
and
breastfeeding.
dad is
We can
out there
talk
working.
about we can talk
That's
about
a little
so
bit different
many-
from day 1 to year 8, right, my dude?
Banksy, you can come up if you'd like. If you feel like you'd
if the
like
kid
this conversation.
was removed from the mother from day one.
Oh, if the kid was removed from the mother.
Yes, because the mother has issues.
Wow. Okay.
And
I don't
she's
know
gonna
if that's
be-
what we're talking about. I thought we were talking about a nuclear family, a family with a.
No, we talked about ideals. You're talking about a nuclear family, which you don't have. I don't have. We're talking
Yes.
about worst case scenarios,
do.
best
Now-
case scenarios now.
Yeah, we were. Well,
Oh wait,
thought
no,
we were
hang on.
talking about-
I didn't
I
have
thought
when I
we
was
were-
growing up, but I'm creating now. But DBO, please continue.
I thought we were just talking about like a father that was
Wobbly did
working
too.
a lot and not being in the household.
And I'm saying
Now you're
expecting-
talking about something a little different. But I'll follow along. Go ahead.
I'm saying that doesn't necessarily matter at all. If the father's never there and is working all the time, the kid never sees the father for the most part beyond every now and again he comes home and works. How does that change the way your opinion of a nuclear family works? Beyond
you're right.
somebody's
You seem to be bringing up very specific type of examples that will work in your favor of an argument.
You gotta have my video pulled up too.
Sorry?
Remember this one? It's Cake. The name of the band is Cake. Never There.
I need to
You gotta have my video pulled up at all times. The thing I'm sharing, just hold up. You're never there.
What I'm saying is, if you have fathers, and this is what I've seen through multiple generations of parents, working where I work, as I brought up, those fathers aren't there.
Would you say they're never there?
Yeah.
Long, long distance, always for your strong resistance.
So if I show up,
It's very anecdotal kind of niche.
Oh, I knew this one better than I thought I did.
Examples. It is
It's
like,
not.
for instance, I know several relationships where the moms aren't there.
Yeah.
You know, because they're out doing
That's the
their own thing. They're out doing this and that.
I don't
and
think
the-
they're doing the wrong thing.
And the dad is the one that's taking care of the kid all the time.
I disagree with you,
Because
Leafy. I think they're doing the wrong thing.
Mom is out dating somebody else, or dating this guy, or dating that guy.
Is that
and
you?
the dad is the one stuck doing this sort of stuff. I know, you know, there's examples of that as well. So when you're bringing this stuff up, that's my point. Is you're just bringing up these odd examples of, well, sometimes this is what it's like, and yeah, and sometimes that is what it's like, and sometimes the mom is out doing God knows what and not around, and it's the dad that's raising the kid. Right? So we can always point out to sometimes here and sometimes there.
So you're
And we're
trying to
pointing
create
out
a dichotomy.
I'm just throwing you an opposite example of what you're talking about.
I'm
That's
working
all
on
I'm-
both ends of the dichotomy you're working with. I'm working with you.
I'm going to throw a curveball in both of y'all's framework right now. Is some of us had kids with the intention of I want to raise up men to take over from me and the world, and I'm working on that.
I just want my kid to be.
I want my kids are going to be strong men. Like they
I'm
can't
gonna be
not
in my
at this
kid's
point.
life, and I'm there, and have a pretty strong influence on him, to the point where I know he's going to be his own dude, and I can see who he is.
Again,
I ain't gotta sweat that.
but you're trying to bring up examples of like, well, what about when the dad's
It's
not
me.
around?
We're not talking about
there's
me.
Plenty of times where the dad is around. You're bringing up some example where the dad is working 70 hours a week and is never at home. There's plenty of examples where the dad is
Not
at
even
home
70
all the
hours a
time.
week. You
There's
understand
plenty
that
of
small
times where the
children.
dad is at home. There's plenty of times and examples where the mom isn't at home and
Can
the
I ask
dad
you
is
the
the
why?
one doing all this.
Can I ask
So
you the why?
we keep bringing up these fringe examples on the spectrums. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking
Can I
about the
ask
piece
you the
each-
why?
Why what?
Why was the opinion of me and my dad what it was, which is what it is for most children?
I don't think I understand the question. Leafy.
Yeah,
I'm asking him.
Grump. I didn't
So,
understand it either.
I didn't get the
lived
question.
My days as a baby, not seeing my dad all day. Then eventually, once I'm falling asleep at the end of the night, I may see him for a moment. Why?
Because he was trying to
Because
provide
your
for you.
dad was out providing. He was supporting your mother and you as a
Not
father. He was doing his
necessarily.
responsibility as a
he's
man.
invisible, making the roof
No,
over
that
your head
was-
exist.
That was kind of what I was trying to get at, but all of you reached a really weird conclusion.
I'm
All I'm
retarded
saying-
though, so you got to keep that in check.
I'm
Keep
not
your factors
calling
in
the
check.
other two people retarded. I'm saying
No, but I am.
children.
It's fine.
Children sleep in cycles. Their memories and everything else doesn't work the same way as what we're dealing with. So if a child doing whatever they're doing, if they're with their dad, with their mom, ain't gonna remember who was there and who wasn't.
That's absolutely incorrect. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't agree with that either.
So when was your dad there, Grumple?
You don't think, like, even
Well,
if a father's not there,
From 1 to 3, where was your
even
dad?
if a father
I
is not there,
I
for the
don't remember.
please, even
Done.
if your father is,
I remember.
even if you're, even
Where was
if
your
you're-
dad?
But hang on. So I was A, adopted, and then B, my adopted dad died when I was 14. So I have a
Wally,
not
where
normal
was-
situation.
Well, he was there 1 through 3.
Yeah, no, he
Wobbly, where's
was.
your dad?
I don't remember. Like, I have no memories of it. I think my earliest
Wobbly,
memory is when I
where's
was
your
like
dad, 1 through
5.
3?
I do not interrupt people when they're talking.
I'm asking you a question, but you're not interrupting.
But Grumple was talking. I don't interrupt people when they're talking.
I feel you.
I'm not
My
talking
father
right now,
was-
Wobbly.
My father was in the military.
Did you know that when you were 1 to 3?
Yes,
So you
because
knew he was in the military.
we lived in a military community.
So you
Either base
understood.
housing or off base amongst other military families.
I feel like you're.
You feel. Okay. You feel.
I don't know the words to express what I'm saying to you. I don't know that you as a child, from my understanding of how people remember things, understood what military even meant from 1 to 3.
I know what military meant.
From 1 to 3?
Sure.
Okay.
Wobbly, was it explained to you like this? Because this is how I explain it: is that hey, sometimes Daddy has to go do bad things for good reasons.
Nope. Nope.
No,
never,
no, not at all.
never something that came into conversation. My father worked maintenance on B-47s when I was between 1 and 3 at Little Rock, Arkansas, Little Rock Air Force Base.
And what
I remember
manner?
quite vividly.
Yeah, my dad was a machinist mate, or my adopted dad was a
What
machinist
manner
mate.
of
Yeah, he
understanding
didn't.
did
He
you have?
didn't have that. He have to have that conversation either. That's okay. It's fine.
From 1 to 3, what did you understand about your father's off doing maintenance and not being there, being cool with you?
You're under the assumption that my father wasn't there. My father
So-
was there. He was there when I got up in the morning. He came home for lunch. He came home in the evening and spent time with my mother, myself,
Oh, that's
and my
really interesting.
baby brother, who was
Okay, that's super interesting. So, like, to get to that I think would be a more conducive
I was very fortunate.
idea of what people could experience with children. And that's what I've actually been arguing for when people are talking about what we want for what makes a family at this point. So I would hope that jobs could allow for fathers to be in the home more or mothers to be in the home more to experience more time. I'm not.
No, look, I'm sorry. Look, I mean, I worked a 40-hour week, 410.
I'm saying whose father has
still
the ability to come home
managed to
during the
raise-
day?
and they're good kids. I
Well,
managed to teach my
these days
son
working
how to
from
use
home.
a slider, a curveball. He
So
went
I'm
on
asking-
and he was in All Stars for a couple of
So
years when he was
I'm not-
playing baseball.
So
But
not
that's
trying to
me.
shit on you.
I
Not
spent
trying to shit on you.
my kids.
Were you able to
Mr.
come
Darwin,
home
good
for your
evening.
lunch breaks to
We're
hang out with your kids?
No, because
We're doing
usually
some
I was
weird
on a
stuff here.
mountaintop, somewhere in the wilderness.
There's the difference.
Yeah, because he's out providing for his family.
Any time I had to be around my kids was definitely my priority.
Do you think it's different for me?
I have no idea
That's what we're talking about.
what your situation is. You tend to work in generalities where
I'm
everybody
working.
has to fit your norm. And I'm going to tell you right now.
No, it's not a norm. I'm not talking about a norm. You're missing me here.
Oh, no, I'm not missing you. Believe me. Because
you-
I'm a listener. That's
You
why
apparently aren't.
why I sit here and just listen.
I'm saying every chance, every ability I have to spend with this kid, I'm there. If you were up on a mountaintop, he doesn't know why you're not there. He doesn't
He
understand.
does. Sure, he does. When I had my printing business, he used to come into my printing business with me when he was off school.
I specifically
I
noted
always
1 to
have
3.
interactions with my children.
I noted 1 to 3. Did your kid
I-
know what a mountaintop was?
Unfortunately, the child I'm talking about right now, I didn't get to be his parent until he was 7 years old.
And that's another thing that I view. I don't think a lot of kids understand what their parents
You're
are
not
doing.
listening to me. I wasn't his father until I married his mother. He is not my biological son.
Whose nut was he?
My wife's previous husband died of a brain tumor.
Okay.
Several years later, she remarried me.
So at what point were you this kid's?
I just told you when he was about 7 years old.
So that's an entirely different field.
Is it?
It really
I'm
is.
still a parent. I'm still a loving parent.
I'm not denying you at any point. I'm saying that kid coming to the understanding of who you are. I don't even know if they even viewed you as their parent at that point.
He did. He called me dad. He called me father.
That's amazing. I'm glad you were able to get there so quickly. Within how many months?
Even before my wife and I married.
Because I have a niece. My sisters had a kid with a dude that is now no longer here. She's got another person in her life.
Well, you said sisters as in multiple sisters?
Sister.
I'm going to explain something to you that probably escapes you.
I'm sure it does.
I had a conversation with my son when he was very young.
Twitch
And
chat.
I
Grumple.
literally
Twitch
sat
chat.
him down and I told him, the best thing I can do for you
I
is
see.
to love your mother.
You're good.
The
What does
best
that
thing
mean?
I can do for him is love his mother. That meant that I was going to come into this and build a home, a family, and always be nurturing. Always. It was something that I actually want. And I think there's the breakdown. Is most people do not want a family. They're always interested in their own interests and not the other person.
I think you
I'm 75
misunderstand.
years old, buddy. I got a lot of wisdom. And I'm
And
not
I appreciate your wisdom.
I'm not easily fooled by somebody that always goes to one extreme or another, because that's your failing, not mine.
What's the extreme I'm talking about?
Well, everything you've said so far seems to be one.
Tell me what I said. Tell me what I said if you were listening. You're a great listener. I'm listening.
I don't have to explain it. You already know.
You can't. You can't. That's
can.
beautiful.
But I
Then
don't
do
want
it. Then
because
do
it's
it.
insulting to you. Why would I want to insult you?
Insult me. Insult me, my G. You are my G, by the way.
Okay.
That means he likes you. Well, yeah, I could
I
translate.
understand.
It's fine.
I know what it means. I'm not.
I can
good.
translate between my friends here.
Tell me, my G, what I said. The greatest of listeners, so silent. I appreciate it.
So from Charles Darwin in my YouTube chat, 100 years ago, dads used to take their kids to work. This was the, quote, daycare back then. Kids would watch their fathers and learn. And, I mean, yeah, that's the thing.
And Fred Flintstone took his son to the quarry and slid down the brontosaurus along with him.
And that was a great thing because kids used to learn a trade. They used to learn mechanics. They used to learn
from
work.
family.
They used to work. They used to learn work ethic from their fathers.
I'm fucking dying. I was doing the
Yeah, of
Grumple
course
voice
he's-
and joking with Grumple.
Yeah, no, I just didn't have a follow up for it because I didn't think fast enough. That's my bad.
I'm
But
fucking dead.
At some point. mean, it's fine. I just didn't have a response for it. I didn't have a funny thing to say.
Where I was getting to is my sister lost her kid's father pretty early.
Wait, where did she put them last?
He died in a motorcycle accident, so she lost him on the side of the road.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, she might be able to find him there still if they haven't cleaned
Very
him
well
up.
could, but he was a bum when he got there. He was bum.
I'm sorry. That was very poor. That was very poor taste. I was like, I had to finish it out though, dude. It was.
I love it. I was there with it. But yeah, he was.
I don't like where I went on that one. That was a little dark.
He was definitely a bad father. I'm not even gonna front. But she found a dude that has her back, and he works really, really hard. Like, dude works the ports in Long Beach. He works in aircraft. He works in all kind of shit. Like, he is a very busy dude. So, like, usually when my niece finds him, he's either asleep or gone.
Oh, no.
She calls him dad, and he's earned the title of dad.
Wait, Charles Darwin, no, we haven't talked about LBJ yet tonight. We're maybe getting close to where that might be relevant.
It's a bit different, I think, unless you're going to be under extreme circumstances. The title of mom is going to be a very interesting situation. Probably the worst of situations.
Real quick, it seems a little hypocritical right now, right? This guy earned the title of dad, right? But every time the kid sees him, he's probably sleeping because he's been out working. Earlier,
you think she knows that?
Earlier, you were arguing that what good is it if the dad is working all day and the only time he's at home he's sleeping or something. That was the
that wasn't what I was saying. That wasn't what I was saying.
And now you're like, well, my auntie's fucking boyfriend, right, is earned the title of dad.
My apologies.
Although the only time he's ever around and sees the kid is when he's sleeping. Seems like you're saying both things right now.
My apologies, my dude. You're too stupid to understand. I can get with you on this.
Why do you do that?
Gotcha.
It's him. It's literally him.
No, Leafy, you gotta calm that down a little bit.
I feel like
for my channel, you gotta calm that down just a little bit.
I feel like I explained the reasoning very well.
So Grumple,
it's not like a hug me safe space or anything. Just personal
Please tell
time.
me how I was stupid and my explanation of what you were saying.
Grumple, you
all get
experience
after
me
it.
pretty often. You experience me pretty often.
No, I haven't talked to you in like a year.
No, I'm saying your literal experiences with me.
Oh, okay.
How often do I get to this point?
I haven't seen you do
where
personal
I'm calling
attacks.
people
I
stupid
don't
and being
think
really irritated.
like you're being kind
It's
of a
very difficult.
Are you not called out enough on your nonsense?
He doesn't act.
do,
No,
but you're not.
No, DBO.
That's the problem.
Leafy doesn't act like this. Y'all are
It's out of
irritating each
character.
other.
What I'm saying
So-
is, you're experiencing an out of
it's out of
character
character.
moment for me.
No, this is 100% out of character for Leafy.
Can you address
Because
the
you're not
argument that was
addressing.
made?
Because you're making a straw man of what I said in the first place, and it's bothering me.
Leafy is
Well, then explain.
drunk.
What I'm saying is, children do not know what's going on to know that the parent or the person that the parent has replaced another parent with, should they be a stepfather or whatever, is out working and doing the hard work so they can admonish them as a father. They don't know.
So you can have a roof.
He doesn't know that.
A roof over your head.
There
That's
was
what
going to be a
fathers
roof either way. In this
obligated
case,
to.
there was going to be a roof either way. What I'm saying is, it was her experiences with him when he was no longer working in his free time that led her to call him father.
And so
Whole
can
nother
you
deal.
So can you
So you're
see
saying that
my
while he's
point,
at
though?
work, he's not a father.
No, he's not. By
Can
her
you see-
standards.
Can you see my argument though? Earlier you were saying, well, if this guy's out at work all the time,
Men are
how
fucking
is-
weird.
I'm sorry. What?
Men are fucking weird.
Okay. That's not an argument at all about what we're talking
No, it's just
about.
it's just my assessment at this point.
Great assessment. Earlier you were saying if a dad is at work all the time and he's never at home, then how is he a father? But now
I didn't say that. You're strawmanning me. I didn't say he's not a father. I said,
you were
how would a
definitely
kid?
you were definitely downplaying the fact that the father would be a big role in the child because he was at work all
No,
the
I did
time.
not say that. You were strawmanning me. This is why it's infuriating. Get with the idea. If you have
Okay, that's definitely the idea and the argument that you were putting forth earlier, that the father would be a lesser
Do you need me to
parent
say it a third
because,
time?
because the father wasn't around because he was at work all the time. That was definitely the argument that you were putting forth earlier.
I thought I made a culminating argument in this situation that you would understand, but apparently you didn't. So let me get it to you again. Small children don't know what parents are doing, don't know why parents do what they do. They know why they rely on them. And ultimately, whoever is going to be there when they're crying, whatever is going on in their early years, is why they're going to rely on them. Be it for breast milk, be it for being appeased, be it for bad reasons for being admonished for crying. They don't know if a parent goes out to get beer at the end of the night. They don't know if the parent has gone out to fucking work at night. So ultimately, it's not until the child understands what the parent does, how they view them as a parent. I'm not saying the role of the individual changes it all. If you were a mother who was there providing sustenance and being supportive, makes you a mother or not, of course it makes you a mother. That's obvious. If you're a father that's there trying to be, but you're working more hours than you're at home, you're still a father. The child will not see that effort.
So you're saying the older the child is, the more that they will understand the dynamic and the relationship.
That's what I'm. Thank you.
Yeah, that's funny because earlier when we had the conversation and you brought up how young a child was, I was like, yeah, there might be a difference between a kid that is 1 year old and 8 years old. I said that several times earlier as a point.
Did I not point out 1 through 3 when I was making this conversational
No,
point?
I don't think you're doing it very as well in this conversation as you think that you're doing.
Cool.
What, did you just smoke a blunt? Why did your eyes get like that? What's the problem?
You're being fucking goofy.
I'm being goofy?
Yeah.
You got a five-string bass?
I saw a revolving bass recently. It was fucking dope.
Oh no, this is a 10-string bass, sir.
So what I'm saying, from 1 to 3.
Oh, cool.
What a child understands of the dynamics in the household is very
Currently a 9-string because I snapped the light one on the
1
G.
to 3?
So
yeah, I would
that's
say
where
it
we're
may
at.
even go further than that, but it depends on the child's perception.
maybe from 3 to
just put
6
new
is
strings on my
different.
gypsum.
Maybe from 6 to 9 is different.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing out the extreme obviousness of
No, I was pointing
the
out obvious
child
and not the
development.
extreme. Literal obviousness.
Yes, it's a very extreme obviousness of child development. Yes, kids from 1 to
Grumple.
3 might be different from
Is this your
kids
boy?
from 3 to 6.
Is this your boy?
I'm sorry. Are you
Grumple.
trying to point?
wait,
Are you trying to point
Levy,
out?
I'm just asking.
out of everybody I've known in the online space,
childhood?
this man is the one I've known the longest, I think. I've known DBO the
I
longest.
think he's a stalwart. I think he has a stalwart personality. But when it comes to making these
Interesting.
arguments, it's fucking wild. I probably could trust him with most. I think he's a trustworthy individual.
That's pretty racist
It
of you.
just seems really weird what he talks about this.
I don't. What is really weird? What did I
It was
say?
really
that's
fucking weird.
It was wee weird.
Really
I
fucking
say?
weird.
It was wee
Well,
fucking
tell me.
weird.
Tell me what's really weird. Give me an argument. Or you just got to ad hoc. Give me a fucking argument. What's really weird about what I said?
We literally said the same thing.
So what's really weird?
The fact that you're not addressing the reality of how that works.
Oh,
Did I not point that out?
How what works?
Why can't you accept the fact that other people's realities are different than yours?
Bro, did I not say the same thing to you?
Give me the fucking argument. Holy
So-
shit.
So, as we pointed out in this conversation, and you can act like this didn't happen, he said the kid wasn't his, and he didn't come into the kid's life until way later. Same thing goes, I'm pointing out, from 1 to 3, the kid is not going to understand what the father or mother are going through. Necessarily, they're going to view who's going to be there for them and in what capacity they're there for them. Y'all
Hey,
pointed
Grand's
out-
the giant enjoyer. I'm not reading all that shit. You can come up if you'd like to. I think my Discord is in the chat. I don't usually
point
look
out
at
to me. Point out to me where a kid is going to see the nuance that if this father isn't there, I'm going to care about them more than the person that's spending more time with me. Same thing goes if custody was removed from the mother. If the father was there the entire time, will they not venerate the father over the mother? It's fucking goofy.
Is that the real point that I made? Is that the fucking weird
No,
point
really,
that I made?
it really wasn't.
So that wasn't the point. So you still haven't told me the fucking weird point that I made? Are you gonna fucking get to it?
I literally just pointed it out to you.
I just asked you if you did, and you told me no.
I'm sorry you don't have the.
Was that
RAM.
the weird fucking point that
Do you-
I talked
are you
about
missing?
or not?
Are you missing RAM?
I am.
It's very clear questions. Was that the weird fucking point that I talked about or not? Yes or no?
Is your SSD functioning?
Yes or
properly?
no? Yes or no? Simple question. Yes or no?
No.
Not the weird point that I talked about. Can we get to the weird point that I talked about?
You expecting that there's going to be a clear dichotomy? in
There
the
we
way
go.
families
So
work.
we can't do it.
I just said it. You fucking idiot.
I just asked you if you said it. You told me no.
I just said it right now. You fucking idiot.
So when I ask a very clear question, you can't answer it.
Do you want me to say it again?
What is the weird point? Go ahead.
He's
please
hurting. He's
say
hurt,
it
he's
again.
fucking hurting me,
And
Grumple.
say it and say it, please.
We're talking
Please,
about clear
please,
dichotomies
Black Beak,
about how
Black Beak, whatever
families
your
work.
fucking name
I'm
is.
saying it
Please
to him.
say it
No,
He's not
real
listening to me
slow.
as I'm telling him
Please
the
say it.
reason
kinda get
why
that.
he's goofy. He's not listening.
Please say it
I
real
kinda get that, but-
slow.
You
So that I
have
can understand.
weird
There's a time limit.
dichotomies for how families work and what children expect.
Okay, you have a weird face.
And your mom has a weird pussy.
Do we all feel better now?
No.
Can you explain to me how what I talk about is weird?
I just told you.
No, you just said it's weird. You didn't say how it's weird.
So you want me to express that you think that
No,
for some
saying, oh my God, saying
I'm
something
asking
is
you.
weird
I'm
is
asking
not
you. I'm asking you.
explaining.
Grumple.
As I said it before.
Yes, what?
My G.
There's so much grumple.
You stated that the nuclear family is the way things work, and that having two
We're doing
parents in
things
the
here. Calm
household
down.
is going to be exactly what is necessary for the best outcomes. Right?
Pretty much, yes.
No
I
shit.
said that I pretty much said that yes. All examples lead that having two parents and a nuclear family, a loving mother and a loving father raising a kid is the best outcome for children. Yes, that is what I said.
No fucking shit, Sherlock.
Continue.
And
And you say that's weird?
Yeah.
That's a weird opinion?
No, I didn't say that was a weird opinion.
So then what the fuck is your point? You brought up my opinion. This is my opinion. What is your point?
I brought up the nuance of how you're stating that ideal is not the reality of how things work. And we talked about it constantly.
That's not how it works. Okay. That's the best outcome. But and sometimes
So if I could fucking have fucking perfect memory, and if I could have 30 grams of protein every 40 minutes, I'm gonna have the best fucking physique. No fucking shit, Sherlock. That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying yes, this is the best outcome, but that's not how it works.
Is that what you have?
No, that's what I'm asking you. Is
I
that
don't
what
know.
you're saying? Is that what you were at?
Ideally,
not
very
saying that?
possibly. Ideally, very possibly. That's the best outcome.
Okay. So you're saying that it just doesn't work like that nowadays.
Or
Is that
for the
what
most
you're
part,
saying?
ever. For the most part, ever.
Ever it doesn't ever work like that?
Not usually. No.
Not usually.
There may be
That
some
it-
fringe instances in which people can have that exact outcome you're talking about. Who can you name that had that outcome?
You think it's a fringe incident that families with a mother and a father raise kids? You think that is the fringe incident?
What did I point out in our conversation as you're being stupid?
He
Sorry,
answers the question with a question.
I'm asking him because he asked a
We're
question.
talking. You
and I
just
think
said
he's
the
straw manning.
fringe. You just said that I'm not straw manning. You just said the.
Answers a question with a question is straw manning by definition.
You just said
No,
the
that's
fringe.
not what straw manning
You
is.
just said the
It's putting up a bad argument
You
of what I'm
just said-
saying.
You
If you're
just
putting up
said.
a facsimile of my argument, that's
You
a straw
just.
man.
You just said.
I'm
the
explaining to
fringe.
him what a straw man is.
You just said the fringe is a mother and a father raising a kid. That's the fringe situation in today's
No,
in
that's not
today's
what I said.
society.
Having access to both children or to
Having
children in general.
access to both children, having access to children.
Sorry, I got off on this dude saying some wild shit. Let me explain to you. Both parents being available
is the fringe.
Is a fringe.
That's just what I said. That having both parents in the household is the fringe.
You know,
That's not.
in my experience,
Mm-hmm.
single household, head of household is the fringe. In my experience.
It is not the fringe. The fringe is
So may I ask you?
a single parent household is the fringe. And all the studies
So
that seem to say
we got
that
4
the
dudes in a room.
children.
Could I ask a
Okay.
question? We got
Go
4
ahead,
dudes in a
please.
room.
Please interrupt.
No, we
me.
had 3. Grumple checked out.
Grumple died? Dead Grumple. Go ahead.
All of the studies seem to show that if you were raised in a single parent household, you're less likely to graduate high school. You're less likely to go to college. You're more likely, I think it was like 67% of people that are in prison never graduated high school.
Bad statistic.
So there's all sorts of statistics that show coming from a dual 2-parent household is statistically better. And it's not the fringe. It's probably currently, I believe, the majority. It is the minority that come from single parent households. And I could be wrong about that. But even if I am wrong about that, all the studies and statistics seem to show that it's better to come from a 2-parent household. Go ahead.
How were your parents?
Tell me I'm wrong.
I asked you a question. How were your parents?
What does my parents have to do with
Just ask a
what
question.
we're talking about?
Just ask a question.
It's irrelevant.
Divorce, single parent.
It's irrelevant from the conversation.
You're here. Ask the
Do you
question.
You want to talk about what we're talking about?
I am talking about what we're talking
Do you
about.
want to? No, you're not.
I literally am.
You're talking about something irrelevant from what we're talking about. Please talk about the conversation that we're having.
What's the conversation we're having?
Do you not know the conversation that we're having?
I'm asking you to re-represent it. Because I think you're full of shit.
It's funny that you think I'm full of shit because you don't even know the conversation that we're having.
I do know.
We're talking
I'm asking you a
about
question.
We're talking about children being raised in a dual parent household, 2-parent household versus single parent households. Does that catch you up to speed?
I was already up to speed. I'm asking you now.
Well, then why did you ask me the fucking question?
Were you raised in a dual parent household?
That has nothing to do with the conversation.
I think it's more
having.
important.
It does. It's not important. Whether
To
I
me, it
was
is.
raised in a single parent or a dual parent household has nothing to do with the conversation that we're having.
I'm glad you heard about it, but it's fine.
Has nothing to do with being heard or unheard. Would you address the conversation that we're having, or I don't know, just fucking quit?
I'm glad we can't have a real conversation. We can just deal with the statistics.
I'm glad we can't either because you're refusing to actually have the conversation right now. You're asking me about my parents instead of addressing the points that we're talking about.
So a lot of dual parent households are met with inconsistencies in which the children have major issues.
It's not my experience.
Unfortunately. That's what I fucking was trying to get at. I asked about his experience and he wouldn't answer. So we're dealing with anecdotal versus.
My experience is anecdotal. It has nothing to do with it.
So he's giving anecdotal, and I knew that's where it was going to
even
go.
knowing-
So I
even
wanted
knowing
to talk
my-
about us.
Even knowing all of my neighbors in my neighborhood, that's not my experience. It's not their experience either.
So, out of the single parent household that I grew up in, not great outcomes. The single parent, the 2-parent household that my mother grew up in was fucking horrendous. Dealing with most of the cases that come through the county with dual parent households, it comes up pretty fucking horrendous. And I know why, but it doesn't matter.
It's the fact that you claim it as a norm. It's not a norm.
It is a norm,
It's
unfortunately.
not a norm, and I refuse to accept your premise. It's not a
I'm
norm.
glad you do. That's fine. I'm glad your upbringing was different and better. That's cool. I'm not denying your experience. Dude won't answer the question, though.
Sorry, was there a question presented to me?
Yeah, I presented it a couple times and you refused.
Repeat.
What was
I
your
wasn't paying
household like?
attention. I was
Dual
listening to
parent, single parent?
Yeah, you're asking me an anecdotal question about my personal life that has nothing to do with the conversation.
Okay. So, refuse to answer yet again. Perfectly fine.
Yes, I gave a very good explanation on why I wouldn't. Because it's an anecdotal explanation about my personal life that has nothing to do with the conversation at broad. If you want me to slow it down or maybe draw you a picture with Crown, I can do that.
So, essentially, what you're trying to say is the kids from a dual parent household are ultimately always going to have better outcomes.
No.
Then what are you trying to say?
Statistically, they do. So there are definitely going to be outliers. There's going to be some kids that don't. There's going to be some kids that do.
There's no such thing as an absolute.
It's not an absolute. Sure.
No,
There's
I'm
absolutely going to be kids that don't.
Here's what I wanted. Here's what I wanted to focus on. What makes the difference?
For a change.
That's what I was trying to really get at. Is what makes the difference?
Wobbly, I didn't mean to interrupt you, man. I think we're agreeing here.
I know you're both agreeing.
There's gonna be kids that
Grumple
are gonna work
died.
out great.
Grumple died.
There's gotta be some kids that don't work out at all. You know what I mean? And they can both grow up in a 2-parent household. Fully agree with that. But statistically,
What tends to make the difference is what I'm asking you.
what tends to make the difference is a 2-parent household.
No, you're fucking killing me.
That is what tends to make the difference.
No.
Those are generally speaking what the study showed. Kids that come up in 2-parent households are much more likely to graduate high school.
Why?
Much more likely to go to college.
This is fucking racist. I'm fucking over it.
Why is it racist? Nobody has brought up race at all. The only
don't
time
have
that
to.
anybody has said anything about race is you right now.
You don't have to. It's fucking bothering me and it's irritating.
Oh, it's racist? Really?
Yeah, it is.
Really, my guy? Really, my guy? It's racist?
Yeah, it is.
Fucking tell me how. Tell me how your vagina just got fucking pussy hurt. And with the fucking racism card. Tell me how your fucking pussy just got hurt and pulled out the racist card.
Because you're too stupid to deal with the understanding of the historical issues of America.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. With the systemic blah, 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 blah. You were fine all fucking night. You could have argued your fucking points, right? But now you got to play the fucking racist
No,
card.
because I don't joke about racial issues. You joke about racial
No,
issues.
you
I
just pulled.
talk about
You just
the
pulled
reality.
a bitch. No, you just pulled a bitch move and pulled the fucking racist card. You were
So-
good all night.
Okay, so you dumb fuck. Tell me when redlining ended.
Nobody fucking cares, bro.
I care.
I
Answer
don't
the
care.
question.
I'm not playing your bitch game of fucking racism.
I'm glad you can't answer the question.
No, I'm not playing your fucking game. I'm not
Good.
playing your game. All of a sudden, you have a hard time.
I'll
in this
continue to
fucking
call you a dumb
conversation.
fuck, piece of
You
shit
have a hard
racist.
time in this conversation, right? And you want to pull out the fucking racism card, fucking victim card. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Call it a night, man. Call it a night.
So are you scared?
Am I scared? No, I'm just not gonna play this fucking game with you.
So you want to
I'm
answer
not
the
playing-
question?
I'm not playing a fucking gay, racist, fucking Marxist card with you. Cry about
Now
it.
it's
Cry
Marxist?
about it for me.
So you brought
Cry
up
for me.
Marxism.
Cry for me, bro. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. You lose in this fucking conversation because you've done a
I
terrible,
didn't lose shit.
you've done a terrible job in this fucking conversation. And now you're gonna pull the fucking racist card? That makes you look even fucking worse.
So why did your dad leave you?
But Mike, what are you talking about? This is what you have.
I'm
This
just
is
wondering.
the that you have. Why did your dad leave you?
I'm just
These
wondering.
This is what you
Why does your
resort
dad
to.
hate you?
This is
He's
what
dead.
you resort to.
Yeah,
He
he
can't
hated
hate.
you enough. He died.
Seriously, have better arguments, bro. All of a sudden, you lose in the fucking conversation. Then you pull racism, and now it's why did your fucking dad leave you? This is sad, man.
So
It's
did he?
sad and it's pathetic.
So did
Do
he?
better.
So did
Do
he?
better.
So did he? Did he?
Did yours?
No.
Did he what? Did he
Did your dad
have
leave you?
lotion? Did he had
Did your dad
parties?
leave you?
Did he had parties after hour? Is that what we're talking about?
Or did your dad
Now we're
leave
talking
you?
about Puff Daddy.
I'm asking you. Did your dad leave
Or
you?
is that where this is going next, Puff Daddy?
I'm asking simple questions.
Are we
Did
gonna
your dad
have
leave you?
racist? Are we gonna talk about
I
the
answered-
racism
Hey,
against
when it
Puff
was
Daddy?
directed at me, did I answer the question?
There's no fucking question. This is bullshit.
There's a simple question.
I'm not.
Did your
I'm not.
dad leave you?
I'm not. No, my
Get
dad
scared.
didn't leave me. I'm not falling into
Okay, so
your
your dad was
bait.
there. So your dad
I'm
was
not
there.
falling into your bait questions.
So your dad
This
was there.
is fucking
It's a simple
ridiculous.
question.
I'm not answering your ridiculous nonsense.
So you want to answer my questions? Got you. You're the one that's scared.
Yeah. I will not answer your bullshit questions. After you lose the fucking debate and now you're gonna bring up fucking racism and now you're gonna try to bring up my dad. Yeah, I'm not gonna fall into this
No debate was
nonsense of your
lost.
bullshit.
What essence of debate was lost? I answered your questions.
Yeah,
Excuse
you
me,
answered
lost-
them. That
you've lost
doesn't mean you
every way, you
doesn't
just
mean
don't
you did
know it.
good in the
Yeah.
debate.
You've lost
Call it a
everything.
night, bro. Call it a night, bro.
So, Wobbly, when did
What?
redlining end?
I have no idea. I don't care.
Good. This is the problem.
Why is it a problem? That I don't care or that I don't know?
Both.
To who? To me
To
or
me.
to you?
To me, of course.
Well, of course it is.
That's why I
to
asked the
you,
question.
But it's not to me. And I refuse to get dragged into something I don't know anything about.
Oh, I'm glad you don't care.
So now you're gonna try to pick on Wobbly?
Yeah,
No,
it
I'm
won't
not
work.
picking on shit.
It
Yeah,
won't
you
work.
can't. You
Did I
can't handle the
continue?
fucking-
75 years old, man.
Well, I
I've
asked you
seen
the
it
same
all.
question, my dude.
Been there, done it.
Did I not ask you the
75
same
years
question?
old.
Well, you not caring about your fellow human being has gone on for 75 years. Perfectly fine.
Everything I've done
I'm
in
not
my
gonna
life
sweat it.
is caring about other human beings.
And what have you done?
I been in the military.
Cool.
I've worked in government.
So do I.
No, I don't. I don't think you work in government. I'm sorry.
Do you have a
Somebody,
.gov?
somebody that
I
has
have a .gov
the
website.
demeanor that you have would not be a government employee.
So please understand, I have a .gov email.
I don't give a shit.
So
So did
not
I.
government.
So did I. Only my job.
I agree with you. I said we both do.
My job was specifically to protect people
So is mine.
and keep them safe.
So is mine.
No. In fact, I would highly suspect that you are the wrong person in the position that you're in.
Why?
Because you are too extreme.
What is extreme about me?
Everything you've said so far.
Give me an example.
I don't need to give an example. It came out of your mouth.
Cool.
You should have.
Done with you.
Are you lacking in RAM?
TBO. Can you give me an example?
Sorry, I was letting you guys talk. I feel like Wobbly was doing just fine. I wasn't paying attention.
I just asked him some questions, the same ones I asked you. You can't answer either.
So, did you have a question?
I asked you the question already.
Do I really need to ask you to repeat it after I just told you I wasn't paying attention? Or can you pick up on the cues when I told you I wasn't paying attention? Therefore, you should probably re-ask it.
I'm sorry, you're lacking in RAM. It's fine.
I wasn't paying attention as I just
I asked you the question
explained
before.
to
You said you weren't paying attention.
Do we want to keep playing this game, or do you want to ask me the fucking question?
Did you grow up in a single family household?
Wish Grumple was still awake.
I'm not answering these questions from.
So you won't answer the question. So what?
Yeah.
You not paying attention doesn't matter to the question at hand. You refuse to answer it.
Yes, then don't ask me these fucking stupid questions.
Well, I grew up in a 2-parent household.
Good
unlike
for you.
Or at least you won't answer.
Yes.
And
Do you want to move on, or what do you want to do?
Wait, you grew up in a 2-parent household, but you don't know the race of your father or mother, according to the previous conversation.
Yeah, they both died. It's
But
amazing.
you grew up in a 2-parent household.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought I asked that earlier.
So what part of the races do you need to know that I grew up in a 2-parent household before they died?
Well,
I don't actually.
I was wondering. I'm just wondering.
I'm just wondering about your statements because
it seemed to be a pretty simple question, but you couldn't answer it earlier.
I answered it.
You said my parents died. You never answered it.
I answered that. What did you need me to answer?
Answering my parents died doesn't answer the ethnicity of your parents.
Why is that important? And I don't know.
It's not important. I was asking because
I did tell you. I
because
did
you look
tell
black
you
and neat.
that my father's great grandfather. Sorry, my father's great grandfather.
That's interesting. My father's great grandfather fucking made shoes.
Oh, and man, shit. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sure that helps me with the ethnicity of my fucking mother and father.
Did I answer that question?
No, you didn't answer the question.
So you need a better answer?
Answering the question of what ethnicity your mother and father was is not telling me what your great-grandfather did for work.
He was a slave.
Telling me what your great-grandfather did for work doesn't tell me what ethnicity
he's a slave,
your
you
mother and
ignorant
father
fuck.
is.
You ignorant fuck, he's a slave.
Which one was a slave? The great-grandfather or your father?
My father wasn't a slave, you dumb fuck.
How would I know? I don't know.
Did I say my father was a slave?
Even
maybe your father was a slave.
I can tell you my father's occupation if you asked it. You didn't.
I doubt seriously your grandfather was a slave.
Holy shit!
My grandfather wasn't a slave. My grandfather was a brickmaker.
What's funny is I will just simply say.
Are you dumb too?
I will simply just say I won't answer stupid questions, and you will bounce around like a fucking retard.
I'm gonna ask
when
you.
I ask you something like this.
Did I not answer a question?
Why don't you just say what I say? I'm not going to answer these fucking questions because they're stupid.
Are you stupid?
Tell me that.
Wait. Are you
tell
stupid?
me that, and I will accept.
I'm glad to know
you're.
I'm so sad that your pride can't accept that I answered your questions satisfactorily, and you can't answer my questions.
You told me your grandfather fucking picked cotton. That has nothing to do with what your fucking mother and father. That has nothing.
I don't know.
Oh my god.
I don't even believe your great-grandfather picked cotton. I'm sorry. I don't believe it.
Cool. Don't believe me. I answered the question.
I don't believe it.
So you can accept that you don't believe me.
I don't think I believe a fucking thing you're saying.
Hold on.
Because you're.
Are you stupid? No, you're fucking stupid. I can't.
Yeah, I'm fucking stupid. I'm asking you a question about your mother or father. You're telling me what occupation your great grandfather did. I'm asking you if your mother is fucking white, and you're like, yeah, my great grandfather fucking made shoes.
I don't know.
For a living. That's what he did. My great grandfather picked fucking peaches for a living. Thank you for asking me about my mother.
Did you have a 2-parent household?
And I'll say
Is that grandfather's? No, wait. Before you answer it, you know the answer. Wait. Stop. You know the answer.
Stupid-ass question.
You fucking ignorant fuck. Do you know the answer? You don't have to tell me the answer. Okay.
I'm not going to tell you.
So I've given you the answers that I have.
You didn't give me any answers.
Is I not? I don't know. A sufficient answer.
What ethnicity is my mom? The answer is my great granddad made shoes. Isn't a fucking answer.
I never said my great grandfather made shoes.
Oh my.
I said I don't know.
No, you said he picked cotton.
I gave you occupations. You can draw whatever inference you want to.
That has nothing to do with the fucking question. Ask me again.
You dumb fuck.
Ask me your question again.
Did you have a 2-parent household?
I have a 2-parent household. My great grandfather picked oranges in Florida.
So you don't know?
That's my answer.
You could say you don't know.
That's what you did. That's what you did.
No, that's not what I did.
That's my fucking point.
This is why I have issues with you, because you don't know the difference between saying
you the ethnicity of your mother and you say my great granddad picked cotton. It has nothing to
here's how I know you're
do
stupid.
with what I said. So when you say, did I grow up in a 2-parent household? And I say, yeah, my fucking great granddad picked fucking oranges.
If I'm sick,
and you tell me I'm fucking retarded.
That I have a runny nose.
It makes sense. Because you're fucking retarded for answering the question that fucking stupid.
I'm glad you didn't hear what I just said, because you're a fucking moron.
Of course I didn't answer. Of course I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
So answer the
as I
fucking
continue.
question. Or do what I do and simply say I'm not going to answer the question.
Or just say I don't know. You're unwilling to answer questions. I'm willing to answer questions I don't know the answers to.
Yeah, I'm willing to answer the question. My great granddad picked cotton. That's the fucking question of what ethnicity my mom was.
I don't know what the ethnicity is.
Yeah, I don't know if my fucking.
I'm sorry you can't be honest. I'm sorry I'm an honest human being.
Because my granddad
because you're a racist, scared piece of shit.
Oh, that's what it is. Now I'm racist. Second time he pulled the racist card.
I know you're racist. Why would you ask what their ethnicity is?
Pick it up, folks.
Why do you need to know what their ethnicity is?
Because you look Blackanese.
The fuck does that matter?
That's why.
Tell me why it matters. Tell me why it
And
matters. Explain to me
why
why
I
it
asked.
matters. Are you stupid? Tell me why it matters. I don't
asked
care why you
because
asked. Tell me why it
because
matters.
That's how you look.
I don't care how I look. Why does it matter?
I don't care what
I could look
you
like your
care
fucking
about.
dad. Tell me why it matters.
Because that's how
You
you
don't
look.
have an answer because you're stupid.
No, that is my
It's not
answer.
my fault you're stupid. It's because you had a dumb parent in the household.
You look a certain way, so I'm asking you what your ethnicity is.
Why does
That
it
is
matter?
why it matters.
Tell me why it matters.
At the end of the day, it does not matter.
So if I look like Exhibit, why does that matter to you?
At the end of the day, if you look like you can do a nasty hook, though, I mean,
At the end of the day, it does not matter.
Why is this dude so fucking stupid?
It does not matter at the end of the day. And if you want
Did
to
I
simply
ask
tell
you
me
your parents'
if you
ethnicity?
want to simply tell me I don't want to answer that question, you could do that.
And if I gave you the
Welcome
answer
to-
that I don't
Welcome
know.
to planet Earth, Grumple.
Is I don't know a reasonable answer for you?
I've been
I
interacting,
don't know
listening.
It's a reasonable answer, sure.
And can you accept that reasonable answer?
But did you
You
give
don't
me
like
an
it.
Did you give me an I don't know answer?
Yes, you
Or did
dumb fuck.
Or did you tell me your grandfather
Leafy, calm
picked
down.
cotton?
That's one half of my family. I had two halves of my family.
What does your grandfather's job have anything to do with your fucking ethnicity of your mother and your father?
I'm cooked. You fucking stupid.
So by telling me your grandfather picked cotton, you're telling me that your father could be at least 50% African American?
Could be. I don't know.
Is that what the point was? Or do you have what was the point of telling me that your grandfather picked cotton?
I gave you an answer to the best of my understanding of
What
my
was the point?
lineage.
What was the point of it?
Giving you an answer?
Which meant what?
Did I add more information that you needed to know?
There was some sort of information trying to be given to me. So,
So
what
at
was
the end of the
point?
day, so ultimately disregard every extraneous detail that I gave you.
All of
The
them?
answer is I don't know.
But all of them?
There we go. So I think in future, maybe you should just do what I did and say, I'm not going to answer these stupid ass fucking questions.
Or you could be honest and say I don't know. You're just not answering because you're too much of a pussy.
Sure. Because the questions that you're asking have nothing to do with the conversation that we're having.
Can you tell me what the question you asked me had to do with the conversation we were having?
No, my conversation.
No, you
was
can't.
strictly-
Good. That was the honest answer. You're
Yeah.
adding extraneous information.
So you should have said
You stupid
exactly
fuck,
what I
stop
said.
fucking slurring. Say
So
the reality.
you should
What
have said
reasoning? No. Fuck what I should have said. Ask me
Okay.
why.
Good. Why what?
Why did you ask the question?
Because you looked like that.
I look like what?
Like that.
What is that? So you're calling
Right
me
there.
that?
Your fucking face. That's why I asked you. Because your face looks like that. That's why I asked you.
And your face looks like a fucking Teddy
Sure.
Ruxpin. Fuck
Sure.
a Fraggle. I don't ask you what
100%.
your ethnicity is.
Down,
Okay.
Fraggle Rock.
Whether you ask me or not, I don't give a fuck. I decided to ask you.
And you'd be too much of a pussy to answer the question. I answered the question.
You what?
Did I not answer the question that you asked me?
DVO.
Wobbly.
DVO. This is a circular conversation again. You won. Leave it at that.
He didn't win shit, but cool. I'm glad you both feel like you won.
No, I'm not part of the win or lose. I'm an observer.
What was the win? Based on your observation.
I'm gonna take Wobbly's advice. I'm gonna go take.
I'm
a leak.
wondering what Wobbly thinks
gonna
the
go
wind
grab
was.
some more beers, and when I come back, I'm gonna slur some more as I continue to wreck you. Okay.
I'm glad people aren't willing to answer questions in this Discord. So wobbly. Is that how you roll?
You have no idea how I roll.
I'm trying to figure it out, and the only way to figure it out is ask questions, correct?
You would not survive in my world.
Would I not?
No.
Can you explain why I wouldn't?
Because my friends would eat you alive.
Why would your friends eat me alive?
That's all I need to say. You wouldn't survive 10 minutes.
Why is that?
I think the evidence is self-evident.
Explain the evidence.
I don't need to.
So there's no evidence, or
No,
there
I
is
didn't say
evidence
that.
and you want to express it.
Just your existence is
So will,
evidence enough.
so will you admit that you don't want to express the evidence?
I don't need to express it. You are an example of it.
Why are you a pussy?
Oh, I'm not a pussy.
Sounds like it.
No.
Then why won't you say it?
Because I don't need to. You do fine just proving the point.
I'm done with y'all. There's not been a question I've not been willing to answer that has been put forward.
And I've answered your questions.
No, you haven't.
Oh,
You
yeah.
literally said, no, you won't.
You're just not willing to accept them.
You haven't given.
You need to reflect. You need to do a little self-reflection.
I think you need
Spend
to
the time doing some meditation.
actually speak your mind. How does it feel?
I'm doing fine. I'm 75, man.
I asked how it feels.
I beat the bell curve. I'm still winning.
Ooh, this is so. You're actually telling me more than I needed to know, but I appreciate it. I'm glad that you don't care about the world that you leave behind.
The portion that I've had any influence over, definitely going to do fine.
I hope so. Grumple, this is why I have an issue. These people don't care about rationality. They don't care about the reason. This is where we get into, and they will point out statistics or whatever else and not care about the nuance or
Brought
the
up
reason.
any statistics.
So I'm going to just leave that alone. And as Grumple drifts back off to Slumberland.
Nope, I'm okay.
What do you want me to sing you?
Lullaby? Either way, no. I'm here. Lullaby.
What song?
You are my sunshine.
No, not that. No, don't do
My
that.
only sunshine.
Not that one.
Grumple, man,
You
put on
make me happy.
Put on some
Brahms,
Marcellus,
some
or something
Melvins?
like that.
When
Marcellus.
skies are gray.
Learn the bass lines to that. Some real jazz.
I can't keep up with real jazz guys. Like fake ones, I can't.
I couldn't either.
You know, the Dead South did a cover of.
Also dancing in the dark.
The Dead South did a cover of My Only Sunshine. Great.
Up in my heart. You done made up your mind.
It is late though. I kind of want to let y'all keep going.
Whoa, listen. Yeah, but your
I've met a bunch of scared people that won't answer questions, and there's no.
Your phone is. I bet a lefty that utterly lost at a conversation. So I'm pretty happy with tonight.
Am I a lefty?
Yeah.
Why?
You're both two of my friends that I've known for quite a while. DBO I've known for longer, but you're both
You
friends
can
of
be his
mine.
friend. He's still goofy. Your friends are goofy.
I'm so goofy. I'll take it.
What was that? What was that? Was that a song from the Goof Troop movie? Hey, no.
No, mostly he's just
can you
not to
tell
be
me?
taken seriously, and that's perfectly fine.
I think.
At your own peril.
I think I did quite okay in this conversation, my
I
friend.
just asked another. I just asked another question.
Wobbly, are you live anywhere? Is it?
I think he's too much of a pussy to be live anywhere.
No, I
No,
don't. I don't stream.
Wobbly goes live every morning.
No,
I don't stream on the weekend.
Not Wobbly. Wobbly's not a full-on pussy. DPO is a pussy.
I kind of gave up on live streaming. I don't really give a fuck about live streaming.
Sounds like pussy talk.
Sure. Like some people have a goal for live streaming, right?
Yeah.
What's the goal, right? To get more viewers, to get more followers, to make money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't have those goals. I don't care how many viewers I have. I don't care to grow my stream, and I don't care to make money off of streaming. Because
So all the things you just said, I do, and yet I still stream. You're a pussy.
it's not my goal to make money off
Yeah,
of
I just
streaming.
said that. I just said that.
So
I give a fuck.
I don't care if I stream.
Cool. You're a pussy.
I can go live right now.
Then do it, pussy.
Why would that make me a pussy or not a pussy?
Don't be a pussy.
Is that really the argument? Is that the gist of your
It's as
argument?
good as your arguments, honestly.
Is that I'm not live? I'm not live right now on
Personally, it
Twitch.
comes up to me and just says, "Give me my money," and then you turn your money over to them as a pussy.
I think it would work on him, honestly.
This is the state of arguments
Sounds
I get
alright.
from this guy who's calling me a pussy.
Yet you won't go live.
I'll go live right now. What does it matter? What does
You
it
go live,
matter?
if you go live, I can raid you.
What does it matter if I go live right now?
I was trying to get you a simple raid.
Because I can raid you.
I don't care about approval rate. I don't care about any rates. I don't
Whatever
care about
dog
a
that
raid.
is less of a pussy than you are.
I don't care about any of it. What do I need to go live for?
I don't know. To get rid of
It
your
makes
gyno?
it doesn't mean anything to me.
I guarantee you lose 2% gyno.
I don't know what that means.
You have man titties.
And it doesn't matter to me.
Good. But you lose 2%. For the record.
Great argument, man. Great argument.
I don't think you need to stream, and I think your views are garbage, so perfectly fine.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I was fucking with you a little bit. Goddamn, calm down.
God,
Took it to heart. You okay?
this guy. I'm gonna spend 10 minutes telling you why you should stream and that you're a pussy that you're not.
You still didn't answer my question, fucking pussy.
And then I'm gonna tell you, I was just fucking around.
And you still didn't answer my question.
And I'm not going to.
I know you won't. Why? Why do I know you won't? Is the question I'm asking you.
I'll
You
tell
know the
why.
answer already.
I'll tell you why I won't.
What's the answer?
he
No, what's
doesn't
the
get
answer I have for you? There it is.
Because I'm a pussy. Is that it?
True.
Okay. Good job, my guy. You really won this one.
Hey, we got the memes, and memes are what matters most.
Memes are what matters most in this world and the next.
So, I'm glad you got what you think you wanted. I don't know, but at the end of the day,
What did you think I wanted?
you were hoping to get my ethnicity out of this, and to prove that for some reason there's going to be some wild ideal 2-parent household.
That's what you think I wanted out of this conversation?
I really don't know, because you won't be honest. I was hoping to have a real conversation, but
I'm a very honest guy. What I wanted out of
then why won't you answer questions?
What I wanted out of asking you your ethnicity was simply a meme, because you look black and Asian. You look black and Asian.
I'm glad you finally answered that question. That was one question you finally answered.
I've said the same thing. I've said blackanese like 10 times
But
tonight.
then when I asked you why you asked the question, you stuttered and fucking stammered and couldn't answer the question. I can take it for the meme. Call me fucking a bobo. Cool.
It was one of the first things I said to you, and it was meant to break the ice, to try to have
You're a shitty icebreaker. Understand that.
Okay, well, that's fine. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, we can get some better comedy. I can teach you.
I don't give a fuck. I'm not here to be a comedian. I don't care how many views I
We're
have,
trying
because
to be
I'm
a
not
comedian.
screaming.
You were a failed comedian. Accept that. We're cool.
Okay. Well,
Your
you're a
joke failed.
blackanese looking motherfucker.
Cool.
If I've ever seen a black and Asian looking motherfucker, it is you.
You know, in Japan they call them crumbles.
Oh, most people call me a Mongol, but that's not the point.
I mean, that's my point. That's why I asked you originally, because you look black and Asian like a motherfucker.
My issue is you were too much of a bitch.
You're like
to
you're like the most black and Asian motherfucker I've ever seen.
Is that really true? You need to get out more.
100%.
I'm gonna say
I
you
live
need to
in
get out more.
I live in Florida. We're just full of Hispanics. You're the most black and Asian motherfucker I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's truly a lack of experience. Cool. We got a Naomi Osaka. She's an amazing tennis player. Take a look at her. Don't do the things you're thinking about, but understand that there are Asian and black people out there that look more Asian and black than I do.
Well, you're the most Asian and black motherfucker I've ever seen.
We can fix that. I don't think I can fix you, but we can fix that.
You want me to search out more black and Asian motherfuckers?
Yes, please do. It would help. And maybe you won't
Okay.
ask that dumbass question you asked.
I don't think I would. I don't think it would help. I think I would seriously continue to ask that question.
So are you willing to ask the next question I asked you?
About my family?
Yeah,
No, it has nothing to do with it.
it really does.
No, it doesn't.
Fair enough.
My anecdotal experience has nothing to do with the conversation I'm talking about.
Why?
What do you mean? Why?
So your outcomes
my personal experience with my parents and my
has
family.
no bearing on the outcomes of families.
No, we're talking in generality.
So we're talking in statistics. So we want to, well, mostly just statistics.
Yes, statistics, generality. Yeah, same thing.
That's sad.
I don't see how that's sad. I don't think the bearing of me being raised by both my mother and my father.
Okay, so you were raised by your mother and your father, or you weren't?
Or whether I wasn't, has nothing to do with the conversation.
Well, I think it was
Of the
more bearing.
outcomes of what are the outcomes of people that are raised by 2 kids or a single
Oh,
parent.
Grumple's dying. This poor man.
Holy crap, guys.
My
You know,
personal.
He's
on my
so
51st
sensitive. He's so
birthday, I thought
sensitive.
about going out and either buying a Porsche or a brand new Corvette.
Yeah, but did you
What did you buy?
drive? But did you drive a Trans Am when you were a kid? That's
So
what
you
really
bought
matters.
nothing.
No,
That is.
I had a Corvette.
You bought a Corvette. Oh, wait,
I
what did
had
you
a
buy?
Corvette.
You had a Corvette. What did you buy when you
Nothing.
made the decision? Nothing. Why?
I'm gonna take the money and put it into another CD.
So you decided to put the money into another CD instead of buying something else. That's an answer. I can accept that answer. That's amazing. Somebody gave it. Oh, holy shit. And if I were to ask him why he put the money into another CD, I think I could get another answer. It's delicious. The answers that I'm receiving are sustaining me.
Wow. Maybe I should just say my parents died, and then that would be an easy answer to the question you asked.
Parents
Right?
died
Could.
sooner or
You
later.
absolutely could.
It could
You
be.
could have said,
Could be.
you could have said, I was gonna buy a
Could
Corvette.
just say they died, right? Or maybe it's none of your business either way, and it has nothing to do with the conversation.
Do you believe my parents aren't dead?
It has nothing to do with what I just said.
So for me to get an answer as their ethnicity.
That literally has nothing to do with what I just said.
So do you believe I got a DNA test on both of those parents before they died?
I don't know why you're bringing random shit up. It has nothing
I'm asking
to do
you,
with what I just said.
how am I going to know the ethnicity of my parents if I don't know the ethnicity of my parents? You ignorant fuck.
We weren't talking about the ethnicity of your parents. We were just talking about something else, weren't we?
We were talking about me not being able to get answers out of you, and you're complaining about not getting an answer out of me when I gave you an answer.
What
You dumb
answers were
fuck.
you? What answers were you asking of me? Right, about my parents, right? And I said, what if I just told
Did
you they
you
were,
have
what
a
if-
two-parent household?
What if I just told you they were dead?
Then that would be.
So what does
ultimately
that have
before
to
you-
what does that have to do with your parents?
I would ask honestly, like,
Which is what you just asked
I
about.
would reconvene my questioning, and my next question would be, when did they die?
Did I ask you when your parents died?
You can,
I didn't.
but you can.
I did not.
Not my fault. You don't ask good questions, you dumb fuck.
Sure. Because
I can't help
don't.
this man.
It's because I didn't want to dive into your personal situation because
I don't
your
care.
personal-
I would tell you I'm
your-
not going to answer it.
Your personal situation doesn't have anything to do
I'm
with
not
what we're talking
a
about.
pussy.
Also, you saying
No,
I
you
would
are.
tell
You
you-
are a pussy.
also you saying I would tell you I'm not going to answer it is
You are
exactly
the
what the fuck
definition
I
of
was
a
doing.
Why won't you answer it?
Literally just what you said.
So, no.
You just said I would tell you I wouldn't answer the question.
I would tell you why I won't answer the question.
Because it has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It does. And if you would give me the answer, I would explain why.
Okay, my parents are all dead.
Your parents
All
are
of-
all dead. When did they die?
All three of them.
When did they die?
3 years old.
At 3 years old. So at that point,
Yep.
where could you form any bond to
All of them are
understand
dead.
the best instances?
I was raised in a commune. So I didn't have like an exact parent. It was like a village.
So do you think a communal experience is better for children?
It was a village. No, don't. Because
So,
I was
your
raised.
village-
Because I was raised in a village. I firmly believe it's not the best.
That's interesting. I've heard differently. I've literally heard from multiple people that communal living is probably the best.
There were mothers and fathers and uncles and like,
I don't know that I
there
agree
was
with them, but
there was no strong relationship with one person, right? It was all just a village that raised.
so do
And
you think the children themselves in the communal situation don't form a strong bond with
I do
any individual?
that was my experience.
So what was your kid's experience?
Well, that's a different story.
Then why won't you answer the question?
Well, she didn't. She wasn't raised up in the same, environment that I was raised up
So
in.
she had
She couldn't keep up.
She wasn't raised up in a commune.
So she never experienced your communal family?
No. And I never had one after I grew up.
So you abandoned your communal family?
Well, no, it's just like they kind of abandoned me. It was more like a just kind of growing apart.
Did they move or just stop fucking with you
No,
because
it's
you're a
like I
dumb
said,
fuck?
just a growing apart situation because they're not actually bloodline.
You see how I'm asking clarifying questions going forward
Uh-huh.
that
Uh-huh.
make you give me an answer? I could give you an answer. Any question you
Yeah,
ask. You're too much of a pussy.
I feel like I'm giving you answers.
You're lying. I'm not lying to you.
You don't think
Kai,
Sure.
When did you realize you were gay?
I'm gonna say at the time that I fucked your dad.
So you're a corpse fucker.
Yes. And it
Good
was
man.
amazing.
Good man.
He clinched. It was wild. I don't know how fresh it was, but it was an experience.
Did you wipe your dick off?
Not for about 2 weeks. I wanted to vibe with it.
You wanted to rub a little off and
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
I had to let the people know.
I got it.
So I can answer a joke pretty easily. What'd it do?
So
I'd
you
give it a 1.
do you not think that I was raised in a commune?
I think you were raised in a
By
giant
hippies?
vagina and were formed into a giant vagina.
Wait. That's messed up. Are you denying my existence, my humanity?
I'm
right
not
now? Is that what
denying
you're
your vaginality. And it's fine. Vaginas are strong. They're very resilient.
Don't deny my existence, my humanity.
Vaginas are very resilient. I'm respecting your existence.
They are very. You're right. I've seen one give birth. Were you there?
No.
No, you weren't there? I held a leg up as one came out of a vagina.
That's amazing.
You weren't there? You weren't
No, I wasn't there.
That's sad, man.
Do you know why?
I don't know. Maybe you had some baby mama issues.
Do you want to answer?
Sure.
Are you going to ask?
No, I just said sure. That was your opportunity.
I'm asking you to
elaborate.
ask you fucking... I'm not taking your cue. I'm asking you, do you really want the answer?
Okay, here, let me play your game, okay? Why were you not there at the birth of your child?
Because it was in the same hospital that my mother died in.
So
And
you
it bothered me.
decided because you were a pussy and said my mother died in this hospital, so I'm not going to go see my child born in this hospital?
Yes, because I had a visceral reaction to being in that vicinity of that hospital.
That would be the most, I don't know, overcoming that drama experience that a person could have. See life born from them.
I'm sorry my
right?
honesty is not good enough for you and you're trying to elaborate on my honesty. I've been
Okay.
honest with you.
Okay.
I'm not a pussy like you are.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that I'm sorry that your mother's death was so tragic
Bothered
that
me?
it stopped
Yeah.
you from being there for the birth of your child.
Yeah, it was pretty recent.
Sorry that happened to you.
Are you? I didn't think so. You lying piece of shit pussy.
No, I think you should have been there.
And I don't care what the fuck you think. I'm giving you answers.
Okay. I think.
How do you feel?
You know,
How do you feel?
I feel fine. I have
Good.
no problem. I have no problem with how I feel.
Your lack of humanity gives me joy.
You get caught lacking.
I mean, like,
would you say?
I'll say it again. Like, I think, if anything
Yes,
was
continue.
to get you over the psychological problems of your mother dying,
So
would
Kai,
be the birth of your own child.
so Kai, explain something.
And you
to
can
me.
eat the largest satchel of Richards. You disingenuous fuck. What's
I
up?
think you missed out. I think you missed out on them.
I don't care what you think. What's up,
So
Wobbly?
you sired a child without ever having sex with the mother. How do
Correct.
you know it's really your child?
Looks exactly like me.
God damn it!
I mean,
I'm
they could have
sorry.
made a cocktail, right? They
Cool.
could have
Sorry,
mixed
you never-
a bunch of sperm and together, and
Possibly. He's still a
then-
part of me.
I mean,
He's still a part of me.
You never had sex with her?
No, not never. I didn't in this case. We were together for probably 8 years, apart for 8 years.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sure that hurts your soul.
No, I just heard that you didn't have sex with her and she was pregnant. So
No, in
I
this
would
instance, no. It was
assume
damn near
that-
immaculate.
that you were asexual, so maybe you were just a sperm donor.
Yeah, I was a sperm donor in this case.
Okay, so you were just a sperm donor,
No, I was a sperm donor in this case.
but you did have sex with her.
amongst
Yeah,
those
8 years
thousands
beforehand.
in that cocktail, right?
8 years. Wait, just 8 years beforehand? Did you guys have sex during the 8 years?
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't just I had sex with her 8 years
Really?
ago.
That was over 8 years ago.
Wait just a second, baby.
Okay, okay. So wait a minute. You had
Good morning.
It's a couple
what
of
was it? Was it an 8-year relationship, or
Yeah, the
was it
relationship-
eight years ago when this happened?
It was an 8-year relationship and an 8-year gap after the 8-year relationship.
So you had an 8-year relationship, and then 8 years after that, you sperm donor.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to piece together everything.
You're getting
Okay.
honesty and you can't do the same for me.
No, that's not.
Yeah, no. Yes, exactly.
what's
No.
happening.
I asked you
No,
a question.
like-
You still haven't answered it. I've answered every question you
You're
asked.
asking me about my parents.
Yeah, you asked me about my kids' parents.
That's different. Do you want to ask me about my baby mama?
I didn't ask you that. I can ask that later if it matters to me.
That's what we're talking about now, is it not?
No, I'm asking about you.
We're talking about your relationship.
No,
with your
don't tell
baby
me what I'm
mama.
asking about. I ask the questions I want to ask.
Telling you about what we're talking about.
No, fuck you. I'm done.
All right, well, then bounce. Okay. I know I can come off pretty harsh, but I'm pretty sure we were talking about his current relationship with his baby mama. That's what we were talking about. I was trying to get clarification of the 8-year thing. And if he wanted to ask me about my baby mama, I have no problem talking about my baby mama. Oh. my kid, my relationships. I've done it pretty openly. Sorry, Wobbly. I know I can come off a little abrasive and harsh. But I guess I come off kind of abrasive and harsh because I deal with guys like this. We have conversations like this, and I don't know, they turn out like
Oh wait, he left.
maybe
If he left.
maybe I could do better.
He's
100%.
totally out of the server.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Maybe
Grumple,
myself
my
around.
bad, man. You know, maybe I could do better in conversations, but I don't know, man. I feel like I was asking for reasonable conversations. If he wanted to ask me about my baby mama, I would have explained to him that I worked at a strip club for 16 years, that I knocked up a stripper, and that she turned out to not be the best baby mama, and that I wound up having to raise my kid all by myself as a single father. I would have happily explained these. And that it pains me to have these opinions because I know it is better that a kid is raised in a two-parent household, and that I was forced in this situation to raise my kid by myself, right? Knowing that it's not the best thing as a single father, because I was young and dumb, worked at a strip club, and wound up knocking up a fucking stripper who turned out to be a bad mother. I would happily explain all of it. He didn't ask any. So, I don't know, man. It is what it is. Like I said, I know it can come off a little abrasive.
Grumple.
And, I apologize when I do. Luckily enough, I don't think I did that to Wobbly tonight. I didn't. I don't think I got, angry at Wobbly. And that's a positive. That's a positive. I have respect for my elders. Wobbly. I like the glasses.
Yeah,
I'll be honest with you.
things are starting to give me a headache. So
I recently bought some glasses off of an online website called Zenny. And they were.
What's your coupon code?
They were less. I'm telling you, they were less than half of what my prescription glasses cost me at like.
No, seriously, what's your coupon code though?
Less than half.
What's your coupon code?
I don't have a coupon code. I don't know.
Oh, just fail.
I'm just saying, man. Like I went to
Reach out to them, get a coupon code.
I went to the brick and mortar store, and even with my insurance, it was going to be like $400 at least up for a pair of glasses. Not a pair, like just a set of glasses. I went on Zenny and I ordered prescription sunglasses because I'm a bus driver. I drive all day long out in the sun. I ordered prescription sunglasses for $139. Whereas even if I went to a Lens Crafters or something like that, with the insurance that I have through the fucking state of Florida, because I'm a county employee, it still would have cost me $400+. So just saying, for you old fucks that wear glasses, check out Zenni, ZENNI.com. Like an online shopper place. They got a fucking million different sunglasses, and it turns out incredibly cheaper even if you have insurance.
Well, I'm not going to do a commercial, but I spend a lot of time in front of computer screens, and after a while, it tends to give me a headache. So I wear these blue blockers, basically, is what they are, and they help. They help a lot. And I've been wearing them on stream now for, gosh, pretty close to 8 years. The original pair I bought, they finally fatigued out and broke, so I had to buy these. And they're not cheap.
But they work good.
Oh, they work. They work fine. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Well,
But
that's what matters.
I spend literally anywhere between 8 to 14 hours in front of these damn computer screens every day. So
Yeah, see, that's different for me. For me, because I have the driver job, I'm out driving, and so it's the sunlight, it's the UV rays and stuff like that I'm more concerned about. So I have to have glasses like that. And
I normally have to wear glasses, to drive or something like that. But it seems like my eyes have gotten better and better. I have less issues.
That's good, man.
But if I when I'm doing research and stuff for the stream, and if I'm using my phone or tablet or something like that, just the fact that the close proximity tends to mess with my eyes a little bit, and it takes longer and longer for them to adjust.
Yeah, when I used to wear contact lenses, I used to wear sunglasses, and I loved it, because I could wear sunglasses.
Grumple, before you fall asleep again in your streams.
Oh no, we're good right here right now. I'm keeping track of all of it, probably.
Okay. You're my friend, but just looking out for you.
Oh no, I get it. But
when
tonight
I stop.
You also need to give me some privileges in Discord when you get
you're
around to it.
You're a mod everywhere.
No, I don't.
Probably, I think.
I am everywhere, but I don't have privileges to like jump into your voice channel or something like that.
Oh no, on this one nobody does.
Okay, all right, I understand.
The dragon.
I have
the other ones.
I have a couple of voice channels on my Discord too. One's open, the other ones are primarily for either mods on the channel in Discord or other.
This one and I need to set it up a little bit better, but this one is dragon only. Like cuz dragons you see.
And since I'm a digger,
dragons.
pretty well known for that, and
that's
I have
racist,
Woodsy
sir.
helping me now, digging for content all the time. So I have to open things, rolls up a little bit for just specific people.
Well, so while you're awake, man, I do want to apologize, Grumple. I shouldn't have talked to you like that. I was a little heated in the conversation with that guy. And I know you were kind of, it's your stream. You were kind of moderating a little bit. I should not have, I should definitely not have, yelled at you and told you to shut the fuck up and stuff like that. So that is completely my fault. I apologize. I'm in the wrong for doing that, man. My bad.
No, we're good. I'm a little disappointed Leafy rage quit.
I think he was just frustrated with me personally.
No, probably. No. I mean, 100% he was, but at the same time, y'all, like, each one of you individually are my friends. And it's, like, kind of weird to see that.
Yeah,
I'm not
I'm
saying you
sure
have to be
we-
friends with each other at all. It was interesting to see.
Sure, and I'm sure if we weren't in a conversation like this, if we were just talking about run of the mill stuff, if it wasn't like a more contentious conversation, we'd probably get along just fine. And it's not the first time I've talked to him. But I don't know. It turned out the way it was.
Well, it didn't have to be that at all. That's where it went.
Man.
It didn't have to be contentious or anything.
Sometimes
The
I
way
feel
tonight
like
started, I was on Horseradish's show. He did
I feel like sometimes
it wasn't even a
it's
debate.
my fault.
It wasn't even
I
debates.
feel like it's my fault, man. I'll be honest with you. And like I don't want to get into these like I don't know harsh contentious conversations, but I feel like it's my fault sometimes. I feel like I feel like I don't want to, but I egg them on. Like I want
you did.
a debate. I want to be pressured. I want to be challenged on my thought process. And it's like steel sharpens steel. Like if I'm wrong about it, right, then tell me how I'm wrong. And fucking give me an argument, change my mind. And sometimes if I have that I don't know argument or that thought process, then it turns things into debates. And I guess it doesn't always have to be that way. So I think sometimes it is my fault, and sometimes when it gets contentious like it is, I don't handle it the best way. I get loud, I get angry, I can get disrespectful, and it's probably not the best thing. I'll be honest, it's probably not the best thing. I know it's I know it's my fault. But what the fuck am I gonna do at the end of the day? Like, it's who I am. Like, if I get into these conversations and we're talking about something, well then fucking change my mind. Like, you have the conversation. Like, don't be a pussy about it. Have the fucking conversation. Tell me the point. Tell me this. Tell me that. Like, let's talk. Give. And it comes off very abrasive, and it turns off a lot of people. I don't know.
Oh my.
What am I gonna do? Like I said, it is what it is, man. I am who I am. And if that's how I have the conversations, yeah, I guess I could do a little bit better. And it probably doesn't help. The more I drink, the worse it.
Well, yeah, that happens too.
Yeah. But yeah, I promise you guys, man. Like, I don't try to run into these things just making enemies out of it. Like, if we wind up disagreeing, that's fine at the end of the day. I don't take it. I could talk to this guy the next time. I'm not gonna be mad at him. You know what I mean?
Dash Pass saves you
I'm
money.
okay with disagreements. I'm okay with arguments. I'm okay with different points of views and stuff like that. Like, the last thing I want to do is to have some fucking Twitch drama and be like, oh, he said this and she said that and he had an argument here and blah blah. I don't give a fuck about this Twitch drama. People online and their internet bullshit. You know what I mean? I got a life to live. I got a mortgage to pay. I have a kid to take care of, man. I don't give a fuck about this stuff. But I like, when I'm here, I like to have conversations. I like to explore the topics. I like to have my opinions stressed.
So I'm ending just you got your. I'm ending it, and we're raiding on Twitch over to Wake the Beast. Go say hi. I don't have.
Wick? Really?
I mean, yeah, no, Wake the Beast. If you haven't met him before, he's based individual. Actually, can I do something? So we're raiding on Twitch. Wait, can I do something on Kick? Oh, I can, but wait to Turbo Jerko. He's gonna be a jerk. Yeah, we're raiding Turbo Jerko on Kick. That's gonna be funny. Wait, hang on, unmute.
What Iranian in their right mind would want that repeated
Turbo Jerko
in their country?
Yeah, on Kick.
There is no more Iraq.
He's like a tanky.
So the Iranians know that when the Americans come over, they destroy
Yeah,
everything.
it's funny.
And that happened again,
I think
gentlemen,
it's funny.
right next door. Welcome, Crumpled Stillskin. Thank you for the raid. Now I've got it made. How about a freestyle in your honor? We're talking about Iran.
Oh wait, look, Wake the Beast is gonna
before we
do
go any further,
freestyle.
how about a
Talking about
freestyle?
Iran, freestyle for Iran.
In your
for
honor.
Grumple.
Turbo
Welcome
Jerko,
to
like
Meditations
one
of
word?
Men, gentlemen.
Turbo Jerko. Wait. Yeah, it's one straight. I'm gonna rate him. You'll find him in just a second. I'm gonna rate him.
Well, I'm watching on Twitch, so.
Yeah, it's on. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm moving in circle. Tell me, dog, is this the color purple? Because it's on my screen and it's like velvet. Sitting in the room because I know I felt it. Dealt it like a fresh pair of cards. You're soft in front of me thinking that you're hard. Yeah, I'm like the new Neolard because I'm writing these words like I'm the bard. Leonardo, he went to Chicago, tried to come to here, said that he would grow an afro. I said, oh no, I think you can't. This is gotta be a government plan. Like an army of ants, I hear weak men when I hear the word hand. I slant and skew this data. Gotta go get that girl because it mattered. All right, that was for you, Fred.
Tell
Back
you
to
what,
Iran.
if Wobbly thinks I did, if
We're talking
Wobbly
about
thinks
Iran.
I won that conversation with
We're talking
that guy,
about America.
then I
And
feel
we're
pretty
talking
good
about how the Iranian people would never ever
I
fight
definitely think I did.
to support an American
But if
invasion.
Wobbly, the
But see,
third person,
this is the
you
logic
know,
behind
not really
putting
involved, thinks I
100,000
did
soldiers
good. And
in Iran. The thinking of the American
I'm gonna go out on
government
a limb here and
is,
say it's not like
if
Wobbly
we put
has
100,000 soldiers in Iran,
overwhelmingly
the
positive
Iranian
opinion
people
on DBO.
will turn
I'm
on
gonna
the Iranian
say if
government
Wobbly thinks I did
and help the
well,
Americans overthrow
I think I did well.
the country. This will never
I got
happen.
it.
I give you
Oh,
one
here we go.
reason, and that is the Iranians share a
think
border
I'm the
with
winner.
Iraq, and they have
I'm
a
the winner
first
tonight.
person.
Sees these people, they're so sick and they're so evil. If they would spend their time trying to make America great again, it would be so easy to make this country great. But when I heard about that, they were saying I was like threatening. I'm not threatening anybody. They're the ones doing the threatening.
You see what they did there? Cut out that last most important bit. Now, there was another moment during the interview where Bear literally just played one of Trump's campaign ads and asked Harris to respond to it. Imagine getting an opportunity to interview a presidential candidate 3 weeks from an election, and you use that valuable time to play their opponent's commercial for them for free? And you need to understand
Well, I
that
guess I'm gonna
this
take
is
off.
what is happening all the time on Fox.
Yeah,
especially for
I'm shutting down. I do have to go crash because man,
it's probably the first
I feel like
time
I've been keeping
a
it
lot of Fox viewers heard that
real.
former members of Trump's administration, including General Mark Milley,
You know, Grumple,
have
I went
called
to
him
buy
dangerous,
a
unstable,
graphic
and
card,
unfit.
or no, a
Or the scores of
CPU the other day.
economists who say Harris's plan would
I
improve
showed
the
up,
economy,
and the guy
while
was
Trump's
supposed
will
to
cause
have a
inflation and a
Ryzen
recession.
9.
She even
a
said point blank, my presidency will not be a
5950X,
continuation of Joe Biden's,
which is
which
like
is one
one
of
of
Trump's
the
favorite
best
talking points.
graphic
But
card
that's
or
probably one of the
CPUs
reasons
you can
that
have
Harris
for
did the
like
interview to
the
show
AM4
independents and Nikki Haley
platform.
voters that
I
she's
think
not
that's-
this
It's
like
weak
a
and
six-
dumb
well,
caricature
like
Donald
16
Trump has
core,
created of her.
32
She's
thread.
strong and capable and not afraid of right-wing
graphic
media.
like CPU.
Last night
like
was also a
top
light
of the
bulb
line,
moment
right?
that brought me back
Not
to
bad.
this moment from 3 days ago, when we all watch
I
Trump
went there
awkwardly swaying
and I
to
asked the
songs
guy
like
specifically.
nothing
He was
compares
like,
to
"I'm
you,"
selling
and
a Ryzen 9 5000